The Amnesiac's son-in-law, framed for theft, publicly searched. Upon the restoration of his memories, he discovers he is actually the grandson of the wealthiest man in the North, the architect of a commercial empire. Chapter 1. My father is the god of war. Share this bowl of rice with Wankai, half for each of you. If you dare to snatch it from him, I will peel your skin off. Mother-in-law Wei Shufan hurled a bowl of white rice onto the floor. Before Jiang Shuo could reach for it, Wankai had already dashed over, devouring it voraciously. In no time, the bowl was nearly empty, save for a few grains clinging to the bottom. Jiang Shuo gazed at the remnants, swallowed hard, and after a long moment of hesitation, sighed deeply, intending to discard the rice into the trash. Though he had labored all day and was ravenous, he would not stoop to competing with a dog for food. Besides, he had endured hunger for longer than this he could bear while longer. Noticing Jiang Shuo about to dispose of the rice, Wei Shufan called out, "What's this? You disdain Wankai's leftovers, and now you refuse to eat? Mom, Wankai is a dog, how could I eat what he has left?" Jiang Shuo replied, frowning. Wei Shufan scoffed, "You worthless wretch, even inferior to a dog, and you dare to criticize Wankai? Let me tell you, there's only so much rice. If you want, eat it, then starve. I won't coddle your bad habits." Jiang Shuo's lips moved, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately he sighed again, discarded the rice, and headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Wei Shufan watched him enter the kitchen with a sneer, then glanced at the time, muttering to herself, "I wonder how the talks with Mr. Wang from Qingyu and Tenglong Group are going. If they succeed, we can finally rid ourselves of this useless fool." As Jiang Shuo scrubbed the dishes, he felt a profound sense of indignation. His treatment in this household was worse than that of a dog. Several times he considered shattering the bowl in frustration, but managed to restrain himself. 3 years had passed since he had married into the Su family, and he had never imagined he would fall into such a dismal plight. 3 years prior, the head of the Su family collapsed from a heart attack on the street, fortuitously encountered by Jiang Shuo, who rushed him to the hospital. The doctors later remarked that had Jiang Shuo arrived a few minutes later, the old man might not have survived. At that time, Jiang Shuo was destitute and hopeless. To express his gratitude, the old man allowed Jiang Shuo to marry his youngest son Su Guojun's daughter, Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu was renowned as the beauty of Yunqing, and no one expected her to wed a man who could scarcely afford a meal. This event caused quite a stir. Out of respect for the old man, although Su Qingyu was reluctant, she dared not refuse and begrudgingly accepted her fate. With the old man around, the Su family bore their grievances in silence, but their good fortune was short-lived. He passed away a year later. Since then, Jiang Shuo had become the family scapegoat, living a life worse than that of a dog. Returning to the present, after finishing the dishes, Jiang Shuo glanced at the time and noted it was already past 8, yet Su Qingyu had not returned, which struck him as odd. He stepped out of the kitchen only to find that Wei Shufan had retreated to her room. Initially intending to call Su Qingyu to inquire about her whereabouts, he was interrupted as his sister-in-law, Su Qingxue, pushed open the door. Su Qingxue was 4 years younger than Su Qingyu, at 19 years old. Though still young, her figure was more voluptuous than that of many women in their 20s. Her beauty rivaled that of Su Qingyu, albeit with a hint of youthful innocence that rendered her less alluring. Seeing Jiang Shuo emerge from the kitchen, Su Qingxue smiled and asked brother-in-law, "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Jiang Shuo nodded and inquired, "What's the matter?" Immediately, Su Qingxue produced a bag containing steaming buns and handed it to him. "Here, eat this. I brought it back just for you." Jiang Shuo eyed her suspiciously. His sister-in-law was typically more disdainful than Wei Shufan, often concocting schemes to humiliate him, and had never shown him any kindness. "Why would you bring me buns? You're not trying to play a trick on me, are you?" Jiang Shuo asked cautiously. Su Qingxue's expression shifted to annoyance. "What's wrong with you? In being kind and bringing you buns, and you think I'm teasing you? I simply felt that my mother has been too harsh on you lately and wanted to help." Seeing no deceit in her eyes, and feeling the enticing aroma of the buns wafting towards him, Jiang Shuo could no longer resist. He quickly accepted the buns from her hand and devoured one eagerly. Noticing his haste, Su Qingxue smiled and asked, "Brother-in-law, are they good?" "Delicious," Jiang Shuo replied between bites. "At least you have a conscience, bringing me buns." A glimmer of mischief danced in Su Qingxue's eyes as she shouted toward Wei Shufan's room. "Mom, Jiang Shuo, this good for nothing, has been hiding money to secretly buy buns. Come and see." Jiang Shuo's expression turned to shock, and he instinctively attempted to hide the buns. However, at that moment, Wei Shufan's door swung open. Armed with a feather duster and a fierce expression, she stormed out, spotting the buns in Jiang Shua's hands, and without hesitation, began to strike him. "Look at you, pathetic wretch. How dare you hide money and buy buns for yourself? You've truly gone too far." "Mom, let me explain. These buns are from Qing Xue," Jiang Shua tried to clarify. "You're stealing buns and slandering Qing Xue. They'll beat you to death." Wei Shufan refused to believe him, pursuing him around the house with the duster in hand. Su Qingxue watched Jiang Shua being punished, a satisfied smile gracing her face. "Get out of my sight. Don't come back tonight, sleep on the streets." Wei Shufan chased him out of the house, slamming the door behind him. Jiang Shua stood before the closed door, glancing at the buns in his hand, and let out a resigned sigh before turning to walk downstairs. He found a bench in the community and sat down, consuming the remaining buns. For reasons unknown, a wave of emotion surged within him, an impulse to cry, perhaps due to the sand and the wind that stung his eyes. As he pondered how to spend the night, a tall figure appeared before him. "Young master, I have finally found you. I am Xuanwu, sent by the Lord of the Realm to seek you out." Jiang Shua looked up at the man and replied, "You have the wrong person. I am no young master, merely a useless fool." Xuanwu's face was resolute as he stated, "I cannot be mistaken. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. It is impossible for you to look so alike without blood ties. Moreover, I have thoroughly investigated your records prior to coming. There is no doubt. My father? He left when I was 5. Do not deceive me." Jiang Shua remained skeptical. "Please, young master, believe me, I am not lying." Xuanwu spoke earnestly. "Then tell me, who is my father?" Jiang Shua asked casually. "The Lord of the Southern Region, the Shura God of War." Chapter 2, 10 billion. The Shura War God. Upon hearing these 4 words, Jiang Shua's body trembled, but he soon chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Although he had never encountered his father, Jiang Shua was acutely aware that his father, much like himself, was a son-in-law, and had inexplicably departed when he was merely 5 years old. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such dire straits. "Do not jest with me. If my father were indeed the Shura War God you speak of, how could I possibly struggle to fill my belly?" Jiang Shua remarked helplessly. Seeing that Jiang Shua remained unconvinced, Xianwu grew anxious and promptly produced a contract from his attire, extending it towards Jiang Shua. "Young master, there were reasons for your father's abrupt departure, which he will explain upon your reunion. This is the transfer agreement for the Tinglong Group. All you need to do is sign it and proceed to the Tinglong Group for the handover, and you shall become its owner. Furthermore, I have arranged for 100 billion to be deposited into your account. Due to the substantial amount, there may be a slight delay, but it should arrive shortly. This is compensation from the Realm Master for his sudden departure. Currently, he is occupied with pressing matters and cannot meet you in person, hence, he sent me to deliver this to you. However, rest assured, he will come when the time is right. Additionally, the Realm Master asked me to convey that if you possess the capability, do assist your mother in alleviating her troubles." Initially, Jiang Shua assumed Xian Wu was employing some newfangled scheme, but upon hearing the last statement, his expression froze, and he unconditionally believed Xian Wu. After speaking, Xian Wu tucked the contract into Jiang Shua's clothing and, with a serious gaze, said, "Your father is, in truth, a good parent. His departure was not without its burdens. I hope you do not hold it against him." With that, Xian Wu made his exit. Jiang Shua stood momentarily dazed, finding the entire situation hard to fathom. When he regained his senses and wished to inquire further about his father, he realized Xian Wu had vanished without a trace. Lowering his gaze to the contract in his hands, he confirmed its authenticity multiple times. At that moment, his phone received a text message. Upon glancing at it, Jiang Shua was rendered speechless. "Your account ending in 0607 has received a deposit of 100 billion at 1923. Account balance, 10 billion and 2 yuan. He quickly counted the zeros. 10, 100 million, billion, 100 billion. It was indeed 100 billion. Jiang Shua nearly leaped with joy, his hands trembling as he held his phone. He never imagined that the person named Xian would actually transfer 100 billion to him. Setting aside thoughts of what his father had endured over the years, Jiang Shua was now acutely aware that he was a billionaire. Moreover, he possessed the transfer contract for the Tinglong Group. That was the leading enterprise in Jiangbei Province. The economy of Yun City was nearly driven by the industries of the Tinglong Group. After enduring so many grievances alongside Qingyu, it seemed only right to offer her some recompense. Jiang Shua's eyes blazed with fervor, and numerous plans began to take shape in his mind. Just as he reveled in his excitement, Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue hurriedly made their way out of the community, passing right by Jiang Shua. Noticing their distressed expressions, Jiang Shua quickly approached and inquired, "Mother, where are you rushing off to in such haste?" Wei Shufan shot him a glance, her face darkened, and she snapped. You wretched thing. All the misfortunes our family has encountered are because of you. Why don't you just vanish already? Mother, please do not say that. Tell me what happened. Perhaps I can help. Jiang Shua suspected the matter was related to Su Qingyu. What can you, a useless waste, possibly do to help? Just get out of the way and do not waste our time. Su Qingyu scolded Jiang Shua as she dragged Wei Shufan away. As they walked, Wei Shufan muttered, how could Qingyu be so careless and shatter a bottle worth over $1 million? Even if we were to bankrupt ourselves, we could not afford that. Isn't it all Jiang Shua's fault? If it weren't for him, my sister would not be so unfortunate. Su Qingyu immediately rebuked. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Shua rolled his eyes and hurriedly followed them. Wei Shufan and Su Qingyu hailed a cab, and Jiang Shua swiftly boarded another vehicle, instructing the driver to follow the one ahead. Soon, both cars arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in Yun City, the Chunfeng Hotel. Inside a private room of Chunfeng Hotel, Su Qingyu anxiously gazed at the shattered wine bottles strewn across the floor, at a loss for what to do. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man with an oily middle part, smirking mockingly. This man was Wang Jinlong, the project manager of the Tinglong Group. Qingyu, that bottle of Petrus is a top-tier treasure at Chunfeng Hotel. How could you be so careless? That bottle is worth over $1 million at your salary. You could not repay it in 10 years. Wang Jinlong feigned sympathy. Manager Wang, I did not do it on purpose. The waiter bumped into me right after handing me the wine, and that is how it slipped from my grasp. Su Qingyu quickly explained. Wang Jinlong chuckled, saying, your explanation is futile. The hall manager has reviewed the surveillance footage, and the wine fell from your hands. The hall manager glanced at Su Qingyu and stated, Madam, please cooperate and pay for the shattered wine, or we will have to report this to the authorities. Su Qingyu was beside herself with anxiety. Where could she possibly find over $1 million? Wang Jinlong looked at her and remarked, Qingyu, I reiterate. If you are willing to divorce that good-for-nothing Jiang Shua and be with me, I will cover the cost of this wine. And you will also receive a new project from the Tinglong Group. Su Qingyu appeared troubled, responding, Manager Wang, could we possibly negotiate different terms? Even if I consider this money as a loan, I promise to repay you in the future. Wang Jinlong chuckled, do not be naive. With your salary, you could only repay it in your next life, especially with that useless man weighing you down. This is a prime opportunity for you to rid yourself of him. Be with me, and I will ensure you live a life free of worries, buy you designer bags, and provide you with a large house. So you need not endure this misery any longer. The scene before them was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Wang Jinlong. He had invited Su Qingyu under the pretext of discussing a project, bluntly suggesting that she divorce Jiang Shua and be with him. However, Su Qingyu had firmly declined, stating that despite Jiang Shua's shortcomings, they had been married for 3 years, and she had grown accustomed to their life together. She had no intention of seeking a divorce. Seeing Su Qingyu's refusal, Wang Jinlong colluded with the waiter to deliberately cause her to shatter the wine bottle, intending to use it as leverage against her. Su Qingyu bit her lip and declared, Manager Wang, I will not divorce Jiang Shua. Please let me go. Wang Jinlong's expression darkened instantly, coldly asserting, then you shall bear the cost of over $1 million yourself. At that moment, Wei Shufan and Su Qingyu entered the private room. Their faces filled with anxiety as Wei Shufan inquired, Daughter, what on earth happened? How could you break such an expensive bottle of wine? We cannot afford to compensate for that. Seeing her mother and sister arrive, Su Qingyu's complexion grew even paler, unsure of how to explain the situation. Wang Jinlong's eyes brightened upon noticing Wei Shufan, and he quickly said, Auntie, I can cover the cost for Qingyu, but I have a condition. What condition? Wei Shufan asked. Let Qingyu divorce that useless Jiang Shua and marry me. The $1 million is a trivial matter, Wang Jinlong replied. Wei Shufan immediately nodded in agreement, saying, Absolutely. I have long wanted Jiang Shua, that good-for-nothing, to leave our family. My daughter marrying Manager Wang is indeed a better choice. Su Qingyu, upon seeing Wei Shufan's immediate agreement, quickly tugged at her and said, Mom, please don't complicate matters. I will not divorce Jiang Shua. Wei Shufan, with a dismissive flick of her hand, shouted angrily at Su Qingyu, You foolish girl, at this juncture, what are you still pondering? Are you unaware of Jiang Shua's utter uselessness? What merits does he possess? You should have parted ways with him long ago. Our family's current predicament is entirely due to him. Moreover, the over $1 million worth of wine you shattered is your responsibility. If you do not acquiesce to Manager Wang, who will compensate for that sum? Rely on Jiang Shua. That good for nothing? No sooner had Wei Shufan's words fallen than Jiang Shua entered the private room. Isn't it just over $1 million for the wine? As long as my wife is happy, I can afford to break a few more bottles. Chapter 3. Let's start with 10 million. Everyone in the room turned their gaze towards Jiang Shua. Wang Jinlong shot a glance at Jiang Shua, his eyes glinting with malice. Wei Shufan immediately swung her hand towards Jiang Shua, scolding, "Who asked you to come? Aren't you adding to our troubles? I naturally must assist my wife in her time of need." Jiang Shu dodged Wei Shufan's slap and calmly replied, "With your spineless demeanor, what trouble can you resolve? Simply not causing us more issues would be a blessing," Su Qingxue retorted, rolling her eyes. Upon Jiang Shua's arrival, Su Qingyu's brow furrowed even more. Her agitation was already palpable, and Jiang Shua's presence only exacerbated her distress. Especially after hearing Jiang Shua's earlier remark, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. "Can you refrain from causing me more trouble? I'm already overwhelmed as it is. This bottle of wine costs over $1 million. Do you wish for me to shatter more? Are you intent on making my life miserable?" Su Qingyu glared at Jiang Shua in anger. Jiang Shua quickly flashed a smile at Su Qingyu, saying, "No, dear wife. I have money now. Over $1 million is nothing to me. Don't call me your wife." Su Qingyu snapped. "Do you truly think over $1 million is easy to come by? I implore you, can you refrain from complicating my life?" Jiang Shua, filled with urgency, wanted to clarify to Su Qingyu that $1 million truly meant little to him, as he currently had $100 billion sitting in his account. Wang Jinlong, overhearing Jiang Shua's words, couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Jiang Shua, in Yun City, who doesn't know you are a complete waste? If you had money, then everyone in the world would be a billionaire." Jiang Shua shot Wang Jinlong a cold glance, saying, "I advise you not to harbor any intentions towards my wife, otherwise, you shall regret it." Wang Jinlong scoffed, "Kid, do you not know that beauty is reserved for the worthy? A scum like you is unworthy of Qingyu. Huh? You dare to call yourself worthy? Perhaps you should check your health. If I'm not mistaken, you must be making frequent trips to the restroom every night. For a person like you, marrying is inconsequential." Jiang Shua replied with a cold smirk. Wang Jinlong's expression soured instantly, as if he had consumed something vile. He was bewildered as to how Jiang Shua knew about his condition, suspecting that the latter had deliberately investigated his private affairs. "You worthless fool, you think you're impressive? Your entire family is impressive. I won't take responsibility for this matter today. Do as you please. If you can't produce that over $1 million, you deserve it. And as for the new project from Tunglong Group, your Su family can forget about it." Wang Jinlong cursed a few more times before storming out of the private room. Seeing Wang Jinlong leave, Wei Shufan immediately attempted to obstruct him, but Su Qingyu pulled her back. "Mom, forget it. I don't want to beg him." Wei Shufan, her face filled with anxiety, replied, "If you don't plead with him, who else can you turn to? This is over $1 million. I'll call Grandma. At this point, she's our only hope." Su Qingyu sighed. "Did you not hear what Manager Wang just said? Because of you, Tunglong Group's new project has collapsed. Do you think Grandma will help you?" Wei Shufan glared at Su Qingyu in frustration. Jiang Shua glanced at them and said, "Qingyu, I truly can come up with that over $1 million. In fact, today, at this moment, this good-for-nothing is still spouting empty words. What good can he possibly do?" Wei Shufan interrupted Jiang Shua. Su Qingyu also shot Jiang Shua a disappointed look, saying, "Can you not make me look down on you? I do not mind your lack of a job. As long as you manage the household well, I would be satisfied. But why must you pretend to be capable? Does it feel good to boast? Sis, stop wasting your breath on someone like him. P.S. Just a classic case of empty bravado, no skills, yet eloquent." Su Qingxue also cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Shua. At this moment, Wei Shufan's eyes darted, and she spoke up, "You two shouldn't be so dismissive. Perhaps Jiang Shua can indeed afford to compensate." Su Qingyu was taken aback, surprised that Wei Shufan would speak in Jiang Shua's favor. Without hesitation, Wei Shufan seized Su Qingyu and Su Qingxue and began to leave, telling the hall manager, "You heard him. He said he can cover the cost of that bottle of wine. We will take our leave now." Realizing what Wei Shufan meant, Su Qingxue quickly chimed in, "Exactly. He'll pay for that over $1 million. He said so himself." Su Qingyu wanted to stay and resolve the matter, but was forcefully pulled away by Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue. Jiang Shua intended to follow them and explained to Su Qingyu that he was not boasting. However, the hall manager clapped his hands, and two burly men immediately blocked the door. "If you cannot produce that over $1 million today, do not think you can leave here," the hall manager impatiently told Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua smiled wryly, thinking that even if he told Su Qingyu he had $100 billion, she surely wouldn't believe him. Therefore, it would be better to explain later. For now, he needed to resolve the wine incident first. Turning to the hall manager, he asked, "How many bottles of this wine do you have left? Bring them all. I'm not leaving today. I plan to drink here. And we'll settle the bill for the bottle I broke later." The hall manager scoffed, saying, "Do you take me for a fool? Did they not just call you a waste? You can't even afford one bottle, yet you want me to bring the rest? I'll tell you this. If you can't pay today, I will break your legs." Jiang Sha remained unfazed, merely smiling as he said, "Then how about this? I'll get a recharge card here and load 10 million onto it. Later, you can deduct from it based on my consumption." "Are you truly addicted to bragging?" The hall manager looked at Jiang Sha with disdain. Jiang Sha handed over his bank card, stating, "You'll know whether I'm boasting or not once the recharge card is processed. Swipe it for 10 million, and if the transaction fails, then consider breaking my legs." The hall manager, thinking it wouldn't hurt to try, took Jiang Shua's bank card and called over the front desk staff. "Charge 10 million to this card and see if it has sufficient funds," he instructed. The front desk staff was taken aback by the amount and double-checked. 10 million? I didn't miss here, did I? Correct. Go ahead and process it, Jiang Shua replied. If there isn't that much money on this card, don't blame me for being rude." The hall manager prepared to confront Jiang Shua, feeling certain he was being played. The front desk staff followed the instructions, using the POS machine to swipe the card, inputting the amount, and then asking Jiang Shua for his password. As Jiang Shua entered the password, the front desk staff stared intently at the POS machine. When the words "transaction successful" appeared, her eyes widened in disbelief. The transaction succeeded. The hall manager's eyes also widened. He never expected Jiang Shua's card to actually hold such a substantial sum. This was undeniably a super-rich individual. How could those people still call him a waste? In a matter of moments, a man dressed in a suit rushed down from the upper floor. Panic etched across his face as he shouted at the lobby manager, "Quick, check if our account has been infected with a virus. Just now, a sum of 10 million was deposited directly. It's terrifying." Chapter 4. "I am here to take over the Tunglong Group." The lobby manager turned to the man in the suit and replied, "Mr. Ching, our account should not be infected with a virus. This esteemed guest has just completed a transaction for a recharge card, depositing 10 million. Upon confirming that Jiang Shua had indeed deposited 10 million, the manager's demeanor shifted dramatically. The man, referred to as Mr. Chung, looked astonished as he turned to Jiang Shua and quickly extended his hand, respectfully stating, "Greetings, sir. My name is Chung Yu, and I am the owner of Chunfeng Restaurant." "Jiang Shua," was the succinct reply. Chung Yu felt the name was somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, he recalled that it belonged to the man from Yun City who had married the stunning Su Qingyu. Could it possibly be the same person? Yet, if he were indeed that so-called good-for-nothing, how could he possibly have such wealth? It appeared that the notion of Jiang Shua being a failure was merely an unfounded rumor. A failure could not possess such riches. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for placing your trust in Chunfeng Restaurant. From this day forth, you shall be our most esteemed VIP. All our staff will prioritize serving you above all else," Chung Yu stated earnestly. Jiang Shua nodded, saying, "Please bring me the remaining Petrus you have. I wish to indulge in a fine drink." Chung Yu promptly instructed the lobby manager to fetch the wine. Truth be told, this was the first time Jiang Shua would taste a bottle worth over 1 million, and it had been 3 years since he had encountered any wine at all. For the past 3 years, he had only enough money for groceries. There had been no surplus for luxuries such as wine. Now, he finally felt liberated from financial worries. As he sipped, Jiang Shua's mind drifted to thoughts of Wang Jinlong, a cold smile creeping onto his face. "So the project manager of Tunglong Group, is it? Just wait. You dared to covet my wife, and I shall make you regret your actions." He had resolved to visit Tunglong Group the next day for the handover and to show Wang Jinlong a thing or two. The following morning, Jiang Shua awakened in a guest room specially arranged for him at Chunfeng Restaurant. He picked up his phone and was startled to discover that Su Qingyu had called him dozens of times. He had set his phone to silent while drinking the night before, thus missing all her calls. Hurriedly, he returned her call. As soon as the call connected, Su Qingyu's anxious voice came through. "Jiang Shua, how are you? They didn't harm you, did they? I wanted to come find you last night, but my mother stopped me. I've contacted a few classmates. They can probably gather 30,000 for us. We can pay back part of it, and I'll think of something for the rest." Hearing Su Qingyu's concern for his well-being rather than scolding him filled Jiang Shua with emotion. It made all the suffering he had endured over the past 3 years feel worthwhile. "Qingyu, I'm fine. You needn't worry. I've already paid for the wine, and they didn't give me any trouble. You don't need to borrow money from your classmates," Jiang Shua explained. "Paid for it? How did you manage that?" Su Qingyu asked, puzzled. "Well, my father sent someone to find me, and he provided me with 10 billion, Jiang Shua replied honestly. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Su Qingyu responded with a tone of exasperation. "Jiang Shua, at such a time, don't joke around. Did you borrow money from a friend to pay it back? If that is the case, we must repay it quickly. Over 1 million is no trivial amount." Seeing that Su Qingyu was skeptical, Jiang Shua felt somewhat helpless and opted to placate her. "All right, I understand. However, having paid for the wine is a good thing. We won't need to rush so much." Su Qingyu sighed in relief, but then added, however, the Tunglong Group project is ruined, and my grandmother will surely impose a heavy penalty. Qingyu, actually, I can handle this contract, Jiang Shua interjected. Enough. I know you've been labeled a good-for-nothing, and you want to prove yourself, but the Tunglong Group project is not as simple as you think. Gaining their project is incredibly difficult. Let us take it one step at a time. By the way, there's a family dinner tonight. Remember to come back early and bring a gift. Su Qingyu dismissed Jiang Shua's words entirely. He recognized that changing her perception of him in a short time would be challenging. It would be better to show her results instead. All right, I understand, he replied. The line fell silent, yet Su Qingyu did not hang up, which surprised Jiang Shua. In the past, she would have ended the call immediately after speaking. Feeling a bit awkward, he asked, Qingyu, I saw you call me multiple times. Did you not sleep last night? Can I interpret that as, you were concerned about me? Absolutely not, came Su Qingyu's indignant voice. And then the call was abruptly ended. Jiang Shua chuckled helplessly, secretly pleased nonetheless. After getting ready, he hailed a taxi to Tunglong Group. Standing at the entrance of the Tunglong Group building, Jiang Shua felt a wave of emotion. As the leading enterprise in Jiangbei province, acquiring it would be a formidable challenge. Yet his father, whom he had not seen since he was 5, had managed to purchase it effortlessly. This only deepened Jiang Shua's curiosity about the man his father had become. Lost in thought, a hand suddenly pushed against his chest, nearly sending him tumbling down the steps. He snapped back to reality to find Wang Jinlong glaring at him. You good for nothing. You've got some nerve coming to our company. What? Did you lose $1 million on that wine? Or have you sold yourself to Chunfeng Restaurant? Did you agree to some special conditions for them to let you go? Wang Jinlong sneered. Jiang Shua's expression hardened as he coldly replied, If you don't wish to suffer a miserable fate, I suggest you step aside right now. Wang Jinlong scoffed. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Hurry up and tell me why you're here. If you don't, I'll have security remove you for causing a disturbance. I am here to take over the Tunglong Group, Jiang Shua stated calmly. Wang Jinlong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach. You must be out of your mind. Do you think a pathetic loser like you can take over the Tunglong Group? Why don't you aim for the stars instead? Jiang Shua, uninterested in further banter, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. It was the one listed on the transfer contract. He had already contacted the person before arriving. I'm at the building entrance. You'd better come down quickly. Someone is blocking my way. Chapter 5. Appearances can be deceiving. Upon hearing Jiang Shua's insult, Wang Jinlong's eyes widened with fury. Jiang Shua was merely a freeloading good-for-nothing. In his eyes, he was nothing but trash. How dare such a person insult him? If he didn't teach Jiang Shua a lesson today, he would lose face. You really think you're something? You dare to insult me? I'll make you regret it, Wang Jinlong declared, raising his fist to strike Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort as he swiftly grasped Wang Jinlong's wrist, preventing him from advancing. Wang Jinlong was taken by surprise, trying to pull his hand away. But to his astonishment, he found he could not break free from Jiang Shua's grip. Who would have thought this good-for-nothing had some strength? Let go of me, or I swear I'll beat you to a pulp, Wang Jinlong shouted angrily. Jiang Shua merely smirked, then delivered a swift kick to Wang Jinlong. This audacious scoundrel dared to lay his hands on Su Qingyu, and naturally, Jiang Shua would not hold back. Even a kick would be considered lenient. Although for the past 3 years, everyone had deemed Jiang Shua a worthless man, none could fathom the terrifying ferocity he possessed when provoked. Moreover, during these 3 years, Jiang Shua had scarcely had his fill at home. Given Wei Shufin's stringent standards, even a robust young man would falter under such conditions for 3 years. Yet, Jiang Shua remained vibrant and vigorous. If he were truly inept, how could he endure for so long? I warn you, you are merely a project manager at Tunglong Group. Don't overestimate your significance. Furthermore, should you continue in this manner, your position will be at risk after today, Jiang Shua stated coldly. Wang Jinlong, rising from the ground, realized he was no match for Jiang Shua and quickly retreated a few steps, retorting fiercely, Stop pretending. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that just because you say so, I will lose my managerial position? Are you under the impression that you are the chairman of Tunglong Group? With that, he turned and hurried towards the security department, threatening, Just wait. You dare strike me at our company's entrance? I will call security to have you detained. Jiang Shua paid him no heed. He would certainly not let Wang Jinlong off the hook. Once he assumed control of Tunglong Group and became chairman, he would deliver a fitting surprise to Wang Jinlong. Barely a few minutes had passed when a middle-aged man clad in a suit, exuding an air of authority, arrived at the entrance, accompanied by a strikingly tall and attractive secretary wearing black-rimmed glasses. This man was Feng Hong, the general manager of Tunglong Group. Upon seeing Jiang Shua standing at the entrance, he promptly approached and inquired, "Are you Mr. Jiang Shua?" Jiang Shua nodded in affirmation. "I heard someone was obstructing you. Where is that person? I shall not let him off lightly." Fang Hong asked with genuine concern. Jiang Shua smiled and replied, "I drove him away. Let us not dwell on him. Let us proceed with the handover." Fang Hong, seeing Jiang Shua's demeanor, nodded and led him into the building. The beautiful secretary, named Chu Fei, had graduated less than a year ago and was considered a campus belle. Due to her outstanding abilities, she quickly became the secretary to the general manager within a year. Earlier, Fang Hong had mentioned that an important guest had arrived, prompting her to hurry over for the reception. However, seeing Jiang Shua, who appeared to be dressed in shabby attire, a hint of doubt crossed her mind. This man seemed to be an utter loser. Why would the general manager regard him as an important guest? Though she harbored these thoughts, she dared not voice them and followed Fang Hong and Jiang Shua into the building. The three arrived at Fang Hong's office, where he warmly offered his seat to Jiang Shua. "Mr. Jiang, please take a seat." Jiang Shua accepted without hesitation and sat in the office chair. Chu Fei was taken aback. Fang Hong was typically stern with his staff, yet he had just relinquished his seat, an unprecedented occurrence. Was this man truly deserving of such respect? He appeared utterly unremarkable, she mused. At this moment, Fang Hong glanced at her and said, "Fei Fei, why are you still standing there? Hurry and pour tea for Mr. Jiang." "Ah, yes." Chu Fei quickly responded, moving to the water dispenser to brew tea. Meanwhile, Fang Hong smiled and asked Jiang Shua, "Mr. Jiang, do you happen to have the contract with you? If so, we can proceed with the handover now. Once completed, you will be our new chairman, and the entire Tunglong Group will be yours." At that moment, as Chu Fei had just prepared the tea to serve Jiang Shua, she inadvertently twisted her ankle, nearly spilling the tea. Fang Hong turned to her and inquired, "Fei Fei, how careless. Are you all right?" I'm fine, cough cough. "I was just a bit distracted," Chu Fei replied hurriedly, placing the cup of tea before Jiang Shua. Had it not been for her professionalism, she might have exclaimed upon hearing Fang Hong's words. This seemingly ordinary individual was here to take over as the new chairman of Tunglong Group. This revelation was utterly astonishing to Chu Fei. She had just looked down upon Jiang Shua, and now felt a wave of shame wash over her. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Her previous thoughts had been rather narrow-minded. "Mr. Jiang, this is Chu Fei, my secretary. She is quite capable and will be your secretary moving forward," Fang Hong said with a smile. Jiang Shua glanced at Chu Fei and replied, "No need for that. I am merely here to assume my role at Tunglong Group. I will leave the management to you, and I will only visit occasionally. Let us proceed with the handover." Fang Hong nodded vigorously, not daring to say more, and promptly began the handover with Jiang Shua. After signing a series of documents, Jiang Shua officially became the new chairman of Tunglong Group. From this day forth, this prestigious enterprise renowned in Jiangbei would belong to him. Once the handover was complete, Jiang Shua fixed his gaze on Fang Hong and inquired, "The project manager here is Wang Jinlong, correct?" Fang Hong nodded in affirmation. A playful smile spread across Jiang Shua's face as he continued, "Please gather all his files and records of the projects he has handled. I suspect our project manager may have engaged in unsavory dealings, and we must investigate." Chapter 6. You truly overthink. Upon hearing Jiang Shua's words, Fang Hong felt the urgency and quickly instructed Chu Fei to retrieve Wang Jinlong's records. Moments later, Chu Fei returned with all of Wang Jinlong's documents. Jiang Shua scrutinized the files, his smile widening. Wang Jinlong was indeed no simple character. His methods of falsifying accounts were remarkably sophisticated. In just 2 years, he had embezzled several million from the company. If caught, he would surely face life imprisonment, Jiang Shua remarked casually. Fang Hong and Chu Fei, who had been waiting nearby, were taken aback by Jiang Shua's comment. Fang Hong quickly approached Jiang Shua, glancing at Wang Jinlong's records, and asked, "Chairman, I had a senior accountant review Wang Jinlong's accounts, and there were no discrepancies. How can you claim he has embezzled several million?" Jiang Shua pointed to several unreasonable entries in Wang Jinlong's accounts, saying, "These expenditures appear justified at first glance, but when considered collectively, what do you deduce?" Fang Hong furrowed his brow and examined the pointed-out entries, his expression shifting dramatically as he recognized the underlying issues. Indeed, Wang Jinlong had much to answer for, having managed Tunglong Group for many years. Fang Hong was well-versed in accounting practices. However, Wang Jinlong's methods of deception had proven too clever. Had Jiang Shua not highlighted them, he would have remained oblivious. It was astonishing that Wang Jinlong's hands were so unclean. Fang Hong had previously believed him to be a diligent and honest employee and was even contemplating a promotion for him. His disappointment was palpable. Fang Hong clenched his teeth, wishing he could confront Wang Jinlong immediately. At the same time, he felt a profound admiration for Jiang Shua. The new chairman had uncovered such serious embezzlement issues right upon his appointment, proving himself to be quite extraordinary. Chu Fei was utterly astonished by Jiang Shua's capabilities. She observed that he merely glanced at the documents, effortlessly discerning the critical elements within. Such acumen was beyond even Fang Hong, who had navigated the corporate world for many years. It was no wonder that this seemingly unremarkable individual could assume leadership of the Tunglong Group. When a person's inner richness reaches a certain depth, their outward appearance becomes inconsequential. To Chu Fei, Jiang Shua radiated brilliance. As a recent graduate, encountering such an exceptional young man naturally stirred certain sentiments within her. She pondered whether the chairman had a girlfriend. Oh dear, what am I thinking? A faint blush crept across Chu Fei's cheeks. In reality, Jiang Shua's inquiry into Wang Jinlong's accounts stemmed from the previous night, when Wang Jinlong had assured Su Qingyu that he would compensate her for a bottle of wine worth over $1 million. As the project manager of the Tunglong Group, Wang Jinlong's salary was indeed substantial, yet insufficient to casually part with such a large sum. Thus, Jiang Shua suspected Wang Jinlong's hands were not clean, and upon investigation, his suspicions were confirmed. Now, Jiang Shua had no qualms about ensuring Wang Jinlong faced dire consequences. Let us go. Someone like Wang Jinlong is a liability in the company. And it's time he learned a lesson. Jiang Shua stood up from his seat and strode towards the office exit, with Fang Hong and Chu Fei hurrying to follow, their eyes still reflecting admiration for him. The trio soon arrived in the lobby on the first floor, where Wang Jinlong was waiting with a contingent of security guards. He had overheard others mentioning Jiang Shua's entrance into the building and intended to ambush him. Upon spotting Jiang Shua, a sinister smile spread across Wang Jinlong's face as he approached with his entourage. Trash, you finally emerged. The Tunglong Group's building is not a place you can enter at will. Seize him immediately. I intend to teach him a lesson. Wang Jinlong commanded the guards. Let us see who dares to touch him. Fang Hong thundered. The guards, recognizing Fang Hong, immediately froze in place. It was then that Wang Jinlong noticed Fang Hong, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Fang, why are you here? Fang Hong shot Wang Jinlong a disdainful glance. Having learned that this scoundrel had embezzled millions from the company, he had no desire to engage with him. Wang Jinlong, sensing his precarious position, attempted to manipulate the situation. Fang, this man is here to cause trouble. He even claimed he would take over the Tunglong Group, and he is merely a live-in son-in-law of the Su family. A useless leech. He even kicked me. I demand the guards arrest him and take him to the police station. Fang Hong, seething with rage, raised his hand and slapped Wang Jinlong across the face. Wang Jinlong was momentarily stunned, clutching his face in disbelief. Fang, what are you doing? What am I doing? How dare you call the new chairman of the Tunglong Group a useless fool? Is this not a worthy cause for my actions? Fang Hong shouted. Wang Jinlong's heart sank as he glanced at Jiang Shua in shock, muttering, the new chairman? How can this be? How can it not be? Mr. Jiang is here today to assume control of the Tunglong Group, and you think to have the guards apprehend him? You must have lost your mind. Fang Hong retorted fiercely. Jiang Shua smiled at Wang Jinlong and remarked, do you remember what I said? Your position as project manager is forfeit today. Wang Jinlong's face turned pale as panic set in. He had never fathomed that Jiang Shua's earlier remarks were serious. How could a mere waste of space like him become the chairman? This position was paramount for him. If Jiang Shua truly dismissed him, his life would be irrevocably ruined. I signed a contract with the company. Even if you are the chairman, you cannot just fire me at will. Wang Jinlong stammered anxiously. Jiang Shua scoffed. Fire you? You truly overestimate your importance, Wang Jinlong. You have exploited your position to embezzle millions from the company, and we possess indisputable evidence. Shortly, you will be taken to the police station, likely to spend the rest of your life behind bars. We have no time to process your resignation. Wang Jinlong was rendered speechless, clearly taken aback by Jiang Shua's declaration. You are talking nonsense. When did I ever embezzle company funds? You are slandering me. I will sue you for defamation. He retorted defiantly. Jiang Shua produced the evidence he had gathered, presenting it before Wang Jinlong. The documents clearly outlined his fraudulent practices. Here is the evidence. Feel free to examine it. No matter how you protest, this matter is as good as settled, Jiang Shua stated coldly. Wang Jinlong hastily scanned the documents, his body slackening as his face turned ashen. He stared at Jiang Shua before kneeling, weeping profusely. Jiang Shua, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. I will return the money, and I will resign voluntarily. I beg you, I do not wish to go to prison. Jiang Shua snorted disdainfully. Did you think of that when you targeted my wife? You might as well reflect on your choices behind bars. Chapter 7. Su Qingyu's jealousy ultimately. Wang Jinlong was escorted away by the security guards to the police station. Fang Hong instructed Chu Fei to compile all evidence of Wang Jinlong's fraudulent activities and send it to the authorities. With the troublesome Wang Jinlong dealt with, Jiang Shuo felt a wave of relief. His feelings for Su Qingyu had deepened over the past 3 years. He would not allow anyone who dared to covet her to escape unscathed. Is there a new project at Tenglong Group? Jiang Shuo inquired, fixing his gaze on Fang Hong. Fang Hong nodded. Yes, the Lishui Bay project. It is currently in high demand, and many companies wish to collaborate with us, though no partners have been confirmed yet. Inform the Su family that we will allocate this project to them. Notify them today, and do not disclose any information concerning my identity. The news of my assumption of the chairmanship must remain confidential. The public need only know that there is a new chairman at Tenglong Group, Jiang Shuo instructed. Fang Hong immediately acquiesced, though he was puzzled as to why Jiang Shuo would grant the Lishui Bay project to a second-rate family. However, he refrained from questioning further. After all, the entire Tenglong Group belonged to Jiang Shuo, and he could manage it as he saw fit. After concluding this matter, Jiang Shuo had no further business and intended to leave the Tenglong Group. Chairman, let Fei Fei drive you. She is free anyway, Fang Hong suggested with a smile. Jiang Shuo, thinking it would be more convenient than hailing a taxi, nodded in agreement. Chu Fei, brimming with excitement, hurried to the garage to retrieve the car. This was her first time driving the chairman, and she was determined to make a good impression. Shortly thereafter, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz S-Class arrived at the entrance of Tenglong Tower, and Jiang Shuo climbed inside. Watching the car depart, Fang Hong sighed in relief, thinking that this new chairman was indeed quite laid back, seemingly indifferent not only to Wang Jinlong's issues, but also to the company's financial status. Contemplating Jiang Shuo's instruction to inform the Su family about the Lishui Bay project, Fang Hong felt compelled to offer a token of goodwill. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Xiaozhong, do you still have that jade ring worn by Qianlong? Yes, I do, came the response. All right, purchase it for me. I need it as a gift this evening. As Jiang Shuo sat comfortably in the luxurious Mercedes, he relished the feeling of opulence, recalling the last time he had enjoyed such treatment, which was many years ago, back in Kyoto. Remembering Su Qingyu's earlier call urging him to bring a gift for the family gathering that evening, he resolved to find a suitable present. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Qingyu. Hello, dear, what is the matter? Jiang Shuo answered. As soon as he uttered those words, Chu Fei, who was driving, instantly stiffened, nearly slamming on the brakes. Wife, the chairman, is actually married, though she had only known Jiang Shuo for a day. An inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over her upon hearing the news. Are you free right now? I am at the Qingdao Mall, looking for a gift. If you're not busy, come find me, Su Qingyu said on the other end. Okay, I'll head over now. After hanging up, Jiang Shuo turned to Chu Fei and said, let us go to Qingdao Mall. My wife is waiting for me there. Yes, chairman, Chu Fei replied. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Qingdao Mall, where Su Qingyu was waiting. Jiang Shuo instructed Chu Fei to park in front of Su Qingyu, and then he stepped out of the car. Su Qingyu, puzzled as to why this luxurious Mercedes was parked beside her, was taken aback when Jiang Shuo emerged from it. Jiang Shuo, how did you come out of this car? Su Qingyu exclaimed. This Mercedes was clearly an S-Class, worth over $1 million. When did Jiang Shuo acquire such privilege? Had he hired a luxury vehicle? Jiang Shuo smiled at Su Qingyu and explained, I was just at Tenglong Group, and they sent me over. Su Qingyu's surprise deepened as she asked, what were you doing at Tenglong Group? I was there to discuss their new project and to give Wang Jinlong a little lesson, Jiang Shuo replied honestly. Su Qingyu frowned, saying, have you become so full of yourself lately? Is it necessary to boast like that in front of me? At that moment, Chu Fei lowered the car window and cheerfully said to Jiang Shuo, I won't interrupt you two any longer. I'll head back now. Earlier, Jiang Shuo had specifically instructed Chu Fei not to address him as chairman. The instant Su Qingyu laid eyes on Chu Fei, she froze. She recognized Chu Fei as the secretary to the general manager of Tenglong Group. Chu Fei did not linger and drove away after exchanging words. Regaining her composure, Su Qingyu hurriedly asked Jiang Shuo, did you really go to Tenglong Group? Jiang Shuo nodded seriously. After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyu said, I see. Jiang Shuo felt a jolt of excitement, thinking Su Qingyu had uncovered his true identity. When did you become friends with the secretary of the general manager of Tenglong Group? She helped you cover the bill for that bottle of wine yesterday, didn't she? Su Qingyu inquired. Jiang Shuo felt a bit helpless, realizing that Su Qingyu merely thought he was friends with Chu Fei. Wife. Actually, Jiang Shuo began to explain. Enough, you don't need to say anything. I understand now. It's a good thing you have a friend like her, but asking her to cover over $1 million is too much. Even if your relationship is good, it might still be bothersome. If I'm not mistaken, the project discussions likely didn't go well. It's clear that while Chu Fei is the secretary, Wang Jinlong holds significant status at Tunglong Group, and this matter isn't easy to resolve. And you, don't keep troubling her. It's rare to have a friend like that, especially a beautiful secretary like Chu Fei. Su Qingyu's tone grew increasingly off-key, indicating her discomfort about Jiang Shua seeking out Chu Fei. Jiang Shua chuckled softly, but suddenly realized something and quickly asked, "Are you jealous?" Su Qingyu huffed. "Stop being so self-absorbed. How could I possibly be jealous of you?" Despite her words, the hurt in her eyes was evident. She truly struggled to accept the marriage arranged by her grandfather, but after 3 years, even the hardest of hearts could develop feelings. Moreover, Jiang Shua had been nothing but devoted and caring towards her during this time. Seeing the unmistakable signs of jealousy on Su Qingyu's face warmed Jiang Shua's heart. He realized that she had always held him in her heart. He solemnly grasped Su Qingyu's shoulders and assured her, "Wife, I promise I will never do anything to betray you. You are the only one in my heart for life. Chu Fei was just giving me a ride." Su Qingyu shrugged off Jiang Shua's hand and turned away, saying, "All right, let us hurry inside. We'll be late for the family dinner." With that, she walked inside, and Jiang Shua quickly followed, his heart brimming with joy. As they navigated through the dazzling array of shops, contemplating gifts for Su Laotai, Su Qingyu's gaze was drawn to a beautiful dress in a designer store. She stared at the dress, unable to look away. Since marrying Jiang Shua, she had lost track of how long it had been since she bought herself something pretty. Noticing Su Qingyu's fixation, Jiang Shua smiled. In the past, he had refrained from buying her clothes due to financial constraints, but now he possessed a fortune. Purchasing the entire mall would be effortless. If Su Qingyu desired it, he would buy it. However, just as he was about to speak, a mocking voice interrupted. "Oh, isn't this Su Qingyu? What is wrong? Are you eyeing that dress? You might as well give up. You definitely can't afford it." Su Qingyu snapped back to reality, turning to see a stylishly dressed woman accompanied by a tall man. Upon recognizing the woman, Su Qingyu's expression darkened. This woman was Li Xinya, her university roommate. In college, Su Qingyu was the campus belle with outstanding academic performance. Widely regarded as a goddess, while Li Xinya, though decent-looking, was merely above average in studies and could never compare to Su Qingyu. However, Li Xinya did not share this view. She always believed she deserved to be the center of attention and harbored a blind confidence in her appearance. Consequently, she envied Su Qingyu's reputation and the line of admirers queuing to pursue her, and she even resented Su Qingyu's superior academic achievements. During their school days, she often created trouble for Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu was aware of Li Xinya's disparaging remarks behind her back, which led to their poor relationship. After Su Qingyu married the so-called waste Jiang Shua, Li Xinya felt as though she had finally turned her fortunes around. Boasting about Su Qingyu's once glorious university days while deriding her for marrying a useless man, Su Qingyu felt wronged, but the truth in Li Xinya's words stung, and she had long feared encountering her university classmates to avoid awkwardness. Who would have thought she would run into Li Xinya here today? "I'm just looking. Not planning to buy," Su Qingyu replied coldly. Jiang Shua had previously heard Su Qingyu speak of Li Xinya and had seen her graduation photo, so he recognized her. Hearing Li Xinya's snide comment ignited a flicker of anger within him. "Who says we can't afford it? We could easily buy out this entire store." Jiang Shua shouted at Li Xinya. Upon hearing Jiang Shua's words, Su Qingyu's expression changed dramatically. Even a single item in this store likely cost thousands. Far beyond her means. Jiang Shua's sudden proclamation seemed to invite trouble. She glared at Jiang Shua, pinching his arm sharply. Jiang Shua smiled, signaling her to stay calm, assuring her that everything was under control. It was only then that Li Xinya turned to glance at Jiang Shua, her face revealing a hint of disdain as she remarked, "Su Qingyu, this must be your useless husband, right? If he hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have even noticed he was here." Observing him, it was evident that he embodied the rustic charm as rumored. He must have spent considerable time attending to household chores. Yet, he boasted with astounding audacity, claiming to have acquired a shop. "I would be utterly astonished if you could even afford a single garment within." As she spoke, she linked her arm with the gentleman beside her, continuing, "Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Wang Hao. He has secured a position with the Tunglong Group and will soon commence work there. His future holds limitless potential." The man named Wang Hao couldn't help but display a hint of pride. Su Qingyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, pondering why Jiang Chao had been creating trouble for her since yesterday, making her feel utterly humiliated. After all, working for the Tunglong Group was hardly a reason for such ostentation. Jiang Chao interjected, but Su Qingyu quickly retorted, "Jiang Chao, be quiet and refrain from speaking. Li Xinya's expression soured upon hearing Jiang Chao's remarks. She hadn't anticipated this good-for-nothing would dare belittle Wang Hao's job. You, a mere wastrel, have no right to voice such opinions. The Tunglong Group is the most formidable company in Jiangbei. Even if you were to stand guard at their entrance, they might not want you. Besides, you can't even afford to buy Su Qingyu a single piece of clothing, so spare us the pretense. Li Xingya declared vehemently. Jiang Chao smirked and replied, "Who says I can't?" He then turned to Su Qingyu, his expression earnest. "Wife, I genuinely intended to buy you some clothes just now, but I was interrupted. Let us go inside. I'll pick out a few items you'll love." Su Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Unable to comprehend why Jiang Chao insisted on putting on a facade of affluence. Sensing her disbelief, Jiang Chao added, "Trust me, this time I will not let you down." For some inexplicable reason, when he uttered those words, Su Qingyu felt a stirring in her heart, as if this time Jiang Chao might indeed effect some change. Compelled by an unseen force, Su Qingyu nodded in agreement and followed him into the clothing store. Witnessing Jiang Chao actually lead Su Qingyu inside, Li Xingya scoffed, "The price of clothes here starts at tens of thousands. I'm eager to see if you're truly capable of making a purchase or merely posturing." As Jiang Chao and Su Qingyu perused the store, he inquired about several garments, asking if she liked them. Su Qingyu found herself enamored with the clothing, yet upon glancing at the price tags, she panicked and urged Jiang Chao to return them. Jiang Chao, however, disregarded her pleas and brought several items, including a dress, to the cash register. "Please ring this up," he instructed the attendant. The attendant quickly calculated the total, announcing, "Sir, the total for these items is 156,000. How would you like to pay?" Li Xingya and Wang Hao, who were nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the staggering amount. "Jiang Chao, take it easy. Don't overreach, or you might injure yourself." Li Xingya mocked. Su Qingyu, upon hearing the price, was utterly taken aback. 156,000 exceeded her annual salary. She rushed to Jiang Chao's side, attempting to snatch the items from him. "Jiang Chao, I don't want these clothes. Put them back immediately." Jiang Chao, undeterred, produced his bank card and handed it to the attendant. "Charge it." The attendant, noticing Su Qingyu's reluctance to buy, swiftly swiped Jiang Chao's card, prioritizing her commission over the card's balance. After processing, she requested him to enter his PIN. Li Xingya chuckled derisively. "You're putting on quite the act. If the card is declined, will you say, 'Oh no, I grabbed the wrong card'?" Before Li Xingya could finish her taunt, the attendant handed Jiang Chao the receipt, stating, "Sir, the transaction has been successful. Thank you for your trust in our store. I will package the items for you." Both Li Xingya and Wang Hao were left dumbfounded, while a flustered Su Qingyu wore an expression of disbelief. The transaction was successful? Li Xingya stared incredulously at Jiang Chao, her face flushed with embarrassment. She never imagined she would be humiliated by a reputed good-for-nothing. "Are you certain he has sufficient funds? This fellow is notoriously useless. How could he possibly spend over 100,000 in one go?" Wang Hao questioned the attendant. The attendant shot him a cold glance, retorting, "Please show some respect for our esteemed customer. If there were no funds, how could a receipt be issued? Furthermore, if you two are not purchasing anything, kindly leave and refrain from disrupting our business." Jiang Chao's substantial expenditure naturally classified him as a valued customer, prompting the attendant to defend him. Wang Hao, irritated by the attendant's rebuke, felt the sting of inadequacy, knowing he couldn't match Jiang Chao's lavish spending. "Just wait until I start working at the Tunglong Group. Then we shall see if you maintain such an attitude," he muttered inwardly. Once the attendant had wrapped the clothes, she handed them to Jiang Chao, who smiled at Su Qingyu. "Wife, let us depart." Still in shock, Su Qingyu instinctively nodded and exited the store. Li Xingya, seething with resentment at Jiang Chao's smug demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. What is there to be so pleased about? You, a man without a job, could not possibly possess such wealth. Surely, this money belongs to Su Qingyu, accumulated over several years. It's rather bold of you to spend a woman's money so shamelessly, Li Xingya stated coldly. Jiang Chao glanced back at her, calmly retorting, "Is defamation your habitual response when you lack your own resources? Who is defaming you? I speak only the truth. Otherwise, how could Su Qingyu possibly exhibit such a reaction?" Li Xingya asserted confidently. Jiang Chao let out a derisive laugh, unwilling to further engage with her presumptuousness. As the saying goes, one cannot discuss ice with summer insects. Debating with someone like her would only squander his time. Li Xingya, sensing Jiang Chao's indifference, contemplated pushing him further, but suddenly a thought struck her, and she smiled slyly. "Never mind, arguing is pointless. After all, you're infamous for living off women, and your audacity is as thick as a city wall. Qingyu, I just remembered, our class reunion is on the 2nd of next month. Everyone is eager to see you. You must attend. Su Qingyu immediately shook her head. I don't think I'll go. She was well aware that Li Xinya intended to use the reunion as a means to humiliate her, so she had no intention of participating. You were once the most beautiful and academically accomplished student in our class. How could you miss the reunion? If Jiang Chao believes he is impressive, bring him along so everyone can witness it, Li Xinya proposed with a wicked grin, already plotting to humiliate both Su Qingyu and Jiang Chao during the reunion. Frowning at the implications of her words, Su Qingyu was poised to decline outright. Just then, Jiang Chao interjected. Sure, we will be there. Su Qingyu shot him a glare. Bewildered, Li Xinya laughed heartily, saying, that has settled then. Just don't embarrass Su Qingyu. With that, Li Xinya dragged Wang Hao away. Su Qingyu looked at Jiang Chao in confusion and asked, why did you agree? Can't you see she intends to embarrass us? Jiang Shua smiled and said, my dear, rest assured, I will never let you lose face. Su Qingyu, having endured 3 years of cold stares from others due to her own circumstances, felt it was now Jiang Shua's turn to restore her dignity. However, she clearly did not believe his words, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her, and chose to dismiss the topic. Where did the 156,000 yuan for the clothes come from? Did you borrow it from Chu Fei? Su Qingyu changed the subject. No, this money is mine, Jiang Shua replied. Stop joking. How could you possibly have that much money? Su Qingyu exclaimed in frustration. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Shua felt compelled to explain, fearing that she would continue to be upset over financial matters in the future. Dear, I'm not lying. My father, who went missing when I was 5, sent someone to find me and gave me a considerable sum of money. The bottle of wine worth over 1 million yesterday wasn't repaid with borrowed money. It was from the funds my father provided. He refrained from mentioning the amount, knowing that if he said it was 1 billion, Su Qingyu would think he was boasting. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. Is what you said true? She asked in disbelief. Absolutely, Jiang Shua affirmed. Relieved, Su Qingyu realized that Jiang Shua had not borrowed money from anyone and that they were not burdened with enormous debts. She playfully scolded him. Even if it's from your father, you can't spend it recklessly. Save some for the future, understood? Understood, Jiang Shua replied with a smile. Don't you want to know how much my father gave me? With just one word from you, I would hand it all over. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes, responding, I don't want it. It's your father's money. Keep it for yourself. I'm not that greedy. Hearing this, Jiang Shua felt warmth in his heart, realizing he had not misjudged her. The two of them moved on from the topic and went to buy gifts for Grandma Su. Though Jiang Shua was now worth billions, he had no intention of purchasing anything exorbitantly expensive. He remembered how the Su family had treated him over the past 3 years. Only Su Qingyu was deserving of his unreserved devotion. As for the others, a mere token gesture would suffice, considering it was just a family gathering. Su Qingyu also opted for modest gifts, and they eventually purchased 2 gift boxes to convey their sentiments. After buying the gifts, they took a taxi back home, needing to drop off their new clothes first. Once home, Jiang Shua felt a slight stomachache and rushed to the restroom. After attending to his needs, he emerged and headed towards the bedroom, only to find Su Qingyu had already begun changing out of her clothes. Su Qingyu's figure was graceful and alluring, and presented in such a manner, Jiang Shua was momentarily spellbound. The renowned beauty of Yun City truly was breathtaking. Su Qingyu, startled by his sudden entrance, quickly covered herself with her clothes, and the atmosphere in the room turned suggestive. With Wei Shufan and Su Qingxing away at the Su family villa, only the two of them remained at home, causing Jiang Shua's heart to race. Have you finished staring? Su Qingyu, noticing Jiang Shua's gaze, said with irritation. Jiang Shua swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on her as he stepped further into the room. After 3 years of marriage, Jiang Shua had always slept in the storeroom, never having truly shared a marital bond with Su Qingyu. As a normal man, he naturally felt a surge of desire upon witnessing her in this state. Qingyu, since your mother and Qingxing aren't here, Jiang Shua began. Seeing the look in his eyes made Su Qingyu anxious, prompting her to urgently say, Jiang Shua, calm down. Her words snapped him back to reality, and noticing her tense expression, he understood he had frightened her. With a sigh, he realized that forcing intimacy was not his desire. Qingyu, I'm sorry. I got carried away, he said, turning to leave the room. Wait a moment. Su Qingyu called after him. Jiang Shua turned back, confusion evident on his face. Su Qingyu bit her lip and continued. I know you've endured much over these past 3 years. It's unbearable to be despised by everyone. However, I have witnessed all your sacrifices and have already accepted you in my heart. I've been frustrated by your complacency and lack of ambition, which is why I've often shown you a cold demeanor. I don't want you to be seen as a failure for life. I want to see you change. I know what you desire, but if you force things, I will divorce you immediately. Yet, if you are willing to make even a small change, I promise to fulfill any of your requests." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Shua's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. "Really?" he asked, and Su Qingyu nodded earnestly. "All right. I promise you, I will no longer be seen as a failure in their eyes," Jiang Shua declared with unwavering determination. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Su Qingyu replied, excitement and a hint of shyness in her voice. She had just promised to meet any of his requests, leaving him to ponder what she might do if he truly transformed. "You are the light of my life. How could I ever let you down?" Jiang Shua felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. Though he had willingly lived as a failure for 3 years due to circumstances, he had prepared himself for this moment. His father, who had vanished when he was 5, had returned with significant resources, and Jiang Shua sensed it was time to shed his past restraint. Memories flooded back of the time he had just entered the Su family, when Wei Shufan had playfully sent him out in a torrential downpour to fetch something from 10 kilometers away, resulting in his high fever and unconsciousness. At that time, both Wei Shufan and Su Qingsheng had viewed him as a curse, intending to cast him out when he was ill. It was Su Qingyu, who felt he had ruined her life, who had intervened. Though he had been unconscious, he retained a faint awareness of Su Qingyu feeding him medicine, struggling to get him to swallow it until she resorted to mouth to ensure he took it all. That was one of the most beautiful moments of Jiang Shua's life. It was then that he had begun to see Su Qingyu as his hope for survival. Without her, he would not have persisted until now. "Jiang Shua, why are you still staring at me? Get out." Su Qingyu's annoyed voice broke his reverie, and he quickly turned, awkwardly smiling before exiting the room. Shortly after, Su Qingyu emerged from her room in the dress Jiang Shua had bought for her. He praised her beauty, calling her a fairy, while she rolled her eyes at him. After gathering the gift boxes, they set off for the Su family villa. Upon arriving, the atmosphere at the villa was lively, with several tables set up in the living room, where many guests awaited. As Su Qingyu led Jiang Shua into the room, Wei Shufan and Su Qingsheng hurried over. "Qingyu, why did you bring this useless person along? Didn't we agree last night to kick him out? He owes over 1 million. Wei Shufan cast a fierce glance at Jiang Shua. "Indeed, sister. How could the Chunfeng restaurant let him out? He must not be back to demand money from us, right?" Su Qingshua hurriedly added. Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Mother, today is a family banquet. Jiang Shua is part of our family and should attend. As for the cost of that bottle of wine, Jiang Shua has already repaid it. I will explain this matter to you later." "Humph. Even if that money has been returned, this jinx will only bring trouble to our family," Wei Shufan muttered. At that moment, a young woman, dressed flamboyantly and exuding an air of arrogance, approached them. Her name was Su Jieli, the cousin of Su Qingyu, the daughter of Su Qingyu's uncle. Su Jieli, envious of Su Qingyu's beauty, had always been at odds with her, often mocking her. "Su Qingyu, you brought this eyesore to the family banquet? Aren't you afraid he will tarnish Grandma's eyes?" Su Jieli sneered. The members of the Su family turned their gazes toward them, displaying expressions of ridicule. Su Qingyu's countenance darkened instantly as she retorted coldly, "He is my husband. You have no right to dictate whom I bring. TCH, he's clearly a waste. I can't believe you're so protective of him." "Truly, birds of a feather flock together," Su Jieli scoffed. Noticing the gift box Jiang Shua was holding, she snickered. "You all plan to give such a pitiful gift to Grandma? How shabby. You've truly embarrassed the Su family." After saying that, she waved to a man standing not far away. "Brother, come quickly and show them the gift we've prepared." The man swiftly approached. He was Su Jieli's brother, Su Jiaming, who also had a contentious relationship with Su Qingyu. Su Jiaming pulled out a box from his clothing, opened it for everyone to see, and proudly proclaimed, "An exquisite relic. A jade ring once worn by Qianlong. I spent 300,000 and leveraged connections to acquire it. How about that? Have you ever seen anything like it?" The crowd gazed enviously at the jade ring. Jiang Shua cast a glance at it, his expression revealing a trace of disdain. "Brother, you should put it away quickly, lest someone gets envious and tries to snatch it from us," Su Jieli remarked with a sarcastic tone, eyeing Su Qingyu and Jiang Shua. Su Qingyu's face darkened further, unable to fathom the depths of their malice. However, given it was a family gathering, she refrained from voicing her grievances. Shortly thereafter, Grandma Su entered the living room and took her seat at the head of the table, prompting everyone else to sit down. With Su Qingyu's family positioned at the outermost edge, as the family banquet commenced, everyone presented their gifts to Grandma Su. Su Qingyu approached with her gift box, feeling irked by Su Jieli and Su Jiaming's earlier comments. At that moment, Su Jiaming stood up and presented the jade ring to Grandma Su, stating, "Grandma, this is a jade ring once worn by Qianlong. Jelly and I spent 300,000 on it, and you will surely exude elegance wearing it." Grandma Sue beamed with delight, praising her grandchildren for their thoughtfulness. "This ring represents our heartfelt intention. Unlike some who merely bought a couple of cheap gift boxes to brush Grandma off. One might think they harbor grievances against you." Sue Jelly interjected, directing her words at Grandma Sue. Su Qingyu's anger flared upon hearing this, and she stood up to confront Su Jelly. "What do you mean by that? When have I ever had grievances against Grandma?" Su Jelly curled her lip and replied, "If you had no grievances, why would you buy such shabby items to appease Grandma?" Su Qingyu was rendered speechless with rage, while Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue could only share her anxiety. At this juncture, Jiang Shuo rose, fixing his gaze on Su Jelly and Su Jiaming, and coldly declared, "We chose gift boxes as a token of our heartfelt sentiment. Unlike you who brought a counterfeit ring to deceive Grandma. What are your true intentions?" The room fell silent in shock. Su Jelly and Su Jiaming's expressions shifted as they directed icy glares at Jiang Shuo. "What nonsense are you babbling? When has it ever been your place to speak here? You waste." Su Jelly glared at him. Su Jiaming scoffed derisively. "Jiang Shuo, if you can't afford to gift Grandma something of value, why must you defame us? I went through great lengths to procure this ring. It cannot possibly be fake." Su Qingyu and Wei Shufan were taken aback by Jiang Shuo's sudden outburst, their worry escalating. Su Qingyu turned to Jiang Shuo, frowning. "Have you forgotten what you promised me today? Why are you seeking trouble? Whether the ring is genuine or not is not for you to decide." Wei Shufan glared at Jiang Shuo with disdain, turning to the others, "Everyone, do not take this good-for-nothing's words to heart. He has just lost his mind. How could Jiaming and Jelly possibly present Grandma with a fake gift? Jiang Shuo is merely envious, and I will deal with him later." The guests chuckled derisively, clearly viewing Jiang Shuo as a joke. "It's utterly ridiculous. If one can't afford it, they accuse others of deceit. No one can match such shamelessness. Does this fool not realize how embarrassing he is? Perhaps we should simply expel him to spare everyone's discomfort." Even Grandma Su, who had been joyful, now wore a displeased expression due to Jiang Shuo's remarks. She coldly stated, "The filial piety shown by Jiaming and Jelly is evident to all. Yet you, this jinx, not only lack sincerity but also slander others. Truly laughable. From now on, you are not welcome at any Su family gathering. Get out." Su Qingyu's anger towards Jiang Shuo intensified as she reflected on his earlier promise to change. Disappointment flooded her heart. He had agreed to improve today, yet here he was, stirring up trouble again. Feeling a deep sense of injustice, she pleaded, "Grandma." Jiang Shuo was momentarily confused and spoke out of turn. "Please forgive him this once." Jiang Shuo remained unfazed by the ridicule and scorn directed at him, speaking earnestly. "Natural jade has color roots, with hues that vary from surface to core, distributed unevenly. The jade ring Su Jiaming possesses displays uniform color and lacks visible roots, indicating it is clearly mass-produced, inexpensive merchandise. Moreover, genuine jade produces a crisp, melodious sound. Counterfeit goods are typically dull. If you do not believe me, you may strike the ring with your hand and listen. If I am mistaken, I will accept any punishment without complaint." Before arriving in Yinqing, Jiang Shuo had been exposed to the world, having encountered various jade, agate, and antique items. His discerning eye was unparalleled. The crowd was astonished by his knowledgeable remarks, not anticipating such expertise from him. Su Jiaming and Su Jelly began to perspire nervously, revealing their discomfort. Grandma Su, taken aback by Jiang Shuo's astute commentary, scrutinized the ring closely, noticing that its color was indeed uniform, unlike natural jade. She then picked up the ring and lightly tapped it, producing a dull sound that corroborated Jiang Shuo's assertions. Everyone present heard the sound, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity. Su Qingyu gazed at Jiang Shuo in disbelief, astonished that he might actually be correct. Had she truly misjudged him? Beads of sweat trickled down Su Jiaming's forehead as he frantically contemplated how to defend himself. The ring he purchased from a street vendor was indeed a cheap trinket. He had thought that his family lacked discernment, allowing him to both delight the elderly lady and embezzle 300,000 from the company's accounts. Thus, he conspired with Su Jelly to claim that the ring had once belonged to Emperor Qianlong. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Shuo would discern the truth of the ring's authenticity, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Su Jelly rolled her eyes and shouted at Jiang Shuo, "Don't think that your pretentious demeanor can fool everyone. Take a good look in the mirror and see what you truly are. You are nothing but a well-known good-for-nothing. Your words are untrustworthy across the entire world." Su Jiaming quickly chimed in, "Exactly. How could a useless person like him possibly discern the authenticity of jade? This ring was purchased through a friend of mine. Surely my friend wouldn't he deceive me." Many present found some semblance of logic in their words. Although Jiang Shua spoke with apparent conviction, he was merely a good-for-nothing, only capable of washing dishes. Jelly was right. Had she not intervened, Jiang Shua might have indeed hoodwinked them. If he understood jade, pigs could fly. Indeed, they echoed. His lofty posturing is laughable. If anyone else had said this, I might have believed it, but coming from Jiang Shua, it's merely a joke. Wei Shufan, suppressing her anger, glared at Jiang Shua and scolded, "You brainless fool." Apologized to Jiaming and Jelly at once. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Shua was taken aback by the disbelief of the crowd despite his clear assertions. Su Qingyu, swayed by the others' opinions, bit her lip and cast a disappointed glance at Jiang Shua, stating, "You have truly disappointed me. Qingyu, I speak the truth. If you doubt me, consult a professional appraiser." "I am absolutely correct." Jiang Shua implored Su Qingyu. "Enough. Stop your futile explanations. Do you truly wish to be thrown out?" Su Qingyu's tone turned frosty. "You have already brought enough shame upon yourself. Do not seek further trouble. Apologize immediately and refrain from attending such gatherings in the future." Jiang Shua felt a pang of anxiety at Su Qingyu's disbelief, wishing he could call a professional appraiser at that moment. Observing the successful deception of the crowd, Su Jiaming and Su Jelly wore smug smiles. This fool actually believes he can expose us. How laughable. What he said is not wrong, but alas, no one will believe him, Su Jelly whispered to Su Jiaming. With a mocking grin, Su Jiaming shouted at Jiang Shua, "Jiang Shua, hurry and apologize. You have slandered our filial piety towards the elderly lady. Such behavior warrants expulsion from the Su family." As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a suit entered the room, holding an exquisite box and an envelope. "I am here on behalf of the Tunglong Group to present a gift. Specifically this Qianlong jade ring, as a token of goodwill." Su Jiaming's smile vanished abruptly, and he turned to the man in shock, his previous words echoing in his mind. A Qianlong jade ring? Wasn't he that the very item he had claimed to gift? Moreover, it was from the Tunglong Group. The rest of the guests stared in astonishment at the man delivering the gift, surprised that the Tunglong Group would send someone to present a gift. Su Jelly quickly tugged at Su Jiaming's sleeve, inquiring, "Brother, what is happening? Why is someone from the Tunglong Group here to present a gift?" "How would I know? The crucial point is that he is presenting a Qianlong jade ring. Now everyone likely knows we purchased a counterfeit," Su Jiaming replied, panic written all over his face. Upon hearing that the Tunglong Group had sent a gift, Su Laotai stood up respectfully and approached the man. "May I ask, sir, why has the Tunglong Group chosen to present a gift to our Su family? The specific reason is outlined in the letter from our general manager. My task is complete, so I must take my leave," the man stated curtly, handing the jade ring and the envelope to Su Laotai before departing. Holding the items, Su Laotai appeared momentarily dazed. Returning to her seat, she opened the box containing the jade ring, revealing a stunning piece that exuded an air of nobility. Inside the box was also a nationally certified appraisal certificate, confirming the authenticity of the jade ring. Everyone was captivated by the exquisite piece. True high-end items possess an alluring quality that cannot be replicated by fakes. Only Su Jiaming and Su Jelly stared at the jade ring in Su Laotai's hands, wishing they could disappear into the floor. A hint of guilt crossed Su Qingyu's face as she realized she had misjudged Jiang Shua. Su Laotai cast a frowning glance at Su Jiaming and Su Jelly, who quickly lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze. Jiang Shua observed this scene with a smile, thinking that the arrival of Feng Hong's representative was quite timely. Now, even if he said nothing, everyone would know that Su Jiaming had given a counterfeit. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shua remarked, "The Qianlong jade ring from the Tunglong Group comes with a certificate. It should not be fake, correct?" "Su Jiaming, do you still insist that the one you purchased is authentic?" Su Jiaming gritted his teeth in frustration, never expecting this good-for-nothing would take the chance to humiliate him. He was filled with a desire to eliminate Jiang Shua. The crowd felt the awkwardness, having previously supported Su Jiaming against Jiang Shua. "In this household, when did it become your place to question me?" Su Jiaming thought desperately for a way to defuse the situation, resorting to shouting at Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua snorted coldly and addressed Su Laotai, "Grandmother, Su Jiaming and Su Jelly purchased a counterfeit ring, claiming they spent 300,000 on it, all while asserting it was their filial piety. Shouldn't such behavior be dealt with according to family rules?" Upon hearing the mention of family rules, Su Jiaming and Su Jelly grew anxious. Su Lao shot Jiang Shua a glance and collected the jade ring. Jiaming said he purchased it through a friend. It must be that unreliable friend who deceived him. This is unrelated to his filial piety, so there is no need for family punishment. Su Jiaming's eyes lit up at Su Laotai's words, quickly asserting, "Grandmother is right. It is all my unreliable friend's fault." I had no idea he sold me a counterfeit. My filial piety towards you is genuine. I will confront my friend to clarify this matter. And you, Su Laotai continued. Why do you seem so eager for me to punish them? What is your true intention? Su Laotai then coldly remarked, he is naturally ill-intentioned. If you say one more word, I will have you thrown out. Jiang Shuo felt utterly speechless, astonished at Su Laotai's blatant favoritism towards Su Jiaming. Despite the obvious facts, she could concoct justifications. This time, Su Qingyu began to stand up for Jiang Shuo, realizing that Su Laotai had consistently favored Su Jiaming and Su Jieli, unjustly accusing Jiang Shuo while providing excuses for Su Jiaming. Grandmother, Jiang Shuo, she attempted to defend him. Enough. This matter ends here. Anyone who dares to bring it up again will be thrown out. I won't hesitate to warn you, Su Laotai stated bluntly. Su Qingyu was rendered speechless. Swallowing her words, Su Jiaming and Su Jieli exchanged triumphant glances at Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu, as if to boast that even having gifted a counterfeit was of no consequence. Jiang Shuo remained calm, unwilling to engage with them further. The future was long, and these siblings would undoubtedly pay for their ignorance in due time. Madame Su disregarded Jiang Shuo and, with a palpable excitement, picked up the envelope from the table, eager to discover its contents. The onlookers shared her anticipation. The sudden gift from Tunglong Group surely heralded good news. Jiang Shuo remained composed, as he was already privy to the letter's contents, having orchestrated its delivery through Feng Hong. Su Qingyu cast a glance at Jiang Shuo, sensing an inexplicable connection between him and the letter, especially since he had visited Tunglong Group that day and had been escorted to the mall by the secretary of the group's general manager. The more Feng matriarch read, the more animated her expression became, her hands trembling with anticipation. She briefly met Su Qingyu's gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Jiang Shuo secretly chuckled to himself. This was a surprise he had prepared for Su Qingyu. He had instructed Feng Hong to hand over the Lishui Bay project to the Su family, specifically designating Su Qingyu to take charge. After a considerable time, Madame Su finally finished reading the letter, carefully folding it back and placing it inside the envelope. Finally, my Su family is poised to soar, Madame Su exclaimed, electrifying the room. The letter primarily conveyed that Tunglong Group intended to entrust the highly sought-after Lishui Bay project to their family. Everyone was taken aback. They were acutely aware of the project's significance and had aspired to compete for it. Yet, the Su family had been the least conspicuous among the numerous contenders. It was astonishing that Tunglong Group had chosen to bestow this opportunity upon them. Furthermore, the general manager had specifically highlighted a young talent from the Su family, attributing the decision to him. The crowd immediately began scanning their surroundings, eager to identify this prodigy. Jiang Shuo glanced at Su Qingyu, anticipating her reaction to the unfolding revelation. This young talent is none other than my beloved grandson, Su Jiaming. Chapter 13. Inversion of truth. The gaze of the crowd swiftly settled upon Su Jiaming, their eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, he was a remarkable individual, so highly regarded by Tunglong Group that they had directly allocated the Lishui Bay project to the Su family in his honor. I have always believed that Jiaming's future is boundless. He is the hope of our family. It appears my foresight was not misplaced, Madame Su proclaimed. The efforts Jiaming had invested over the years were evident, truly deserving of the accolades reserved for an exceptional young talent. Su Jiaming, however, was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that Madame Su was referring to him. While he had indeed contemplated securing the Lishui Bay project for the family, his attempts to negotiate with Tunglong Group had ended in failure, with him being promptly dismissed without even meeting the general manager. The notion that Tunglong Group's decision was inspired by him left him astonished. As praises poured in, he acknowledged that, despite his contributions, the true merit lay in the potential of the Su family. Without hesitation, he claimed the Lishui Bay project as his own achievement. Jiang Shuo, who had been waiting to surprise Su Qingyu, felt his expression darken upon hearing these claims. He had explicitly instructed Feng Hong to ensure the project was attributed to Su Qingyu, and there was no way Feng would err on such a matter. Yet, Madame Su's assertion that Tunglong Group's decision stemmed from Su Jiaming indicated she was being deceitful. Jiang Shuo never expected Madame Su would display such bias, distorting the truth to this extent. Su Qingyu had harbored a sliver of hope, but upon hearing Madame Su's words, she realized her expectations were misplaced. After all, even if Jiang Shuo had connections with the secretary of the general manager, it was implausible that he could influence such a substantial project for the Su family. Regardless, he remained a figure of ridicule, perceived as a failure. Su Jieli's joy surged upon learning of Tunglong Group's esteem for her brother, and she turned to Su Qingyu with a mocking glance. Someone like my brother is the true pillar of our family. unlike those who merely drag our family down. Su Qingyu furrowed her brows and retorted coldly. What do you mean, Su Jieli? Are you truly unaware? Don't think I don't know about your antics. If I'm not mistaken, last night, the project manager from Tunglong Group invited you to dinner, but you managed to drive him away with your lack of tact. Can you deny it? Su Jieli shot back fiercely. The crowd gasped at the revelation, astonished that Su Qingyu had behaved in such a manner. I had assumed Tunglong Group would refuse to collaborate with us because of you. Now it all relies on my brother. Tunglong Group has chosen to overlook your indiscretion, and you should be thankful to him. Fuming, Su Qingyu clenched her fists, unable to counter Su Jieli's accusations, as the incident indeed occurred. Wei Shufan, wishing to defend Su Qingyu, quickly interjected, what happened last night was entirely Jiang Shua's fault. It had nothing to do with Qingyu. He provoked Manager Wang. Well, Jiang Shua is still from your family, just like Su Qingyu, Su Jieli retorted without restraint. Wei Shufan's family held the least status within the Su clan, and even a younger generation like Su Jieli never showed her any respect. Wei Shufan, seething with anger, directed her frustrations solely at Jiang Shua. You worthless wretch. Is there anything you can do besides bringing trouble to our family? I deeply regret not defying the old man's orders from the start. Wei Shufan shouted at Jiang Shua. At that moment, Madame Su cast a glance their way and declared, enough. Our Su family acquiring the Lishui Bay project is a moment of great joy. Let us not dwell on Qingyu's missteps. She continued, tomorrow evening, Tunglong Group will host a contract signing ceremony at their headquarters. I expect all of you to conduct yourselves properly and not tarnish the Su family's reputation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Shua then turned to Madame Su and asked, Grandmother, are you certain that Tunglong Group granted the Lishui Bay project to our family because of Su Jiaming? Would it not be prudent for us all to take a look at the letter? Madame Su's expression hardened, her voice icy. What? Are you questioning my words? Jiang Shua, it seems you are itching for trouble today, challenging even what Grandma says. Can it be that she would deceive us? Su Jiaming glared at Jiang Shua disdainfully. Su Jieli chimed in. He is just jealous of my brother's recognition from Tunglong Group, trying to stir up trouble. If Tunglong Group did not assign the Lishui Bay project to our family because of my brother, could it possibly be due to you? Or perhaps because of Su Qingyu? Do not seek validation here. The others looked at Jiang Shua disapprovingly, thinking he was indeed making a fuss for no reason. I am not questioning. I merely wish to see what the letter contains. If what Grandma says is true, why should it matter if others read it? Jiang Shu retorted with a sneer. Madame Su's countenance darkened to its nadir. She was acutely aware of the letter's contents. Should it be revealed, her standing within the family would be severely compromised. Rising abruptly, she clutched the letter and declared, in this household, no one has the right to question my words. Tunglong Group indeed values Jiaming, and that requires no further explanation. Although she did not comprehend why Tunglong Group would award the Lishui Bay project to the Su family based on Su Qingyu, she firmly believed that Su Jiaming was far superior. Thus, should the project be entrusted to him, it was not a matter of concern. She could simply clarify the situation with Tunglong Group later. The contract signing ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow evening, and Elder Su has declared that this worthless individual must not attend to avoid any disruptions. After uttering this to Su Qingyu, she turned and left. Su Jieli cast a derisive glance at Jiang Shua, remarking, how shameless of you to question my brother's abilities. You are beneath him, and his future is limitless, while you are destined to remain a failure for life. Jiang Shua, however, dismissed her taunts, wearing a sardonic smile. If they believe Su Jiaming to be so exceptional, even going so far as to distort the truth, then they should not blame me for being ungracious. At tomorrow's ceremony, I shall reveal to you the true meaning of despair. Chapter 14. Come sleep with me. As the family gathering concluded, guests departed one after another. On the way home, Su Qingyu's family felt a palpable heaviness. Her expression was particularly grim, burdened by a complex mix of emotions. Jiang Shua's unexpected discernment of the counterfeit jadeite gifted by Su Jiaming had compelled her to reevaluate this seemingly unremarkable individual. Although Jiang Shua's challenge of Elder Su's words had incited collective ire, she sensed that it was not a deliberate affront. If the elder truly had nothing to hide, why would she not allow everyone to see the contents of that letter? Most importantly, amidst the ridicule directed at her, only Jiang Shua had the courage to stand up for her. Regardless of whether he subsequently attracted further discontent, Su Qingyu felt genuinely touched by his support. Her perception of Jiang Shua had undergone a significant transformation, though she would not outwardly express these sentiments. This was merely the beginning. Whether her opinion of him would entirely shift depended on his future actions. Upon arriving home, as soon as they entered, Wei Shufan seized the broom resting by the door and struck Jiang Shua fiercely. You contemptible coward! Why did you feel the need to speak out at the family gathering? Would it kill you to remain silent? How dare you question the elder's words? Are you trying to drag our entire family down with you? On the return journey, Wei Shufan had held her tongue, simmering with anger, which now erupted uncontrollably. Jiang Shuo, quick on his feet, dodged her blows. You wretched creature, how dare you evade me? Stand still. If I don't break your legs today, I shall reverse my name. Su Qingxue, witnessing the scene, immediately began to cheer her mother on. Mom, hit him harder. I also believe he has brought disgrace upon our family at the gathering. We are already looked down upon, and now we stand to gain even less in the family. Su Qingyu furrowed her brow once more, stepping in front of Wei Shufan to intervene. Mom, what are you doing? Jiang Shuo did nothing wrong today. It was the others who were excessive. He did nothing wrong. He openly questioned the elder in front of everyone. Is that not wrong? If it weren't for the elder's generosity, we would have all been expelled from the Su family. Wei Shufan shouted, her fury palpable. Mom, I'm not disputing her. The person mentioned in that letter cannot be Su Jiaming. It must be Qingyu, and the elder's favoritism led her to misattribute it to Su Jiaming. Otherwise, she would not have been so magnanimous, Jiang Shuo interjected. Wei Shufan, now even more incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at him. You are spewing nonsense again. Did you write that letter? It was sent by Tinglong Group. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have offended Manager Wang. Do you really think Tinglong Group would have given this project to the Su family because of Qingyu? That Wang Jinlong has already been fired from Tinglong Group. I witnessed it myself. Furthermore, Su Jiaming is nothing but an uneducated layabout. What qualifications does he possess to be valued by Tinglong Group? Jiang Shuo countered. Wei Shufan trembled with rage, exclaiming, You, a spineless wretch, how dare you speak of others? Enough. Su Qingyu could no longer tolerate the quarrel and interjected. Mom, Jiang Shuo did nothing wrong. He merely stood up for me. Wei Shufan turned to Su Qingyu, saying, Qingyu, how can you be so foolish? Consider the trouble he has brought upon us since he joined our family. If it weren't for him, we would not have fallen so low. When your father ran off with that vixen, the elder had already begun to resent us. It was a stroke of luck we weren't cast out immediately. Now this coward continues to dig his own grave. At this rate, we will eventually be ruined because of him. My dear daughter, listen to me and divorce him. There are countless worthy men waiting for you, and we need not endure this humiliation. Hearing her mother mention her father, Su Qingyu felt a wave of helplessness. Wei Shufan's bitterness was a direct result of her husband's infidelity years ago, which, upon discovery, he not only refused to admit, but also left with the other woman. Mom, please stop bringing this up. I will not divorce Jiang Shuo. I believe he will change. Let this matter rest. We need not dwell on it any longer. Su Qingyu declared resolutely. Seeing her daughter's stubbornness, Wei Shufan could only sigh in resignation. You wretched boy, behave yourself from now on. If you continue to be so oblivious, I shall throw you out. After scolding Jiang Shuo, Wei Shufan retreated to her room. Su Qingxue made a face at Jiang Shuo before departing as well. Jiang Shuo turned to Su Qingyu, saying, Qingyu, tomorrow. Enough, no need to say more. Just stay home and avoid getting involved in family matters. It would be best not to provoke them further. With that, Su Qingyu also retreated to her room. Jiang Shuo had intended to inform Su Qingyu that the Su family would not achieve their desired outcome at the contract signing ceremony, but he realized that in this moment, she would not be receptive to his words. It would be more effective to let her witness the results firsthand tomorrow. He returned to his small storage room, which contained only a minuscule bed and clutter. Sometimes, even turning over was a challenge. It was in this cramped space that he had resided for 3 years. Qingyu, tomorrow, I will show you my true capabilities, and as for Su Jiaming and his ilk, their triumph will be short-lived. Just as Jiang Shuo lay down, the door to the storage room swung open, revealing Su Qingyu. Startled, he sat up and inquired, Qingyu, what is it? Su Qingyu had initially intended to remind Jiang Shuo to avoid unnecessary confrontations, but upon entering the dimly lit, cluttered room, she felt an unexpected pang of empathy. For 3 years, she had paid little attention to Jiang Shuo, often unwilling to look his way. Although she knew he must be uncomfortable living in such conditions, she had never considered the oppressive reality of his situation. A normal person could scarcely endure a month in such a setting without succumbing to despair. Yet he had persisted for 3 years without a single complaint. Her eyes grew moist as she reflected on the cold shoulders she had faced due to Jiang Shuo. Yet he had silently borne his own burdens. Qingyu? Jiang Shuo called softly, sensing her silence. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. Come sleep with me. You need not stay here any longer. Chapter 15. What are you worth? Upon hearing the invitation to sleep together, Jiang Shuo was momentarily stunned. He gazed at Su Qingyu in disbelief, overwhelmed by an unexpected sense of honor and astonishment. Really, is this true? Jiang Shua cautiously verified. Su Qingyu nodded and said, "However, you cannot sleep on the bed. You must make do with the floor." Although a hint of disappointment lingered, Jiang Shua felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The fact that Su Qingyu allowed him to sleep on the floor in her room signified a shift in her attitude toward him. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. And Jiang Shua believed that one day, Su Qingyu would willingly request to share the bed with him. The mere thought of such a scenario brought a smile to his face. Observing his expression, Su Qingyu felt a flutter of anxiety and inquired, "What are you grinning about? You wouldn't dare do anything to me while I'm asleep, would you?" Jiang Shua quickly composed himself and assured her, "I promise, I wouldn't." Su Qingyu remained skeptical but turned and returned to her room. Jiang Shua promptly gathered his belongings and laid out his bedding in Su Qingyu's room. Though it was his first time sharing a room with her, causing him to feel somewhat excited and restless throughout the latter half of the night. It was undoubtedly the most comfortable sleep he had ever experienced. The following afternoon, the Su family dressed impeccably and made their way to the Tunglong building. Before they left, Wei Shufan warned Jiang Shua sternly that if he dared to show up at the Tunglong building, she would have his skin. Naturally, Jiang Shua paid no heed to Wei Shufan's words and ventured to the Tunglong building after everyone else had departed. He headed straight to the general manager's office, fully aware that the Su family lacked the qualifications to be there and would remain oblivious to his presence. Today's plans had changed. The Lishui Bay project would no longer be awarded to the Su family. Jiang Shua cast a sidelong glance at Feng Hong, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Inside the reception hall of the Tunglong building, everything was set up for the upcoming contract signing ceremony. The Su family members were all seated with expressions of delight, discussing how they would celebrate after securing the Lishui Bay project. As one of the most sought-after projects in Yunqing, the potential profits were staggering, and once the contract was signed, the entire Su family would stand to benefit. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli were especially dressed for the occasion, with Su Jiaming having splurged on an expensive suit costing over 10,000. Su Old Madam also wore formal attire, adorned with the jade ring Feng Hong had gifted her the previous day. She had already decided that Su Jiaming would sign the contract for the Lishui Bay project, and he would be responsible for its management thereafter. Following this project, Su Jiaming would naturally become the next head of the Su family. Upon arriving at the Tunglong building, Wei Shufan and her family sought a secluded corner to avoid any further troubles stemming from the previous night's events. When Su Jiaming and Su Jieli spotted Su Qingyu, they both exchanged cold smiles before striding toward her. "Su Qingyu, why didn't you bring that good-for-nothing with you today? Are you afraid he might see me sign the contract and die of anger?" Su Jiaming scoffed. "That good-for-nothing has no right to envy my brother. It's better he stays away. Without him, the Su family's luck might improve significantly," Su Jieli added. Su Qingyu frowned at the two, saying, "Is this amusing to you?" Su Jiaming chuckled, responding, "What's wrong? Is your useless husband so ungrateful that you can't even allow a few words about him?" He continued, "Let me tell you, Grandma has already stated that I will be the one to sign this contract. As long as I manage the Lishui Bay project well, the position of head of the family will be passed to me. Once I become the head, the first thing I will do is expel you from the Su family." Hearing this, Wei Shufan's expression changed, and she quickly interjected with a forced smile, "Jiaming, don't be so impulsive. Su Qingyu has worked diligently for the Su family over the years. It's that good-for-nothing Jiang Shua who is ungrateful. Just get rid of him. Rest assured. When the time comes, I won't spare Jiang Shua either." Su Jiaming replied coldly, his face brimming with arrogance. Su Qingyu gritted her teeth, feeling both hatred and helplessness towards Su Jiaming's demeanor. Su Jieli, with her head held high, remarked, "Su Qingyu, once my brother signs the Lishui Bay contract, many people will surely come to curry favor with him, and he will meet numerous suki." Su Jiaming nodded hastily and said, "Indeed, Manager Feng. That Su Qingyu lacks the capability to manage such a large project. I could undoubtedly do a better job than her." Feng Hong scoffed coldly and retorted, "A good-for-nothing who has no knowledge dares to compare herself to Su Qingyu? And you, an old fool, would regard such a person as an exemplary descendant? This clearly demonstrates the ignorance of the Su family. Given this, do not even think about the Lishui Bay project. Let this end here today." Upon hearing Feng Hong's words, the elder Mrs. Su immediately grew anxious, realizing that her selfishness had directly jeopardized the Su family's opportunity to secure the Lishui Bay project. Regret washed over her. Had she known this would happen, she would have never allowed Su Jiaming to sign that contract. At that moment, Su Jiaming's face flushed with shame. Being publicly labeled a good-for-nothing by the general manager of the Tunglong Group was a considerable blow to him. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Simultaneously, he felt a flicker of resentment towards Su Qingyu, believing that his own actions had led to this significant embarrassment. The members of the Su family looked incredulously at Su Qingyu, astonished to learn that Fong Hong had specified her to sign the contract in the letter he sent to Mrs. Su. It was evident that Mrs. Su had deceived them by mentioning Su Jiaming, revealing her folly. It was utterly unexpected that the Tunglong group had its sights set on Su Qingyu. Who would have thought that yesterday, the worthless Jiang Shua had indeed been right to question her? Mrs. Su's confusion was palpable. Now they had lost the Lishui Bay project, which was undeniably a tremendous loss for the Su family. Why was the Tunglong group so keen on Su Qingyu? Wasn't it said that she had offended the project's manager? Could it be that she had been playing both sides and had already ingratiated herself with the general manager of the Tunglong group? At this moment, Su Qingyu was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why Fong Hong had specifically called for her to sign the contract when, logically, she had no acquaintance with him. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression shifted to one of incredulity. Could it truly be because of Jiang Shua? He had previously assured her not to worry about the cooperation with the Tunglong group, claiming he had it all under control, but she had dismissed his words. Now, with Fong Hong's statement, the only person she could think of was Jiang Shua. It turned out that he had not been boasting. He had been earnest all along. The expensive bottle of wine, the shopping spree for clothes, and now the collaboration with the Tunglong group were all part of his serious intentions. This man had genuinely begun to change for her, while she had always perceived him as merely posturing. Reflecting on this, Su Qingyu felt a pang of guilt towards Jiang Shua. Earlier that day, she had advised him not to accompany her to avoid trouble. Now, it seemed she had gravely misjudged the situation. Jiang Shua was her husband, and he had secured the Tunglong group's project. Why shouldn't he be present? Mrs. Su gazed pleadingly at Fong Hong and said, "Manager Fong, I acknowledge that I acted foolishly this time. Since you wish for Su Qingyu to sign this contract, let her do so. I will harbor no grievances." Turning to Su Qingyu, she urged, "Qingyu, what are you waiting for? Hurry over and sign the contract." Su Jili looked at Su Qingyu with frustration, jealousy swelling within her. She couldn't fathom why the Tunglong group would favor a woman married to a worthless man. By comparison, she believed she was no less deserving. What kind of luck had brought this upon them, causing her to be so unjustly overlooked? Su Jili muttered her discontent under her breath. Fong Hong cast a cold glance at Mrs. Su and stated, "Do you not comprehend my earlier words? The Lishui Bay project is no longer an option for the Su family. Changing personnel at this point is futile. Our Tunglong group never collaborates with families lacking credibility." Mrs. Su's face fell into despair. She had meticulously planned the aftermath of securing the Lishui Bay project, and now the Tunglong group had suddenly withdrawn their collaboration. A reality she struggled to accept. "Manager Fong, I truly acknowledge my error, and I beseech you to grant us another opportunity," Mrs. Su pleaded, nearly on the verge of kneeling before Fong Hong. Regret comes too late," Fong Hong replied with a cold laugh, unwilling to extend any grace to Mrs. Su. At this moment, Su Jiaming, filled with rage, realized that while the Su family could not compete with the Tunglong group, he would not tolerate such humiliation from Fong Hong. Seeing that Fong Hong was not inclined to give the Su family a chance, he boldly declared, "What does it matter? It's just a trivial project. The Su family can manage quite well without your collaboration." The expressions of the Su family shifted dramatically. They were taken aback by Su Jiaming's audacity in addressing Fong Hong in such a manner. Mrs. Su's face turned ashen, and it was too late to prevent Su Jiaming from speaking out. Unfazed, Su Jiaming wore a hint of arrogance, feeling proud of his audacity in speaking to the general manager of the Tunglong group. Fong Hong chuckled at Su Jiaming's words, retorting, "Then remember what you said today, and do not regret it later." He then turned to Su Qingyu with sincerity, asking, "Miss Su, would you be interested in joining our Tunglong group? Remaining in such an unremarkable family will only hinder your future." Chapter 17. The fall of the Su family, still feeling guilty for not believing Jiang Shua. Su Qingyu hesitated upon hearing Fong Hong's proposition. The members of the Su family shifted their gaze toward her, astonished that while Fong Hong demeaned the Su family, he held Su Qingyu in such high regard. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyu replied to Fong Hong, "I appreciate your kind offer, Manager Fong, but I am a member of the Su family, and no matter what, I cannot abandon my family. While joining the Tunglong group might offer her superior prospects, it would also mean betraying her family, a notion she was unwilling to accept." Upon hearing Su Qingyu's rejection, Fong Hong did not press further, merely stating, "What a pity. However, should you find it untenable to remain in the Su family, you are always welcome at Tunglong group. At least you possess some self-awareness. If you agree today, you will no longer be welcome in the Su family." Su Jiaming shouted at Su Qingyu. Mrs. Su shot him a furious glare, commanding, "Silence." Beside them, Su Jili sneered at Su Qingyu. thinking it hypocritical for her to still cling to the family. If Fang Hong offered her that opportunity, she would accept without hesitation. Fang Hong then departed from the meeting room, instructing Chu Fei to escort the Su family out. In Fang Hong's office, he and Chu Fei recounted the events that had transpired in the meeting room. Upon hearing Su Jiaming's brazen remarks, Jiang Shua wore a cold smile. Su Jiaming was indeed audacious. It seemed he required a lesson to understand his own limitations. Chairman, the entire economic lifeline of Yun City is grasped firmly in the hands of our Tinglong Group. With just a word from you, we could obliterate the Su family. Fang Hong stated earnestly to Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua waved his hand dismissively, replying, "There is no need for such drastic measures. Moreover, ending them so directly would be too lenient. I intend to lead them gradually into despair." Fang Hong nodded vigorously, fully aware of the gravity of Jiang Shua's commands. "Notify all companies under our purview that have collaborations with the Su family to cease all dealings with them. As for the subsequent actions, await my instructions," Jiang Shua ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. It was Su Qingyu calling. "Where are you?" came her voice. "I'm outside. What's the matter?" Jiang Shua inquired. "I've returned home and didn't see you. Hurry back. I have something to ask you," Su Qingyu responded. "All right, dear, I'm on my way," Jiang Shua replied before hanging up and rising to leave. Seeing Jiang Shua about to depart, Chu Fei quickly offered, "Chairman, let me drive you." Jiang Shua smiled and said, "No need. I can take a taxi." With that, he walked out of the office. Chu Fei watched his retreating figure, a wave of disappointment washing over her, regretting that she had not met him sooner. Now that he was married, her chances were entirely lost. Fang Hong noticed Chu Fei's feelings for Jiang Shua and smirked, asking, "You seem to have a soft spot for our chairman, don't you?" Chu Fei's face flushed with embarrassment as she nervously replied, "Director Fang, please don't tease me. How could I possibly harbor such thoughts about the chairman?" Fang Hong laughed heartily. "Though you deny it, your expression reveals the truth." Chu Fei lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. "But our chairman is already married, and I can tell he loves his wife dearly. I suggest you don't get too deep into this, otherwise, the pain will be yours alone," Fang Hong advised. Chu Fei sighed helplessly, eventually nodding in agreement. At the Su family's villa, many members had gathered again in the living room. Grandma Su sat on the sofa, looking thoroughly dejected, her spirit visibly diminished. Su Jiaying and Su Jelly wore expressions of displeasure. The events at Tunglong Building had utterly shattered their expectations. The family sighed in discontent, having hoped this opportunity would elevate the Su family, only to see it ruined by Grandma Su's momentary lapse in judgment. The Su family is being unreasonable. After leaving Tunglong Building, they just ran off without a word. It seems they don't regard us highly at all, Su Jilly fumed. "What gives them the right to look down on us? It's just that Tunglong Group values them. What's so extraordinary about that? Everything she has is thanks to the Su family. Without us, she would be nothing." Su Jiaying was still simmering with indignation over the insult. This time, the rest of the Su family refrained from echoing their sentiments, instead feeling that the siblings were simply envious of Su Qingyu. Grandma Su sighed and said, "You two should stop pretending. The fact that Tunglong Group values Qingyu means she possesses exceptional qualities. Otherwise, why would they not approach the two of you for contracts?" Su Jelly, unwilling to accept this, retorted, "Grandma, perhaps Su Qingyu resorted to underhanded tactics. Who knows if she secretly wooed Manager Fang? Otherwise, why would he treat her so courteously?" "Exactly, Grandma. Don't place too much importance on Tinglong Group's project. We can develop independently without their cooperation. I will definitely find a collaboration better than the Lishui Bay project," Su Jiaying declared confidently. Just as he finished speaking, a man rushed into the living room, exclaiming, "Grandma, bad news. The 3 companies that were previously collaborating with us now demand to terminate our partnerships. We have invested in these collaborations, and if they end, our losses will be incalculable." "What?" Grandma Su slammed the table and stood up abruptly. The family members were shocked, and one person asked, "Why are they terminating our cooperation?" The man hesitated, glancing at Su Jiaying, and said, "They heard about young Master Jiaying's public threats towards the chairman of Tunglong Group. To avoid offending them, they chose to end our collaboration." Su Jiaying's heart sank. He had not anticipated that his words would lead to such severe consequences. Grandma Su took a deep breath, her body trembling with rage, as she raised her cane to strike Su Jiaying. "You incompetent fool. With these 3 collaborations terminated, the Su family is finished." Su Jiaying quickly dodged, regretting, "Grandma, I had no idea things would turn out this way. This is definitely that wicked woman Su Qingyu's doing. She is the greatest calamity for our family." Even at this moment, Su Jelly did not hesitate to blame Su Qingyu. Grandma Su smacked Su Jelly across the face, rebuking, "You nonsense spouting child. Besides slandering, what else can you do? Su Jelly covered her face in grievance, silenced. At this juncture, the only hope for saving the Su family lay in seeking Su Qingyu's help. If she were willing to plead with Tenglong Group, the Su family might still have a glimmer of hope. This was their last chance. Chapter 18. The first date at home. Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue surrounded Su Qingyu, their faces filled with curiosity. Qingyu, today's events were truly unexpected. When did you establish a connection with the general manager of Tenglong Group? I initially thought that with Su Jiaying signing the contract, our lives would become even more challenging in the Su family. Who would have thought that Tenglong Group valued you instead? It seems Grandma deliberately swapped people, Wei Shufan exclaimed excitedly. Mom, I really don't know the general manager of Tenglong Group. If I'm not mistaken, they specified me for the contract because of Jiang Shua, Su Qingyu replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, both Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue immediately displayed expressions of disbelief. Daughter, I know you say this to give that good-for-nothing Jiang Shua some credit. But don't treat us like fools. That ineffectual man is only good for keeping his clothes clean. You expect us to believe that Tenglong Group specified you because of him? Wei Shufan stated seriously. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. Yes, sister, we might have believed you if you mentioned someone else. But claiming it's because of Jiang Shua makes us feel you're underestimating our intelligence. Sis, could it be that the general manager of Tenglong Group has taken a liking to you, which is why he values you so much? Wei Shufan's eyes lit up as she quickly asked, Daughter, tell me honestly, how far have you two progressed? If he truly likes you, you should divorce that good-for-nothing Jiang Shua. If you can marry the general manager of Tenglong Group, we will never have to worry again. Listening to their comments, Su Qingyu felt overwhelmed and hurriedly explained, I'm telling the truth. This is indeed because of Jiang Shua. I have no acquaintance with the general manager of Tenglong Group. Seeing Su Qingyu's serious demeanor, Wei Shufan noticed she did not seem to be lying, yet a hint of disappointment crossed her face. Even if it's not Manager Fong who fancies you, the fact that they specified you for the contract is undoubtedly due to your exceptional abilities, Wei Shufan stated firmly. Exactly. Manager Fong himself said so. If it were truly because of Jiang Shua, why wouldn't he mention him? Su Qingxue concurred. As they remained unconvinced, Su Qingxue felt somewhat helpless. Moreover, it was better not to mention Jiang Shua at all. Whenever he was brought up, she felt a surge of anger. Clearly, Tenglong Group had specified her for the contract, yet Grandma had unilaterally swapped people, leading to the termination of their collaboration. This entire mess was because of Jiang Shua. Had it not been for him, Grandma would never have thought their family was easy to bully. Suddenly, Wei Shufan's expression darkened. Su Qingyu was taken aback by Wei Shufan's ability to blame Jiang Shua for everything, leaving her somewhat speechless. She remarked, Mom, how is this related to Jiang Shua? It is clearly Grandma's favoritism. Wei Shufan retorted, that is only because he is so spineless that the Su family looks down on us. Otherwise, how could the old lady show such favoritism? Jiang Shua is nothing but a calamity. You should divorce him as soon as possible. Su Qingyu initially hoped that this incident would alter Wei Shufan's perspective on Jiang Shua, but to her dismay, it only worsened. All right, Mom, since you refuse to believe me, I want to discuss it further. As for divorcing Jiang Shua, don't even think about it, Su Qingyu said, her tone irritable. At that moment, the front door was pushed open, and Jiang Shua walked in. Seeing Jiang Shua return while still fuming over Su Qingyu's stubbornness, Wei Shufan was even more displeased. She immediately stood up, grabbed a feather duster, and shouted at Jiang Shua, You worthless thing! How dare you come back? If you have the guts, don't come back. Jiang Shua stood there in bewilderment, caught off guard by the sudden barrage of insults. Su Qingyu quickly rose to her feet, grasped Wei Shufan's arm, and said, Mom, you are biased against Jiang Shua. He hasn't done anything wrong. After that, she hurried to the door, pulling the still-dazed Jiang Shua along, leaving Wei Shufan with the words, We'll have dinner outside, so don't worry about us. With that, she led Jiang Shua downstairs. Wei Shufan, infuriated, stomped her feet and after a while, helplessly muttered, Silly daughter, I'm doing this for your own good. Why can't you understand? Downstairs, Su Qingyu walked ahead with a gloomy expression, remaining silent. Wife, what is going on? Jiang Shua finally asked. Su Qingyu stopped, turned to face Jiang Shua, and inquired, Did the Tenglong Group specifically ask for me to sign the contract because of you? Jiang Shua, sensing her seriousness, nodded and replied, Indeed, I did mention it to them. Su Qingyu did not press further, assuming Jiang Shua's mention was an appeal to Chu Fei, unaware that he merely had a casual conversation with Fong Hong. I mentioned this to Mom, but she adamantly refused to believe it, insisting that it was because of my exceptional abilities that the Tenglong Group wanted me to sign. However, the general manager of the Tenglong Group probably doesn't even know who I am, Su Qingyu lamented. Jiang Shua chuckled, surprised that Su Qingyu was upset over this matter. Since Mom believes you are outstanding, then you are indeed outstanding. I'm merely the messenger. The fundamental reason is still you, Jiang Shua added. Su Qingyu shot him a glare, saying, Jiang Shua, can't you achieve something on your own? If it's your credit, then it's your credit. Why must you attribute it to me? A gentle smile appeared on Jiang Shua's face as he replied, we are husband and wife, and if others think highly of you, that suffices. Why bother with the details? Hearing this, Su Qingyu felt a sudden warmth in her heart, almost overwhelmed with the urge to embrace Jiang Shua. But she ultimately held back. Flattery, she playfully chided, her attitude noticeably softening. Jiang Shua grinned and asked, wife, where shall we go now? Jiang Shua, how long has it been since we dined alone together? Su Qingyu suddenly questioned. Jiang Shua pondered for a moment and answered, it seems that since our marriage, we have never dined alone. Su Qingyu sighed and promptly said, today, I'll treat you to dinner. You choose what you want to eat. Jiang Shua felt somewhat flattered, pondering if this could be considered Su Qingyu inviting him on a date. Since he had never taken her on a date before, he felt it should be special. Recently, isn't the Drunken Forest Pavilion quite popular in Jiacheng? Shall we go there? Su Qingyu's eyes widened as she exclaimed, the place is exorbitantly expensive. Are you trying to fleece me? Jiang Shua chuckled. I thought it would be appropriate for our first date to be a bit grand. Besides, I have money from my father. I'll pay, so you need not worry. Hearing this, Su Qingyu hesitated before conceding, well, all right then. Simultaneously, a pang of guilt arose within her. Over the past 3 years, she had indeed been rather harsh on him. Merely sharing a meal could bring him such joy. The two of them left the community and took a taxi to the Drunken Forest Pavilion, a newly opened 5-star restaurant in Yunqing, lavishly decorated with high-end cuisine. It was a favored venue for many affluent businesspeople looking to entertain guests. Upon arriving at the Drunken Forest Pavilion, they were ushered to a window-side table. Not long after they settled in, Jiang Shu noticed an elderly man with graying hair staring at him with a smile from a distance. The moment he saw the old man, Jiang Shua's expression darkened. Wife, please order. I need to use the restroom, he said before standing up and heading toward the restroom. The old man also got up and followed him inside. Young master, it's been a long time. Chapter 19. My surname is Jiang, not Lin. Jiang Shua coldly regarded the old man before him and said in a low voice, what are you doing here? I have been a live-in son-in-law in Yunqing for 3 years, regarded as a useless person. Is that not enough for you? Do you wish to eradicate me completely? The old man chuckled lightly. Young master, you've misunderstood. I am here to bring you home. Home? Jiang Shua scoffed. Ever since you drove me away, that place has ceased to be my home. The elderly man, named Jiang Qiuchen, was the chief steward of the Lin family, the foremost family in Kyoto. Throughout Jiang Shua's 3 years in the Su family, everyone had deemed him a failure, yet no one had inquired about his past before coming to Yunqing. Jiang Shua's mother, Lin Wanrong, was the youngest daughter of the Lin family. Being born into the Lin family should have been a blessing, allowing her to enjoy wealth and admiration. However, due to the patriarch's preference for sons, he dismissed Lin Wanrong, who had 3 brothers. As a result of being overlooked since childhood and ostracized by her brothers, Lin Wanrong's character became somewhat rebellious. When it came time for her to marry, she resolutely chose to wed Jiang Shua's father, who was merely a security guard. Despite the objections of the Lin family, they secretly obtained a marriage certificate, and when the patriarch discovered this, he was furious and even attempted to expel Lin Wanrong. Yet, despite his disdain, she was still part of the Lin family, and he had no choice but to accept the reality. However, he was unwilling to let his daughter leave with a security guard, so he insisted that Jiang Shua's father become a live-in son-in-law. After their marriage, they remained in the Lin family, and soon Lin Wanrong gave birth to Jiang Shua. With his father being a live-in son-in-law and his mother being marginalized, Jiang Shua was born into a family rife with conflicts and power struggles, never experiencing a moment of peace. When he was 5, his father vanished without a trace, and the Lin family grew increasingly unkind toward the mother and son. Nevertheless, Jiang Shua exhibited exceptional intelligence from a young age in every endeavor. He consistently outperformed the children of his 3 uncles. His teachers regarded him as a rare genius. Lin Wanrong was proud of her son, placing all her hopes in him. However, as Jiang Shua matured, her brothers increasingly viewed him as a thorn in their side, perceiving his existence as a significant threat to their sons inheriting the Lin family's fortune. Consequently, after Jiang Shua reached adulthood, they conspired against him, constantly speaking ill of him in front of the patriarch, even devising schemes to frame him for betraying the family, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the Lin household. Recalling the events of yesteryears, a surge of uncontrollable resentment welled up within Jiang Shua. His feelings for the Lin family had long since dissipated. leaving only a resolute desire for vengeance. Young master, I am aware that you still harbor grievances regarding past matters, yet the master has expressed remorse for those events, which is why I have come to seek you out. Moreover, the young lady from the Shui family in Jinling has reached the age of marriage, and she has specifically requested to wed you, young master. She has refused all other suitors. Should you consent to this marriage, you will undoubtedly share in the Lin family's fortune. Jiang Chouchen articulated his intentions. Jiang Shua snapped back to reality. And upon hearing Jiang Chouchen mention the Shui family's young lady, an image of the snot-nosed girl from his childhood, who had followed him around begging for hugs, immediately surfaced in his mind. His gaze sharpened, and he sneered, "That old fool's regret is a facade. He merely wishes to leverage my relationship with the Shui family." "Young master, your manner of addressing the master is rather inappropriate," Jiang Chouchen replied, revealing a hint of displeasure. Jiang Shua remained unfazed, stating, "I am not your young master. My surname is Jiang, not Lin. Your family's affairs are of no concern to me, and I am already married. I will not return with you, so you might as well abandon this futile pursuit." Anticipating Jiang Shua's reaction, Jiang Chouchen remained calm and replied, "I understand that it may not be easy for you to forgive the master in a short span of time, but I can afford to wait. After having spent 3 years as a son-in-law in this small town, I can only assume you have endured enough humiliation. If you accompany me back, the master will grant you unparalleled power and wealth, liberating you from your current predicament. I have already purchased this establishment, Zui Lin Xian, as a token of goodwill. I hope you will graciously accept it." With that, he clapped his hands, summoning a shrewd-looking middle-aged man in a suit, who bowed respectfully to both of them. "This is the manager of Zui Lin Xian. He will oversee the restaurant's operations for you. The ingredients here are costly, and given your current circumstances, you might find it challenging to afford even a single dish. However, in the future, you will be welcome to dine here at your leisure, and I am confident you will soon come to appreciate the joys of wealth. At that time, you will surely reconsider." Jiang Shua cast a dismissive glance at the manager. Disdain etched on his face. "I am sorry, but I have no interest." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Jiang Chouchen was unaware that Jiang Shua's father had already returned to him, bestowing upon him a fortune of 100 billion, even without the Lin family. He could indulge freely here. "Mr. Jiang, this," the manager stammered, bewildered that Jiang Shua would so casually dismiss a 5-star restaurant like Zui Lin Xian. What kind of audacity did it take to utter such words? Jiang Chouchen sighed and instructed, "Even if he declines, he will ultimately be the owner here. You must serve him wholeheartedly. Do you understand?" "Yes," the manager quickly replied. Emerging from the restroom, Jiang Shua exhaled deeply. He had not anticipated that the Lin family would seek him out again. Fortunately, he was no longer the Navi youth of 3 years prior. The trifles offered by the Lin family were insufficient to tempt him. He would return to the capital, but not as a pawn in the Lin family schemes. His purpose was vengeance. Upon re-entering the hall, Jiang Shua composed himself and donned a smile. Today marked his first date with Su Qingyu, and he vowed not to let these matters cloud his mood. He spotted a waitress standing beside Su Qingyu, her expression fraught with impatience. Su Qingyu appeared awkward, staring blankly at the menu in her hand. He hurried over, just as the waitress rudely interjected, "Are you going to order or not? Complaining about the prices here? If you can't afford it, why are you even dining in our establishment? You might as well eat at a roadside stall. That's more your level." Chapter 20. The unseeing fool Su Qingyu was taken aback by the waitress's brazen remarks. She had merely been contemplating the menu's prices. Now, she found herself being reprimanded in front of onlookers, who were drawn in by the commotion and wore expressions of amusement. Jiang Shua's expression darkened upon hearing the waitress's words, and he swiftly approached her, speaking coldly, "Is this how you treat your customers? What do you mean she only deserves to eat at a stall?" The waitress turned to glance at Jiang Shua, noting his unremarkable attire, and retorted without hesitation, "What? Am I wrong? I can't stand people like you who clearly can't afford a meal, yet insist on pretending to be wealthy. You come here without even daring to order a dish. Wasting my time, it's infuriating." Jiang Shua glared icily at the waitress and countered, "She is merely considering her options, yet you, as a waitress, presume to interfere with a customer's choices? Do you truly believe that your position here elevates you above others?" The waitress scoffed, "Indeed. Working at Zui Lin Xian places me above you impoverished souls. Get out. We do not welcome your kind here." Jiang Shua was incensed. He had finally managed to arrange a date with Su Qingyu, only to be looked down upon by a waitress. He felt compelled to teach her a lesson. "Let me make this clear. I could easily buy this restaurant if I chose to. Apologize to my wife, or you will come to regret it," Jiang Shua declared coldly. The waitress burst into derisive laughter. "Please, spare me your grandstanding. Take a good look at yourself. Your wife can't even afford a dish worth a few hundred. How dare you claim you could buy our restaurant? You truly are delusional. The spectators could not contain their laughter, clearly finding Jiang Shua's claims absurd. This establishment was a five-star restaurant. One would need millions to even consider purchasing it. The crowd speculated on what audacity allowed him to make such a statement. Noting his attire appeared to be from a street vendor, Su Qingyu felt increasingly embarrassed as the laughter grew louder, tugging at Jiang Shua's arm. Jiang Shua, let's not stoop to her level. We can dine elsewhere. It's not worth it. Jiang Shua glanced at Su Qingyu and assured her, my dear, rest assured. I will ensure she apologizes to you. The waitress, having already dismissed Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu as mere paupers, boldly proclaimed, apologize to her? She doesn't deserve it. In the midst of this standoff, a bespectacled man approached, surveying the situation. What is going on here? Upon seeing the man, the waitress immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. Supervisor, you arrived just in time. These two clearly have no money but insist on dining here. When I pointed it out, this man demanded I apologize and even claimed he would buy Zui Linxian. How outrageous. The supervisor regarded Jiang Shua with a cold smile. I thought I recognized you. Aren't you the infamous good-for-nothing Jiang Shua from Yun City? So, you wish to purchase our Zui Linxian? Have you not yet awakened from your delusions? The crowd, upon hearing the supervisor's words, displayed expressions of realization. They had heard various tales about Jiang Shua and were astonished to learn that the man claiming he could buy Zui Linxian was none other than him. The waiter had not anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable man was, in fact, Jiang Shua. This revelation made him regard Jiang with even greater disdain. So you are Jiang Shua? Had I known you were the infamous good-for-nothing, I wouldn't have even let you through the door. The waiter scoffed. Su Qingyu was taken aback by how the situation had escalated. Her appetite vanished as she struggled to comprehend why Jiang Shua would make such grandiose claims, drawing ridicule upon them. Jiang Shua, with a cold smirk, replied, call your manager over. I hope you can still laugh after that. Do you think our manager is someone you can just summon? I suggest you leave quickly, or I will have to call security, the head waiter retorted brusquely. He had taken a liking to this waiter and was pursuing her, so he felt no fear towards Jiang Shua, who was notorious for his ineptitude. Just as tensions rose, the manager of Zui Linxian, having just seen off Jiang Qiuqin, decided to check if Jiang Shua required any assistance. When Jiang Qiuqin purchased Zui Linxian, he used Jiang Shua's name, making the establishment Jiang Shua's property regardless of whether he acknowledged it or not. Naturally, the manager had to ensure the owner was well taken care of. As he approached the hall, he witnessed the head waiter and the staff confronting Jiang Shua, whose expression was a clear indication of his anger. The manager's countenance changed dramatically, and he hurried towards them. What is going on here? He called out anxiously to the head waiter and the staff. The head waiter and the staff were equally surprised to see the manager appear at that moment. Though they felt no fear, convinced that the manager would not take the renowned good-for-nothing seriously. Manager, this man is known as the city's greatest loser. They cannot afford our dishes yet still wish to show off. I was just about to throw them out, the head waiter explained. The waiter chimed in. That's right, manager. These two not only wasted our time, but also disrupted other guests. What is worse, this good-for-nothing even claimed he would buy Zui Linxian. It's ridiculous. Upon hearing their words, the manager was seething with rage, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped each of them across the face. You two blind fools. How dare you call him a good-for-nothing? If he is a good-for-nothing, then you two are nothing but trash. Afterward, he quickly turned to Jiang Shua, bowing in apology. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. This incident is my oversight. I will have these two dismissed immediately and ensure they never appear before you again. Chapter 21. He is the owner of Zui Linxian. Everyone was taken aback. They had not expected the manager of Zui Linxian to extend such courtesy to a supposed good-for-nothing. The head waiter and the waiter stood there in shock, feeling the sting on their faces from the manager's slaps, which had been delivered with full force. Su Qingyu was astonished. She had thought the manager's arrival would worsen the situation, yet he showed such respect to Jiang Shua, even reprimanding the head waiter and the staff on his behalf. The waiter looked at the manager with a face full of grievance and exclaimed, Manager, this guy is just a good-for-nothing. Why would you hit us for him? The manager, seeing that the waiter had not yet learned her lesson, raised his hand and slapped her again. Why? Do you think you are qualified to say such things? Mr. Jiang is of utmost importance, and you dare to insult him? It's a miracle I didn't end your existence right here. The waiter immediately cowered, realizing the manager was not joking. A flicker of apprehension surfaced in her gaze towards Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua fixed his gaze on the manager and coldly stated, Have them apologize to my wife. Yes, I will make them apologize immediately, the manager hastily replied, then turned to glare at the head waiter and the staff. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize. Don't make me repeat myself. The head waiter and the staff, fearing the manager's wrath, looked regretfully at Su Qingyu and said, "We're sorry, we were wrong to say those things." Su Qingyu merely stared at them in silence, not responding. Seeing that they had apologized, Jiang Shua had no desire to escalate the matter further. He addressed the manager, "All right. Now I wish to have dinner with my wife without any interruptions." The manager nodded vigorously, ushering the head waiter and the staff away while arranging for a more attentive waiter to attend to Jiang Shua. Onlookers were astonished at the sudden change of dynamics. They had never expected the manager of Zue Linxian to treat Jiang Shua with such deference. Many prominent figures present were ignored by the manager, as he had no time for them. Wasn't Jiang Shua supposed to be a complete loser? Why was the manager giving him such importance? Could it be that the rumors they had heard were mere fabrications? Once in his office, the manager, visibly displeased, instructed the head waiter and the staff. "Sign your resignation papers and leave today." The head waiter and the staff's eyes widened in disbelief. The waiter quickly interjected, "Manager, weren't you just putting on an act? You can't really be firing us." "Yes, manager. While we don't understand why you fear Jiang Shua, he truly is a good-for-nothing. We could easily brush him off," the head waiter added. The manager slammed his hand on the desk, furious as he glared at them. "Do you not understand my words? What gives you the audacity to underestimate Mr. Jiang? Do you know who he is? If I don't fire you today, it's my job that will be at stake." "But he is just a good-for-nothing, manager. Why are you so afraid of him?" The waiter still questioned, perplexed. The manager scoffed. "He is now the owner of Zue Linxian. Do you understand why I fear him? Having witnessed Jiang Shua reject Jiang Qiuchen previously, the manager knew Jiang Shua would be displeased if he spoke openly about it. Hence, he had chosen to address Jiang Shua formally in front of everyone. Now, in the office, he no longer needed to maintain that pretense. The head waiter and the staff exchanged horrified glances, realizing the manager's fear of Jiang Shua stemmed from this revelation. He really bought Zue Linxian? The waiter murmured, regretting her earlier insincerity when apologizing to Su Qingyu. It was inconceivable that this good-for-nothing was, in fact, the owner. Two individuals ordered several dishes, and Jiang Shua specifically requested a bottle of red wine, as such a splendid opportunity naturally warranted a touch of sophistication. Before long, the waiter brought out the food, marking the fastest service Su Qingyu had ever experienced when dining out. The two engaged in lively conversation and laughter, embodying the sweetness and warmth typical of most couples. Su Qingyu had never felt such emotions before. Reflecting on her marriage to Jiang Shua, it appeared not to be such a dreadful prospect after all. At the very least, during times of trouble, Jiang Shua would always be the first to shield her. As they were nearing the end of their meal, Su Qingyu received a phone call from the matriarch of the Su family. Nodding in response to the conversation, she soon hung up. Jiang Shua, observing her demeanor, inquired, "What's wrong?" Su Qingyu replied, "Grandmother personally called me, requesting that I visit the Su family villa tomorrow, as she wishes to apologize to me in person." She expressed disbelief. It was the first time in many years that her grandmother had taken the initiative to apologize. Jiang Shua immediately chuckled. "That is a good sign. She finally recognizes her mistakes. However, she wishes for me to persuade the Tinglong Group to continue the Lishui Bay project for the Su family." A hint of hesitation crossed Su Qingyu's face, as she doubted her ability to sway the Tinglong Group regarding the project. Jiang Shua smiled reassuringly. "It's not as difficult as you think. Trust me, as long as you approach the Tinglong Group about this matter, the Lishui Bay project will undoubtedly revert to the Su family." "Really?" Su Qingyu remained skeptical. Jiang Shua nodded earnestly. "Let us go together tomorrow." "So you want to be bullied again?" "All right." Su Qingyu agreed without hesitation. Jiang Shua had anticipated that the matriarch would seek Su Qingyu's assistance, believing that the Lishui Bay project could indeed be secured for the Su family, presenting a perfect opportunity to negotiate terms with the matriarch. After enduring so much disrespect from the Su family, it was high time they compensated her. The following day at the Su family villa, the family had gathered in the living room. The matriarch wore an anxious expression, while Su Jieli and Su Jiaming appeared sullen. Clearly displeased over the events of the previous day, they awaited Su Qingyu's arrival. For all of the Su family's collaborations had been terminated due to the Tinglong Group's actions. The matriarch believed that only by having Su Qingyu appeal to the Tinglong Group could there be a glimmer of hope. "Grandmother, I believe that even if Su Qingyu seeks out the Tinglong Group, they may not extend any favor to her. Why should we place all our hopes on her?" Su Jieli muttered. The matriarch shot Su Jieli a glare, retorting, "Then tell me, what should we do now?" Su Jieli fell silent, as her usual activities at the company involved little more than browsing her phone and gossiping, leaving her ill-equipped to address such matters. At that moment, Su Jiaming tugged at Su Jieli's sleeve and whispered, Stop speaking like that in front of grandmother. In truth, having Su Qingyu approach the Tunglong group could be advantageous for us. If she fails, grandmother will surely lose faith in her, leaving Su Qingyu without any voice in the family. Su Jelly's eyes brightened with realization. This indeed presented an opportunity. However, she still questioned, what if she succeeds? A mischievous smile spread across Su Jiaming's face as he replied, don't worry, it's impossible for her to succeed. Do you really believe that just because someone from the Tunglong group paid her a little attention yesterday, she could sway them? He continued, moreover, I regrettably went back to the Tunglong group myself, hoping to apologize and plead our case. Do you know what they told me? Su Jelly, curiosity piqued, asked. What did they say? They informed me that the Tunglong group has a new chairman, and decisions regarding the Lishui Bay project are solely under his jurisdiction. Even Fong Hong lacks the authority to allocate the project to just anyone. Do you think this new chairman would show Su Qingyu any favor? Su Jiaming elaborated. Su Jelly nodded thoughtfully. If that was the case, Su Qingyu indeed stood little chance of resolving the issue, as the chairman likely didn't even know who she was. Before long, Su Qingyu and Jiang Shua arrived at the Su family villa. Upon seeing Su Qingyu, the matriarch hurried over, exclaiming, Qingyu, the entire Su family is relying on you now. You must plead with manager Fong to spare us. Su Qingyu, sensing the matriarch's agitation, replied, Grandmother, please don't rush. Let us sit down and discuss this. As they settled on the sofa, the matriarch recounted the termination of the Su family's collaborations. Su Qingyu frowned. She hadn't realized the situation had escalated so severely. Qingyu, only you can plead with manager Fong to save the Su family. Otherwise, we face ruin. The matriarch lamented. Su Qingyu felt conflicted. Grandmother, I can plead, but I cannot guarantee that the Tunglong group will change their mind. You must persuade them to reconsider. Do you wish to witness the destruction of everything our family has worked tirelessly to build? The matriarch urged, growing increasingly anxious. Su Qingyu felt exasperated. The Tunglong group was not her own, and how could she assure them of a change of heart? Grandmother, we can assure you that we will handle this matter effectively. But you must agree to a few conditions. Jiang Shua interjected. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Jiang Shua to make such a declaration. If they failed, the consequences would be dire. The Su family members turned to Jiang Shua, their faces displaying a mocking expression. They believed this task was impossible. And yet a so-called waste dared to claim he could manage it. The matriarch fixed her gaze on Jiang Shua and asked, what conditions do you wish to propose? If we resolve the Su family's crisis and successfully negotiate the Lishui Bay project, we request that Su Qingyu be appointed as the project manager. Additionally, it is high time for her promotion at the company. If we succeed, we demand that Su Qingyu be made the general manager of Su Corporation, Jiang Shua stated. Su Jiaming erupted in indignation. You truly have the audacity to make such grand demands. You expect Su Qingyu to become general manager? Why not propose she become chairman while you're at it? Indeed, grandmother, this is utterly excessive. They want Su Qingyu to be the project manager, then the general manager? Are we all to bow to her whims? Su Jelly chimed in, aware that if Su Qingyu were to ascend to the position of general manager, they would be the first to suffer the consequences. Jiang Shua merely chuckled and added, in addition to those conditions, we also require Su Jiaming and Su Jelly to publicly apologize to Qingyu in front of the entire Su family, if not for their actions. The Su family would not find itself in this predicament. You. Su Jiaming glared at Jiang Shua, his teeth grinding in anger, wishing he could physically confront him. These are our conditions. If grandmother agrees, we will head to the Tunglong group immediately. If not, the Su family will face bankruptcy, Jiang Shua asserted firmly. The matriarch hesitated. Knowing that while she was reluctant to concede, Jiang Shua's words rang true. Without agreement, the Su family was doomed. Very well, I concede, she finally declared. Upon hearing her agreement, Su Jiaming grew frantic, yet he understood that the matriarch was left with no other choice. He rolled his eyes and sneered. I never expected you two to dare threaten grandmother during a family crisis. Su Qingyu, you truly are ruthless. At that moment, Su Qingyu was utterly taken aback. All of this had been Jiang Shua's decision. However, since grandmother has already agreed to you, I shall refrain from further comment. Yet, your actions are indeed contemptible. If grandmother has consented to so many conditions, what will you do if you cannot fulfill them? You both must make a promise in front of grandmother. Should you fail to achieve this, you are to leave the Su family, and you shall be liable for all losses incurred by the Su family due to this matter. Do you dare to agree? Su Jiaming said fiercely. Jiang Shua chuckled and nonchalantly replied, all right, we agree. Seeing Jiang Shua acquiesce so readily, Su Jiaming could not help but sneer inwardly, thinking how this good-for-nothing truly believed he was significant, thinking Su Qingyu could accomplish this. They probably remain oblivious to the fact that the Lishui Bay project is now under the supervision of the newly appointed chairman of the Tunglong Group, and that manager Fong is no longer relevant. For them to succeed in this endeavor, Jiang Shua would have to be the new chairman of Tunglong Group himself. But is that even possible? He is nothing but a useless fool. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Otherwise, prepare to be expelled from the Su family. Su Jiaming said with a cold smirk. Chapter 23. How about a kiss? Upon exiting the Su family villa, Su Qingyu remained in a daze throughout the entire ordeal. She scarcely uttered a few words while Jiang Shua took it upon himself to agree to everything. Most importantly, he had agreed with Su Jiaming that if they failed to secure the deal, they would leave the Su family and bear all of its compensations. Should this deal collapse, the Su family would merely suffer a slight setback, recovering in due time, whereas they would be utterly finished. Jiang Shua, can we truly persuade the Tunglong Group to reconsider? If we fail, everything will be over, Su Qingyu said tremulously to Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua smiled at her and reassured, do not worry. Since I have decided to change for you, I shall ensure that it is reliable. Although Jiang Shua did not appear to be joking, her heart fluttered with apprehension. With the situation at hand, they could only take a leap of faith. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the Tunglong Group. Are we just going to walk in like this? Won't we be thrown out immediately? Su Qingyu asked cautiously. No, I have already spoken with Chu Fei. We shall go straight to Fong Hong's office, Jiang Shua replied. A hint of surprise crossed Su Qingyu's face. She did not expect Jiang Shua to call out Fong Hong's name as if he were addressing a subordinate. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it and followed Jiang Shua's lead into the Tunglong building, taking the elevator to the floor where Fong Hong's office was located. As they exited, they coincidentally encountered Chu Fei, whose eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Shua, immediately welcoming him warmly. Jiang Shua had instructed beforehand not to divulge any information regarding his identity. They were merely there to sign a contract. Chu Fei, being astute, knew precisely how to proceed. You are here to sign a contract, correct? Our general manager is waiting inside. Please follow me, Chu Fei said with a smile. Su Qingyu felt bewildered, questioning how they were already prepared to sign a contract before she had even made her plea. How did Jiang Shua manage this? She glanced at Jiang Shua, pondering whether their relationship with Chu Fei was too close, allowing her to resolve such a significant matter. A sudden pang of jealousy welled up within her. Jiang Shua too felt perplexed, sensing an inexplicable sourness in the air. He chose to wait outside while Su Qingyu entered Fong Hong's office. Upon entering, Fong Hong greeted her with a smile and presented the pre-prepared contract for her signature. Su Qingyu felt as though she were in a dream, dazedly signing her name on the contract. After being warmly entertained by Fong Hong and Chu Fei, she was escorted out of the office. As she followed Jiang Shua out of the Tunglong building, she remained in a state of disbelief. Jiang Shua observed her demeanor and asked, "Didn't you just sign the contract? Why do you appear so unhappy?" Snapping back to reality, Su Qingyu replied, "I'm not unhappy. I just feel that this seems too simple. Is that not a good thing?" Jiang Shua countered. "It feels unreal," Su Qingyu responded. She quickly opened the contract, muttering, "They wouldn't have signed me a predatory contract, would they?" Jiang Shua laughed, saying, "You might be overthinking it. Such a large enterprise as Tunglong Group would not resort to such tactics against you." After carefully reviewing the contract and confirming it pertained to the Lishui Bay project, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Jiang Shua, she said earnestly, "Jiang Shua, thank you." Jiang Shua smiled and replied, "Is it too perfunctory to merely say thank you?" Su Qingyu was taken aback and asked, "What should I do then? How about a kiss?" Jiang Shua, caught off guard by his own words, had said it jokingly, never expecting Su Qingyu to actually lean in and kiss him. Jiang Shua stood stunned. As the happiness came so suddenly, he could scarcely comprehend what that kiss felt like. "Dear, that was too quick. I didn't quite feel it. How about another?" Jiang Shua said with a grin. Su Qingyu shot him an incredulous glare. "You are becoming too greedy. Dream on." With that, she turned her head away, ignoring Jiang Shua. Before long, the two hailed a taxi and returned to the Su family villa. Inside, the family awaited their return, eager for news. Su Jiaming and Su Jelly wore expectant expressions, believing it impossible for Su Qingyu to secure the Tunglong Group's forgiveness or obtain the Lishui Bay project. They were taken aback by Jiang Shua's audacity to claim he would sway the Tunglong Group, and his promise to leave the Su family and bear all losses if he failed. Given his pathetic status, it was unlikely he could ever repay those losses. Su Jiaming scoffed. "He is nothing but a fool. Had he been any brighter, he would not be known as the most infamous good-for-nothing in Yunqing," Su Jelly scoffed. At that moment, the villa door swung open, and Su Qingyu and Jiang Shua walked into the living room. Everyone was surprised by their swift return, their expressions filled with astonishment. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement passing between them. How did you two return so soon? You weren't kicked out before even entering Tenglong Group, were you? Su Jiaming mocked. Su Jieli chimed in gleefully. I told you two not to expect much. Especially with Su Qingyu bringing along that good-for-nothing Jiang Shuo. It would be a miracle if they succeeded. Su Qingyu, since you have failed to secure this matter, you must fulfill the promises made earlier. Do not expect grandmother to show you any leniency. Su Jiaming said with anticipation. Su Qingyu ignored their taunts, walked straight to grandmother Su, and presented the signed contract. Grandmother, I have secured the contract. The Lishui Bay project has been entrusted to the Su family and is ready to commence at any time, Su Qingyu stated calmly. Then she turned to Su Jiaming and Su Jieli and asked, what are your true intentions? Why are you so eager to see me fail in securing this project? Chapter 24. Heart of the Ocean. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli gazed at Su Qingyu in disbelief, utterly astonished that she claimed to have successfully negotiated the Lishui Bay project. The rest of the Su family wore expressions of sheer astonishment, as this was far from what they had anticipated. Su Qingyu, who do you think you're fooling? You were only gone for a short while, and they handed you the Lishui Bay project? Do you take us for fools? Su Jieli exclaimed incredulously. I have already signed the contract. Do I seem like a liar to you? Su Qingyu retorted directly. Grandma Su, her face alight with excitement, examined the contract handed to her by Su Qingyu, completely taken aback that Su Qingyu had so effortlessly alleviated the Su family's crisis and secured the Lishui Bay project contract. Su Jiaming cast a jealous glance at the contract in the elderly woman's hand, unable to comprehend why he had been thrown out of Tenglong Group just the day before, while Su Qingyu and the so-called waste, Jiang Shuo, managed to bring back the contract. Grandma, please don't be misled by their lies. That contract must be forged, and they're trying to deceive you, Su Jiaming shouted. Ignoring his words, Grandma Su meticulously scrutinized the contract. With her years of experience managing a company, she could discern its authenticity. Soon, she carefully closed the contract, looked at everyone, and exclaimed with fervor, the contract that Qingyu brought back is indeed genuine. Tenglong Group has truly entrusted the Lishui Bay project to our Su family. The crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Su Qingyu had genuinely succeeded in securing the Lishui Bay project. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli exchanged incredulous glances with Grandma Su, unable to fathom that the contract Su Qingyu presented was real. How could this be possible? Su Jiaming muttered, struggling to accept the reality. Jiang Shuo smiled at Grandma Su and said, Grandma, now that you've confirmed the contract's authenticity, shouldn't we fulfill the promise we made earlier? Though biased, Grandma Su recognized that Su Qingyu had indeed helped the family weather the storm and secured the Lishui Bay project. Her contributions were evident to all. If she were to deny it now, her authority in the Su family would be irrevocably diminished. Qingyu, you have performed admirably. Since you signed the contract for the Lishui Bay project, you shall be its manager. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, you will assume the position of general manager. I hope you will continue to excel and lead the Su family toward greatness, Grandma Su declared. The position of general manager was something Su Jiaming had long coveted. He could hardly believe that it had so easily fallen into Su Qingyu's hands, stirring a deep-seated discontent within him. Grandma, you can't give her the general manager position. She will ruin the Su family. Su Jiaming protested. Grandma Su scoffed, retorting, I believe it is you who will bring ruin upon the Su family. This predicament arose from your own arrogance and folly. If it weren't for Qingyu, our family would be in dire straits because of you. Why shouldn't she take on the role of general manager? Rendered speechless by her rebuttal, Su Jiaming could only mutter curses at Su Qingyu in his heart. Grandma, have you forgotten something? Our agreement also included that Su Jiaming and Su Jieli must apologize to Qingyu, Jiang Shuo reminded. Su Jieli shot Jiang Shuo a disdainful glance, coldly retorting, do you think you're some kind of hero? Can't you just keep quiet? Grandma Su glanced at Su Jieli and Su Jiaming, stating, both of you were indeed in the wrong this time. Apologize to Qingyu now, and we shall consider this matter settled. From now on, you two will assist Qingyu in making the Lishui Bay project a stepping stone for our family to ascend to the ranks of the elite. Grandma, Su Jiaming attempted to protest. Enough, apologize immediately, and stop dragging your feet, Grandma Su interjected firmly. Reluctantly, Su Jiaming and Su Jieli approached Su Qingyu and begrudgingly muttered, sorry. Is this your attitude towards an apology? It feels more like a mere formality, Jiang Shuo remarked. Grinding his teeth, Su Jiaming glared at Jiang Shuo, saying, you wretched fool. I advise you not to overstep. Is it too much to ask for an apology? Jiang Shuo replied with a cold smile. Taking a deep breath, Su Jiaming turned to Su Qingyu and said, I'm sorry, It was my fault. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Nor should I have caused such turmoil for the family. Is that sufficient? That is more like it, Jiang Shua grinned, with a glare filled with animosity. Su Jiaming shot daggers at Jiang Shua, gritting his teeth. Just wait. I will have my revenge for this humiliation. Jiang Shua shrugged indifferently. Well, since we have resolved the issue, let us call it a day. Starting tomorrow, Qingyu will assume her role as general manager and begin work on the Lishui Bay project. Qingyu, I hope you won't let me down, Grandma Su said, rising to her feet. Yes, Grandma, Su Qingyu quickly replied. With that, everyone dispersed, gradually leaving the Su family villa. After exiting the villa, both Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu wore expressions of relief. Su Qingyu now regarded Jiang Shua with newfound respect, surprised to discover this remarkable side of her husband. Jiang Shua, truly, all of this is your accomplishment, yet I find myself as the general manager. I feel undeserving. Su Qingyu confessed. Jiang Shua smiled at her, responding, didn't we agree? We are partners, united as one, and besides, I have no interest in work. This way, I can take it easy. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes at Jiang Shua, and as they walked side by side, they appeared perfectly matched from a distance. Passing by a shopping mall, they noticed an exquisite necklace displayed on the electronic screen, named Heart of the Ocean. This necklace was a masterpiece crafted over several years by a world-renowned artist, a stunning work of art. It was set to be auctioned soon at the Yun City Auction Center. Upon seeing the Heart of the Ocean, Su Qingyu was instantly captivated, her gaze revealing a hint of admiration. What girl wouldn't be enchanted by such a beautiful necklace? She longed to possess it. Yet she understood that such an art-level piece would cost tens of millions, far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like her. Jiang Shua noticed Su Qingyu's fixation on the necklace and smiled indulgently, asking, do you want that necklace? Chapter 25. Proving to everyone upon hearing Jiang Shua's question, Su Qingyu displayed an amused expression, replying, of course I want it. Are you going to buy it for me? Jiang Shua nodded earnestly, stating, if you like it, I'll go buy it for you. Su Qingyu shot him an exasperated look, saying, why do you always make such grand claims? Did you not see the words top-tier art piece written above? Only the wealthy can afford such things. We ordinary folk can only admire them from afar. My dear, even if it is a work of art, it doesn't have to cost a fortune, Jiang Shua quickly countered. For someone whose wealth exceeded billions and who consistently received substantial profits from Tunglong Group, a few million was hardly a staggering amount. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes at Jiang Shua's boasting and said, all right, let's not dwell on these impractical thoughts. We should head back now. With that, Su Qingyu continued walking ahead. Jiang Shua, upon noticing Su Qingyu's disbelief, chuckled softly and shook his head. He mused that, in light of this skepticism, he would procure the Heart of the Ocean and present it to Su Qingyu, after which she would surely no longer think him a braggart. After glancing at the auction's time and location, Jiang Shua hurriedly followed Su Qingyu home. Upon their return, Su Qingyu recounted the day's events to Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue. Their expressions shifted to astonishment upon learning that Su Qingyu had been appointed as the general manager of Su Corporation and was overseeing the Lishui Bay project. They gazed at her incredulously. Just yesterday, the Su family had been belittling her, and now she stood as the general manager. My dear daughter, after years of misfortune, are we finally on the rise? With your promotion, will your salary increase? Wei Shufan inquired with palpable excitement. Su Qingxue chimed in with a smile. Mother, why focus solely on the salary? The pivotal point is that my sister is now in charge of the Lishui Bay project. If this project succeeds, the bonuses alone could exceed 1 million. Wei Shufan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that truly the case? My goodness, that seems excessive. Su Qingyu smiled, saying, oh, the project hasn't even commenced yet, and you're already thinking about bonuses. They all shared a laugh, realizing they were perhaps thinking too far ahead. Regardless, Su Qingyu's success brought immense relief to Wei Shufan, who expressed her gratitude. At last, my daughter has achieved something. Our family will no longer have to bow to others. Seeing their joy, Su Qingyu seized the opportunity to clarify Jiang Shua's role. Mother, I must tell you that my securing the Lishui Bay project is entirely due to Jiang Shua's efforts. Without him, I might not have even entered the Tunglong Group. Wei Shufan immediately shot a glance at Jiang Shua, her expression darkening. Qingyu, how can you still defend this good-for-nothing? I know his character all too well. There's no way he could have helped you secure the Lishui Bay project. She firmly declared, you're just trying to give him face, aren't you? Su Qingxue echoed her mother's sentiments. Exactly, sister. A useless person will always remain useless, no matter how much credit you give him. Everyone can see that he couldn't have accomplished this. Feeling both anxious and helpless, Su Qingyu insisted, I speak the truth. I am not deceiving you. Enough. Last time, you said the same. Your success in securing the Lishui Bay project is solely due to your own abilities. It has nothing to do with this incompetent fool. Wei Shufan retorted, a hint of irritation in her tone. She then turned to Jiang Shuo, saying, you should recognize your own limitations. Now that my daughter is a general manager, being associated with you will only bring her shame. It would be best for you to initiate a divorce, sparing her from a lifetime of misery. Jiang Shuo was taken aback by Wei Shufan's insistence that he was unworthy of Su Qingyu, especially now that she was a general manager. He replied with seriousness, rest assured, I will prove to you that I am deserving of being with Qingyu. Stop boasting. If you truly had the ability to prove yourself, you wouldn't have spent 3 years as a servant in our home, Su Qingyu scoffed. Su Qingyu shot an angry glance at both women, stating, if you bring up the divorce again, I will truly be upset. Wei Shufan quickly smiled, all right, we will not mention it again. Today is a joyous occasion. I will prepare some delightful dishes, and for Qingyu's sake, we shall allow Jiang Shuo to join us at the table, lest she accuse me of mistreating him. Su Qingyu sighed helplessly, feeling at a loss for how to convince Wei Shufan that Jiang Shuo was not a worthless individual. Jiang Shuo smiled at Su Qingyu, saying, it's all right. I will soon demonstrate my capabilities to them. His mind was already formulating plans to show everyone that he, Jiang Shuo, was indeed worthy of Su Qingyu. The following day, Su Qingyu dressed elegantly for her first day as general manager, while Jiang Shuo completed his household chores before venturing out to the bustling commercial district of Yun City. He arrived at the entrance of a renowned bar called Scarlet. This establishment ranked among the top 3 bars in Yun City, not for its service or the beauty of its staff, but because it was owned by Qin Hu, one of the 3 kings of the underground world. At just over 20, Qin Hu had gained notoriety through sheer determination and exceptional fighting skills, ascending to a position of power in a mere 2 years. Anyone associated with the underworld respected his name. As Jiang Shuo entered the bar, he found it empty due to the time of day, but soon spotted a group gathered around a booth. He approached and greeted a robust young man with fierce eyes. Qin Hu, it seems you are enjoying life quite well. The group turned to face Jiang Shuo, and seated across from Qin, who was a man in his 30s, tattooed with the image of a wolf. Known as Lone Wolf, he was a seasoned figure in the underworld with numerous followers. He had come to the Scarlet Bar to curry favor with Qin Hu. But upon hearing Jiang Shuo address Qin Hu directly, he angrily interjected, who do you think you are, daring to call Brother Hu by name? Are you looking for trouble? Lone Wolf's followers immediately stood, glaring at Jiang Shuo. However, upon recognizing Jiang Shuo, Qin Hu froze in astonishment. Without hesitation, he stood up and slapped Lone Wolf, exclaiming, what gives you the right to speak to my boss that way? Turning excitedly to Jiang Shuo, he continued, boss, you finally came to see me. I've been waiting for you for so long. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, especially Qin Hu's followers, who were used to seeing him as a fierce tiger. Now, witnessing this unexpected display of reverence towards an unknown individual was nothing short of astonishing. Lone Wolf, nursing his cheek, was bewildered. He had merely intended to assert himself, but ended up being reprimanded by Qin Hu. Yet, recognizing Qin Hu's demeanor towards Jiang Shuo, he understood that this man was no ordinary individual and chose to remain silent. Jiang Shuo smirked at Qin Hu, teasing, it seems you've grown stronger in my absence. Just calling your name has led to trouble. Qin Hu, with a face full of embarrassment, said, boss, please don't mock me. Everything I have is thanks to you. Without your support, how could I have attained my current status? After speaking, he turned to the Lone Wolf and added, this is my elder brother. Even when he scolds me for being foolish, I feel delighted. I must apologize to my brother immediately. The Lone Wolf hurriedly glanced at Jiang Shuo and bowed his head in apology, saying, brother, I am truly sorry for my lack of discernment and for offending you. Jiang Shuo merely nodded, showing no concern, and replied, I hope I haven't interrupted your drinking. You may continue. My matters can wait. Qin Hu quickly smiled and said, boss, you should not say such things. It's a rare occasion that you come to see me. How could I possibly focus on drinking? He then turned to the Lone Wolf, stating, your joining us is now settled. If any troubles arise in the future, just let me know. Today, I must accompany my brother, so I will not entertain you. The Lone Wolf nodded in understanding and, with his subordinates, promptly left the Scarlet Bar. Qin Hu invited Jiang Shuo to sit at the booth and instructed his subordinates to bring out his prized liquor. He wanted to enjoy a good drink with Jiang Shuo. 2 years ago, Qin Hu was merely a beggar on the streets, had it not been for Jiang Shuo, who offered him food when he was on the brink of starvation and pointed him towards a brighter path. Qin Hu would likely have vanished long ago. It was also due to Jiang Shuo's covert assistance over the past 2 years that Qin Hu ascended to one of the 3 kings of Yun City. Although Jiang Shuo had a reputation as the city's notorious wastrel, It was merely a guise to deceive the Lin family. When Jiang Shuo was ousted by the Lin family, he resolved to exact revenge. Thus, for 3 years, he endured being treated as a ways to lower the Lin family's guard. However, he had once been their most outstanding genius. How could he truly become a wastrel? Over the past 3 years, he maintained the facade of incompetence while secretly amassing his strength. He understood that the Lin family wielded immense power in the capital, and seeking vengeance would not be easy. But through his exceptional talent and a stroke of luck, Jiang Shuo had built a network and strength over these years. Qin, who was merely an inconspicuous pawn in his grand scheme. The years of patience taught Jiang Shuo the value of preparation, so he never revealed his true power. Waiting for the day to confront the Lin family. I will not drink today. I came to see you for 2 reasons: to check on your current situation and to request your assistance with a matter, Jiang Shuo stated calmly. What is it, boss? Whatever you need, I will accomplish without fail, Qin who replied, thumping his chest. Jiang Shuo smiled and said, it's not overly difficult. Next month marks my wedding anniversary with my wife. I will reserve the Time Garden in Yun City. And your task is to purchase all the flowers in the city and decorate the Time Garden according to my specifications before the anniversary. This was Jiang Shuo's well-thought-out plan. He intended to demonstrate to everyone that marrying Su Qingyu was a joyous occasion. Qin who was in the midst of drinking, felt relieved upon hearing Jiang Shuo say it wasn't a difficult task. However, upon hearing the latter part, he promptly spat out the drink he had just taken. Noticing Qin Hu's reaction, Jiang Shuo inquired, what's wrong? Is there an issue? Qin Hu coughed lightly and replied, boss, I understand you want to create a romantic anniversary for your wife, but purchasing all the flowers in Yun City is a bit overwhelming. Although our bar has been doing well lately, I still have a group of subordinates to support, and our current funds are quite limited. Buying thousands of flowers might be manageable, but purchasing every flower in the city would cost far more than we could afford. Jiang Shuo chuckled at Qin Hu's concerns. Even though he had made extensive preparations over the past 3 years, money had always been a thorny issue for him. Qin Hu was right. In the past, they could not have bought out the entire city. However, things had changed. Jiang Shuo now had 100 billion from his father, and money would no longer be a concern for him. It's merely a matter of money. If you find it insufficient, I can lend you a few billion. Jiang Shuo said with a smile. 5 billion transferred, Jiang Shuo stated. Qin Hu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Jiang Shuo's words, thinking to himself that his boss had a penchant for shocking statements. Just as they sat down, he felt his heart racing. Boss, a few billion is no trivial matter. You can't just say you'll give it. I am aware of your circumstances over the years. While they may not recognize your strength, a few billion is not something you can simply hand over. How about this? I will find a way to secure a loan from the bank to assist you. Although it won't be on the grand scale you mentioned. However, it will definitely allow you and your wife to enjoy a romantic anniversary. What do you think? Qin Hu said earnestly. Seeing Qin Hu's disbelief in his wealth, Jiang Shuo chuckled and said, it seems you won't believe me until you see actual cash. Come, let us go to the bank. Qin Hu was momentarily taken aback and asked, what are we going to the bank for? To transfer funds, Jiang Shuo replied, already rising to his feet. Qin Hu, sensing that Jiang Shuo was serious, felt puzzled about his boss's sudden behavior. Could it be that being a son-in-law had made him foolish? However, he dared not ask further and followed Jiang Shuo out of the bar towards the bank. At the bank entrance, Qin Hu turned back and glanced at Jiang Shuo, saying, boss, please don't jest. A few billion is serious business. If it's less than that, you need not bother. Let us just head back. Jiang Shuo shot him a glance and said, stop dawdling. Come inside. With that, he strode into the bank. Reluctantly, Qin Hu followed him in. Inside the bank, Jiang Shuo surveyed the area and noticed the lobby manager standing idly nearby. He approached and said, hello, I would like to conduct a transfer. The manager, without even looking at Jiang Shuo, impatiently replied, if you want to transfer funds, go over there and take a number. The amount I wish to transfer is quite large. The counter won't be able to handle it. Please call your manager. Jiang Shuo insisted. Only then did the lobby manager raise his head to glance at Jiang Shuo. Observing his ordinary attire and youth, the manager's face broke into a mocking expression. How much are you trying to transfer? The counter can handle amounts in the hundreds of thousands. And you need to involve our manager for such a trivial matter? Don't make me laugh. Jiang Shuo frowned at the manager's attitude and retorted, the amount I wish to transfer far exceeds hundreds of thousands. You would do well to summon your manager quickly. Do not waste my time. The lobby manager scoffed and asked, how much are you looking to transfer? Speak up. Even if it's over 1 million, the counter can handle that. 5 billion. Can the counter handle that? Jiang Shuo replied blandly. The lobby manager was taken aback momentarily before eyeing Jiang Shuo with disbelief. Don't joke around. If you had 5 billion, would you be wearing such cheap clothes? I suspect you're here to cause trouble. Qin Hu, witnessing the lobby manager's attitude towards Jiang Shua, felt irritated and retorted, "How can you speak like that? What do you mean we are here to cause trouble?" The manager shot a disdainful glance at Qin Hu and, seeing his rough demeanor, became even more convinced that the two were troublemakers. "You think 5 billion is easy to come by? You can't just say you want to transfer it. Get out of here, or I'll call security," the lobby manager stated bluntly. Qin Hu felt somewhat helpless. Although he was one of the 3 kings of Cloud City, he could not compel the bank staff to be courteous. After all, in this world, money reigns supreme. "Boss, perhaps we should just leave for now and contemplate other solutions?" In truth, Qin Hu harbored doubts about Jiang Shua possessing 500 million. Jiang Shua, disregarding Qin Hu's suggestion, was irked by the lobby manager's rude demeanor. What was meant to be a simple request to summon the general manager had turned into an uncomfortable situation for everyone involved. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed a number. It was the general manager's number of this very bank. Not long after Jiang Shua's account had received an influx of 1 billion, he had received a call from this manager, as his bank card was issued by this institution. For a bank, having a client with 1 billion in their account, regardless of whether they invested in financial products, was undoubtedly advantageous. Typically, such clients were treated like royalty. When the general manager had called Jiang Shua, his tone had been exceedingly respectful, inviting Jiang Shua to reach out should he have any investment inquiries. Soon, the call connected, and a deferential voice greeted him. "Mr. Jiang, how may I assist you?" Jiang Shua replied coldly, "I wish to transfer the funds from my card to another bank. Please facilitate this for me." The general manager, startled, coughed, and inquired, "Mr. Jiang, has our service fallen short? Why the sudden need to transfer your funds?" Jiang Shua continued, "I am currently in your bank. I asked your lobby manager to summon you for a transfer, yet he labeled me insane and attempted to expel me." The general manager quickly responded, "Mr. Jiang, please hold on. I shall come down immediately. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution." With that, he ended the call. The lobby manager, looking disdainfully at Jiang Shua, mocked, "What's this? Putting on a show by making a phone call?" Jiang Shua glanced at him and stated, "I have informed your general manager. He will be here shortly." Upon hearing this, the lobby manager burst into laughter, gazing at Jiang Shua as if he were a fool. "If you had the general manager's number, you'd at least be a client with over 1 billion in deposits. Do you think I would believe your feigned bravado?" Jiang Shua chose to ignore him and stood patiently, awaiting the manager's arrival. In less than 2 minutes, a man in a suit rushed into the lobby, panting from his hurried descent. Spotting Jiang Shua, he quickly approached, fearful that he might arrive too late and find Jiang Shua gone. The lobby manager, upon seeing the general manager's appearance, was taken aback and stammered, "General manager, why are you here?" Qin, who was equally astonished. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Shua's claim that the general manager would come true. Could it be that Jiang Shua truly was transferring 500 million? The general manager, regaining his composure, shot a fierce glare at the lobby manager and exclaimed, "If I hadn't come down, you would have driven our bank to ruin. Do you realize you nearly caused us to lose a client with 1 billion in deposits?" Chapter 28. I want to acquire the entire garden. All eyes in the bank turned to the general manager, captivated by his words. The mention of 1 billion in deposits was indeed daunting. The lobby manager stood frozen, initially believing the general manager had come down by coincidence, only to realize he had been summoned by Jiang Shua. Most alarmingly, the general manager had referred to Jiang Shua as a client with 1 billion in deposits. As a banking professional, the lobby manager understood the implications of such wealth. If his actions led to the bank losing such a valuable client, his job would be at stake. How is this possible? He is our only client with 1 billion in deposits? The lobby manager's voice trembled. "Isn't at you?" The general manager retorted sharply. Qin, whose eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined Jiang Shua held such wealth, let alone 1 billion. 500 million seemed trivial in comparison. The onlookers in the bank cast envious glances at Jiang Shua, many feeling compelled to approach him for a connection. Goodness, 1 billion in deposits? At my salary level, it would take hundreds of lifetimes to accumulate such an amount. Is this what true wealth looks like? Holding over 1 billion while wearing what appears to be thrift store clothing. Now that is true humility. I wish I could just touch him for a bit of that luck. Just a touch might be worth several million. The general manager turned to Jiang Shua, his expression filled with regret. He bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the distress this has caused you. This lobby manager was only promoted a couple of days ago, and I did not anticipate his lack of professionalism. To express our regret, I will demote him from his position and have him start anew as a teller. Additionally, our bank will offer you high-yield investment services. Would that be acceptable?" Jiang Shua glanced at him and replied, I will forego the investment services. However, the lobby manager's demeanor is indeed troubling. The general manager immediately understood Jiang Shua's intent and turned to the lobby manager with a stern expression, stating, "From today onward, you will revert to the position of a teller. Only when you learn to treat clients with respect will you be considered for a promotion again." The lobby manager's face fell in despair. He had barely occupied the position for 2 days and was already facing demotion. He had announced his promotion to everyone, and a celebratory gathering was planned that evening with relatives attending. He had intended to boast at the gathering, but if they discovered he had been demoted so soon, he would have no face left to meet his family. With desperation in his eyes, he pleaded with the general manager, "Mr. Wang, I had no idea he was our bank's major client. I assure you, I will never make such a mistake again. Please, show me mercy. Even if he were not a major client, would that justify your treatment? Every client is akin to a deity. Your attitude is unacceptable. I am not dismissing you outright, which is a mercy in itself. This matter is non-negotiable," the general manager replied without hesitation. The lobby manager's face turned ashen, although he was not outright dismissed. This incident meant that his prospects for advancement were forever jeopardized. Continuing in this role would mean a lifetime of earning a meager salary. The general manager ignored the lobby manager further and turned to Jiang Shua, respectfully stating, "Mr. Jiang, henceforth, for any business you wish to conduct, you may come to our VIP room, and I will personally assist you, bypassing the counter. Let us proceed to the VIP room now." Jiang Shua chose not to dwell on the matter further and followed the general manager towards the VIP room. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Shua and Qin Hu exited the bank. Qin Hu stared at the bank card in his hand, lost in thought, almost in a trance. Jiang Shua, noticing his demeanor, couldn't help but laugh and asked, "What is wrong with you? You look as if you've lost your soul." Qin Hu turned to Jiang Shua and murmured, "Boss, 500 million. I have never seen so much money in my life, and now it just sits in my card. How can I remain calm?" Jiang Shua chuckled, "Look at you, so lacking in composure. It's merely 500 million. I expect you to achieve great things. In time, you will realize that 500 million is inconsequential." Qin Hu took a deep breath and then looked earnestly at Jiang Shua, saying, "Boss, to be honest, you should take on the role of the Three Kings. I feel that I am not suited to be the leader. My strengths lie in fighting. If you bring me along to brawl daily, I would be more than willing. However, being the boss is truly a headache." Upon hearing Qin Hu's words, Jiang Shua contemplated for a moment. Given Qin Hu's character, it was indeed apparent that he was ill-suited for leadership. However, all of Jiang Shua's capable associates had already been dispatched to Kyoto, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a suitable candidate. "Let us put this matter on hold for now. I will find you a leader to guide you later. Your immediate task is to procure all the flowers in the city," Jiang Shua instructed. "Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed," Qin Hu replied earnestly. The two then departed from the bank. Qin Hu returned to the Scarlet Bar, noting that Jiang Shua's anniversary with Su Qingyu was next month. If he purchased the flowers now, they would likely wilt by the time the occasion arrived. Thus, Qin Hu planned to contact the florist in a couple of days to ensure that the flowers would be fresh for the anniversary. Jiang Shua, on the other hand, headed straight to the Time Garden, a renowned attraction in Yun City, sprawling over an extensive area comparable to that of a large botanical garden. Each spring, the Time Garden welcomed throngs of visitors eager to admire its beauty. By choosing this location for the anniversary and tasking Qin Hu with procuring all the flowers, Jiang Shua was making a considerable statement. It was likely that the Time Garden would become the most picturesque sight in Yun City. Upon arriving at the ticket counter of the Time Garden, Jiang Shua observed numerous tourists purchasing tickets, uncertain of whom to approach about renting the entire garden. He joined the queue, intending to inquire with the ticket seller. Shortly thereafter, he reached the window, where the attendant glanced at him and asked, "How many tickets would you like?" Jiang Shua smiled and replied, "I wish to rent the entire garden. Could you please inform me of the cost?" The people behind him gasped in astonishment at his declaration. Chapter 29. Su Jiamei's Revenge in the Office of the Su Corporation. Su Qingyu meticulously organized a document before exiting her office. Being her first day as general manager, she approached the task with utmost seriousness, hardly pausing throughout the day. She placed the document on Su Jieli's desk, where Su Jieli was engrossed in her phone, ignoring her presence. "Please print 2 copies of this document. I will need them shortly," Su Qingyu requested. Su Jieli, slightly annoyed, set down her phone and retorted, "Isn't printing documents a simple task? Can't you do it yourself? Can't you see I'm busy on my phone?" Su Qingyu frowned immediately, responding, "I have not taken a break all day, while you have merely been playing on your phone. Is the company supporting you just so you can waste time?" Su Jieli erupted in anger, shouting, "Su Qingyu, What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I do nothing at the company? Don't think that just because you are now the general manager, you can bully me. With a cold expression, Su Qingyu inquired. Then tell me, what have you accomplished at work today? Su Jieli opened her mouth to list her tasks, but, after a moment's reflection, realized she had done nothing but play on her phone since her arrival, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing Su Jieli's silence, Su Qingyu declared, the company will not support idleness. Should your attitude toward work remain unchanged, I will inform Grandma and advocate for your dismissal. I expect that document in 5 minutes. If the project is delayed, you will bear full responsibility. Furthermore, playing on your phone during work hours will result in your entire day's wages being deducted. I hope you take this as a lesson. With that, Su Qingyu turned and left. Fuming, Su Jieli clenched her teeth, unable to fathom that she would be subjected to Su Qingyu's authority. However, she feared that Su Qingyu would report her to their grandmother. Although the old lady was partial to her, she held a strong disdain for those who did not fulfill their duties at work. Reluctantly, Su Jieli picked up the documents Su Qingyu had given her and obediently went to make copies. After finishing, she begrudgingly handed them to Su Qingyu before storming into Su Jiamei's office. Brother, you need to deal with Su Qingyu. She's getting too full of herself. I merely played on my phone for a bit, and she threatened to deduct my wages for the day. Su Jieli exclaimed, her face a mask of grievance. Su Jiamei furrowed his brow at her words, responding, Su Qingyu really thinks highly of herself. On her first day, she is already deducting your pay. It's clear she is set on opposing us. Exactly, brother. She is retaliating against us for our past treatment now that she is the general manager. Su Jieli pouted. We cannot allow things to continue this way. She will surely try to dominate us. We must devise a plan to rein her in, Su Jiamei murmured. Su Jieli sighed in resignation, but she is now the general manager and has taken over the Lishui Bay project. Even Grandma values her highly. How can we contend with her? A wicked smile crept across Su Jiamei's face as he replied, while we may not be able to challenge her within the company, outside of it, she is merely a vulnerable woman. Teaching her a lesson should not pose much difficulty. Su Jieli's eyes lit up as she asked, what kind of lesson do you have in mind, brother? I recently became acquainted with a big shot in the underworld, known as Lone Wolf. He has significant connections. I will call him and have a few of his men pay Su Qingyu a visit to teach her a lesson. Let us see if she dares to act so arrogantly afterward, Su Jiamei sneered. Su Jieli clapped her hands in agreement, saying, let us call him right away. I had no idea my brother had such powerful contacts. Su Jiamei grinned with pride. Do you think I'm like that useless Jiang Shua? My connections are indeed formidable. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Wolf, it's Xiaoming. I have a favor to ask of you. As Jiang Shua exited the Time Garden, he was personally seen off by the director and several senior staff members. Considering the need for arrangements to be made within the garden, Jiang Shua had booked it for 3 days, using the first 2 for preparations. When he initially mentioned this to the director, the latter was nearly taken aback, as such an arrangement had never occurred before. Jiang Shua alone was equivalent to tens of thousands of visitors. The staff at the Time Garden treated Jiang Shua with utmost respect. With everything now in place, all that remained was to acquire the heart of the ocean and await the anniversary. In high spirits, Jiang Shua hailed a taxi to the Su Corporation, intending to pick up Su Qingyu and return home together. Upon arriving at the entrance, he did not go inside but waited outside. Before long, as the workday came to a close, employees began to exit the building. The moment Jiang Shua spotted Su Qingyu, he approached her eagerly. Darling, how does it feel to be the general manager on your first day? Jiang Shua asked with a smile. Surprised, Su Qingyu looked at Jiang Shua and asked, what brings you here? I had some matters to attend to and happened to pass by, so I thought I'd come and take you home, Jiang Shua casually replied, choosing not to reveal the anniversary plans, intending instead to surprise her later. Su Qingyu did not press further, nodding before saying, then let us head home. 2 individuals walked towards the distance. At that moment, Su Jiaming and Su Jieli emerged from the company, and upon seeing Jiang Shua seeking Su Qingyu, a cold smirk appeared on their faces. Brother, has the person you arranged arrived? Su Jieli inquired. You should have already arrived. I didn't expect that waste, Jiang Shua, would also show up. However, it's just as well. Last time in front of Grandma, he had the audacity to demand an apology from us for Su Qingyu. This time, we can deal with him as well, Su Jiaming sneered. It would be best to eliminate both of them. That way, we can save ourselves the trouble. Su Jieli said maliciously. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu, the 2 were plotting against them as they continued walking, intending to hail a taxi at the upcoming intersection. As they passed a narrow alley, several individuals suddenly rushed out, dragging Su Qingyu inside. Witnessing this, Jiang Shua hurried into the alley to rescue Su Qingyu. He shielded her behind him and cast a dark gaze at the assailants within the alley, coldly demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" The leader, a man with dyed yellow hair adorned with tattoos on his arms, exuded an intimidating presence. He glanced at Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu with a sneer and spoke. "You have offended the wrong people. We are here to deal with you, but our target is this woman. It would be best if you stepped aside. If you meddle, do not blame us for being rude." Fear gripped Su Qingyu. She had no idea when she had provoked such individuals. "Gentlemen, have you made a mistake? I have never offended anyone. Perhaps you should double-check," she said anxiously to the yellow-haired man. "No need to check. It's you. You are quite beautiful. If you are willing to serve us, we might consider letting you go," the yellow-haired man leered. His companions joined in laughter, their eyes roaming over Su Qingyu with lewd intent. Jiang Shua's expression turned icy in an instant. For someone to speak such words in front of him was tantamount to courting death. "Do you know she is my wife?" Jiang Shua said coldly. The group burst into derisive laughter upon hearing his words. "What are you? So what if she is your wife? If you are sensible, you will let her come with us to the hotel. Otherwise, we will break your legs first," the yellow-haired man shouted without restraint. Jiang Shua clenched his fists tightly, taking a step forward, ready to confront them. Seeing this, Su Qingyu quickly intervened, urgently saying, "Are you crazy? There are so many of them. You will only be seeking death." Jiang Shua turned to her and reassured, "Wife, do not worry. They are mere small fry to me." Qin Hu, who held the position of a kingpin in the underworld of Yun City, relied on his fists. It could be said that few could rival him in strength throughout Yun City. Jiang Shua's mastery had honed Qin Hu's skills with a few pointers. To Jiang Shua, calling the yellow-haired men small fry was quite generous. Su Qingyu, not fully aware of Jiang Shua's capabilities, perceived his bravado as mere posturing, and her expression darkened with anger. "I know their words upset you, but this is not the time to show off. We should find a way to escape first," she insisted. The yellow-haired men dismissed Jiang Shua's words entirely. Prior to coming, they had learned about Su Qingyu's situation and knew her husband was the notorious waste of Yun City. "You really are something, calling us small fry. A well-known loser like you has the audacity to say such things?" The yellow-haired man scoffed. "Boss, stop wasting time with him. A loser like him can be dealt with easily. I can't wait to experience the beauty for myself." One of the men behind him chimed in eagerly. The others were similarly eager for a confrontation. Jiang Shua snorted coldly, declaring, "You seek death." As soon as his words fell, he charged forward. The yellow-haired men, recognizing his intent, swiftly surrounded him. Su Qingyu's expression changed in alarm, but she was unable to stop Jiang Shua in time. She had intended to call him back, cautioning against his impulsiveness, but in the next moment, she was rendered speechless. Jiang Shua navigated through the encirclement of the yellow-haired men as if he were in an empty space, his speed astonishing and his movements reflecting training, a stark contrast to the instinctual brawling of his opponents. In mere moments, Jiang Shua had struck each of the assailants once. His strength was remarkable. A single blow was sufficient to send them crashing to the ground. Within 2 minutes, he ceased his actions, and the yellow-haired men lay on the ground, groaning in pain, their eyes filled with deep-seated fear. Didn't they say he was a waste? How could he be this strong? "We've really messed up," the yellow-haired man gritted his teeth, exclaiming. Jiang Shua coldly stared at him and commanded, "Apologize to my wife." The yellow-haired man, wary, shifted his gaze, saying, "Let me tell you, we are with the lone wolves. You should leave now, and we won't hold today's events against you. Otherwise, I'll call my big brother, and you'll be in for it." Upon hearing the name lone wolves, Jiang Shua frowned. Earlier that day, while visiting Qin Hu, he had encountered someone else associated with them. Why were they causing trouble for his wife? Jiang Shua glared at the yellow-haired man and said, "Then call your big brother. I would like to see what he can do to me." The yellow-haired man was taken aback. He had intended to use the name lone wolves to intimidate Jiang Shua, only to find that Jiang Shua welcomed the challenge. "You asked for this. I will call my big brother now, and when he arrives, you will regret it." With that, the yellow-haired man pulled out his phone to make the call. Su Qingyu, recovering from her shock, grew anxious upon hearing Jiang Shua's intention to summon the yellow-haired man's brother. "Why would you want him to come? Things will likely become even more troublesome," she urged. Jiang Shua smiled and replied, "You witnessed my strength earlier. These thugs cannot harm me. I simply wish to understand why they are troubling you." "No, you must return with me. We can investigate this matter later," Su Qingyu insisted firmly. "Wife, you should head back. I will wait here." "I assure you, I will be fine," Jiang Shua replied. Seeing his determination, Su Qingyu felt a mix of urgency and helplessness. "If you don't leave, then I won't either. If they decide to act against me, it will be your responsibility. Think it through," she threatened deliberately. Jiang Shua chuckled softly, surprised to see his wife displaying such concern for him. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, How about this? You wait at that CAF over there. It offers a clear view of this situation. I will wait here for their leader. If things seem off, signal me, and we can call for help. Considering his plan, Su Qingyu found it reasonable and nodded. I will wait at the CAF. If anything happens, you must signal me promptly. Understood, Jiang Shua smiled. Watching as Su Qingyu left the alley, the yellow-haired man, lying on the ground, watched Jiang Shua with disdain, thinking that this man truly lived up to his reputation as the notorious waste of Yun City. Foolishly waiting here while he planned to teach him a lesson when his leader arrived. About 20 minutes later, the lone wolf arrived in the alley with a group of people, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon noticing this, the yellow-haired boy hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed to the front of the lone wolf, pointing at Jiang Shua and exclaiming, "Boss, you finally made it. This fool here has beaten us all. You must avenge us today." The lone wolf turned to glance at Jiang Shua and was taken aback. This was the very figure whom even Qin who would refer to as boss. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to the yellow-haired boy's face, barking, "Who is your boss? Get out of my sight." He then quickly approached Jiang Shua, bending slightly as he said, "Brother, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here." Chapter 31. Apologies must be sincere. Get down on your knees. The yellow-haired boy and his companions were left dumbfounded at the sight of the lone wolf addressing Jiang Shua as brother. Still reeling from the slap, the yellow-haired boy blurted out, "Boss, this person is a notorious loser in Cloud City. Why are you calling him brother?" Cold sweat broke out on the lone wolf's forehead upon hearing this, and he swiftly turned around, kicking the yellow-haired boy, scolding, "You're the real loser. Keep your mouth shut. If you dare speak out of turn again, I'll sew your lips shut." The yellow-haired boy fell to the ground, and it dawned on him that Jiang Shua was not as simple as they had presumed. Their arrogance in front of Jiang Shua stemmed from the lone wolf's backing. And now that the lone wolf referred to Jiang Shua as brother, their confidence dissipated. The lone wolf wiped the sweat from his brow and, with an apologetic expression, said to Jiang Shua, "Brother, I sincerely apologize. It's my failure to manage these guys properly. I'll have them apologize to you right away." He then shouted at the yellow-haired boy and his companions, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to brother." The yellow-haired group hurriedly approached Jiang Shua, bowing deeply as they expressed, "Brother, we're sorry. We shouldn't have troubled you." The lone wolf felt that such apologies might not suffice to quell Jiang Shua's anger and shouted, "Is this how you apologize? Apologies must be sincere. Get down on your knees." The yellow-haired boys exchanged glances, their faces revealing reluctance, but to avoid further trouble, they had no choice but to abandon their pride. They all knelt before Jiang Shua, sincerely apologizing once more. Seeing them kneel, Jiang Shua decided not to pursue the matter further, understanding that they were merely following orders. He needed to comprehend why the lone wolf had sent the yellow-haired group to cause trouble for Su Qingyu. "Why did you instruct them to trouble my wife?" Jiang Shu narrowed his eyes at the lone wolf. The lone wolf's expression changed. He had only accepted money from Su Jiaming to teach someone a lesson, unaware that Su Jiaming intended to target Jiang Shua's wife. Had he known, he wouldn't have dared to send the yellow-haired group to create chaos. Gritting his teeth, the lone wolf slapped his own face several times, leaving marks, and confessed, "Brother, this is all my fault. I took money from a person named Su Jiaming to teach someone a lesson, but I didn't realize that he wanted to target your wife. If I had known earlier, this wouldn't have happened." Upon hearing the name Su Jiaming, Jiang Shua scoffed internally, recognizing him as the only one audacious enough to create trouble for Su Qingyu. Noticing the lone wolf slapping himself and acknowledging his mistake, Jiang Shua chose not to hold it against him, considering it was their first meeting. "Given that you were unaware, I will let you off this time. However, should there be a next time, do not expect my mercy," Jiang Shua stated coldly. The lone wolf quickly nodded, assuring, "Brother, rest assured. Such a mistake will not occur again." Jiang Shua nodded and added, "Additionally, I need you to assist me with one more task." The lone wolf immediately patted his chest, declaring, "Brother, just say the word, and I shall not refuse." "Go teach Su Jiaming a lesson," Jiang Shua replied nonchalantly. This man had already begun to trouble Su Qingyu, and Jiang Shua would not let him off lightly. After clarifying, Jiang Shua departed the alley and arrived at the entrance of a CAF, with the lone wolf and the yellow-haired group following suit. Su Qingyu had been seated by the window, intently observing the scene in the alley. Initially, she feared that Jiang Shua might be beaten if he mishandled the situation. However, she was taken aback when the group that arrived began to bow and scrape upon encountering Jiang Shua. The leading figure even struck his own subordinates and slapped himself a few times, which completely caught Su Qingyu off guard. Unable to hear their conversation, she remained oblivious to what transpired. When she saw Jiang Shua emerge from the alley, she quickly stood up and approached him with concern, asking, "What happened?" "Those people were so deferential to you. It seemed like they were afraid of you." Jiang Shua smiled and replied, "I told them I have friends in the police force, and they got scared, so they apologized." "Is that so?" Su Qingyu expressed her surprise, not expecting Jiang Shua to resolve trouble in such a manner. "A bunch of ruffians. Not the brightest. I suppose they fell for it," Jiang Shua casually remarked. Su Qingyu found some reason in his words and accepted it, continuing to inquire, "Did you find out who sent them?" "They just got the wrong person, so their boss punished them, and it's all settled now, wife." "Let's head home," Jiang Shua concluded, choosing not to disclose that those individuals were sent by Su Jiaming. Someone wanted to trouble Su Qingyu, and he would handle it. There was no need for her to worry. Su Qingyu sighed in relief and looked at Jiang Shua with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Jiang Shua." Jiang Shua smiled, teasing, "How about a kiss for me this time?" Su Qingyu rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "Dream on," and walked ahead. Jiang Shua chuckled helplessly and followed her. As Su Qingyu felt the presence of this man behind her, it was her first time experiencing a sense of reliance. In the past, she never imagined that someone would stand up for her in times of trouble. Even if Jiang Shua was deemed a loser by everyone else, in her heart, he was gradually transforming into someone worthy of trust. Later that evening, after dinner, Su Qingyu was watching television with Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue, while Jiang Shua tidied up the table. The news on the television reported that the Time Garden would be closed for 3 days due to a mysterious wealthy individual who had reserved the entire garden to surprise his wife romantically. The three of them displayed envious expressions upon hearing the news. "How romantic! To book the Time Garden for 3 days. I want a husband like that in the future," Su Qingxue gushed. Hearing his sister-in-law's comment, Jiang Shua nearly dropped the cup he was holding. Noticing his reaction, Su Qingxue scoffed. "What? Do you have a problem with me? Or do you think I don't deserve a husband like that?" Jiang Shua quickly responded, No, I just slipped." Su Qingxue huffed, "My sister marrying you is truly unfortunate. The date of that mysterious rich man's reservation happens to be your wedding anniversary with my sister. Don't you feel ashamed? Compared to him, you're nothing but trash." Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and said, "Qingxue, do not speak of your brother-in-law in such a manner." Su Qingxue retorted indignantly, "Sister, am I wrong? This good-for-nothing is leagues behind others. Ask him what he has prepared for your anniversary. I doubt he has even considered giving you a surprise." Wei Shufan chimed in. "Qingxue is absolutely right. Marrying this useless man is the biggest misfortune of your life. If it weren't for you stopping me, I would have kicked him out long ago." Seeing their expressions, Jiang Shua solemnly declared, "I, too, can provide Qingyu with such a surprise." Both Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue scoffed, with Su Qingxue saying, "Do not boast. With your capabilities, it would be a miracle if you do not scare my sister." Jiang Shua chose not to argue further, pondering that on their anniversary, they would see whether his words held truth. Meanwhile, Su Jiaming was returning home after a night out with friends. He contemplated that with a lone wolf on the prowl, Su Qingyu must have already faced repercussions, and he anticipated a spectacle at the office the following day. As he passed through a dark alley, several shadows suddenly lunged from the darkness, dragging him inside. Startled, Su Jiaming sobered up and shouted, "What are you doing?" The shadows exchanged cold laughter, one of them cursing, "It is because of you that I got slapped today. I will make you pay." Su Jiaming, utterly bewildered, had no idea what they meant. The alley was devoid of light, making it impossible for him to discern their faces. "Brothers, I do not know you at all. Have you mistaken me for someone else? If it is money you seek, I can give it to you right now," he pleaded. "Who wants your money? We are here to exact revenge." Without further ado, they began to assault him. Soon, the alley echoed with his agonizing screams. Chapter 32. The auction days later. The news that a mysterious tycoon had booked the entire Time Garden for 3 days became a hot topic of conversation among the citizens of Yun City. Everyone speculated about the true identity of this enigmatic millionaire, curious to know who could be so romantic as to reserve the entire garden for the sake of surprising his wife. Many also learned that someone was ordering fresh flowers from all the markets in Yun City, with the delivery scheduled for the same day the tycoon had reserved the garden. This led to further speculation that the one ordering all the flowers was indeed the same individual who had reserved the Time Garden. This event reshaped the citizens' perception of romance. They had never imagined that someone could go so far as to purchase every flower in the city just to create a surprise for a loved one. Such extravagance could only belong to a true magnate. Many young women in Yun City expressed their envy, with some even demanding that their boyfriends provide them with similar surprises. Though the outcomes were predictable, few could afford to rent out the entire Time Garden and buy all the flowers in the city. Most could only dream of such gestures. While the populace fervently discussed the mysterious tycoon, the man in question, Jiang Shua, was at home preparing a meal for his wife. After placing the dish before Su Qingyu, he smiled and said, "Eat while it's hot." As she dined, Su Qingyu remarked, "A few days ago, Su Jiaming came to work with his face swollen like a pig's head. I almost did not recognize him. He even insisted that I was behind his injuries. Like a madman. What do you think happened to him?" Jiang Shua chuckled, replying, "Perhaps he has accumulated too many guilty deeds and is now facing the consequences." Su Qingyu nodded in agreement. True. With his character, he must have offended many, so getting beaten is well-deserved. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Jiang Shua, tomorrow night is the class reunion. Do you think I should go?" Jiang Shua nodded, saying, "You've already committed to attending, so you must go. Otherwise, Li Xinyao will surely think you are afraid." Su Qingyu appeared troubled. "But once I go, she will undoubtedly find ways to humiliate me. Moreover, I've been saving for years and have no decent jewelry to show. I will surely be ridiculed." Noticing her distress, Jiang Shua reassured her, "Do not worry. I will accompany you and ensure you do not lose face. As for jewelry, let us go to the jewelry market together after you finish work tonight." That afternoon was the auction for the heart of the ocean. Jiang Shua was determined to acquire it, intending to present it as a surprise on their anniversary. Thus, he could not allow Su Qingyu to wear it to the reunion. Instead, he planned to buy a few other pieces to support her appearance. Jewelry prices had soared, and although he had received a promotion, he had only been working for a few days, with his salary arriving next month. Su Qingyu sighed. "It's not easy to buy such expensive jewelry." Jiang Shua smiled and said, "But I am here. My father has given me plenty of money. Enough for you to purchase jewelry." Su Qingyu's eyes brightened as she asked, "Really?" Jiang Shua nodded. "After 3 years of marriage, I have yet to buy you any decent jewelry. Tonight, we will go shopping, and you cannot refuse me." After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingyu realized Jiang Shua wished to make amends and could not bear to decline his kindness, so she agreed. After lunch, Jiang Shua left the house alone. His mission clear, he must secure the heart of the ocean at the auction. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Jiang Shua initially intended to hail a cab, but suddenly recalled something and turned to enter a nearby fruit store. The shopkeeper was dozing in a reclining chair. But upon seeing Jiang Shua, he immediately perked up. "What brings you here?" he asked. Jiang Shua smiled. "Some of my subordinates need a leader. After much consideration, I believe you are the most suitable. Are you truly not going to accept my invitation?" "What are you talking about?" "I do not understand," the shopkeeper replied. "Swatting flies with a fly swatter." Jiang Shua chuckled. "It seems you are still not interested. No rush. Whenever you come to your senses, you can find me." With that, he turned and left the store. After Jiang Shua departed, the fruit shopkeeper's gaze deepened, exuding an imposing aura that was not typical of ordinary individuals. "This lad is quite intriguing. I have concealed myself for years without being discovered. I wonder how he saw through me." Shaking his head with a smile, the shopkeeper reclined again, leisurely closing his eyes. Jiang Shua took a taxi to the Yun City Auction Center, where luxury cars congregated outside, attracting the interest of affluent individuals from various industries. Those permitted to enter the auction were undoubtedly wealthy, making the entrance resemble a car exhibition. Many who could not enter the auction still came to admire the luxury vehicles. In contrast, it was quite rare for someone like Jiang Shua to arrive by taxi. As he paid, the driver glanced at him and asked, "Young man, are you here to admire the luxury cars?" Jiang Shua smiled. "No. I am here to participate in the auction." The driver widened his eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing Jiang Shua. "You cannot be serious. People attending the auction do not arrive by taxi. Yet here I am," Jiang Shua casually replied before stepping out of the vehicle. The driver observed Jiang Shua striding towards the entrance of the auction house, shaking his head as he remarked, "The youth of today are so fond of boasting. They can outbluster even my younger self." Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Shua encountered 2 security guards who were scrutinizing the auction tickets held by attendees. As he approached, the guards promptly stopped him. "What is your purpose here?" one of them inquired. "I am here to attend the auction," Jiang Shua replied. Based on his experience, he knew that entry to such auctions could sometimes be granted without a ticket, provided one underwent a financial verification. He contemplated asking the guards to escort him for that purpose. Upon hearing Jiang Shua's words, the guards appraised him with condescending looks, their expressions morphing into mockery. Another pretender trying to play the affluent, and not even doing it convincingly. "Just look at his shabby attire. He thinks he can enter the auction," one guard scoffed. "Get lost. Don't hinder the other guests." Chapter 33. Am I qualified to enter the auction? Jiang Shua frowned immediately, taken aback by the guard's rudeness. They were hastily dismissing him based solely on his clothing. "I genuinely wish to attend the auction. If you doubt my intentions, you can take me for verification," he stated. Suppressing his irritation, the guard's derision intensified, and one of them chortled, Do you truly believe yourself to be wealthy? Aren't you afraid that a financial check will reveal you possess merely 200 yuan, embarrassing yourself in the process? Enough of this nonsense. Just let him be, otherwise we will forcibly remove you, the other guard said impatiently, directing his gaze at Jiang Shua. Seeing that the guards were unwilling to even allow him a verification, Jiang Shua's anger flared. He coldly demanded, "Where is your supervisor? I wish to speak with him. Are you unable to comprehend simple instructions? I told you to leave. You think you can just demand to meet our supervisor? Who do you think you are?" One guard retorted harshly. At that moment, a young man in his 20s approached the auction entrance. Noticing the guards blocking Jiang Shua, he smiled and asked, "What is going on here?" The guards immediately turned to the young man, their faces transforming into sycophantic smiles as they greeted him. "Young Master Zhang, you're here." This individual was Zhang Wei, the son of a restaurant chain owner in Yun City, a figure of the upper echelon with substantial family assets. Due to his frequent appearances in high-end venues, many guards recognized him. Zhang Wei nodded at the guards and then glanced at Jiang Shua, inquiring, "What is he doing here?" "You see, this guy is trying to pose as a wealthy individual to sneak into the auction. We suspect he intends to cause trouble, which is why we stopped him." One guard chuckled. Zhang Wei scrutinized Jiang Shua, his eyes betraying disdain as he remarked, "He certainly looks like a nobody." He then addressed Jiang Shua, saying, "Buddy, you'd best not linger here. The items at this auction fetch at least 1 million, even if you sold yourself. You wouldn't be able to afford a fraction of a single item. Did you hear that? Young Master Zhang has given you a chance to leave. What are you still doing here?" The guards echoed. Zhang Wei seemed to relish this feeling of superiority. After belittling Jiang Shua, he sauntered into the auction house, with the guards not even bothering to check his ticket. "Take care, young Master Zhang. We wish you success in acquiring your desired items." The guards hastily bid farewell. Jiang Shua, witnessing the stark contrast in the guards' treatment of him compared to Zhang Wei, felt his expression darken. The guards, noticing his displeasure, impatiently urged, "Get lost. Do you expect us to treat you like young Master Zhang? Take a moment to reflect on your own worth. He is the son of a prominent businessman." Ignoring their taunts, Jiang Shua pulled out his phone and dialed Feng Hong's number. "Are you acquainted with the head of the auction house?" Jiang Shua inquired. "Yes, the chairman." "What is the matter?" Feng Hong responded. "I am at the auction house in trance. Please have the head come out to see me," Jiang Shua instructed. "Understood. I'll call him right away." After hanging up, Jiang Shua decided against lingering at the entrance and moved aside. The two guards, seeing him no longer obstructing the entrance, said nothing further, though they continued to look at him with disdain. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached the entrance and came to stand before Jiang Shua. "Are you Mr. Jiang Shua?" the man asked. Jiang Shua nodded in affirmation. "The general manager of Tunglong Group informed me that you wish to speak with me." "What is the matter?" "I would like to enter the auction," Jiang Shua replied. The man scrutinized Jiang Shua for a moment and said, "That is permissible, but we must first conduct a financial verification as per our regulations." Jiang Shua nodded. "Lead the way." Without further ado, the head escorted Jiang Shua towards a nearby door. The guards, witnessing the head personally attend to Jiang Shua, were taken aback. Why is the head coming down? What could he possibly want with that guy? Who knows? Perhaps he realized the man was here to cause trouble and is going to deal with him. Inside the verification room, Jiang Shua produced his bank card and handed it to the staff member. The staff conducted the necessary operations, prompting Jiang Shua to enter his password. The head observed Jiang Shua closely, pondering that his humble attire did not suggest affluence, but given the connection to the general manager of Tunglong Group, he dared not underestimate him. Soon, the staff member gasped, nearly dropping his gaze in astonishment. "Director, we have the results," the staff stammered. "What is the amount?" the head inquired. 900. The staff faltered. 90 million? The head frowned, recalling that anyone with assets below 2 million was prohibited from entering the auction. "And no, it's over 90 billion. The staff quickly corrected. The head shuddered, staring incredulously at Jiang Shua, struggling to swallow his disbelief. "Am I qualified to enter the auction?" Jiang Shua inquired. "Absolutely. If you're not qualified, then there would be no reason for today's auction to proceed," the head hastily assured, his demeanor shifting to one of profound respect. He then turned to the staff member, instructing, "Quickly inform the venue to prepare the front row seats for Mr. Jiang and arrange the finest refreshments for him." "Understood?" The staff nodded vigorously and hurried off to make the necessary preparations. The head regarded Jiang Shua with envy, marveling at his young age and impressive wealth. Realizing why he was a friend of Tunglong Group's general manager, "Mr. Jiang, allow me to escort you to the venue," the head offered with a smile. Jiang Shua nodded and then added, "By the way, I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" the head asked, taken aback. Jiang Shua proceeded to recount the earlier incident involving the two guards. Upon hearing this, the head's expression darkened with anger. What a bunch of fools. To dismiss Mr. Jiang purely based on appearance is utterly infuriating. Rest assured, I will confront them and provide you with an explanation. Chapter 34. I offer 1 million. Jiang Shua followed the head as they exited together, arriving at the entrance of the auction house. The two guards, spotting the head's arrival, immediately straightened their posture. This matter, I shall leave to you to resolve. I will proceed to the auction first, Jiang Shua said to the person in charge. The person in charge nodded promptly and replied, Mr. Jiang, please go ahead. I assure you, I will not let those two slip by easily. You can rest assured. Jiang Shua nodded and walked inside. Upon noticing Jiang Shua's entrance, one of the security guards hastily exclaimed, Boss, he is here to cause trouble. We absolutely cannot let him in. The person in charge shot a glare at the two guards and retorted, I believe it is you two who are the real troublemakers. At this, the guards fell silent, watching helplessly as Jiang Shua entered. Once Jiang Shua was inside, the person in charge glared at the two guards and inquired, Were you two just trying to stop him from entering? Did you ridicule him when he mentioned verifying his funds? The two guards exchanged glances, realizing they could no longer conceal the truth, and nodded. Boss, the key issue is that he could genuinely be here to cause disruptions. Look at his attire. It clearly resembles something from a street vendor. How could he possibly afford to buy anything at the auction? One guard stated, Indeed, boss. We suspected he was deliberately causing trouble, which is why we did not let him in, the other quickly agreed. The person in charge erupted in anger. You suspect him of causing trouble? Why not simply take him to verify his funds? Why directly assume he is a penniless wretch? He has over 9 billion in his account. In comparison to him, I might as well be the pauper. Who are you to judge him? The two guards were left dumbfounded by the person in charge's words. 9 billion? My goodness, I must have misheard. One stammered. Boss, could it be that you made a mistake? How could that person possibly have so much money? The person in charge's expression darkened as he replied, I have counted it myself. There is no mistake. Your lack of professionalism is utterly unacceptable. We cannot afford such incompetence here. You two should pack up and leave at once, and do not let me see you again. The two guards' faces turned ashen, filled with regret, but at this moment, it was too late for remorse. Inside the auction venue, there were already numerous attendees. Rows of chairs were neatly arranged, and people were seated according to their net worth. The wealthier they were, the closer they sat to the front. In front of the seating area was a raised platform for displaying the auction items. The staff, as instructed by the person in charge, had prepared the front row seats and awaited Jiang Shua's arrival at the entrance. Upon seeing him, she promptly approached him. Sir, your seat is ready. Allow me to escort you there. Jiang Shua nodded and followed her to the front. All eyes were on Jiang Shua as he entered. His attire suggested he would not be seated in a prominent position. Yet, he continued walking forward with the staff, showing no sign of stopping, which left everyone astonished. Ultimately, Jiang Shua reached the front row, where a series of sofas awaited, each paired with a table adorned with refreshments. He settled onto one of the sofas. Sir, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I wish you success in acquiring your desired items, the staff member told Jiang Shua before stepping aside. Everyone was in shock. They had not anticipated Jiang Shua would occupy the front row. My goodness, it has been ages since anyone sat in the front row. Who is this person? How could he sit there? Isn't the front row reserved for the most esteemed dignitaries? Although this auction is of considerable caliber, it is not of the highest level. Typically, top-tier figures do not attend such auctions. That person looks so ordinary, yet occupies the most prestigious seat. Indeed, true magnates are often humble. Zhang Wei, seated in the third row, noticed the murmurs of the crowd and turned to see the individual in the front row was none other than the pauper he encountered at the entrance. His eyes widened in disbelief. Weren't those two guards saying he was here to create chaos? How did he manage to sit in the front row? Could he have stumbled upon some fortunate opportunity to gain entry? While the front row should be reserved for the elite, it is not impossible for someone connected to the auction center to slip in and observe. Regardless, it does not concern me who he is. I only care about securing the heart of the ocean today. Zhang Wei dismissed further thoughts and settled in to await the auction's commencement. Before long, the auction began. The host offered a few pleasantries before introducing the first item for bid. Jiang Shua was solely interested in the heart of the ocean, indifferent to the other items, and merely waited with a sense of ennui. Observing Jiang Shua's passive demeanor from the back, Zhang Wei smirked, thinking, this fellow is clearly here just to enjoy the spectacle. If he were truly a significant figure, he wouldn't be sitting idly without bidding on anything. I knew it. A true magnate would never dress like a commoner. Ultimately, he remains a mere pauper. Moments later, The pièce d'arrêt of the auction was unveiled. The exquisite artwork, the heart of the ocean. Upon its presentation, Jiang Shua immediately perked up. Zhang Wei, noticing Jiang Shua straightening in his seat, taunted, "Surely, this guy cannot possibly be interested in the heart of the ocean. What a shame. This item is the grand finale, and a mere pauper can never afford it." After a brief introduction of the heart of the ocean, the host invited bids, starting at 5 million, with increments of no less than 50,000. Many in attendance were eager to acquire the heart of the ocean, and soon the price escalated to 6 million. Zhang Wei, eager to participate, called out, 610,000. Jiang Shua recognized the voice as belonging to Zhang Wei, who had mocked him at the entrance. Observing Zhang Wei's expression, it seemed he too desired the heart of the ocean. As Zhang Wei noticed Jiang Shua turning to look at him, he wore a condescending expression. Jiang Shua, however, wore a mischievous smile, then raised his hand decisively, proclaiming, "I bid 10 million. Chapter 35. 30 million secured. All present fell silent at Jiang Shua's audacious bid, redirecting their attention toward him. The host was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Shua's declaration. While others were incrementally increasing their bids by small amounts, Jiang Shua's declaration of 10 million shocked everyone. As it appeared, he was utterly unconcerned with the sum involved. Zhang Wei was equally surprised by Jiang Shua's bold bid, particularly since Jiang Shua had glanced at him before doing so, leading Zhang Wei to believe Jiang Shua was deliberately attempting to provoke him. Many in the audience speculated that the heart of the ocean, as a piece of art, would normally sell for around 15 million. Jiang Shua must surely be aware of this, which emboldened him to bid so high. Humph, this guy is indeed here to create chaos. He must have noticed my interest in the heart of the ocean and is intentionally driving up the price. However, if he thinks he can thwart my intentions, he underestimates me. I am resolute in acquiring the heart of the ocean, and my finances are more than adequate. I will not be intimidated by his tactics." After contemplating briefly, Zhang Wei raised his hand and shouted, 1,110,000. In an auction, once a bid is placed, the bidder is obligated to honor that price. If that bid becomes the final sale price, the bidder must pay to secure the item. Zhang Wei suspected that Jiang Shua was deliberately causing trouble and thus refrained from shouting further. After all, should he raise his bid too high and face the consequences of a failed attempt, everything would be lost. While the crowd was astonished by Jiang Shua's earlier bid, the sum of 10 million was still below their expectations, and soon enough, many continued to bid. The price quickly escalated to 13 million, at which point a significant number of participants had already resigned from the competition, as the thought of purchasing a mere piece of jewelry for such a sum was daunting for many. However, some believed that the heart of the ocean was a work of art, destined to appreciate in value over time. By acquiring it now, they could sell it at a profit in the future. Zhang Wei was among those who held this belief. He noted Jiang Shua's silence after his 10 million bid and grew increasingly convinced that Jiang Shua had only been toying with the auction. Now that the price had soared, he felt hesitant to continue bidding. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Shua raised his hand once more. 20 million. The room erupted in astonishment. Everyone stared at Jiang Shua, unable to fathom his audacity to bid again. Zhang Wei cursed under his breath, having just thought Jiang Shua would not dare to bid again, only to be met with the staggering figure. This bid surpassed the anticipated 15 million, leading many to speculate that Jiang Shua was indeed a hidden powerhouse. After all, who would dare to proclaim such a high bid without a solid backing? Good heavens, it seemed that to the wealthy, money was merely a string of digits, allowing them to bid as they pleased. Surely no one would dare to outbid him. 20 million was exceedingly more than the intrinsic value of the heart of the ocean. The crowd murmured, and Jiang Shua had become the focal point of the event. Zhang Wei, filled with indignation, glared at Jiang Shua ahead of him. He had come prepared with 20 million for the heart of the ocean, initially believing the bidding would not exceed 16 or 17 million. Yet, Jiang Shua had jumped straight to 20 million, leaving no room for others. "Do you have so much money? How can you bid so high?" Zhang Wei seethed, contemplating whether to continue bidding. Although his budget was tight, he could manage to squeeze a few more million from his father's company account without much trouble. However, spending over 20 million on a piece of jewelry seemed utterly unreasonable. If his father found out, he would surely berate him. Yet, he could not swallow his pride. He still believed that Jiang Shua was deliberately provoking him, knowing full well Zhang Wei desired the heart of the ocean. "I refuse to believe you will keep bidding," he vowed. "I will bid once more, for the sake of my dignity. Even if it means losing money on the heart of the ocean, I will be satisfied." With this resolve, Zhang Wei raised his hand and declared 21 million. Jiang Shua, surprised that Zhang Wei was still bidding at this point, turned to glance at him. Seeing the fury etched on Zhang Wei's face, he chuckled softly, realizing that Zhang Wei was trying to compete with him. Jiang Shua, a man whose wealth surpassed 90 billion, had no intention of being polite. To him, several million was merely a drop in the ocean. He raised his hand again and boldly announced, 30 million. The room erupted in chaos. No one expected Jiang Shua to bid so extravagantly, increasing his offer by 10 million without a second thought. Zhang Wei was taken aback by the sheer audacity of the bid, his hand trembling. 30 million for a piece of jewelry, whether seen as an art piece or not, was unfathomable to the average person. His face drained of color as he stared at Jiang Shua. Finally realizing that Jiang Shua was not the impoverished fool he had presumed him to be, he had misjudged him based on appearances. The auctioneer, witnessing the bid, did not intervene, indicating that Jiang Shua could indeed afford such a sum. This gentleman has bid 30 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer's voice quivered slightly, aware that it was unlikely anyone would dare to outbid such an amount. The room fell silent. As no one was willing to raise their offer, 30 million was a sum that could match the total wealth of many present. And it was merely a fraction of what Jiang Shua was willing to spend on a piece of jewelry. 30 million sold. The auctioneer struck his gavel, confirming the sale of the heart of the ocean to Jiang Shua. Applause erupted from the attendees, and a myriad of envious gazes converged upon him. Jiang Shua smiled, pleased to have secured the heart of the ocean for his wife, confident it would bring her joy on their anniversary. Zhang Wei, shaken from his earlier emotions, now recognized Jiang Shua's extraordinary status. To spend 30 million casually on jewelry implied a formidable background. Offending such a person would be unwise. His immediate reaction was to apologize to Jiang Shua. Without hesitation, Zhang Wei approached Jiang Shua and bowed respectfully. Sir, I apologize for my previous attitude and for mocking you. I seek your forgiveness. Jiang Shua regarded Zhang Wei for a moment, noting his willingness to amend his error and apologize. As long as you recognize your mistake, refrain from judging others by appearances, Jiang Shua replied calmly. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously, eager to remember Jiang Shua's words. May I know your name? Jiang Shua, he replied. Zhang Wei paused. Having heard of Jiang Shua before, was he not the well-known failure of Yin City? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. If Jiang Shua were truly a failure, how could he possibly afford to spend 30 million on jewelry? He etched Jiang Shua's name into his memory, vowing to never again act so recklessly upon hearing it. Jiang Shua chose not to engage further with Zhang Wei, heading backstage to collect the heart of the ocean along with the necessary certificates and agreements before departing the auction house. With time to spare before Su Qingyu finished work, he returned home to set down the heart of the ocean. He intended to rest briefly before picking her up from work and then heading to the jewelry market together. Just as he settled in, his phone rang. His sister-in-law, Su Qingxue. Where are you? Hurry and come to Xiangchangjiu. Su Qingxue's voice was laced with urgency. Jiang Shua paused, asking what happened. Never mind what happened. Just get here. You have 20 minutes. If you're not here in 20 minutes, don't expect to have an easy life. Su Qingxue said impatiently before hanging up. Jiang Shua shook his head, realizing that Su Qingxue must have run into trouble. Considering he still had time before Su Qingyu finished work, he decided to leave the neighborhood and took a taxi to Xiangchangjiu. Though Su Qingxue often treated Jiang Shua poorly and enjoyed teasing him, she was still Su Qingyu's sister, and he felt compelled to assist her in her time of need. Sing If You Wish is a relatively well-known KTV in Yunqing, not far from Jiang Shua's residential complex. After a brief taxi ride, he arrived at the entrance of the KTV. He called Su Qingxue to inquire about her whereabouts. Upon receiving her response, he swiftly entered the establishment. In a corridor of the KTV, Su Qingxue and several classmates stood together, their faces displaying palpable anxiety. Opposite them stood a woman clad in a provocative miniskirt, heavily made up, with a commendable figure and cascading waves of hair. Flanking her were two imposing bodyguards wearing sunglasses, their intimidating presence unmistakable. The woman glared at Su Qingxue and her friends, her expression rife with disdain and arrogance. I demand to know if you intend to resolve this matter properly. My new high heels have been sold by you, and I paid over 20,000 for them. You either compensate me or accompany me to the police station. Stop dawdling, she declared impatiently. Su Qingxue's expression darkened, yet she refrained from expressing her discontent, mustering the courage to respond. Sister, please wait a moment. My brother-in-law will arrive shortly and will compensate you. The woman merely scoffed, remaining silent. Su Qingxue had come out to sing with her friends, initially enjoying themselves until she inadvertently stepped on the woman's foot. The woman insisted on compensation for her supposedly new heels, threatening to retaliate if they did not comply. With two bodyguards by her side, Su Qingxue and her friends, still students, were understandably frightened. Lacking the means to pay over 20,000, they felt cornered. And Su Qingxue had no choice but to call Jiang Shua. Is your brother-in-law reliable? Isn't he a bit of a loser? Can he truly resolve this predicament? One of Su Qingxue's classmates remarked apprehensively. Stealing a glance at the formidable woman, Su Qingxue whispered, I don't expect him to solve our troubles. When he arrives, we can shift all the responsibility onto him and make our escape. Her classmates widened their eyes in surprise, taken aback by Su Qingxue's audacity. If your brother-in-law is as useless as you say, won't he simply be overpowered by her bodyguards? One voiced concern. Su Qingxue, unfazed, retorted, if he gets beaten up, that would be even better. Then my sister can find someone new. We all want to be rid of this burden. Her friends nodded in realization. Sympathy for Jiang Shua dissipating. Soon, Jiang Shua arrived in the corridor, quickly approaching Su Qingxue. What happened? He asked, glancing at the woman and her bodyguards. Su Qingxue ignored him and addressed the woman. Sister, this is my brother-in-law. If you want compensation, speak to him. If he refuses to pay, feel free to confront him. We'll be leaving now. As she spoke, she attempted to usher her friends away. However, the woman's bodyguards immediately blocked their path. Su Qingxue cursed under her breath. Surprised her plan had failed. None of you are leaving until this matter is resolved. The woman huffed. She then turned her gaze towards Jiang Shua, questioning. Are you the brother-in-law of this insolent girl? Jiang Shua nodded. I'm not quite sure what this is all about. This insolent girl has sullied my new high heels. You need to compensate me immediately, or I won't hold back. The woman retorted aggressively. Jiang Shua glanced down at the woman's heels, noting the smudge. While it was excessive to demand payment for a mere scuff, he did not wish to escalate the situation. All right, how much do your heels cost? I'll pay for them, he conceded. The woman, taken aback by his willingness, seized the opportunity, 20,000. Pay up. Su Qingxue protested. You just said 2,000. And now it's 20? Are you trying to swindle us? With a mocking laugh, the woman insisted, 20,000 it is. If you can't pay, I can offer an alternative. Find someone to clean my shoes with their tongue right now, and I won't pursue this further. Otherwise, it's 20,000, no less. Chapter 37. Clean them with your tongue. Jiang Shua, initially seeking a reasonable resolution, recognized the woman's intent to provoke. At home, he could endure for Su Qingxue without complaint. But before a stranger, he saw no need to bow down. He fixed a steely gaze upon the woman. Are you no longer interested in resolving this? The woman smirked. Who wouldn't want a resolution? I've given you a way out. It's you who seem unwilling. Jiang Shua's expression darkened. If you're here to cause trouble, then we have no obligation to solve this amicably. He turned to Su Qingxue. Let us leave. Seeing this, the woman signaled her bodyguards, who blocked the exit, glaring menacingly at Jiang Shua and his group. You think you can just walk away? You must comply with my demands, or my bodyguards are not to be trifled with. She boasted, reveling in her perceived superiority. Fearful of the towering bodyguards, Su Qingxue nudged Jiang Shua, exasperated. What are you pretending for? Just clean her shoes, and we can avoid paying. Can't you see her bodyguards are right there? Jiang Shua frowned, unable to believe his sister-in-law would suggest such a demeaning act. The woman, sensing Su Qingxue's urgency, laughed coldly. If you're going to lick, do it quickly. If I change my mind, you'll miss your chance. Su Qingxue pushed Jiang Shua again, desperate to resolve the situation and avoid the wrath of the bodyguards. Just listen to her. Don't waste time. Yes, hurry up. You're such a coward. Why act tough now? Urged Su Qingxue's classmates, indifferent to the humiliation Jiang Shua faced. Jiang Shua scoffed at the woman. What do you think you are? You expect me to lick your shoes? The woman, taken aback by his defiance, stared wide-eyed. Su Qingxue and her friends were equally astonished. In their minds, Jiang Shua was a pushover, incapable of standing up for himself. The irony of his boldness in this moment was lost on them, as they panicked at the potential repercussions. Have you lost your mind? Can't you see her bodyguards? Just clean her shoes, and we'll be fine. If you provoke her, we're all finished. Su Qingxue cried out, exasperated at the gravity of the situation her brother-in-law was escalating. Her classmates, having forgotten Jiang Shua's intent to help, shifted all blame onto him. Jiang Shua paid no heed to their words, instead fixating his cold gaze upon the woman before him. Her face was aflame with fury. After casting a menacing glare at Jiang Shua, she barked at her bodyguards. Quickly deal with him. This insolent wretch dares to speak to me in such a manner. Su Qingxue and her companions, alarmed, instinctively retreated a few steps. The two bodyguards, upon receiving their orders, advanced towards Jiang Shua, reaching out to subdue him. Jiang Shua scoffed dismissively, regarding the bodyguards with utter disdain. Just as their hands approached him, he launched a swift kick, striking one of the bodyguards squarely in the abdomen. His speed was astonishing. Despite their specialized training, The bodyguards were no match for him. In mere moments, Jiang Shua had landed several blows on them. Su Qingxue and her friends had anticipated that Jiang Shua would be soundly beaten. Yet his displayed prowess took them completely by surprise. Qingxue, could it be that your brother-in-law has honed his skills through household chores? Su Qingxue stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Soon, the two bodyguards were sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. The woman, witnessing this scene, staggered back in shock, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Jiang Shua's gaze settled on her, and she trembled visibly. You dare strike my bodyguards? I warn you, my boyfriend will arrive shortly. He is the son of a powerful businessman, and he will not let you off lightly for this. She stammered, her voice shaking. Jiang Shua merely scoffed. Then I shall wait for him here and see what he intends to do. Seeing this, Su Qingxue urgently pulled at Jiang Shua, exclaiming, Are you foolish? With his bodyguards down, this is the perfect opportunity to flee. Wishing to avoid further complications, Jiang Shua replied, You all should leave first. I can handle this. Su Qingxue's classmates quickly made their way outside, one girl tugging at Su Qingxue's arm, urging, Qingxue, let us go. Since he wishes to stay, let him. Su Qingxue contemplated saying more, but realized that Jiang Shua's troubles were his own, so she hurried away. Qingxue, I must say, your brother-in-law's intellect is truly questionable. Even now, he refuses to flee and insists on waiting for her boyfriend. He deserves whatever misfortune comes his way, one of Su Qingxue's classmates muttered as they exited. Jiang Shua glanced at the woman, stating, You would do well to summon your boyfriend swiftly. I have matters to attend to, and should this delay me, I will not be so forgiving. The woman, realizing Jiang Shua was indeed prepared to wait, felt a cold smile creep across her lips. She thought to herself that she had never encountered someone so foolish. He will be here shortly, and you shall see, she retorted angrily. Shortly thereafter, she received a phone call. After a brief conversation, she turned to Jiang Shua with a mocking smile and declared, My boyfriend has arrived. You are finished. Jiang Shua, unfazed, thought that regardless of who her boyfriend was, he intended to resolve this matter today. Soon, a figure appeared in the corridor. The woman rushed towards him, her face a mask of feigned distress. Darling, please teach that man a lesson. He has bullied me and threatened to deal with you as well. Jiang Shua turned his gaze toward the newcomer, and upon recognizing him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. The woman's boyfriend was none other than Zhang Wei. Chapter 38. Truly, you have overstepped. Zhang Wei, seeing his girlfriend's pitiful expression, felt a pang of sympathy. Who dared to bully her? He resolved to make things right for her today. Following the direction of her finger, he turned to Jiang Shua, but upon seeing his face, he was momentarily stunned. A smirk emerged on Jiang Shua's lips as he mused on the poor taste of Zhang Wei in choosing such a girlfriend. He remained silent, simply observing Zhang Wei's reaction. Zhang Wei took quite some time to gather his wits. He could hardly fathom that the one who had bullied his girlfriend was the very same person who had bid 30 million for the ocean heart at the auction. Upon realizing it was Jiang Shua, he began to question whether it was Jiang Shua who had bullied his girlfriend or if she had instigated trouble for him, for he knew her character all too well. The woman, noticing Zhang Wei's dazed expression, felt a twinge of unease. Darling, why are you in shock? This man is merely a pathetic loser. You must help me deal with him. Silence. Zhang Wei snapped at her. The woman was taken aback, perplexed by his reaction. Zhang Wei stepped forward, addressing Jiang Shua with utmost respect. Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Could you enlighten me on the situation? Jiang Shua wasted no time and recounted the events. Zhang Wei's expression darkened considerably upon hearing the tale. He turned to the woman, asking, Is what Mr. Jiang says true? The woman, caught off guard, stammered, What he says is indeed true, but my sister-in-law did soil my new high heels. I was merely being magnanimous by asking them to clean the shoes, yet he yelled at me and struck my bodyguard. This was his fault from the outset. Zhang Wei, seething with rage, thought to himself how he had ended up with such a foolish woman. Not only had she erred, but she also dared to argue her case. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped her across the face. How dare you? You wish for Mr. Jiang to clean your shoes? Have you lost your mind? The woman was stunned, feeling the searing sting of his slap. Husband, you actually hit me, she cried, tears streaming down her face, as if she had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Stop calling me husband. It disgusts me. I'm doing you a favor by not putting you in your place. Zhang Wei shouted furiously. The woman could no longer maintain her facade and yelled back. You worthless scoundrel. That man is merely a poor loser. Why would you strike me for him? What is wrong with asking him to clean my shoes? It's what such lowly people should do. Zhang Wei, upon hearing her refusal to repent, struck her face once more. A poor loser? He just bid 30 million for the ocean heart at the auction. If he is a loser, then I am nothing compared to him. The woman was left speechless, her earlier bravado evaporating, replaced by utter disbelief. What? He spent 30 million on the ocean heart? Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Or did you think I was in such a rush for no reason? Zhang Wei replied with a steely glare. The woman turned to Jiang Shuo, completely unaware of his true wealth, realizing she had been blind to the reality of the situation and now regretted her previous arrogance. Darling, I see my error. I didn't know he was so formidable. I truly didn't expect it. Zhang Wei shot her an exasperated look. What good does that do me? You ought to apologize to Mr. Jiang instead. The woman quickly turned to Jiang Shuo, bowing deeply several times. Sir, I beg for your forgiveness. It was my blindness and arrogance that caused me to trouble you. I shall never act this way again. Please spare me. Jiang Shuo paid no heed to the woman, instead turning his attention to Zhang Wei and remarked, Your taste in girlfriends leaves much to be desired. I shall overlook today's incident. But heed my warning. A woman of her ilk will inevitably lead you to ruin. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, stating, What you say is true, Mr. Jiang. I've resolved to end things with her today. I shall no longer fall for such foolishness. Jiang Shuo nodded, then proceeded to exit the KTV. Zhang Wei contemplated pursuing Jiang Shuo, but was intercepted by the woman. Husband, were you serious just now? Do you truly wish to break up with me? She implored. Zhang Wei, visibly irritated, replied, You nearly caused a catastrophe for me. My heart cannot bear it. Go find another man to deceive. I promise I won't act like this again. Please forgive me this once. Let us continue as before. I beg you. The woman pleaded, desperation etched on her face. All that she possessed was granted by Zhang Wei, and without him, she could not sustain her affluent lifestyle. Zhang Wei's resolve hardened as he coldly retorted, Your pleas are futile. My decision stands. Depart at once, or else do not blame me for being unkind. With that, he pushed her to the ground and strode out. Upon exiting the KTV, Jiang Shuo initially intended to hail a cab to pick up Su Qingyu from her office. At that moment, Su Qingyu rushed to him, her expression one of bewilderment upon seeing him unscathed. Having lingered outside the KTV after Jiang Shuo's departure, she had harbored concerns about his well-being. Despite her disdain for him, he was her brother-in-law, and she could not simply leave. How come you're perfectly fine? Did that woman's boyfriend not trouble you? Su Qingyu asked. Jiang Shuo smiled. Why would he? I resolved the matter myself. But what about you? Why haven't you returned? She scoffed. I wanted to see if you were still alive. After all, if you were to die, I would face repercussions too. Jiang Shuo, somewhat resigned, mused that his sister-in-law was not as benevolent as he had hoped. Did you truly resolve the issue? Or is this merely a fade? I suspect you might have groveled before them for mercy, she remarked disparagingly. On the contrary, that woman's boyfriend treated me with utmost respect, Jiang Shuo replied. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes. Stop boasting. With your spineless demeanor, how could anyone possibly respect you? At that moment, Zhang Wei emerged, addressing Jiang Shuo. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. I have terminated my relationship with that foolish woman. I will heed your advice and refrain from associating with such individuals in the future. Chapter 39. Acquiring the Jewelry City. Su Qingyu stared, dumbfounded, at the Reverend Zhang Wei. Though she did not recognize him, his words indicated that he was indeed the woman's boyfriend. How could he possibly regard Jiang Shuo with such reverence? Jiang Shuo merely nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Jiang, may I have your contact information? I regret the unpleasantness I caused you twice, and I would like to invite you for a meal to apologize, Zhang Wei offered. Jiang Shuo, without much thought, provided his phone number. Upon receiving it, Zhang Wei beamed with excitement, expressing gratitude before departing. Su Qingyu took a moment to collect herself before asking Jiang Shuo, was that person really the woman's boyfriend? Jiang Shuo nodded. How could he treat you with such respect? Did that woman not vow to make your life miserable? Su Qingyu inquired, puzzled. Just because that woman is unreasonable does not mean her boyfriend is. After explaining the situation to him, he realized it was she who instigated the trouble, leading him to break up with her, Jiang Shuo clarified. Su Qingyu pondered this, recognizing the validity in Jiang Shuo's words, for not everyone shared the woman's irrationality. She cast a disdainful glance at him, saying, I thought you had some hidden depths, but it seems you simply encountered a rational person by chance. In truth, I possess secrets far beyond your comprehension. My identity is not as simple as you assume, Jiang Shuo asserted earnestly. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes. Enough of your boasting. I know you well enough. Aside from your words, you are utterly inept. Jiang Shuo sighed, opting not to continue the debate, recognizing that further explanations would be futile. I plan to accompany your sister to the Jewelry City to purchase some ornaments. Would you care to join us? He proposed. Su Qingyu scoffed. You? Buy my sister jewelry? I would never accompany you. I refuse to embarrass myself alongside you, especially if you can't even afford a few hundred. With that, she turned and walked away. Jiang Shua said nothing further, hailing a cab to the Su family company. Once Su Qingyu finished work, they took a taxi to the jewelry city. During the journey, Jiang Shua suggested, "Dear, perhaps we should consider purchasing a car in the near future." Su Qingyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could we possibly afford a car right now?" Jiang Shua smiled. "In truth, we can afford it." Su Qingyu rolled her eyes. "Even if your father has given you a substantial amount, it won't suffice if you keep spending like this. Today you're buying jewelry, and now you want to buy a car? Are you intent on exhausting your funds all at once? Let us not dwell on the car. I will reconsider it once I receive my bonus." Jiang Shua conceded, deciding to buy a vehicle himself when the time was right. Before long, they arrived at the jewelry city, where Su Qingyu inhaled deeply and said, "Let us just purchase a few inexpensive items today. Nothing too extravagant, understood?" Jiang Shua nodded, smiling. With his fortune exceeding 90 billion, even a few million on jewelry would be trivial. Thus he could comply with Su Qingyu's wishes. The jewelry city resembled a grand marketplace, but exclusively for jewelry and adornments, making it one of the most valuable places in the city, filled with gold, jade, pearls, and diamonds. Its opulent decor made them feel as if they had entered a palace. Su Qingyu winced at the lavishness, aware that the costs would be exorbitant. As they wandered, Jiang Shua spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Jiang Qiuchen, his brow furrowed. He hadn't anticipated encountering Jiang Qiuchen here. The latter grinned, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the jewelry city. "Dear customers, I bear good news. Today, the jewelry city has been successfully acquired by a gentleman surnamed Jiang. To celebrate, all items are now available at a 10% discount. Additionally, we will randomly select one fortunate customer who may choose any item from our collection without any cost." The announcement sent a wave of excitement through all the patrons of the jewelry city, prompting many to whip out their phones to call friends, urging them to come quickly. After all, being selected as the lucky audience member would be a tremendous windfall. My goodness, Mr. Jiang must be extraordinarily wealthy to have purchased the entire jewelry city. The most expensive location in Cloud City. Just how much did that cost? The world of the affluent is unfathomable to me. I am still deliberating between a gold necklace and a silver one, while someone has already acquired the entire jewelry city. I cannot help but feel envious. Does anyone know more about this Mr. Jiang? I would love to meet him. Su Qingyu was equally astonished, unable to fathom that someone could buy the entire jewelry city. It was truly astonishing. Moreover, the person who purchased it bore the surname Jiang, prompting her to glance at Jiang Shua, a thought flickering in her mind. Yet, she quickly dismissed it, as such an idea was implausible. Jiang Shua, on the other hand, found himself at a loss for words, his gaze fixed on Jiang Qiuchen in the distance. Upon noticing the hint of mockery in Jiang Qiuchen's eyes, he deduced that the Mr. Jiang mentioned in the announcement referred to him. This old fellow is once again using my name to make a purchase. Does he think this will sway my decision? At that moment, Jiang Qiuchen approached Jiang Shua, but did not stop. He passed by as if they were strangers. As he walked past, he quietly remarked, "Young master, I wish you a pleasant shopping experience. If this jewelry city is not sufficient, I can easily procure 10 more for you." Chapter 40. The lucky customer Jiang Shua felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, thinking how he had no desire for the jewelry city that Jiang Qiuchen was offering. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing this was Jiang Qiuchen's way of trying to persuade him to return to Kyoto, a gesture that could also be seen as compensation from the Lin family for past grievances. Seeing Jiang Shua lost in thought, Su Qingyu inquired, "Jiang Shua, what is the matter?" Jiang Shua quickly smiled and replied, "It's nothing." Su Qingyu assumed he felt inferior upon hearing that the purchaser of the jewelry city also bore the surname Jiang, so she comforted him, saying, "You need not envy those who can buy the jewelry city. Such individuals are far removed from us. The fact that you brought me here to buy jewelry, even if it's the most modest piece, fills me with joy." Jiang Shua responded with an awkward smile and a nod. Meanwhile, at another entrance of the jewelry city, Su Jili and Su Jiaming entered. "Brother, do you really think that big real estate tycoon could be interested in me?" Su Jili asked Su Jiaming. At that moment, the bruises on Su Jiaming's face had not completely faded, drawing glances from passers-by, who thought he had been severely beaten. He smiled at Su Jili, assuring her, "Don't worry. With your beauty, you are bound to capture Boss Zhao's heart. I brought you here to buy jewelry. After we make our purchases and you spruce yourself up, there's no way Boss Zhao could overlook you." Su Jili's heart swelled with joy as she began to fantasize about a life alongside a wealthy tycoon. Having convinced himself that Su Qingyu was behind his earlier beating, Su Jiaming harbored resentment towards her. He had previously contacted the lone wolf, only to be blocked, while Su Qingyu remained unscathed, leaving him feeling that she had colluded with the lone wolf against him. Moreover, with Su Qingyu now the company's general manager, his animosity towards her deepened. He thus resolved to use Su Jieli to entice a powerful figure in real estate to counter Su Qingyu and reclaim his position within the company. At that moment, they both heard the announcement. Su Jieli's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "My goodness, someone actually bought the Jewelry City. Mr. Jiang is truly impressive." Su Jiaming was equally astonished, never expecting such wealth to exist in Cloud City, far surpassing that of Boss Zhao. To think someone with the same surname Jiang could purchase the entire Jewelry City, while Jiang Shuo, that good-for-nothing, can only rely on others for support. What a disgrace for our family. Su Jiaming scoffed. "Come on, brother. Let us not mention that useless Jiang Shuo. Let us hurry inside. Perhaps I am the lucky customer," Su Jieli urged as she pulled Su Jiaming further in. Soon, they spotted Su Qingyu and Jiang Shuo. "What a coincidence. I never expected to see you two here," Su Jieli muttered. Su Jiaming snorted. "It seems being promoted to general manager has made you quite bold, daring to frequent a place like this." As they approached Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu, Su Jieli said with mockery, "Who would have thought it was you two? What determination did it take for you to come to a place like this?" Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu turned to face them, their expressions darkening upon recognizing Su Jiaming and Su Jieli. "Jiang Shuo, did you hear the announcement? That Mr. Jiang bought the Jewelry City. How is it that someone with the same surname can be so successful while you are barely scraping by?" Su Jiaming taunted. "Just like there are some with the surname Su who can ruin every partnership they secure. What do you think that indicates?" Jiang Shuo retorted without reservation. Fuming at Jiang Shuo's audacity to insult him, Su Jiaming clenched his fist and coldly remarked, "Are you itching for a fight? You, a mere parasite, dare to speak to me this way?" Su Qingyu immediately interjected, "Enough. We are here to shop, not to argue with you. Please step aside." Su Jieli smirked, "Oh please. Do you really think you can afford anything here? Be careful not to spend your entire life savings on a single item." As the four exchanged barbs, the announcement echoed once more. "Dear customers, our lucky customer has been selected. Our staff is on their way to present their congratulations. Let's all extend our best wishes to the luckiest person in the Jewelry City today." Joyful music filled the air, and a group of elegantly dressed hostesses approached Jiang Shuo and the others, accompanied by the Jewelry City's management. All eyes turned towards Jiang Shuo and his companions, as the fortunate customer was indeed among them. Su Jieli and Su Jiaming were both incredulous, while Su Jieli's face lit up with excitement as she whispered to Su Jiaming, "Brother, that lucky customer couldn't possibly be me, could it?" Su Jiaming shared in her enthusiasm, observing the crowd's attention directed at them, suggesting, "It seems quite possible that one of us is indeed the lucky customer. Our luck must be quite favorable today." As for Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu, they did not entertain the thought, believing that with Jiang Shuo's presence, they could not possibly be the lucky customers. Su Jieli turned to Su Qingyu, her face brimming with pride, declaring, "Did you see? My luck is simply extraordinary. I've barely arrived, and already I am the lucky customer. Something you can only envy." Jiang Shuo scoffed. "Are you so certain that the lucky customer is you?" Su Jieli shot him a glare and replied, "If it's not me, then who else could it be? As a harbinger of misfortune, you are destined for a life devoid of such serendipitous occurrences. Following you, Su Qingyu will only share in your ill fate. It would be wise for both of you to abandon any dreams of fortune." At this juncture, a group of individuals approached, prompting Su Jieli to adjust her attire in anticipation of good fortune. However, at that moment, the person at the forefront unceremoniously shoved her aside. The group surrounded Su Qingyu, and the leader of the jewelry store presented her with a gold card. "Dear Miss, congratulations on becoming our lucky customer today. This is a gold card from our jewelry store, which grants you the privilege to shop freely without any cost." Chapter 41. Expel them. Su Qingyu was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that she would be the lucky customer of the jewelry store. Su Jieli and Su Jiaming wore expressions of disbelief, unable to reconcile the scene before them with their earlier assumption that they were the fortunate ones. Su Jieli, already primed for celebration, felt a burning embarrassment wash over her. She never anticipated encountering such an awkward situation. Simultaneously, a deep-seated resentment towards Su Qingyu began to brew within her. She could not comprehend how Su Qingyu, accompanied by the infamous Jiang Shuo, could possibly be deemed a lucky customer. More importantly, the staff of the jewelry store had callously pushed her aside, as if she were inconsequential, leading to a sense of humiliation. She turned to the leaders of the jewelry store and boldly exclaimed, "Have you made a mistake? I should be your lucky customer. How could you choose her? Su Jiaming echoed her disbelief, asserting, indeed, you should not have selected her as the lucky customer. Are you aware that the man beside her is notorious for his ineptitude in Yin City? Designating her as the lucky customer will only bring misfortune to your establishment. The leaders of the jewelry store cast darkened glances at the pair. They were acutely aware of the true nature of the lucky customer designation. The magnate who acquired the jewelry store had explicitly instructed that Jiang Shuo, the store's current owner, and his wife be honored in this manner. The audacity of these two to claim the title for themselves naturally incited displeasure among the staff, especially as Su Jiaming's remarks about Jiang Shuo's reputation further inflamed their anger. How dare you speak so disparagingly of our lucky customer? It seems you are here to create a disturbance. One leader glared at Su Jieli and Su Jiaming. We are merely stating facts. That man is truly incompetent. They have no right to be your lucky customers, Su Jieli countered defiantly. Enough of your sour grapes. This young lady is perfectly suited to be our lucky customer. With her gold card, she is our most esteemed guest. To insult her is to show utter disrespect to our jewelry store. Security, expel them at once and add them to our blacklist. From this day forward, they are forbidden from entering our establishment. The leader's voice rang out with authority. Several security personnel rushed over and forcibly escorted Su Jiaming and Su Jieli away. They resisted, clearly astonished that the jewelry store's leaders would take such drastic measures. What are you doing? We are customers here. You cannot treat us this way. Su Jiaming shouted at the security guards. From this moment on, you are no longer our customers, and we have no need for patrons like you, the leader retorted coldly. Onlookers who had gathered to watch the commotion took pleasure in the spectacle, feeling that Su Jiaming and Su Jieli received their just deserts. Their shamelessness in attempting to disrupt the celebration of another's good fortune was appalling. Such individuals are nothing but petty opportunists, unable to tolerate the success of others. They seek to claim every benefit for themselves. How disgusting. How amusing. I never imagined that even a lucky customer would attract such shamelessness. They should reflect on why they think they deserve this fortune. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli's faces darkened as they overheard the crowd's remarks, realizing they had been treated as mere nuisances. Damn you, Su Qingyu. Just wait. I will not let this go. Su Jieli seethed through clenched teeth. Soon, they were expelled from the jewelry store, while the leaders turned their attention back to Su Qingyu and Jiang Shuo, their faces beaming with smiles. Miss, please accept this gold card, one leader said, grinning. Su Qingyu remained momentarily bewildered, glancing at Jiang Shuo, who smiled reassuringly and encouraged. Go ahead and take it. You are the luckiest person today. Finally, Su Qingyu accepted the gold card from the leader's hand. Miss, sir, we wish you both a delightful shopping experience at our jewelry store. We shall not intrude any further, the leader said with a smile, before departing with the rest of the staff. Jiang Shuo, am I dreaming? How did this stroke of luck fall upon me? Su Qingyu inquired. Jiang Shuo chuckled. It's simply your good fortune. Let us not overthink it. Since luck is on our side today, let us take our time selecting some jewelry. I trust you won't hesitate to spend. At that moment, a joyful smile spread across Su Qingyu's face. Then let us go choose some jewelry, she exclaimed, and together they began to explore the jewelry store. The store boasted 5 levels, with the most exquisite pieces located on the upper floors. After perusing the first 2 levels without finding anything appealing, they proceeded to the third. Upon entering a jade shop, the staff's eyes lit up upon recognizing Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu, having been instructed to offer them the utmost service. Sir, madam, welcome to our store. It is my honor to assist you, the attendant greeted with a warm smile. Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement and began to browse. Just then, a lavishly dressed middle-aged woman approached them, roughly shoving Su Qingyu aside as she spat. Out of my way. Don't obstruct my view of the jewelry, you two country bumpkins. Chapter 42. The arrogant woman Su Qingyu nearly lost her balance from the shove, but Jiang Shuo's quick reflexes prevented her from falling. After regaining her composure, both turned their vexed gazes toward the woman. Jiang Shuo, his expression darkening, confronted her. What is your issue? Why would you push someone? The middle-aged woman feigned indifference, retorting. What is it to you? Are you upset that I pushed her? You are obstructing my view of the jewelry. It is commendable that I have refrained from physically retaliating against you. Kindly step aside and do not waste any more of my time, Jiang Shuo coldly remarked. Do you think you have the right to push someone and still claim justification? Apologize to my wife at once, or I shall not extend you any courtesy. The middle-aged woman cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Shuo and retorted, Have you looked in the mirror lately? How dare you demand an apology from me? Do you think you are worthy? Witnessing the woman's rudeness, a nearby staff member could no longer contain her indignation and exclaimed, How can you behave in such a manner? You intentionally pushed someone, and now you act as if you are in the right. Your lack of civility is astounding. The middle-aged woman shot a glare at the staff member and said, "You insolent little wretch, how dare you accuse me of lacking civility? Do you have any idea who I am? I am a top-tier member of this jewelry store. Mark my words, if you provoke me, I can ensure you lose your job with a mere word." Unfazed by the woman's threats, the staff member replied, "Even if I were to lose my job, it would not change the fact that you are an uncouth individual who pushes others without reason. We do not welcome patrons like you in our store. Leave at once." Fuming with rage, the middle-aged woman raised her hand to strike the staff member. "You insolent fool, how dare you order me out? You must be tired of living." At that moment, Jiang Shua seized her arm and coldly commanded, "Apologize to my wife." Seeing Jiang Shua's firm grip, the woman immediately raised her other hand, intending to strike him as well. "You wretched creature, demand an apology from me? Not a chance." Jiang Shua tightened his grip on her arm, causing her pain that made her unable to stand straight. "Let go. You are going to break my arm," she pleaded. "Apologize to my wife, or I will maintain this grip until your arm is broken," Jiang Shua warned icily. Realizing the seriousness of his threat, the woman reluctantly relented. "I apologize. I am sorry. It was my fault. Please let me go." Only then did Jiang Shua release his hold. As soon as she was free, the woman's demeanor shifted, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Jiang Shua and spat, "You have no idea what you've just done. If I don't teach you a lesson in the coming days, I will write my name backward." "Oh, what do you intend to do?" Jiang Shua replied with a cold smirk. The middle-aged woman glanced at him, aware that she could not best him in a physical confrontation, but she had other means at her disposal. With a huff, she declared, "Regardless, you two are mere country bumpkins who cannot comprehend the power of wealth. I am a top-tier member here, with many privileges. If I wish to have you expelled, they must comply." With that, she produced a silver membership card from her bag and presented it to the staff member. "You may not know who I am, but you must recognize this card. It is the highest level of membership in your establishment, granting me top privileges. I demand you summon security to remove these two country bumpkins at once, or you will be looking for a new job." The woman's face radiated arrogance, clearly confident in her status. The staff member, however, had already made up her mind upon hearing the woman's claim. While the middle-aged woman was indeed a top-tier member, Su Qingyu held the gold card, a unique privilege in the entire jewelry store. Only she was entitled to take items for free. The distinction was obvious to anyone. After glancing at the card in the middle-aged woman's hand, the staff member snatched it away and tossed it aside. "What does being a top-tier member matter? You insult our most esteemed customer. I will not defend you regardless of your status." The middle-aged woman was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the staff member had discarded her card. "You have truly overstepped. How dare you throw away my card? Call your manager at once. I will not let this slide. Even if the manager comes, my stance will remain unchanged. You may be a top-tier member, but this lady here is our gold card holder. Everyone in this jewelry store must prioritize her. She can take any item for free. Can you?" The staff member countered. Fuming, the middle-aged woman retorted, "Who are you fooling? I have shopped here for years and have never heard of such a gold card that allows free items, unless they are the owners of the store. Do you really think these two country bumpkins possess such power?" With that, she pulled out her phone, cursing under her breath. "If you want to call your manager, I will do it myself. I will ensure you both pay for this." Moments later, the manager of the jewelry store arrived. The staff member promptly explained the situation. The middle-aged woman, realizing the staff member's account was accurate, fell silent, thinking the manager would support her. However, after the staff member's explanation, the manager's expression darkened significantly. He turned to the middle-aged woman and said bluntly, "You need to leave immediately. Our jewelry store does not welcome customers like you, even if you are a top-tier member." The middle-aged woman was taken aback, incredulous as she faced the manager. "Manager Zhang, don't you recognize me? Why are you speaking to me this way?" The manager replied with a cold stare, "Of course I recognize you, but you have offended our most esteemed customer. Even if I know you, I will not show you any favoritism. Out of respect for our acquaintance, I am allowing you to leave on your own. Otherwise, I would have already called security to escort you out." Her expression turned to one of disbelief, as she could not fathom the manager siding with the two country bumpkins. "Manager Zhang, you..." But he interrupted her, "Enough. Leave now, or I will call security." He then turned to Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu, bowing respectfully, "Sir, Miss, I sincerely apologize for the trouble you have encountered. I will ensure she is removed so that you may shop in peace." With that, the manager grasped the woman's arm and began to lead her out. The staff member quickly offered words of comfort to Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu, urging them not to dwell on the incident. Once they reached the ground floor, the manager sighed deeply and said to the woman, "Sister, please do not hold my attitude against me. Those two are not to be trifled with. It would be best if you refrained from visiting our establishment for a while. The middle-aged woman glared at the manager and inquired, "Why are you treating those two individuals so exceptionally well, when they are clearly just simpletons?" The manager replied, "They are not simpletons, they are merely more understated. That gentleman has just acquired our jewelry store, and he gifted his wife a gold card, allowing her to select whatever she desires." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body freezing in disbelief. "What did you say? He bought your jewelry store?" she stammered, her voice quaking. The manager nodded affirmatively. She swallowed hard. Although her family was reasonably affluent, compared to someone capable of purchasing an entire jewelry store, she felt insignificant. Typically, such individuals wield considerable influence, and had the manager not intervened, she would have surely faced dire consequences had she provoked Jiang Shua. Overwhelmed by a wave of trepidation, she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Manager Zhang, thank you for saving me. It seems I can no longer frequent your jewelry store. I shall take my leave to avoid further annoyance." With that, she fled the jewelry store in a rather disheveled manner. After her departure, Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu ceased to dwell on the earlier incident, recognizing that the middle-aged woman had faced her due retribution. They perused the jade shop for a considerable time before finally settling on an exquisite bracelet. When they noticed the price tag reading 200,000, Su Qingyu hesitated momentarily. But recalling the gold card she possessed, she steeled herself and instructed the attendant to wrap it up. Subsequently, they wandered through the jewelry store, and Jiang Shua selected a pair of earrings and a necklace for Su Qingyu, leaving the store with a sense of satisfaction. On their way home, Su Qingyu felt an unsettling sense of peculiarity regarding the day's events. As she reflected on the occurrences within the jewelry store, it struck her as rather fortuitous. They had barely arrived when the store announced its acquisition by a Mr. Jiang and selected a lucky customer to receive complimentary items. She had never before heard of such extravagant promotions. Moreover, it was remarkable that she and Jiang Shua happened to be there on that very day, with the fortune of being chosen as the lucky customer. What perplexed her further was that Jiang Shua also bore the surname Jiang, and upon learning of his status as the lucky customer, he exhibited no signs of surprise. This ignited a flicker of suspicion within Su Qingyu. She turned to Jiang Shua and asked, "Jiang Shua, tell me, is that Mr. Jiang who purchased the jewelry store you?" Taken aback by her sudden query, Jiang Shua hesitated before replying, "No. Had he indeed acquired the jewelry store, he would have unhesitatingly claimed it, but in truth, it was Jiang Qiuqin who had purchased it under his own name, thus he could not admit to it." Relieved by his denial, Su Qingyu pondered that the jewelry store was, after all, the most expensive place in Yun City. How could Jiang Shua possibly afford it? Perhaps she had overthought it. However, Jiang Shua added, "Actually, I could afford it." Su Qingyu rolled her eyes, retorting, "Stop boasting. When you can genuinely afford a place like that, I shall allow you to share my bed." "Really?" Jiang Shua inquired. Su Qingyu thought it impossible for him to ever afford such a place, so she nodded. Jiang Shua instantly regretted not admitting to being Mr. Jiang. Had he done so, he might have spent the night with Su Qingyu. Yet, the opportunity had slipped away. Explaining himself now would only lead her to believe he was fabricating stories. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, knowing that opportunities would abound in the future. Upon returning home, mindful of Wei Shufin's penchant for exploiting bargains, Su Qingyu refrained from mentioning the lucky customer, merely stating that Jiang Shua had purchased several pieces of jewelry for her. Wei Shufin dismissed the items as worthless junk, urging her to discard them. Su Qingyu hesitated to continue the discussion, fearing that if her mother truly discarded the bracelet worth over 20,000, it would spell trouble. As the family gathered before the television, a report aired about an afternoon auction where a mysterious tycoon had purchased the heart of the ocean for 30 million. Look at that. They spend 30 million on a necklace, while Jiang Shua buys you trinkets that cost mere coins. Daughter, you ought to divorce him. Perhaps you could marry that tycoon instead. Wei Shufin muttered. Su Qingyu felt exasperated, and as the camera panned to the mysterious tycoon, they only captured his silhouette. Yet, even that silhouette left Su Qingyu momentarily stunned. "Mother, doesn't that figure resemble Jiang Shua?" Both Wei Shufin and Su Qingxue turned to scrutinize the image, noticing the resemblance. Jiang Shua, who was sweeping the floor, felt a jolt of apprehension, fearing his true identity might be unveiled. If Su Qingyu discovered he was the one who purchased the heart of the ocean, how could he surprise her later? Meanwhile, Su Qingxue sneered at Jiang Shua, saying, "Sister, don't be absurd. That person casually spent 30 million on a necklace, while Jiang Shua is merely a janitor. How could they possibly resemble one another? You're insulting that tycoon." Wei Shufin quickly chimed in, "Indeed, daughter. If Jiang Shua could secure a position so close to that auction, it would be a miracle. He likely couldn't even compare to a single hair of that person. Su Qingyu remained intrigued, glancing at Jiang Shua's attire, which indeed bore a striking similarity to that of the tycoon. No, mother, take another look. I genuinely think they look alike, Su Qingyu insisted. Enough, sister. Do not attempt to elevate this waste of space. Saying such things only further diminishes our respect for him. Su Qingxue scowled at Jiang Shua, seemingly warning him not to divulge the events of the day. Wei Shufan's eyes darted, and she regarded Su Qingyu, saying, Qingyu, do you also feel that Jiang Shua is unworthy of you? Deep down, do you desire a wealthy husband, which is why you are experiencing this illusion? Surprised that Wei Shufan had drawn such a conclusion, Su Qingyu felt exasperated. She merely thought the silhouette bore resemblance to Jiang Shua. Now that the image had shifted, it was impossible to revisit it, and fearing her mother might continue to ramble, she quickly replied, perhaps I was mistaken. Mother, please do not overthink it. I have never wished for a wealthy husband. Jiang Shua is sufficient for me. Wei Shufan scoffed, sufficient? With this good-for-nothing around, we shall never lead a good life. With that, she tossed all the sunflower seeds in her hand onto the floor Jiang Shua had just swept. Hurry and clean this up. If you cannot do so properly, you will sleep on the floor tonight. Wei Shufan glared at Jiang Shua, who quietly exhaled in relief and promptly went to clean up the mess. He was indifferent to Wei Shufan's treatment of him, knowing that on their anniversary, both she and Su Qingxue would discover whether he truly was a good-for-nothing. The following day, during daylight hours, Su Qingyu proceeded to her company as usual and arranged for Jiang Chao to pick her up later that evening for a gathering with classmates. After completing his household chores, Jiang Chao contemplated the evening's event, noting that to maintain a certain image, everyone would likely arrive in stylish vehicles. Given that Su Qingyu relied on taxis for her daily commute, which was quite inconvenient, Jiang Chao had already planned to purchase a car for her. Thus, he decided to make that purchase today to elevate Su Qingyu's presence at the gathering. After tidying up his home, Jiang Chao left, opting to ride a shared bicycle to the automobile city, as it was not too far from his residence. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Mercedes-Benz dealership. The luxurious establishment was designed with grand floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing passers-by to glimpse inside. Since this dealership exclusively offered high-end Mercedes vehicles, there were few customers present, leaving the sales staff appearing somewhat bored. As Jiang Chao parked his bicycle in front of the dealership, the salespeople noticed him and exchanged disdainful glances, clearly viewing him as a figure of ridicule. Look at that guy, arriving on a shared bicycle at a luxury dealership. How laughable. Surely he can't be here to shop, one scoffed. How audacious for such a lowly person to think he belongs here, another chimed in. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chao, the sales staff were mocking him as he entered the dealership. Inside the expansive space, aside from a handful of salespeople, there were no other customers. Jiang Chao expected the salespeople to approach him and present the vehicles. But to his surprise, they continued to stand idly, seemingly uninterested in assisting him. He discerned a mocking expression on their faces, indicating they did not regard him as a potential buyer. Amused, he thought it peculiar how these salespeople, simply due to the nature of their merchandise, assumed they belonged to a superior class, their arrogance palpable. He approached the nearest group of salespeople and inquired, "Will no one come to discuss the vehicles with me?" One salesperson shot him a scornful glance and replied, "We're quite busy, so you're better off looking on your own. Just be cautious around the cars. You wouldn't want to dirty them, as you certainly couldn't afford the damages." Jiang Chao smiled and retorted, "It seems you're not as busy as you claim." The salesperson, now impatient, responded, "Whether we are busy or not, we wouldn't waste our time on someone like you. Please leave us to our conversation." Another added, "One must have self-awareness. Surely you know your financial limitations." Jiang Chao felt a surge of anger at their disdain, but he was determined to purchase a car today despite their condescension. Just as he contemplated reprimanding the sales staff, a young salesperson approached him and said, "Sir, allow me to assist you." Jiang Chao observed her sincerity and suppressed his irritation, nodding in acknowledgement. He recognized that salespeople earn commissions on sales, and he found himself curious how the self-important sales staff would react when they saw this young woman earning her commission. The other salespeople exchanged disdainful glances, thinking, "Yang Shui is quite foolish to assist someone unlikely to make a purchase. She is simply wasting her time." The oldest among them, enviously regarding Yang Shui, remarked, "She dresses like a little temptress, hoping to attract wealthy clients, but she lacks the discernment to see who truly has money." Meanwhile, Yang Shui led Jiang Chao to the more affordable models, beginning her introduction. Jiang Chao smiled and asked, "Do you believe I can afford a vehicle here?" Yang Shui replied, "Regardless of your financial status, it is my duty to provide information to all customers. I treat every guest with sincerity, and if others deem it a waste of time, I see it as fulfilling my responsibilities. Jiang Chao appreciated her perspective, recognizing that her attitude was commendable. He thought that given time, she would surpass the idle salespeople. I'll begin the introduction with our more economical models. Here we have. Yang Shui started, but Jiang Chao interrupted. Let us skip these. Show me the vehicles priced around 2 million. Taken aback, Yang Shui quickly responded, no problem, and guided him toward the luxury models. Upon seeing them approach the high-end section, the other salespeople's ridicule intensified. Does this poor fellow not know his place? He's here to experience the lives of the wealthy, one sneered. Yet Yang Shui remained unperturbed, genuinely eager to present the cars. Sir, this model is the latest Maybach S560, priced at 2 million. Its design and performance are among the finest in the world. She earnestly began detailing the vehicles, demonstrating no hint of impatience, as she explained the advantages and disadvantages of each model, allowing Jiang Chao to compare them. Jiang Shui examined several vehicles with meticulous attention, ultimately concluding that the Maybach S560 was the most suitable choice. Its performance was commendable, providing a comfortable driving experience, and, most importantly, it lacked the ostentation of the other models. Jiang Shui believed that a car priced over 2 million was sufficient. Any higher, and Su Qingyu might find it unacceptable. Thus, he resolved to purchase the Maybach S560. He promptly produced his bank card and handed it to Yang Shui, stating, I'll take this S560. Please process the payment. I'll drive it away shortly. Ensure that all necessary paperwork is completed and deduct any fees directly. Yang Shui stood dumbfounded. Having assumed that Jiang Shui was merely browsing and had no intention of buying a car, she stammered, Sir, are you sure you want to swipe your card right away? Perhaps you should consider it a bit longer. Jiang Shui nodded, responding, It's just a car costing over 2 million. There's nothing to deliberate. Yang Shui gasped, utterly astonished by Jiang Shui's lavishness. Even those who appeared affluent often had to visit several dealerships before settling on a purchase. Yet, Jiang Shui had made his decision after only a brief introduction. This was beyond her expectations. Please expedite the process. I have other matters to attend to this evening. Jiang Shui urged. Recovering from her surprise, Yang Shui nodded vigorously. Of course, sir. Let me assist you with that. They proceeded to a nearby table where Yang Shui retrieved the purchase agreement and related documents. The other salespeople were left speechless upon witnessing Yang Shui presenting the purchase contract. What was happening? Were they really about to finalize a sale? Surely not. How could someone who arrived on a shared bicycle afford such a vehicle? With expressions of disbelief, they approached Yang Shui. Yang Shui, why are you bringing out the purchase contract? One salesperson inquired. Yang Shui glanced at him and replied, Managerly, this gentleman has decided to buy a car, and we are here to formally sign the contract. The inquiring salesperson was indeed the sales manager of the dealership. Which vehicle is he purchasing? Managerly asked. The Maybach S560, Yang Shui answered. Everyone gasped in amazement, incredulity etched on their faces as they turned to Jiang Shui. They could hardly fathom that someone who had arrived on a shared bicycle would be purchasing a vehicle worth over 2 million. The salespeople's expressions morphed into regret. Had they known that Jiang Shui was genuinely there to buy, they would have treated him with far more respect. With Yang Shui securing the sale, her commission would amount to a substantial sum, and their previous nonchalance was now a source of embarrassment. Managerly, brimming with regret, quickly snatched the contract from Yang Shui's hands. Yang Shui, as you are new to the dealership and still learning, let me handle this transaction to ensure we provide our client with the best service. You can observe and gain experience, she declared. Yang Shui was taken aback, not expecting Manager Li's intervention. The surrounding salespeople looked on with envy, wishing it were Manager Li who secured the sale rather than the newcomer. They chimed in, indeed. Yang Shui, your experience is limited. You should watch and learn. You ought to thank Manager Li for this invaluable opportunity. Yang Shui, you cannot manage such a significant client. Let Manager Li take over. You're just in the way, they continued. A flicker of anger surged within Yang Shui. Earlier, they had dismissed Jiang Shui for his ordinary attire, yet now they were vying for his attention upon learning of his intent to purchase. Manager Li, having noted Jiang Shui's presence, adopted a much more respectful demeanor, even throwing flirtatious glances his way. Sir, we were discussing some arrangements for the dealership, which is why we couldn't accompany you to view the cars. Now that our meeting is concluded, allow me to assist you, she said, handing him her business card. This is my card. Should you require any assistance, feel free to contact me. I will be entirely at your service. She even winked at Jiang Shui, suggesting something more. Jiang Shui felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, realizing that this opportunistic woman was solely motivated by financial gain. He tossed her business card onto the floor and stated, I'm sorry, but this young lady has been assisting me. I only wish for her to handle the necessary paperwork. You may return to your previous tasks. Manager Li's face flushed with embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated Jiang Shua would dismiss her so bluntly, particularly after her obvious advances. Yet, she held her composure, stating, Sir, Yang Shua lacks the experience to manage this transaction. We cannot entrust her with your service. With that, she brazenly seated herself beside Jiang Shua and reached for his hand. He frowned, taken aback by her shamelessness, and shook her hand away. Unperturbed, Manager Li remained at his side, determined to undermine Yang Shua's efforts and unabashedly flirt with Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua recalled her earlier mockery and recognized her intent to sabotage Yang Shua further. He resolved not to let her get away with it and decided to teach her a lesson. Please fetch your general manager. I have something to discuss with him. He instructed Yang Shua. Though unsure of Jiang Shua's motives, Yang Shua nodded and went to summon the general manager. Manager Li smirked internally, confident that her alliance with the general manager would shield her from any repercussions. Sir, you're merely here to purchase a car. Why concern yourself with who processes your paperwork? Today is about you driving away with your vehicle, and I can offer you many additional services, Manager Li purred. Jiang Shua scoffed, replying, I find your type repulsive. I suggest you remove yourself from my presence. Manager Li's expression darkened. She had not expected such an insult. However, she dared not retaliate, fully aware that Jiang Shua, a potential high-value client, was not someone to offend. You'll regret this, Yang Shua. By the end of the day, I'll ensure you're no longer welcome here. Manager Li seethed internally. Soon, Yang Shua returned with the general manager, a middle-aged man who had been briefed on the situation. Approaching Jiang Shua, he respectfully greeted him. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Jiang Shua pointed at the sales manager and said, I came here today to purchase a car, yet this sales manager ridiculed me, calling me a loser. This young lady patiently explained everything to me, but when I decided to buy, she rushed over to steal the sale and even attempted to seduce me. I demand her dismissal. Individuals like her will only tarnish your dealership's reputation. Manager Li was taken aback when Jiang Shua summoned the general manager, realizing it was to have her terminated. Her expression shifted dramatically as she frantically signaled the general manager. He, too, felt the weight of the situation and said, Sir, please calm down. There's no need to escalate this matter. I can have her apologize to you. Would that suffice? Jiang Shua scoffed. That won't do. Fire her, or I will walk away from this purchase, and I will inform my friends to avoid your dealership in the future. You should think carefully about your next steps. The general manager gasped, understanding that losing Jiang Shua as a customer was significant, but if he dissuaded his affluent friends from purchasing, it would spell disaster for the dealership. Wealthy individuals who could afford cars worth over 2 million yuan constituted a small elite, and a mere word from them could lead to the dealership's demise. Considering the potential repercussions, the general manager clenched his jaw and said, Very well, sir. I will proceed as you request. In truth, I have long found her unsuitable for our establishment. He then turned to the sales manager, his face darkened with displeasure. Your work ethic is unacceptable. We do not require your services any longer. You are terminated. Stunned, Manager Li could hardly believe her ears. General manager, you didn't say this when we were in bed together. How could you fire me now? She exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. The general manager, now visibly uncomfortable, waved to the 2 security guards nearby. Quickly, escort this madwoman out. Not only has she offended our client, but she has also slandered my character. Such a person cannot remain here. Chapter 47. Never a chance to ride in a luxury car. Thus, the sales manager was expelled without the chance to utter a word. The remaining sales staff, aware of the underlying tension between the sales manager and the general manager, were astonished that he had actually acted on Jiang Shua's demand, leaving them anxious, especially given their own poor treatment of him. However, Jiang Shua had no time to address each of them individually. The sales manager had already served as a cautionary example. The other salespeople recognized their missteps and hurried to apologize to Jiang Shua, promising to treat customers with greater respect in the future. Jiang Shua then instructed Yang Shua to complete all the necessary paperwork so he could drive away with the vehicle. In an effort to appease Jiang Shua, the general manager announced that Yang Shua would be the new sales manager, urging everyone to learn from her. Yang Shua was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and expressed her gratitude to Jiang Shua repeatedly. He replied that she deserved it, for her dedication and hard work had earned her this opportunity. Soon, Yang Shua finalized the paperwork, and after Jiang Shua made the payment, the general manager affixed a temporary license plate to the car. Jiang Shua then drove away from the dealership. He headed straight to Su Qingyu's company, parking outside, intending to surprise her. Passers-by gazed at the luxurious vehicle, their expressions filled with envy. Its exterior alone exuded opulence, suggesting that its occupant must be wealthy. As the workday ended, Su Qingyu exited the building, followed closely by Su Jieli, who wore a sullen expression. The events at the jewelry store the previous day had left Su Jieli feeling disgruntled, eager to reclaim her pride. Su Qingyu, don't get too smug in front of me. My brother has introduced me to a big boss, and once I become his girlfriend, I won't even regard the so-called lucky customer from the jewelry store. Su Jieli declared fiercely. Su Qingyu, somewhat exasperated, replied, All right, you've mentioned it repeatedly today. I get it. I'm just reminding you. Don't say I didn't warn you when things go south. Su Jieli retorted indignantly. Ignoring Su Jieli, Su Qingyu glanced at the time, puzzled as to why Jiang Shuo had not yet arrived. He typically waited for her at the entrance. Just then, Jiang Shuo pulled up in the Maybach S560. The window remained closed, obscuring his identity from outside. Su Qingyu stared at the car, puzzled, wondering why such an expensive vehicle had stopped in front of her. Su Jieli noticed the car as well, her eyes lighting up. Recognizing it as a Mercedes S-Class, she estimated its worth to be at least 2 million yuan, concluding that its occupant must be a true affluent individual. Connecting the dots with what Su Jieming had mentioned about her meeting a boss today, Su Jieli quickly deduced that the person inside the car was likely Boss Zhao. After all, who else would drive such a luxury vehicle to their office? With that thought, Su Jieli became increasingly convinced that the occupant was indeed Boss Zhao, come to pick her up. She adjusted her outfit, determined to seize this opportunity to showcase her worth in front of Su Qingyu, highlighting the disparity between them. Su Qingyu, do you see? The person in that car is the renowned Boss Zhao from Yun City, here to pick me up. This car, a Mercedes S-Class, costs no less than 2 million yuan. You, marrying that good-for-nothing Jiang Shuo, will likely never have the chance to ride in such luxury. Su Jieli spoke with an air of superiority, as if the car belonged to her. Hearing this, Su Qingyu's expression soured. Then hurry and get in the car. Stop showing off in front of me, she said. Su Jieli interpreted this as jealousy on Su Qingyu's part, just as several colleagues passed by, drawn to the luxurious vehicle. She waved to them, exclaiming, Come look. This is Boss Zhao's car. He is here to pick me up. Her colleagues approached, their faces filled with admiration. Wow, that car must cost over 2 million. It's so extravagant. I've never been in such an expensive vehicle. Jieli, I envy you. Su Jieli proudly lifted her chin and replied, For Boss Zhao. This car is just a trifle. Once I become his girlfriend, he'll buy me an even more extravagant one. Some people are so unfortunate, marrying a worthless husband, likely never having the chance to ride in such luxury. Her colleagues, well aware of whom she referred to, exchanged knowing glances. Having a closer rapport with Su Jieli than with Su Qingyu, thus directing mockery towards her. It appears that fate has dealt some individuals a rather unfortunate hand, destined to live in perpetual obscurity. Thus, the significance of marrying an exceptional man cannot be overstated. Personally, I would never consider wedging myself into a union with a feckless individual. I would rather remain single for a lifetime. You are right. Yet it is unfortunate that some individuals fail to comprehend this, perhaps due to a lack of intellect or sheer naivety. As Su Qingyu listened to the sarcastic remarks and veiled insinuations from a few acquaintances, her expression darkened considerably. However, she chose not to engage in a dispute and resolved to leave the vicinity to await Jiang Shuo elsewhere. At that moment, the window of a Mercedes-Benz S-Class slowly descended. Jiang Shuo's phone had fallen to the ground earlier, preventing him from rolling down the window sooner. Look, the window is open, someone exclaimed. Su Jieli's face lit up with excitement. She thought she would finally meet Boss Zhao and was determined to make a good impression. However, when she peered inside the car, her expression fell into one of disbelief. The person in the driver's seat was not Boss Zhao, but rather Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo, how could you be sitting in this car? You must have sneaked in while Boss Zhao was away. Get out of there at once. Such an expensive vehicle is not meant for someone like you. After regaining her composure, Su Jieli shouted at Jiang Shuo, instinctively assuming he had clandestinely entered the vehicle in Boss Zhao's absence. Jiang Shuo was bewildered, utterly unaware of what Su Jieli was implying, and retorted, What do you mean, Boss Zhao? This is my car. Why shouldn't I be in it? Fuming, Su Jieli thought how shameless he was to sit in someone else's car and demanded he leave. At that moment, Su Qingyu, who had initially intended to depart, glanced into the car and was equally astonished. Jiang Shuo, how is this possible? She asked, perplexed. Jiang Shuo smiled at her, intending to mention that he had purchased a car for her, but Su Jieli interrupted. Did you not hear what I just said? He sneaked into Boss Zhao's car. Such a shameless person, unable to afford a luxury vehicle, resorts to using someone else's. If he damages Boss Zhao's car, you will have to pay. Su Jieli's indignation was palpable, as though the car belonged to her. The surrounding colleagues regarded Jiang Shua with disdain, their eyes brimming with contempt. Such a loathsome individual. Taking advantage of someone else's absence to invade their vehicle should be reported to the authorities. Su Qingyu, too, was pitiful, married to such a man. Even if she held the position of general manager, her situation would remain embarrassing. Jiang Shua, hearing Su Jieli and her colleagues' comments, felt a flicker of anger and remarked, "Are you all out of your minds? I'm sitting in my own car. Who are you to judge?" He then produced his vehicle purchase contract, directing it towards Su Jieli. "Here is the contract. Take a good look and see if my name is on it." Su Jieli scrutinized the document and, to her shock, confirmed that it indeed bore Jiang Shua's name, and the vehicle listed was the very Mercedes-Benz S-Class. She was rendered speechless, her face flushing with embarrassment. At that moment, Su Jiaming called Su Jieli. "Jieli, Boss Zhao has matters to attend to and won't be able to meet you today. You needn't wait after work." Su Jieli stiffened. It turned out Boss Zhao hadn't come at all. Everything had been a figment of her imagination. A burning sensation crept up her face as she recalled her earlier words, leaving her feeling utterly mortified. Jiang Shua reclaimed the contract and coldly remarked to Su Jieli, "I believe it is you who is shameless, flaunting someone else's vehicle to save face." Seething with anger, Su Jieli struggled to formulate a retort. Observing her reaction, the colleagues realized the car genuinely belonged to Jiang Shua, their faces reflecting disbelief and deep envy. Jiang Shua, unwilling to waste further time, turned to Su Qingyu and said, "Wife, get in the car. It's quite comfortable, and you can use it for your commutes from now on." Su Qingyu, somewhat bewildered, climbed into the vehicle without fully grasping the situation. The colleagues watched her with envy, clearly wishing to ride in such a luxury car for their daily travels. Jiang Shua pressed the accelerator and departed, leaving behind a fuming Su Jieli and several envious colleagues, all feeling quite discontented. On the way to the class reunion, it took Su Qingyu a while to process everything before she turned to Jiang Shua and asked, "Jiang Shua, where did you get this car? Did you do something illegal?" Jiang Shua wore a bemused expression and replied, "How could I possibly engage in illegal activities? I bought this car. You're being absurd. Although I'm not a car expert, I can estimate that this vehicle costs at least 2 million. How could you afford it?" Su Qingyu looked at Jiang Shua with mild reproach. Jiang Shua chuckled and explained, "Didn't I mention that my father gave me a sum of money? That is how I purchased it." Su Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had assumed Jiang Shua's father had given him only a modest amount. Yet it appeared he had received over 2 million. "Is that true?" she asked again. Jiang Shua nodded earnestly, anticipating Su Qingyu would inquire about the exact amount his father had provided, allowing him to discuss his current financial situation. However, Su Qingyu did not follow his line of thought and instead chastised him. "Jiang Shua, when did you become so extravagant? Your father must have spent a lifetime saving that 2 million, yet you frivolously squandered it on a car. He intended for you to have a better life, and you cannot be so wasteful." Jiang Shua was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Su Qingyu's reaction. "Wife, actually," he began, wanting to explain. "Enough. I know you mean well, but we shouldn't be so extravagant. Why do we need a car worth over 2 million? A vehicle costing around 100,000 would suffice. We cannot afford to be so wasteful, understood?" Seeing the earnestness on Su Qingyu's face, Jiang Shua suddenly found her adorable and chose not to argue further, responding with a smile. "All right, I will heed your advice." As Su Qingyu began to explore the car's interior, her curiosity about the luxury vehicle's comfort was evident, and she seemed quite pleased. "Where is your class reunion?" Jiang Shua inquired. "At Chunfeng Restaurant," Su Qingyu replied. A smile crossed Jiang Shua's face, recalling that he had once spent 1 million on a membership there after purchasing a bottle of wine for over 100,000. Aside from that occasion, he hadn't returned to dine at Chunfeng Restaurant. It seemed the funds he had previously deposited there would come in handy. The class monitor has truly become remarkable. Driving a BMW now, Li Xinya remarked with a beaming smile as she gazed at the most elegantly dressed individual among their classmates. In front of them stood a brand new BMW, eliciting envious glances from everyone, with many reaching out to touch the vehicle, for to them, it was a symbol of luxury. The young man, referred to as the class monitor, smiled modestly, though a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. He had engaged in some modest business ventures and made a little profit, but he knew he could not compare to the true tycoons. "Come on, don't be so modest. This car must be worth over 1 million. You're practically a big boss now." A classmate chimed in with a laugh. No. I bought this one for over 800,000. I'm thinking of upgrading after the company's funds arrive next month," the monitor replied with a smile. The crowd continued to express their envy. For them, an 800,000 yuan car was still firmly in the realm of luxury. "Our monitor is truly impressive. I can only envy him. I wonder when I'll ever be able to sit in a car worth over 800,000, Li Xinya sighed enviously. Isn't your boyfriend working at Tinglong Group? That's a major corporation. It won't be long before he's looking at cars worth more than 800,000. The monitor chuckled. Wang Hao wore a smug expression, clearly not believing the monitor was merely flattering him, for working at Tinglong Group indeed held such promise. I must tell you, Su Qingyu will be attending this reunion as well. I ran into her at the mall the other day and asked her to bring her useless husband along. To my surprise, they agreed. Li Xinya said with a mocking smile. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in laughter. I've heard her husband is notoriously inept. It's hard to believe she'd bring him to a class reunion. Isn't she afraid of being embarrassed? Indeed, Su Qingyu was such an outstanding person in college. Who would have thought she would end up marrying a good-for-nothing? I think that guy's name is Jiang Shua, right? I can't believe he is coming to our reunion. This will certainly be entertaining, Li Xinya remarked, glancing at the monitor. If I remember correctly, you pursued Su Qingyu back in college, right? Her husband is a total loser and doesn't he even compare to you. Why not take this opportunity to win her back? Li Xinya suggested. With your qualifications, you could easily overshadow that useless man. I bet Su Qingyu would be all over you. Having been humiliated by Jiang Shua previously, she was eager to create trouble for him. Upon hearing Li Xinya's words, the monitor's eyes narrowed. It was true he had pursued Su Qingyu in college, only to be rejected. He had come to this reunion in his newly purchased BMW, dressed impeccably, to demonstrate to Su Qingyu how well he was doing, hoping to evoke her regret for not choosing him. In his mind, Su Qingyu was no longer worthy of him. A woman who married a failure could hardly be considered. Yet he kept these thoughts to himself, genuinely contemplating the prospect of pursuing Su Qingyu again. With his current circumstances, she would surely be eager to approach him, and he could then discard her as a form of revenge for her previous rejection. To be honest, I still harbor some feelings for Su Qingyu. It's a pity she married that loser, so I hope you all will help me out later, the monitor said insincerely. Before long, all the attendees had arrived, with only Su Qingyu and Jiang Shua missing. Just then, a brand new Mercedes S-Class pulled up before them. The crowd gasped in astonishment. My goodness, it's a Mercedes S-Class. A Maybach S560, worth over $2 million. This is a luxury car. Surely the person inside must be a wealthy individual. Why have they parked it here? I don't know who's in that car, but I can guarantee it's not Jiang Shua, that good for nothing. Someone joked, prompting laughter from the crowd. All seemingly in agreement. Upon seeing the car, the monitor felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, his over 800,000 yuan BMW paled in comparison. However, he quickly found solace in his thoughts, reminding himself that there are many wealthy individuals in the world, and he only needed to be better than Su Qingyu's husband, who certainly couldn't afford a car like that. As this thought crossed his mind, the door of the Mercedes S-Class swung open, and Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu stepped out. Sorry for being late. We hit a bit of traffic, Su Qingyu said apologetically to the crowd. The class monitor was left speechless, staring in disbelief at Su Qingyu and Jiang Shua, unable to process what he was seeing. Not just him, but everyone present was equally stunned, unable to fathom that the so-called good-for-nothing was emerging from that luxury vehicle. Li Xinya stared incredulously at Jiang Shua and exclaimed, You. How could you come out of that car? Jiang Shua smiled and replied, This is our car. Is there a problem with us getting out of it? Everyone gasped, unable to believe that Jiang Shua claimed the car was theirs. A vehicle worth over $2 million. Could it be that the rumors of Jiang Shua being a failure were merely hearsay, and he was, in fact, a wealthy heir? The monitor's expression turned ashen. He had intended to flaunt his new car in front of Su Qingyu, only to find himself overshadowed by her arrival in a 2 million yuan vehicle. This realization left him feeling quite embarrassed. Li Xinya and Wang Hao had planned to ridicule Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu, but they were immediately met with an unexpected setback. This can't be. There's no way this car belongs to you. You're a good-for-nothing. How could you afford such an expensive vehicle? Li Xinya insisted vehemently. Jiang Shua shrugged, having anticipated her response. I know what you're thinking. You probably think I rented this car just to impress you, right? Look, it doesn't even have a license plate. Jiang Shua, no matter how you try to show off, you're still just a failure. Do you think renting a luxury car will elevate your status in our eyes? The class monitor and Wang Hao exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened by Li Xinya's words. They quickly concluded that the car must indeed be rented from a dealership, as that was the only reasonable explanation. How could a failure like him truly afford a vehicle worth over $2 million? The monitor's earlier shock faded, and he found it amusing to think that he had been startled when Jiang Shua stepped out of the car. After all, a failure was still a failure. How could he suddenly turn his fortunes around? Ah, Qingyu, I used to doubt they called you a good-for-nothing. But now it seems this guy might not be a total failure. He certainly enjoys putting on a fade, the monitor remarked, his gaze fixed on Su Qingyu. Wang Hao chimed in immediately. This loser loves to show off. Remember the last time at the mall when he splurged tens of thousands on clothes just to impress us? He spent all his savings. The crowd cast disdainful looks at Jiang Shuo, clearly surprised that he was such a person. Su Qingyu felt a surge of anger. Realizing how deeply these individuals harbored biases against Jiang Shuo, fearing his sudden rise to success, and thus resorting to such slander. The car was indeed purchased by Jiang Shuo himself, and he was no good for nothing. It was exceedingly rude to refer to him in such a manner. Su Qingyu defended Jiang Shuo, but Li Xinya immediately scoffed, remarking, Su Qingyu, I never imagined you would stoop to pretending alongside this worthless person. There's nothing wrong with being poor, but it's disgraceful to pretend otherwise when it is evident you lack wealth. I am not pretending, Su Qingyu exclaimed. Not pretending? Do you take us for fools? That car doesn't even have a license plate. It's clearly just driven off the lot. Is it not rented? Don't tell me you just bought it today. I've never heard of anyone purchasing a vehicle just for a class reunion, Li Xinya retorted with unwavering conviction. Su Qingyu, exasperated, was taken aback by Li Xinya's audacity in asserting that the car was rented. She wanted to argue further, but Jiang Shuo intervened, saying, There's no point in debating such trivial matters. It's futile to reason with them. Once they set their minds to something, they will go to great lengths to validate their beliefs. With a resigned expression, Su Qingyu fell silent at Jiang Shuo's words. What do you mean by proving anything? We speak only the truth. The class monitor's BMW is a bona fide purchase, while you merely rented a car and still have the gall to speak, Li Xinya muttered. Jiang Shuo smiled at everyone and said, Today is a reunion. I believe none of you wish to argue over this matter all evening. The class monitor, regaining his composure, added, Yes, we are here for a reunion, not to quarrel. Let us drop this subject. It's getting late, and we should head inside. I've reserved a private room at Chunfeng Restaurant, and tonight we shall indulge until we are inebriated. I'll treat you all. I have a friend at Chunfeng Restaurant who might even give us a discount. Instantly, everyone turned to the class monitor with smiles. Indeed, the class monitor was impressive. Chunfeng Restaurant was one of the most luxurious establishments in Yunqing, and his ability to afford it indicated he was doing exceptionally well. Yes. And the class monitor knows someone at Chunfeng Restaurant. His connections are truly extensive. Of course, the class monitor is remarkable, unlike certain individuals who only know how to pretend. Li Xinya disdainfully remarked. Listening to the flattery, the class monitor beamed with pride, casting a smug glance at Jiang Shuo before his gaze fell upon Su Qingyu. He believed she must be regretting her choice not to select him back then. Once they entered Chunfeng Restaurant, he thought to casually display his prowess, perhaps leading Su Qingyu to abandon Jiang Shuo and seek solace in his embrace. As everyone walked into Chunfeng Restaurant, they felt a sense of anticipation for the meal, as dining in such a place was a luxury they could seldom afford on their salaries. Upon entering the hall, the class monitor instructed everyone to wait while he inquired about the private room. In truth, his so-called friend was merely a floor manager at Chunfeng Restaurant, and he had not actually paid for a reservation. He merely asked his acquaintance to hold one for him, promising a little incentive later. Naturally, such matters were not something he could divulge to his classmates. Before long, the class monitor found the floor manager and asked about the private room. The manager glanced at him and replied, Business is booming today. All the private rooms are booked. I told you to reserve one, but you hesitated. And now I have no way to find you a room. The class monitor's face flushed with embarrassment. Each of those upscale private rooms cost thousands, and he was reluctant to spend that amount. Think of something, my classmates have arrived. If we can't find a place to eat, it would be quite humiliating for me. He pleaded. Currently, only one top-tier room remains, costing 18,888. If you want it, I can reserve it, but you'll have to pay. I can't sneak you in, the manager said. The class monitor felt a pang of regret. Although he had earned a good amount from his business, he was not wealthy enough to dine in such an expensive room. I'll think of another solution. Turning back to his classmates, he sheepishly said, Dear old friends, I'm terribly sorry. The floor manager just informed me that the room I reserved has encountered some issues and is under maintenance. All other rooms are fully booked. I didn't anticipate this situation. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed looks of disappointment. Li Xinya smiled and said, It's all right, since there are no rooms available. Let's South find another place. What matters in a reunion is that we come together, regardless of where we dine. Exactly, it's an exceptional circumstance. It's beyond anyone else's control. Let us just change locations, others chimed in. Seeing everyone so supportive, the class monitor felt relieved and said, In that case, let's find another place. At that moment, Jiang Shuo stepped forward and said, Since we're already here, Why should we change locations? Even if the regular rooms are full, the top-tier room must still be available, right? I remember they always have a top-tier room on standby. Please wait. I will go request a top-tier room. Chapter 51. Bringing honor to Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang Shua's words, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds, then turned to him with disdainful glares. Jiang Shua, are you out of your mind? You think you can just demand a top-tier room at Chunfeng Restaurant? The price for such a room is exorbitant. You heard the class monitor say he's treating. Do you intend to take advantage of him? Li Xinya shot back without hesitation. Exactly. It's disgusting how some people see a bargain and want to take advantage. He is deliberately asking for the most expensive room, as if he'll never have the chance to come here again. Another girl echoed. Jiang Shua, at a loss for words, replied, I'll cover the room fee, surely. You have no objections to that. The crowd did not regard Jiang Shua with newfound respect. Rather, they looked upon him with even greater contempt. Do you even know how much the room costs to speak so boldly? If you can't pay later, won't you just leave it to the class monitor to cover? Li Xinya snapped, seizing every opportunity to belittle Jiang Shua. Su Qingyu tugged at Jiang Shua's arm and suggested, why don't we just let it go and listen to them? Jiang Shua, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement with Su Qingyu. At that moment, the manager of Chunfeng Restaurant entered the hall and immediately spotted Jiang Shua, his eyes lighting up. He quickly called over the passing floor manager and inquired, what are those people here for? They seem to be here for a class reunion. But the regular rooms are all booked. They're probably planning to leave, the floor manager replied. The manager's expression shifted to one of urgency as he said, if the regular rooms are full, just arrange for them to use the top-tier room. We have esteemed guests at Chunfeng Restaurant. Hurry and take them to the top-tier room. Tell them the room fee is waived. Go now. The floor manager, confused by the manager's urgency, did not dare to delay and quickly rushed toward Jiang Shua and the others. Everyone, our manager has just informed me that in appreciation of our esteemed guests, you are invited to use our top-tier room for free. Please follow me. Everyone was taken aback. They had been prepared to leave for another location, only to encounter such a fortuitous turn of events. The class monitor was also puzzled, recalling that the floor manager had mentioned a reward for esteemed guests. Did that mean someone among them was a valued patron of Chunfeng Restaurant? Class monitor Li Xinya inquired. That esteemed guest he mentioned must be you, right? The class monitor responded with an awkward smile. It should be, as this head waiter is my friend. He then turned to the head waiter and asked, has the manager revealed who that esteemed guest is? The head waiter shook his head and replied, the manager did not specify. At that moment, the class monitor felt a surge of confidence, thinking that among those present, he was likely the only one regarded as a distinguished guest by Chunfeng Restaurant, especially considering his classmates' lackluster achievements. Hearing the head waiter's words, Li Xinya immediately laughed and said, it must be you, class monitor. After all, it couldn't possibly be that useless Jiang Shua. Laughter erupted among the group, clearly in agreement with Li Xinya's remark. At that moment, Jiang Shua glanced around and noticed the manager smiling at him from a distance, even bowing slightly. Li Xinya turned to Jiang Shua, mocking him. Did you see that? Our class monitor is a true success, receiving a complimentary top-tier private room at Chunfeng Restaurant, while a failure like you will never experience such treatment in your lifetime. Jiang Shua rolled his eyes, unwilling to argue over such trivial matters, and said, since we have a private room, let us head in. Li Xinya scoffed. I see you're just embarrassed about your lack of status. Truly ridiculous. The class monitor laughed heartily and said, since we have a private room, there's no need to change venues. Let us all go in together. Everyone nodded and followed the head waiter inside. The class monitor beamed with pride as he glanced at Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu. Although he had no idea why Chunfeng Restaurant regarded him as a distinguished guest, he saw it as an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his worth in front of Su Qingyu and would certainly not be modest. Class monitor, if I'm not mistaken, you must frequent this place often, right? Otherwise, how could you be treated like a distinguished guest? Li Xinya exclaimed with envy. The class monitor raised his chin and smiled. Actually, I don't come here often, only when discussing business. It's quite ordinary. The group looked at him with expressions of envy, understanding that he was merely being humble. Li Xinya turned to Jiang Shua, her gaze landing on Su Qingyu, and sarcastically remarked, Su Qingyu, I genuinely feel sorry for you. If you had accepted the class monitor back then, you could have been living a good life now, but instead, you chose to marry a good-for-nothing and will suffer for it. Su Qingyu's expression darkened. Li Xinya had been relentlessly taunting her since the beginning, simply to make her feel miserable. Had she known this would happen, she would never have attended the reunion. Was dining at Chunfeng Restaurant truly considered living well? Jiang Shua coldly interjected, oh please, what do you mean by simply dining at Chunfeng Restaurant? Can you even afford it? Does following you and eating dust count? as living well? Li Xingya quickly countered. The class monitor coldly glanced at Jiang Shuo and said, "Some people should stop pretending to be something they are not. If this continues, Su Qingyu might just kick you aside herself." Jiang Shuo sneered, thinking that soon they would realize how ridiculous they were. He would prove to these narrow-minded individuals that Su Qingyu would not suffer any indignities while she was with him. The manager of Chunfeng Restaurant observed Jiang Shuo and his group entering the top-tier private room and felt a sigh of relief. He adjusted his clothing and murmured to himself, "It seems I will need to toast Mr. Jiang later. He appears to want to remain low-key in front of his classmates, which is why he hasn't approached me directly. However, since Mr. Jiang is dining here, I must not neglect the importance of showing respect. If he is modest, I cannot afford to be unobservant. I must ensure that Mr. Jiang receives the recognition he deserves." Chapter 52. All except that few. Once everyone entered the private room, they were all captivated by the luxurious decor, their faces filled with astonishment. Goodness, is this truly Chunfeng Restaurant's top-tier private room? It's simply too opulent. It resembles a palace. Class monitor, you're amazing. Chunfeng Restaurant has allowed you to use this lavish room for free. It's so enviable. When will I ever enjoy such treatment, even if just once? The class monitor was filled with pride, nearly floating from the compliments. Everyone, please take a seat. When it comes time to order, don't hesitate. Don't worry about the cost, as long as everyone enjoys the meal, he said with a smile. Everyone eagerly sat at the table, their faces alight with excitement. Shortly after, 2 waiters entered with menus. The class monitor encouraged everyone to order, but upon glancing at the prices, they were all taken aback. Goodness, this is too expensive. One dish costs as much as my weekly salary. Class monitor, why don't you order for us? One person said, pushing the menu toward him. The others glanced at the menu and felt similarly intimidated by the exorbitant prices, all deferring to the class monitor to choose. Understanding their reaction, the class monitor felt even more triumphant and laughed. What is there to be afraid of? Didn't I say I'm treating? Besides, these dishes aren't that pricey. He then picked up the menu and ordered a few dishes. Hearing the names of the dishes the class monitor selected, Jiang Shuo couldn't help but smirk internally. He had only chosen some mid-range options and had neglected the restaurant's signature dishes, seeming a bit reluctant to spend. After placing the orders, the class monitor glanced at Su Qingyu and instructed the waiter, "Please bring a bottle of the 8888 red wine and place it in front of that young lady." The waiter nodded and took note. Upon hearing the class monitor's words, everyone displayed expressions of envy. 8888 red wine. That's so extravagant. I've never had such an expensive drink in my life. Seeing the class monitor order such an extravagant wine for Su Qingyu, Li Xingya felt a pang of annoyance and turned to Wang Hao beside her. Wang Hao immediately smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, sweetheart. My bonus will be arriving soon, over 200,000. I'll bring you here to enjoy the 8888 red wine." Li Xingya felt somewhat appeased by his words. The class monitor smiled at Su Qingyu and said, "Qingyu, my feelings for you have never waned over the years. Seeing you struggle now truly pains me. Sometimes, choosing a new beginning may not be a bad thing for you. What Jiang Shuo cannot provide, I can. If you choose me again, I will not refuse. This bottle of 8,888 red wine is a gift for you. I hope it helps you decide." Taken aback by the class monitor's words, Su Qingyu felt at a loss, wanting to refuse him outright. Just then, Jiang Shuo spoke up. "Do you think that an 8,888 red wine can win my wife over? You must be quite naive." All eyes turned to Jiang Shuo. "Oh, Jiang Shuo, you're at it again, aren't you? The class monitor is thinking of Su Qingyu's happiness. And you dare to look down on an 8,888 red wine? As if you could even afford such an expensive bottle." Li Xingya scoffed. Jiang Shuo snorted coldly. The class monitor was brazenly trying to steal his wife, and he could not remain indifferent. Today, he had to make it clear to everyone that the class monitor meant nothing in his presence. If I recall correctly, the 8,888 red wine is the least expensive option at the Spring Breeze restaurant. Is this truly what you would dare to present as a gift? How ridiculous, Jiang Shuo remarked. The class monitor's face immediately darkened, and he retorted, "What's wrong with 8,888? If you have the guts, why not gift her something equally extravagant? If you can't afford it, don't look down on others." Jiang Shuo chuckled, "I apologize, but I intend to gift my wife something of far greater quality than this rubbish. Moreover, the dishes you ordered are the cheapest here. With such low standards, how can you claim to provide my wife with a good life? You must not fear being ridiculed." After saying this, he turned to the waiter and requested, "Please bring me the menu." Seeing this, the class monitor inquired, "What are you planning to do?" "I wish to reorder dishes for my wife and select a fine wine, allowing you to witness what it truly means to care for her," Jiang Shuo replied with a smile. Of course, you need not worry. I will pay for my selections separately, so you won't have to contribute a dime. Not that you could afford it anyway. Upon hearing Jiang Shua's words, a flicker of anger ignited within the class monitor. He hadn't expected Jiang Shua to provoke him in such a manner. However, he quickly regained his composure. Knowing that Jiang Shua was merely a useless individual, no matter how he pretended, he could never order dishes more expensive than those he had selected. Besides, Jiang Shua had claimed he would pay for his own choices, so if he couldn't afford it, the only one to suffer would be Jiang Shua himself. With a sneer, he stated, "You've got guts. I'm curious to see what you order. Just don't embarrass yourself by only choosing a few cold dishes." Jiang Shua shrugged and gazed down at the menu. Li Xinya and the others looked at him with exasperation, thinking his pretentiousness had gone too far. How could he possibly compete with the successful class monitor? This fellow was only inviting trouble for himself. Nevertheless, they were amused at the prospect of Jiang Shua's impending embarrassment and thus refrained from intervening. Su Qingyu cast a helpless glance at Jiang Shua, understanding that his actions were for her sake. Although she didn't wish to witness this scene, she recognized that Jiang Shua wouldn't be satisfied unless he expressed himself. Since that was the case, why not allow him a moment of indulgence? After a brief contemplation of the menu, Jiang Shua pointed to a few relatively inexpensive dishes. The class monitor glanced over and remarked, "I thought you were more capable than this, but here you are, selecting only a few cold dishes." Jiang Shua smiled and replied to the waiter, "Cancel all the dishes I ordered earlier. Instead, I want every dish from these pages." Everyone was taken aback. They had never witnessed someone ordering by the page before. The waiter promptly nodded and noted down the selections Jiang Shua indicated. "Additionally, please bring me a bottle of Petrus. I would like to share a few glasses with my wife." Jiang Shua continued. The crowd was puzzled, wondering what kind of wine Petrus was, with some expressing skepticism about its quality. "What is Petrus? Never heard of it. It can't be some low-end brand, can it?" Li Xinya muttered. The waiter quickly clarified. "Petrus is our most expensive wine at Spring Breeze Restaurant, priced at 181,000 per bottle." Chapter 53. Do I know you? What? A bottle of wine for 181,000. Are you robbing us? Li Xinya exclaimed, rising from her seat in disbelief as she stared at the waiter. The waiter smiled at her and replied, "Miss, the price of this wine is what it is. You won't find it lower anywhere." Li Xinya swallowed hard, her mind racing with astonishment. This was entirely beyond her comprehension. The others also wore expressions of shock. A bottle of wine costing over 100,000 was enough to purchase a house. Given their salaries, they couldn't fathom the existence of such an expensive wine. The class monitor had never encountered a bottle of such exorbitance either. Upon hearing the price, he was equally taken aback, never anticipating Jiang Shua would order such a costly wine. The 88 bottle he had chosen paled in comparison to Petrus, which seemed utterly inferior. However, he soon realized that Jiang Shua had stated he would pay for his own order, so it didn't concern him. Regardless of how extravagant Jiang Shua's choices were, anyone could order an expensive wine. The crucial point was whether they could pay for it. He shot Jiang Shua a condescending glance and remarked, "Jiang Shua, don't overreach. A bottle of wine costing over 100,000 ISNT within everyone's means." Li Xinya and the others shared the class monitor's sentiments, believing Jiang Shua was merely putting on a facade, seeking to regain face before Su Qingyu without considering the consequences. Humph. With such an expensive wine, combined with the dishes he had ordered, he would likely be unable to pay, leaving him in quite the embarrassing predicament when the time came to settle the bill. Li Xinya scoffed. Jiang Shua appeared unfazed. This expenditure was trivial for him, hardly denting his finances, and he hadn't even exhausted the funds from his previous recharge. Su Qingyu was well aware of the value of Petrus. She had faced difficulties after accidentally breaking a bottle of it previously. Now, hearing Jiang Shua's intention to order Petrus, she felt a surge of concern, instinctively wanting to stop him. However, Jiang Shua shot her a reassuring glance, signaling her not to worry, which calmed her. Through their past encounters, Su Qingyu had gained a deeper understanding of Jiang Shua, realizing he wasn't reckless. He must have significant confidence in his decision. Moreover, with Jiang Shua aiming to prove himself, she decided to let him proceed. At the same time, she couldn't help but ponder how much money Jiang Shua possessed. He had already compensated for the broken bottle of Petrus, bought new clothes for himself, and today even purchased a car worth over 200,000. Now, he was extravagantly ordering dishes and requesting a bottle of Petrus, which totaled several million. Initially, Su Qingyu had not been concerned about how much Jiang Shua's father had given him, thinking it sufficient for his needs. But now, Curiosity piqued her interest regarding the extent of his father's generosity that allowed such lavish spending. Before long, the waiter began bringing the dishes to the table. When the bottle of Petrus was presented, all eyes fixated on it, clearly eager to discover the flavor of this wine valued over 100,000. Naturally, the class monitor's earlier choice of the 8888 wine was no longer suitable as a gift for Su Qingyu, forcing him to awkwardly consume it himself. Jiang Shua had selected the restaurant's signature dishes, while the class monitor had merely ordered common fare, making it evident which dishes were superior upon their presentation. Everyone gazed longingly at the delectable array Jiang Shua had chosen, but hesitated to partake, fearing that if Jiang Shua lacked the funds to settle the bill, they might be coerced into contributing. Observing their envious expressions, Jiang Shua chuckled and said, "There's more food than the two of us can finish. Feel free to join in. Rest assured, as I said, I'll pay for my own order and won't ask any of you to chip in." Upon hearing this, the group immediately shed their restraint, diving into the dishes Jiang Shua had ordered. Li Xingya turned to the nearby waiter, stating, "Did you hear that? He said he would pay for himself, so if he can't afford it, don't come looking for us." Having said that, she quickly resumed eating with her chopsticks. All were visibly satisfied, as if relishing a feast of the finest delicacies, continually expressing how delicious the dishes were. The class monitor, feeling utterly embarrassed, refused to eat any of Jiang Shua's selections to distance himself from him, so he sulked alone, drinking his own cheaper wine and eating his less expensive dishes. He initially thought to take advantage of today's opportunity to make Su Qingyu envious of his current life. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Shua would disrupt things to such an extent. Let you revel in your moment of glory for a while. But when it comes time to settle the bill, you shall see. The class leader seethed inwardly. Jiang Shua opened a bottle of Petrus, and he and Su Qingyu began to eat and drink. At first, Su Qingyu hesitated to indulge in such an expensive wine, but Jiang Shua insisted that since it was already uncorked, returning it was out of the question, and not drinking it would be wasteful. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, she finally joined Jiang Shua in drinking. Not long after, the waiter received a message and looked towards the guests, announcing, "Dear patrons, our manager will be coming over shortly to toast you and to welcome our esteemed guests at Chunfeng Restaurant. The manager has generously provided some Australian lobsters for everyone to enjoy. We hope you have a delightful dining experience." Upon hearing this, all eyes fell on the class leader. "Class leader, your status is truly remarkable. The manager of Chunfeng Restaurant is personally coming to toast us, and he is even treating us to Australian lobsters." "How impressive," Li Xingya remarked. The previously sullen class leader perked up upon hearing the waiter's words. Realizing that although the dishes he ordered might not be as grand as those chosen by Jiang Shua, he was indeed an esteemed guest at Chunfeng Restaurant. This was something Jiang Shua, the good-for-nothing, could not compare to, and he straightened his back in pride. "I told him not to go to such lengths. I never expected him to disregard my advice so thoroughly. What a predicament." The class leader feigned a troubled expression. Moments later, the door to the private room swung open, and the manager stepped inside. The class leader quickly stood up, eager to shake the manager's hand. "Why are you coming over to toast? You're being too courteous. While I often dine here, there's no need to place such importance on Maine. I appreciate you considering me a valued guest. I promise to bring more friends here in the future." The manager had intended to greet Jiang Shua, but was intercepted by the class leader, leaving him somewhat perplexed as he asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Chapter 54. An unusual thought process. The class leader froze, his smile abruptly fading, and the outstretched hand became awkwardly uncertain. The other patrons, who had been looking at the class leader with envy, fell silent, confused by the turn of events. Jiang Shua couldn't help but chuckle at the class leader's bewildered expression. After a prolonged moment, the class leader awkwardly retracted his hand and inquired, "Am I not considered your esteemed guest? Were you not here to toast me?" The manager scrutinized him, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he replied, "I don't even know who you are. Why would I come over to toast you?" The class leader's embarrassment deepened after all that boasting. It turned out that the manager of Chunfeng Restaurant wants tea there for him at all. Reflecting on his earlier display, he felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "If you're not here to toast me, then who are you here for? Among us, I am the only one who has dined here. Could any of them possibly be your esteemed guests?" The manager turned his gaze toward Jiang Shua and stated, "I am here to toast Mr. Jiang, of course. Who told you that you were the only one present who had dined here? Mr. Jiang is our top esteemed guest. Shouldn't I come over to toast him?" With that, he turned to Jiang Shua, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of utmost respect as he smiled ingratiatingly. "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I trust your dining experience has been pleasant?" Jiang Shua nodded with a smile, but did not respond. The manager continued, As long as Mr. Jiang is enjoying himself, I can rest assured. I will take this drink first, wishing you a delightful time today. He then downed the glass he had brought. Jiang Shua took a symbolic sip in return. Mr. Jiang, I won't intrude any further. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to let us know. You are our most important guest, and everyone here will prioritize your service. With that, the manager turned and left with a smile. Everyone sat in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that the manager of Chunfeng restaurant had come to toast Jiang Shua, treating him with such deference, as if he were royalty. The class leader sat in his seat, pale as death. If the manager had been toasting someone else, even Li Xinya's boyfriend Wang Hao, he could have accepted it. But to have it be Jiang Shua was unbearable. He had hoped to showcase his accomplishments at this reunion, to make Su Qingyu realize his current success and rush into his arms. Instead, he found himself constantly overshadowed by Jiang Shua, becoming the most embarrassing figure of the evening. Li Xinya and Wang Hao shared similar sentiments, equally shocked that the esteemed guest was none other than Jiang Shua, the notorious loser. Su Qingyu was also taken aback, having never known when Jiang Shua had become an esteemed guest of Chunfeng restaurant. Could it be due to the compensation for that bottle of wine last time that led them to treat him as a valued guest? Li Xinya scrutinized Jiang Shua and asked, Jiang Shua, when did you become an esteemed guest of Chunfeng restaurant? Why do they treat you with such respect? Jiang Shua smiled and replied, There's nothing much to say about it. Just enjoy your meal and drinks. Noticing that Jiang Shua was reluctant to elaborate, Li Xinya rolled her eyes and retorted, I think you simply can't explain it because it was all a ploy on your part. That person earlier was an actor you hired. Everyone turned their gaze toward Li Xinya, puzzled by her assertion. Jiang Shua frowned and asked, What do you mean? Li Xinya scoffed. Everyone knows what kind of person you are, Jiang Shua. You're infamous for being a loser in the city. How could Chunfeng restaurant treat you as an esteemed guest? That person was merely an actor you hired. After all, none of us know the manager. You orchestrated this to showcase yourself in front of us, so the manager wouldn't possibly come to toast you. Hearing Li Xinya's words, Jiang Shua was at a loss for words, surprised by her peculiar line of reasoning. The others began to share her perspective, starting to believe that the manager was indeed an actor Jiang Shua had hired. The class leader also entertained this possibility, though he was left wondering how Jiang Shua had managed to secure such a luxurious private room. Did he really spend lavishly on a top-tier room just for today's performance? With that thought, the class leader felt much better and coldly smirked at Jiang Shua. I was curious how a loser like you could become an esteemed guest of Chunfeng restaurant. It seems you indeed spent a pretty penny for this little act today. Jiang Shua glanced at everyone indifferently and replied, Believe what you wish, it matters not to me. The class leader snorted, thinking that while the manager might be an actor, the dishes on the table and that bottle of Petrus were undeniably real. He looked forward to seeing how Jiang Shua would continue to play his part when it came time to settle the bill. Su Qingyu, feeling somewhat helpless, knew that while she was unsure of the manager's background, she recognized that Jiang Shua was not the type to hire actors for theatrics. The atmosphere at the dining table grew somewhat heavy due to the incident, and conversations dwindled. Many were focused on their meals, realizing that such expensive dishes might only grace their tables once in a lifetime. Su Qingyu, having consumed some wine, felt a slight dizziness and absent-mindedly played with the bracelet on her wrist. At that moment, Li Xinyan noticed the bracelet, her eyes lighting up with intrigue. She had never seen such a beautiful piece before. Although she admired it internally, Li Xinyan feigned indifference and remarked sarcastically, Oh, where did you buy this? It looks like something from a street vendor. The imitation technology is getting so advanced these days, it really does look authentic. Su Qingyu shot her a glance and replied, This one is genuine. Li Xinyan scoffed, Stop deceiving yourself. If it were real, it would be a jade bracelet worth at least 200,000. With a cold smile, she continued, Why don't you let me take a look? I have some knowledge in this area, and I can tell at a glance whether it's real or fake. Feeling a bit defiant, Su Qingyu took off the bracelet and handed it to Li Xinyan. Upon examining it closely, Li Xinyan, who indeed had some understanding of jade, realized that Su Qingyu's bracelet was not mere trinket from a street market. A flicker of jealousy crossed her face. She hadn't expected Su Qingyu to own such a fine piece. In a calculated move, she pretended to fumble, causing the bracelet to slip from her fingers and shatter on the floor with a resounding crack. Oh dear, my apologies. Just a little clumsy, but honestly, this bracelet looks like a high-quality imitation, worth about $10 at a street stall. I hope you won't mind, Li Xinyan said, feigning surprise. Su Qingyu, aghast at the sight of her shattered bracelet, erupted, What have you done? This bracelet was priced at 200,000 in the jewelry market. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow as she looked at the pieces scattered on the floor. Li Xinyan rolled her eyes and retorted, Can you have some dignity? This is clearly a cheap imitation. You can't just see me accidentally break it and try to extort me. Look at yourself. Do you even seem like someone who could afford a 200,000 bracelet? Su Qingyu was rendered speechless by the audacity of Li Xinya's words. She never imagined that Li Xinya could be so shameless, turning the situation around to make herself seem like the victim. Wang Hao, sitting next to Li Xinya, quickly interjected. You two are obviously trying to scam us. Who would believe that a street vendor's item is worth 200,000? I'd say that bracelet is worth about 10 bucks. I can give you 100 today, and we'll leave it at that. If you refuse, we'll report you for fraud. With that, Wang Hao pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. Darling, they are truly despicable, trying to extort us for 20,000 over a broken bracelet. It's just too much. Li Xinya feigned innocence as she nestled into Wang Hao's embrace. He comforted her. Don't worry, once my bonus arrives, I'll buy you a real one, and then they'll see what true jade looks like. Li Xinya nodded eagerly. Her gaze at Su Qingyu now laced with mockery. Su Qingyu glared at the 100 yuan on the table, her anger boiling over. She had never encountered someone so shameless. Just as she was about to explode, Jiang Shua intervened. Don't stoop to their level. You have the gold card. You can just visit the jewelry store again later. But they are going too far. Su Qingyu protested. Jiang Shua smiled. Rest assured, I will ensure they pay for the bracelet. Clearly, Li Xinya had intentionally shattered it. And since Su Qingyu cherished it, he would not let them off easily. He intended not only to reclaim the money but also to make them experience despair. Seeing Jiang Shua's determination, Su Qingyu, slightly tipsy from the wine, chose to let it go and nodded. Jiang Shua then turned to Wang Hao and Li Xinya, inquiring, If I remember correctly, your boyfriend works at Tenglong Group, right? Li Xinya's face brightened with pride as she replied, That's right. Are you envious? Let me tell you, Wang Hao has only been there a short time and has already received a significant incentive bonus of over 200,000. He is definitely going to thrive at Tenglong Group, while you're just a waste of space. Jiang Shua chuckled. Well, that's just perfect for compensating the bracelet. What compensation? Are you out of your mind? I didn't even ask for emotional damages. Li Xinya shouted at Jiang Shua. Ignoring her, Jiang Shua concluded that since Wang Hao was an employee at Tenglong Group, he would take care of the matter by visiting the company the next day. Before long, the class reunion came to an end, and fearing Jiang Shua would bring up compensation again, Li Xinya and Wang Hao bid farewell to the class monitor and left. Jiang Shua noticed that Su Qingyu had drunk a bit too much and decided to leave as well. He called over the waiter, exchanged a few words, and then led Su Qingyu outside. As they prepared to leave, the crowd grew anxious. You haven't settled the bill yet. Who gave you permission to leave? Someone shouted. However, Jiang Shua paid them no mind and continued to escort Su Qingyu out. The class monitor, realizing that if Jiang Shua didn't settle the bill, he would have to cover the total for everyone, quickly jumped up to chase after him. At that moment, a waiter blocked his path. Didn't you see him leave without paying? You need to stop him right now. The class monitor yelled. The waiter calmly replied, Sir, please don't worry. That gentleman's bill will not be your responsibility. You only need to pay for your portion. The class monitor was taken aback and inquired. Even if I don't have to pay for his bill, he still left without settling it. Why didn't you stop him? Because that gentleman is a member who has deposited 10 million with us. We can simply deduct that amount from his account. Furthermore, I must clarify that the person who came to toast was indeed our manager, not an actor. Mr. Jiang became our top-tier guest due to his 10 million membership. The waiter patiently explained to the class monitor and the others. Everyone was left dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The mere mention of 10 million felt like thunder cracking in their ears, leaving them in shock. 10 million was a sum that none of them could even dream of. Yet for Jiang Shua, it was merely a matter of paying for a membership. What? You mean Jiang Shua, that waste, deposited 10 million here? The class monitor's voice trembled as he spoke. The waiter nodded affirmatively. Yes. The class monitor felt his legs give way, collapsing onto the ground. All his doubts were dispelled at that moment. It made sense why the reunion felt so different from his expectations. Jiang Shua was far from a waste. Everything he had claimed today was not mere posturing. This was all commonplace for him. Unbeknownst to him, while he had been mocking Jiang Shua, he had unwittingly made a fool of himself in the eyes of Jiang Shua, who perceived him as nothing more than a complete joke. A sense of frustration welled up within him. How could someone who had fought tooth and nail just to earn a meal be deemed worthless? Even if he were to toil for a lifetime, it was unlikely he could amass the sum Jiang Shua spent on a restaurant membership. The others in the private room shared the class monitor's sentiments. Regret washed over them as they reconsidered their treatment of Jiang Shua. Had they known of his prowess earlier, they would have sought his favor rather than ridiculed him. Alas, it was too late for remorse now. Outside the Spring Breeze restaurant, having indulged in spirits, Jiang Shua summoned a designated driver to take him and Su Qingyu home, residing in an older community without proper parking spaces. He instructed the driver to leave the vehicle downstairs and assisted Su Qingyu up to their apartment. Upon entering, he found Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue already asleep. Su Qingyu, with her limited tolerance for alcohol, was now inebriated and barely conscious. Jiang Shua gently placed her on the bed, intending for her to rest undisturbed. As she lay there, her disheveled attire accentuated her graceful figure, leaving Jiang Shua momentarily entranced. Despite being married for 3 years, they had never shared an intimate moment. Yet, she was indeed his legitimate wife. Now that she was intoxicated, he pondered whether it would truly be inappropriate to act on his desires. This was the first time Jiang Shua witnessed Su Qingyu inebriated. The renowned beauty of Yun City appeared even more enchanting in her current state. As she sprawled on the bed, her form on display, it left him parched with longing. Her occasional movements revealed glimpses of her alluring features, quickening his heartbeat to an exhilarating pace. With his gaze fixed upon her, he found himself unconsciously inching closer to the bed, his mouth dry with anticipation, one hand instinctively reaching out towards her. Just as his fingers were about to graze her, Su Qingyu suddenly turned and murmured, "I want water." Startled back to reality, Jiang Shua quickly withdrew his hand, ensuring she remained oblivious to his earlier intentions. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he sighed in relief, grateful she had not caught on. Shaking off his earlier impulse, he chastised himself for being overly rash. Had he acted upon his desires while she was intoxicated, she would have surely deemed him a scoundrel taking advantage of her vulnerability, erasing any goodwill he had previously garnered. Stepping out of the room, he washed his face in the bathroom before pouring a glass of water for Su Qingyu. After helping her drink, he made himself a makeshift bed beside her and lay down. Su Qingyu was his wife, and there would always be opportunities to pursue his desires in the future. He reasoned that it would be far more gratifying to have her willingly come into his embrace rather than seizing the moment under duress. The following morning, Jiang Shua rose early to prepare breakfast. By the time Su Qingyu awoke, he had already set the meal on the table. As they ate, she cast him a curious glance and asked, "I recall you ordering a plethora of dishes and a bottle of wine worth over $1 million last night. How did you settle the bill? You haven't exhausted the funds your father provided, have you?" Jiang Shua chuckled and replied, "I actually didn't spend much last night. Those dishes and that bottle of wine were prearranged. They cost very little, merely a ruse to impress your classmates." Prearranged? Su Qingyu was taken aback. How could the Spring Breeze restaurant agree to such a thing? "Didn't you break a bottle of wine last time?" Jiang Shua explained, "After I compensated for that incident. The manager kept my contact information, and we've since become friends. He agreed to assist me in light of that past mishap." Relieved that Jiang Shua had not squandered a fortune, Su Qingyu advised, "It's best to avoid such extravagance in the future. I'm not that vain. Let them say what they will." Jiang Shua smiled. "I just felt they were taking advantage of you." Before Su Qingyu could respond further, Wei Shufan stormed into the house, slamming the door behind her. Both of them turned to her, and Su Qingyu inquired, "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you so upset?" Wei Shufan approached the table, her frustration evident. "It's that Aunt Zhang. Her son bought a car and has been flaunting it in front of me." You can't imagine her smug expression. She not only boasted about the car's exorbitant price, but also insinuated that our family could never afford one. "It infuriates me." Jiang Shua exchanged glances with Su Qingyu and said, "Mom, actually, we bought a car too." Wei Shufan shot him a disbelieving glare, exclaiming, "You must be dreaming. You, of all people, buying a car?" She continued, "Aunt Zhang's taunts stem from your perceived inadequacy. She claims that as long as you're around, our family will never own a car." Jiang Shua, feeling helpless, glanced at Su Qingyu, hoping she would clarify the situation for her mother. Su Qingyu turned to Wei Shufan and began, "Mom, what Jiang Shua means is enough. Just hearing his name irritates me." Wei Shufan cut her off. "Aunt Zhang will be here soon, showing off her new car. I can only imagine what she'll say about us." As if on cue, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Shua opened it to find Aunt Zhang beaming with delight. "Su Qingyu's mother, my son's car is parked downstairs. Come quickly and see. It's the top model. I doubt you've ever been in such a luxurious vehicle." Though Wei Shufan felt a surge of resentment towards Aunt Zhang, she plastered on a smile, responding, "All right, we'll come see." As she stood to leave, Aunt Zhang cast a glance at Jiang Shua, remarking, "If your family didn't have such a worthless son-in-law, perhaps you could afford a car too. What a pity." Wei Shufan shot Jiang Shua another glare, insisting, "Let us go see the car. No need to dwell on this useless topic." The two of them descended the stairs, with Su Qingyu nudging Jiang Shua, saying, "Let us go take a look." He nodded and followed her outside, where a crowd had gathered to admire Aunt Zhang's new vehicle. My son has been performing splendidly at work and received a hefty bonus, which is why we bought a new car. I hear it's fully loaded. I can only imagine it cost at least 200,000, she boasted. I'm not sure what make it is, but judging by its appearance, it must be expensive. I recognize that emblem. It's associated with luxury, and Zhang continued. Her pride palpable. You don't know? That's a Mercedes-Benz, a prestigious brand. Vehicles from this mark are notoriously pricey. You won't find one for less than 200,000, an elderly gentleman interjected. Wei Shufan wore a sullen expression. The more others remarked on the exorbitant price of the car, the more discomfort she felt within. Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu both stood in shock upon seeing the vehicle Aunt Zhang was showcasing. Wasn't this the Maybach S560 that Jiang Shua had purchased for over 2 million just yesterday? Chapter 57. 10 cars can't match this one. After Aunt Zhang finished her boastful display, she spotted Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu standing at a distance and waved them over. Qingyu, come take a look at the new car my son bought. Uncle Wang says it's a Mercedes. I recall only the wealthy on television driving such vehicles. She continued, Jiang Shua, you needn't bother looking. This car is far too expensive for you. Just think, no matter how hard you work your entire life, you likely could never afford such a luxury. Aunt Zhang's words dripped with disdain for Jiang Shua. He, however, stared at her in disbelief and asked, Aunt Zhang, are you certain this is your son's car? Taken aback by his question, Aunt Zhang's face flushed with anger, and she retorted, what do you mean? If it's not my son's car, is it yours? She then turned to Wei Shufan, her voice rising. Qingyu's mother, you ought to keep a better eye on your son, if he can't afford such a car. He shouldn't dare question its ownership. Look at this vehicle, it's brand new, and the license plates aren't even attached yet. How could it not belong to my son? Wei Shufan shot an accusing glance at Jiang Shua, scolding, you'd best leave and stop embarrassing me here. Jiang Shua replied, Aunt Zhang, I believe you may be mistaken. This car is the one I purchased yesterday. It cannot possibly belong to your son. Aunt Zhang's fury intensified as Jiang Shua not only questioned her claim, but insisted that the car was his. She pointed a finger at him, berating, do you have no shame? Everyone in our community knows you're a parasite, living off others. This is a Mercedes, even if you emptied your family's savings. You could never afford such a car. Let the crowd judge whether Jiang Shua is causing trouble for us. The onlookers began to murmur, pointing fingers at Jiang Shua in disbelief. They couldn't fathom that he, lacking any ability, would audaciously claim ownership of a newly purchased vehicle. He must be out of his mind, unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy, someone remarked. Wei Shufan's face turned pale with rage as she prepared to slap Jiang Shua. You lazy good-for-nothing. You do nothing but cause me trouble. How can you claim ownership of someone else's car? You must be dreaming. Just as she raised her hand, Su Qingyu stepped in front of Jiang Shua, blocking her mother. Mom, Aunt Zhang might truly be mistaken. This car is indeed Jiang Shua's. We drove it home yesterday. Wei Shufan's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected Su Qingyu would defend Jiang Shua. And Zhang, equally surprised, snapped, Qingyu, I always thought you were a good child. How could you start defending this good-for-nothing? Aunt Zhang, I am not defending Jiang Shua. The car genuinely belongs to him, Su Qingyu insisted, her brow furrowed. Aunt Zhang's demeanor shifted, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she said, it seems I misjudged you. I wondered why you would marry someone like Jiang Shua. And now it appears you are of the same ilk. Wei Shufan, incensed by Aunt Zhang's remarks about her daughter, retorted, you should clean up your language. My daughter is nothing like Jiang Shua. Aunt Zhang scoffed. Your entire family is of the same caliber, or how else could you mistake my son's new car for yours? Just then, Jiang Shua produced the Maybach's keys, declaring, if this car truly belongs to your son, why are the keys in my possession? With a press of a button, the Maybach's lights flickered to life, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Jiang Shua's revelation. Aunt Zhang, refusing to believe, exclaimed, when did you steal my son's keys? Jiang Shua felt speechless. He had scarcely met Aunt Zhang's son, let alone stolen anything from him. At that moment, another vehicle entered the community, honking as it parked nearby. The crowd turned to see a less impressive new car, and Zhang Shihao emerged, wearing a broad grin. Everyone's here. What a lively gathering. Seeing her son, Aunt Zhang rushed over and asked, son, did Jiang Shua steal your car keys? Zhang Shihao looked puzzled. My keys are right here. How could they be stolen? If they were, how would I have driven here? Mom, come see my new car. It's the latest Passat, and I spent a fortune on it. Aunt Zhang was momentarily taken aback and then pointed at the Maybach, asking, what is a Passat? Isn't that Mercedes over there your new car? Zhang Shihao followed his mother's finger and replied, how could that be mine? I drove my car here, which is parked just over there. Aunt Zhang stood frozen, realizing Jiang Shua's claim was indeed true. The Mercedes was not her son's. The crowd shared expressions of astonishment. Realizing they had misjudged Jiang Shua, Wei Shufan, in disbelief, pondered if the car truly belonged to Jiang Shua. Aunt Zhang's face became a mask of disbelief, as her previous remarks echoed painfully in her mind. To salvage her dignity, she stammered, "So, is your Passat worth more than that Mercedes? I've never heard of it. It must be a luxury car, right?" Zhang Shihao glanced at the Maybach and exclaimed, "Mom, what are you thinking? That SA Maybach. One of those could buy 10 of my cars." Chapter 58. You must not touch this car. Upon hearing Zhang Shihao's words, the crowd collectively gasped. Aunt Zhang exclaimed in disbelief, "How can that be? They both have 4 wheels. How could his car possibly be worth 10 of yours?" Zhang Shihao explained, "Mom, my car cost just over 200,000. That Maybach is worth at least 2 million. Isn't that equivalent to buying 10 of my cars? By the way, whose car is that? I had no idea anyone in our community could afford such an expensive vehicle. They must be quite remarkable. I should make an effort to befriend them." Aunt Zhang's face turned ashen, utterly unprepared for the revelation that not only had Jiang Shua purchased that car, but it was worth over 2 million, a sum she could scarcely fathom in her lifetime. The surrounding elders were equally astonished. A car worth over 2 million was a sight none had ever witnessed before. Once Wei Shufan grasped the situation, she too was taken aback. However, now that it was confirmed that Jiang Shua indeed owned the vehicle, and that Aunt Zhang's car was far less expensive, her demeanor straightened with newfound confidence. Having been belittled by Aunt Zhang in front of so many, Wei Shufan seized the opportunity to retaliate. With her chin held high, she cast a glance at Aunt Zhang and remarked, "I just recalled that Jiang Shua mentioned he intended to buy a car, but I never imagined he would purchase one so extravagant. Over 2 million. Truly extravagant. But since he has bought it, I shan't say more. Yet, some people's true colors are indeed ugly. Unable to afford a car worth more than 2 million, they claim it as their own. Look at you now. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? And still, you dare to call my family shameless. Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror." Aunt Zhang, rendered speechless by Wei Shufan's words, lowered her head, unable to retort. After delivering her statement, Wei Shufan's expression softened as she turned to Aunt Zhang and said, "Aunt Zhang, would you like to experience our $2 million car? Your son's vehicle barely exceeds 20,000. Is that truly a car for a person? Come, take a ride in ours, and perhaps your son can buy you one in the future." Aunt Zhang, blushing with embarrassment, glanced at Wei Shufan and replied, No, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must be going." With that, she dragged the bewildered Zhang Shihao upstairs. Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu looked at each other, bemused by Wei Shufan's sudden change of demeanor. They had not anticipated such fiery passion from someone of her age, nor her complete disregard for maintaining any semblance of decorum. Meanwhile, the surrounding elders paid little heed to the squabble, focused instead on the astonishing fact that Jiang Shua had bought a car worth over 2 million. They were filled with envy and began contemplating how to ingratiate themselves with Wei Shufan's family. "Qingyu, I had no idea Jiang Shua was so impressive. Driving a car worth over 2 million. Clearly, we misjudged him before. Indeed, I always thought Jiang Shua was inept. It seems I was mistaken. Jiang Shua is truly the first in our community to own a luxury vehicle. I am envious." In the past, due to Jiang Shua, Wei Shufan had felt unable to hold her head high in front of these elders. Now, hearing their compliments directed at her, she felt a surge of pride. "This is all thanks to my Qingyu. Without her, how could Jiang Shua afford such an expensive car? My Qingyu has already become a general manager at her company," Wei Shufan stated, eliciting another round of admiration from the crowd. Su Qingyu felt helpless. She wanted to inform Wei Shufan that even as a general manager, it was improbable to afford such an extravagant vehicle. Yet, seeing Wei Shufan so elated, she refrained from bursting her bubble in front of others. Jiang Shua, indifferent to the matter, paid it no mind. The onlookers marveled at the $2 million car, exclaiming that merely touching it felt akin to grasping gold. Shortly after, the trio returned home. Wei Shufan sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu, demanding, "Now, tell me, how did you come by this $2 million vehicle?" Jiang Shua had no intention of concealing the truth. "My father reached out to me recently and provided me with some funds, which enabled me to purchase this car." "Your father? I thought you had no father. Where did this father suddenly come from?" Wei Shufan inquired, puzzled. "He merely left when I was very young. He has now returned to find me," Jiang Shua explained. Wei Shufan did not press further but scolded him. "You truly lack sense. With such a significant sum, you could have saved it for me instead of splurging on an expensive car. It seems your brain has taken leave of its senses. You have money yet do not know how to spend it wisely." Unaware of the exact amount Jiang Shua's father had given him, she assumed that the 2 million was the entirety of it and felt justified in her irritation at his extravagant purchase. Su Qingyu had hoped that Wei Shufan's attitude towards Jiang Shua might soften due to the car, but was taken aback by her harsh words. Mom, that money was given to Jiang Shua by his father. He can buy whatever he wishes, and we have no say in it. What do you mean we have no say? For the past 3 years, he has lived off our family. How can I not have a say? Wei Shufan retorted, visibly furious. She then turned to Jiang Shua and commanded, hand over the car keys. Jiang Shua complied and handed her the keys. From now on, you cannot touch this car. Only Qingyu is allowed to drive it, understood? Wei Shufan ordered. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Mom, this car belongs to Jiang Shua. Why can't he use it? If it weren't for this good-for-nothing, our family would have been living well by now. This car is merely compensation for us, and honestly, he has no right to touch such an expensive vehicle. If it gets dirty, it would pain my heart, Wei Shufan replied bluntly. Su Qingyu was speechless. Feeling that her mother was being excessively harsh, Jiang Shua remained indifferent. After all, the car was primarily for Su Qingyu's use at work. If he desired to drive, he could simply purchase another vehicle. Just listen to Mom. I don't need this car. You should get ready for work, Jiang Shua reminded her with a smile. It then dawned on Su Qingyu that she was close to being late for work, so she refrained from further arguing with Wei Shufan. Since the car had not yet been registered, she planned to wait a couple of days before driving it to the office. Shortly after Su Qingyu left for work, Jiang Shua also stepped out of the house. After all, he could not let the incident with Li Xinya from the previous day's class reunion go unaddressed. Especially after she had broken Su Qingyu's bracelet. He intended to visit the Tinglong group, where Li Xinya's boyfriend worked, to ensure she compensated for the damage done. Chapter 59. Do you even know if you are qualified? At Tinglong Tower, Wang Hao had just arrived at the office when a colleague approached him, filled with envy. I truly envy you. You've been at the company for such a short time and have already received a bonus. I've been here for a year and have yet to see anything like that. Wang Hao feigned humility, replying, it's merely good fortune. I managed to close a deal shortly after joining, or else I wouldn't have received this bonus. Don't be modest. Your abilities are impressive, and you will undoubtedly be valued by the company in the future, the colleague remarked. Wang Hao could not suppress his smile, as he shared the same sentiment. Just then, a female employee approached Wang Hao and informed him, Wang Hao, the general manager would like to see you at 10 o'clock in his office. The chairman wishes to meet with you. Wang Hao, intrigued, asked, why does the chairman want to see me? I'm not sure. I was just instructed to inform you. She replied before walking away. The colleague standing beside Wang Hao looked at him with envy, saying, the chairman wants to meet you? Your future in the company is truly bright. Our chairman has only recently taken office and hasn't met anyone one-on-one yet. You must be the first. This is an enormous opportunity. Wang Hao's eyes lit up at this news, and he pretended to be oblivious, saying, really? What if the chairman wants to meet me to reprimand me? The colleague chuckled and said, how could that be? You just secured a contract for the company, and they are already planning to reward you with a bonus. The chairman would never criticize you. If he wants to see you, it must be to commend you. Perhaps you'll even receive a promotion. Wang Hao was fully aware that the chairman would not reprimand him. He merely stated this to elicit compliments from his colleagues. I hope it truly unfolds as you say, Wang Hao replied with a smile. His colleague, filled with admiration, remarked, at such a young age. With such strong capabilities in the recognition of your superiors, you are bound to soar to great heights, which is indeed enviable. Their conversation was overheard by Jiang Shua, who had just arrived at the Tinglong building. With a smile, he approached them and interjected, strong capabilities are of little value if one's character is lacking. Both turned to face Jiang Shua. Upon recognizing him, Wang Hao's expression darkened instantly. Coldly, he retorted, what are you doing here, you good for nothing? Your girlfriend shattered the jade bracelet worth 200,000 that my wife bought, and you ran off without compensation. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Jiang Shua replied with a smile, but that bracelet was nothing more than a trinket. Are you really not afraid I might report you for fraud? Go ahead. I'd like to see if you can win against me in court, Jiang Shua responded with a grin. Wang Hao scoffed, asserting, yours is fake too. Listen, the chairman is meeting with me today, so I don't have time to waste on you. If I impress him, I may even be promoted. And then I will be someone you cannot provoke. You should leave now. A hint of mockery appeared on Jiang Shua's face as he replied, are you so certain that the chairman is meeting you to discuss a promotion? Perhaps he wishes for you to compensate me for the jade bracelet. Wang Hao sneered. Stop daydreaming. Do you really think our chairman would concern himself with your trivial matters? Leave our company at once, or you might find yourself apprehended by security. With that, he turned and walked inside, dismissing Jiang Shua entirely. Knowing the security department at their company was quite formidable, he felt no fear of Jiang Shua causing a scene inside, as he would not even be able to access the elevators without permission. Jiang Shua watched Wang Hao depart with a smile, saying nothing. At that moment, Chu Fei approached Jiang Shua respectfully, saying, "Chairman, your office has been prepared. Shall I take you up?" Jiang Shua nodded and followed her inside. As it approached 10 o'clock, Wang Hao arrived at the door of Fong Hong's office, meticulously adjusting his appearance, anxious to make a favorable impression on the chairman. He knocked on the door. "Come in," came Chu Fei's voice from within. Wang Hao entered, having already planned how to greet the chairman. However, upon stepping into the office, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Seated at the desk was none other than Jiang Shua, the very person he had previously ridiculed downstairs. Fong Hong, the general manager, and Chu Fei, the secretary, stood respectfully beside him. Stunned, Wang Hao could only utter, "Jiang Shua? How could this good-for-nothing be here?" Chu Fei frowned at Wang Hao's words and scolded, "How dare you speak like that? Is this the extent of your decorum?" Wang Hao quickly explained, "Secretary Chu, please listen. I know this man. He is renowned as the town's fool. How could he possibly occupy the general manager's position? Is he here to threaten you? Don't worry. I'll call security to have this fool removed." Just then, Fong Hong interjected with a cold snort, "Enough. Come back here." Wang Hao turned back to Jiang Shua, who was now regarding him with a mocking gaze. Wang Hao felt a surge of anger, unable to comprehend why the general manager would relinquish his position to this incompetent. "Wang Hao, did your girlfriend not break a jade bracelet and then run off without compensation?" Fong Hong asked, his gaze fixed on Wang Hao. He quickly replied, "General manager, he must have told you that. That bracelet was merely a trinket from a street vendor. He is attempting to swindle us." Fong Hong slammed his hand on the desk and retorted, "You are the one who is foolish. He is the chairman of Tunglong Group. Do you think he would stoop to extorting you over a bracelet? Look at yourself. You're utterly ridiculous." Wang Hao froze, realization dawning upon him. He is the chairman? This cannot be. He stammered, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Jiang Shua. "How is that impossible? Are you the chairman?" Fong Hong snapped. Chu Fei also looked at Wang Hao disdainfully, saying, "I think we need to have a serious discussion with HR about how someone like you was hired." Wang Hao felt a chill of unease sweep over him at Chu Fei's words. Fong Hong continued, "The jade bracelet purchased by the chairman is valued at 200,000, which conveniently matches the bonus you earned from your recent contract. Thus, that bonus will be applied to repay the debt. Furthermore, this incident has revealed the true nature of your character. No matter how capable you are, if your character is lacking, you are of no use to us. Therefore, I expect you to complete your resignation procedures immediately." Panic surged within Wang Hao as he pleaded, "General manager, please give me another chance. I will compensate for the bracelet. Please don't fire me." Fong Hong coldly replied, "I'm afraid I cannot intervene in this matter." At that moment, Wang Hao realized he should not have been pleading with Fong Hong, but rather with Jiang Shua. Despite his disbelief in Jiang Shua's position as chairman of Tinglong Group, he found himself with no other option. "Jiang Shua, I realize my mistake. I should not have listened to that vile woman, Li Xinya, and treated you with such disdain. I will pay for the bracelet. Please, grant me another chance. I cannot afford to lose this job." Wang Hao lowered his head, regret written all over his face. Jiang Shua smiled and replied, "Had I not changed my identity, you would not be saying such things, would you? I cannot employ someone as duplicitous as you." He then turned to Fong Hong, instructing, "Please escort him out and alert our competitors to be wary of this type of individual. It is best to steer clear of him." Fong Hong nodded and promptly expelled Wang Hao from the office. Outside the Tunglong building, Wang Hao stood dazedly, carrying his belongings as he exited, looking utterly lost, devoid of any spark in his eyes. He had once believed he was on the verge of being valued by Tunglong Group and ascending to the pinnacle of success. Yet, within a mere day, he was dismissed, and the bonus he had long anticipated was now out of reach. It was a dramatic turn in the roller coaster of his life. Most importantly, Jiang Shua instructed Fong Hong to inform his peers, effectively sealing his fate within the industry. He realized that he would never have the opportunity to continue in this field again. At this juncture, he harbored a simmering resentment towards Li Xinya, feeling an intense hatred towards her. If it weren't for that foolish woman, he would never have found himself in such a predicament. Just then, a new car pulled up before him, and Li Xinya emerged from it, radiating joy. She approached Wang Hao and exclaimed, "Darling, you're out. Come see the new car I bought. Isn't it beautiful?" Wang Hao stared at the car, perplexed, and asked, "Why did you buy a car?" Li Xinya immediately draped her arm around his, responding, "Didn't you say you'd buy me a bracelet worth over 200,000? I thought spending that much on a bracelet was a waste, so I figured a car would be more practical. I happened to see a promotion at the dealership today, so I went ahead and bought it." Wang Hao remained baffled and pressed further, "Where did you get the money?" She replied, "I noticed the promotion was quite substantial. I was afraid that if I waited for you to get your bonus, it might be too late, so I borrowed some money from Long Good to make the purchase." We can repay him once you receive your bonus. Wang Hao, infuriated, threw down the item in his hands and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? You borrowed money from Long Go, the loan shark? Have you lost your senses?" Taken aback by his outburst, Li Xinya quickly responded, "But your bonus is due any day now. It's just a matter of days. It won't be much." Wang Hao, overwhelmed with rage, slapped her across the face and shouted, "What do you mean by your bonus? It's because of you that I not only lost my bonus, but my job as well. Where am I supposed to find the money for you now? And now you've borrowed from a loan shark? You're just asking for trouble." Li Xinya, stunned by his words, gasped, "Darling, don't scare me. I borrowed 200,000 from Long Go. If I can't repay him in a few days, it could escalate to 1 million. Wang Hao pushed her away, cursing, "Who is your darling? I'm done with you. You borrowed that money. You deal with it. Don't come to me for help again." With that, he turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Li Xinya was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how things had spiraled out of control. She glanced at the car beside her, a wave of fear washing over her. She knew very well what kind of person Long Go was. If she failed to repay the loan, he might force her into selling herself. The thought sent a chill down her spine, her lips turned pale, and she stumbled, collapsing onto the ground. In the following days, Jiang Shua devoted all his energy to preparing for the Time Garden event. With their anniversary approaching, he needed to make arrangements to surprise Su Qingyu. Meanwhile, Qin, who had begun procuring flowers, fully cooperating with Jiang Shua's plans. Word of the grand event at Time Garden spread through Yun City, with everyone speculating about the wealthy individual who would rent the entire venue for a banquet. People linked recent events, the rich man's acquisition of all the flowers in the city and the mysterious billionaire's 30 million purchase of the Ocean Heart, to the upcoming event, believing that the same person was behind all three. Consequently, the young women of Yun City began to fantasize about this enigmatic tycoon as their ideal partner. Seeing the romanticism in such lavish gestures, they all hoped to witness the grandeur of the event and discover who this romantic benefactor was. However, disappointment loomed as news circulated that attending the banquet required tickets, which would only be distributed to individuals of status in Yun City. Jiang Shua had arranged for the Time Garden's owner to release 1,000 tickets online, which were snatched up in under a minute, leaving the general populace with no chance of attendance. One morning, after breakfast, as Su Qingyu prepared to head to work, Jiang Shua casually asked, "Wife, our anniversary is in a couple of days. Would you like a surprise?" Before she could respond, Su Qingxue chimed in, "You think you can pull off a surprise? You'll be lucky if you don't frighten us." Su Qingyu smiled gently, saying, "I don't need a surprise. Just your steadfast presence is more than enough." Jiang Shua had noticed a flicker of anticipation in her eyes, though her past experiences with him made it difficult for her to voice it. He chose not to press the matter further, eagerly awaiting their anniversary, determined to deliver a grand surprise for Su Qingyu. After breakfast, Su Qingyu arrived at the office, where she overheard many colleagues discussing the Time Garden event. Since the banquet coincided with her anniversary with Jiang Shua, she felt reluctant to engage in such conversations and thus remained in her office. She also caught wind of whispers comparing her anniversary with that of the mysterious tycoon, which made her uncomfortable as they belittled Jiang Shua in the process. She found it perplexing that this enigmatic billionaire chose her anniversary to host a grand event, dragging her and Jiang Shua into the spotlight. At the same time, she felt a twinge of envy toward the mysterious figure. As a woman, she couldn't deny that renting out the entire Time Garden was a romantic gesture. If Jiang Shua could do something similar for their anniversary, she would surely be overjoyed. But given his circumstances, that remained a distant dream. As long as he remained diligent and ambitious, even if they couldn't celebrate their anniversary in grand style, it wouldn't matter much. She muttered to herself, dismissing the thoughts as she focused on her files. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. After inviting them in, Su Jieli entered with a few colleagues. Noticing their expressions, Su Qingyu furrowed her brow, sensing that their visit was not for good tidings. With a sly smile, Su Jieli approached her and said, "Have you heard about the Time Garden event? A mysterious tycoon has rented the entire venue for a banquet. And coincidentally, it falls on the same day as your anniversary with that good-for-nothing Jiang Shua." Su Qingyu frowned, her voice icy as she asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Su Jieli replied with a smirk, "Oh, just thought you might want to know. We've all been discussing it, and I didn't want you to feel left out." The other colleagues wore expressions of mockery, clearly enjoying the chance to taunt Su Qingyu. "I'm not in the mood to chat with you. Please leave," Su Qingyu said sternly. Ignoring her words, Su Jieli continued with a grin, "Tell me, how is it that some people can rent the entire Time Garden for a banquet, while others can barely muster any celebration for their anniversary? That's the difference. By the way, has Jiang Shua mentioned what gift he plans to give you on your anniversary?" Everyone seems to believe that the heart of the ocean was purchased by that mysterious billionaire, who might present it to someone at the banquet. Since it is the heart of the ocean being gifted, it must be for a girl. Perhaps this banquet is organized specifically for her. Just look at it. Some are fortunate enough to receive such a precious gift, while others, on their anniversary, are left with nothing at all. How amusing. Su Qingyu slammed her hand on the table, her voice icy. Have you said enough? Su Jelly feigned embarrassment and replied, Oh dear, General Manager, I truly apologize. I wasn't referring to you. I was speaking of a friend who has an anniversary on the same day. If I have offended you, I sincerely regret it. Seeing Su Jelly's sarcastic demeanor made Su Qingyu feel a wave of disgust. She could tell that Su Jelly and her companions had deliberately come to irritate her. Just as she was about to retort, her phone rang. After answering, Su Qingyu stood up abruptly and walked out. General Manager, what's wrong? You wouldn't be skipping work because you're feeling unwell, would you? Su Jelly sneered. Grandmother has summoned everyone to her villa. If you wish to be scolded, feel free to stay here. Without looking back, Su Qingyu exited the company. Su Jelly pursed her lips and quickly followed suit. At the Su family villa, most of the family members had already gathered in the living room. Elder Su sat on the sofa and addressed the crowd. I trust you are all aware of the recent events at the Time Garden. Although I do not know why that mysterious billionaire is hosting this banquet, I am informed that half of Yun City's elite will be in attendance. This occasion presents a splendid opportunity for our Su family to forge connections with high society. However, we have yet to receive an invitation. I have called you here to devise a way to obtain tickets to the Time Garden. We must attend this banquet. Upon hearing Elder Su's words, the crowd displayed expressions of distress. Although there were 1,000 tickets available for sale online, they had long been snatched up. And now they were likely being sold at exorbitant prices. Moreover, everyone desired to attend the banquet, making them reluctant to part with their tickets. Being merely a second-rate family, the Su family did not belong to high society, and even if they sought tickets, they might not be granted any. Thus, silence enveloped the room after Elder Su's statement. Seeing the lack of response, Elder Su slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, What is the matter? Is there not a single person willing to step up for such a trivial task? Do you think our Su family is unworthy of attending this banquet? Su Jelly rolled her eyes and suggested, Grandmother, let Su Qingyu handle it. As the general manager, she should find it quite simple to procure some tickets. Su Qingyu's expression shifted, realizing that Su Jelly was deliberately trying to provoke her. She was well aware that the banquet coincided with her anniversary, yet still suggested that she obtain tickets, clearly seeking trouble. Grandmother, I have been quite busy with company matters lately, while Su Jelly spends her days on her phone. Perhaps she should be the one to handle the ticket situation. Su Qingyu replied. Su Jelly immediately erupted, shouting, Who spends their days on their phone at the company? Stop slandering me. Elder Su, witnessing their quarrel, coldly interjected. Enough. Both of you, be silent. She then turned her gaze to Su Jiaming, whom she considered quite capable. In her mind, obtaining tickets should be within his abilities. Su Jiaming looked alarmed, thinking, Don't look at me. I can't get tickets either. Just as Elder Su was about to speak again, someone entered holding tickets to the Time Garden. Excuse me for the interruption. I am here to deliver tickets for the Time Garden. Please ensure that you all attend the banquet in 2 days. Everyone turned to the newcomer, their faces filled with astonishment. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they understood that the Su family could not penetrate the elite circle of Yun City, so it was unexpected for anyone to come and deliver tickets. However, seeing someone approach with tickets left them bewildered. Elder Su was visibly excited. She had always believed that the Su family belonged to the upper echelons of society, merely overlooked by those lacking vision. Now, with someone coming to deliver tickets, it seemed that the family was finally being recognized. Why are you all still standing there? Quickly, have him sit down and offer him some tea. Elder Su glared at the family members. They finally snapped out of their daze and made way for the guest. The young man smiled and said, I want tea be sitting. I'm just here to deliver the tickets. Once you accept them, I will take my leave. Elder Su quickly glanced at Su Jiaming, who wasted no time stepping forward to accept the tickets from the young man. The number of tickets appeared sufficient for the entire Su family to attend the banquet. May I inquire what this banquet is for? Elder Su asked, fixing her gaze on the young man. He looked at the gathered Su family and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but I heard our director mention that this banquet is perhaps organized for one of your Su family girls. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sent to deliver tickets. Upon hearing his words, the family members widened their eyes in disbelief. They never anticipated that the Time Garden banquet was arranged specifically for one of the Su family girls. After delivering his message, the young man turned and departed, leaving the Su family in a state of shock. After a moment of silence, Elder Su focused on the young women present and asked, Has anyone among you recently befriended someone significant? The girls exchanged glances, clearly unsure. At that moment, Su Jiaming slapped his thigh and declared, "Grandmother, if I am not mistaken, it must be that mysterious billionaire who has taken an interest in one of our girls." Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the likelihood of this theory. Suddenly, all the girls felt a surge of excitement, each believing they were the one being noticed. "I have a feeling that mysterious billionaire has set his sights on me. I've been feeling particularly lucky in love lately. Please, spare us. With your looks. Do you really think a mysterious billionaire would notice you?" Another chimed in. "I believe he must have noticed me. I've been putting on makeup every day." "Enough. All of you. If that billionaire truly has an interest in a girl from the Su family, it must be Jieli," a family elder remarked. Everyone turned their attention to Su Jieli, who immediately straightened her posture, clearly convinced that she was the object of attention. Su Jiaming quickly agreed. "Indeed. The mysterious billionaire must be interested in Jieli. You others should refrain from making baseless claims." The group of girls felt a twinge of annoyance at Su Jiaming's comment. Yet they were aware that Su Jieli likely had the better chance. After all, Su Jieli is the most beautiful member of the Su family, second only to Su Qingyu. If Su Qingyu were still unmarried, everyone would surely assume that the mysterious wealthy man had his eye on her. However, since Su Qingyu is already married to a good-for-nothing, nobody believes that the mysterious tycoon would be interested in a woman wed to such a man. Clearly, old lady Su also thinks that Su Jieli has a greater chance. As she remarked, the mysterious wealthy man is indeed interested in Jieli. It seems that Jieli's luck has been quite remarkable lately to have caught the eye of a man discussed throughout Yin City. Perhaps this is an opportunity for the Su family to advance. Upon hearing this, Su Jieli felt elated, never having imagined that she would be favored by a mysterious billionaire. This man could potentially be the same one who acquired the heart of the ocean, which might mean she could receive the treasure valued at 30 million. The thought sent a thrill through her entire being. She turned to glance at Su Qingyu, who was looking down, lost in thought. With her head held high, Su Jieli approached her and declared, "Oh, it seems my fortune is indeed splendid. To have caught the attention of the mysterious wealthy man that everyone in Yun City is talking about. Some people are in quite a predicament, married to a good-for-nothing. And on anniversaries, they don't even receive gifts. They say this mysterious tycoon is the same one who purchased the heart of the ocean. Who knows? He might just gift it to me. Moreover, he chose the date of the banquet to coincide with someone's wedding anniversary. I wonder if that was intentional. Perhaps to show certain people what true prestige looks like." Hearing Su Jieli's sarcastic remarks, Su Qingyu clenched her fists. The sight of Su Jieli's smugness infuriated her. Yet she felt powerless. After all, if Su Jieli truly was favored by the mysterious rich man, then Jiang Shuo could not compete. Thus, she had no choice but to suppress her anger. "You better not get too ahead of yourself. If it turns out that the man is not interested in you, it will be quite embarrassing," Su Qingyu said, attempting to maintain a calm tone. Su Jieli laughed heartily, retorting, "Su Qingyu, are you wishing for my downfall because you realize you have no chance?" They said that this banquet is for the girls of the Su family. Who else could be favored by the wealthy man besides me? Is it you, married to a good-for-nothing? I should thank you, actually. If you hadn't married that man so early, I might not have this opportunity now. Su Qingyu felt a surge of indignation, never having felt so stifled before. Old lady Su merely observed the exchange with a calm demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene. Clearly, upon learning that the banquet might be for Su Jieli, she favored her even more. "Grandma, aren't you going to say something?" Su Qingyu asked, glancing at old lady Su. Old lady Su gave her a fleeting look and replied coolly, "Enough. Jieli hasn't said anything excessively rude. You shouldn't hold it against her." Chapter 63. Would you hold me? Su Qingyu was taken aback by old lady Su's blatant favoritism towards Su Jieli. Su Jieli's words were clearly offensive, yet old lady Su seemed to support her, blatantly allowing Su Jieli to bully her. However, it was undeniable that Su Jieli was the most likely candidate for the mysterious wealthy man's attention. No matter how old lady Su felt, she would not reprimand Su Jieli for Su Qingyu's sake, particularly since if Su Jieli truly married the mysterious tycoon, the entire Su family would have to cater to her whims. Old lady Su naturally did not want to offend Su Jieli at this moment. The rest of the family shared this sentiment. If Su Jieli married the wealthy man, their futures would depend on her favor. Thus, they immediately began to support Su Jieli. Some were quite audacious, revealing their jealousy while urging old lady Su to intervene. How ridiculous. I don't see anything wrong with what Jieli said. If you lack the ability to marry someone worthwhile and are envious of others, you should reflect on your own situation. In my opinion, Su Qingyu should apologize to Jieli. She is about to enter a wealthy family, and yet Su Qingyu speaks to her so disdainfully, showing a complete lack of self-awareness. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Su Qingyu's face darkened considerably. She wanted nothing more than to escape this place, away from these sycophants. Seeing the others rally around Su Jieli, her face was filled with smug satisfaction as she raised her chin proudly. Seizing the opportunity, she turned to old lady Su and said, "Grandma, you saw how Su Qingyu treated me. She clearly does not wish me well. Therefore, I do not want her to appear at the Time Garden on the day of the banquet. It would be best if they were not given tickets. After all, if they harbor jealousy, they could disrupt the future of the entire Su family." Su Qingyu was taken aback, unable to believe that Su Jieli thought so poorly of her. Yet she realized that Su Jieli was simply trying to humiliate her. Even if she explained herself, no one present would believe her. Su Jiaming quickly chimed in, "Grandma, Jieli is right. On the day of the banquet, we shouldn't allow Su Qingyu's family to attend, especially Jiang Shuo, that good-for-nothing. He is merely a harbinger of disaster for our family." Old lady Su pondered thoughtfully, finding some merit in their words, and then stated, "This is indeed a concern. In that case, we shall withhold tickets from them for now." After saying this, she looked at Su Qingyu and added, "Qingyu, please don't feel that this is unfair to you. I am considering the future of the Su family. Besides, I recall that the banquet coincides with your anniversary with Jiang Shuo. Attending might only sour your mood. It would be best if you stayed home to rest that day." Both Su Jiaming and Su Jieli wore expressions of triumph as they gazed at Su Qingyu, clearly satisfied with old lady Su's decision. At that moment, Su Qingyu felt a sense of numbness. The looks cast her way by Su Jieli and Su Jiaming were deeply unsettling. Yet, there was nothing she could do. Old lady Su's favoritism was not a new development. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the crowd, saying, "If I am not going, then so be it. I didn't intend to go anyway. I still have matters to attend to at the company." With that, she turned and walked toward the entrance of the villa. "Oh, listen to her. She claims she doesn't want to go, but I suspect she wishes she could," Su Jiaming scoffed as Su Qingyu left. Later that evening, after a tiring day, Su Qingyu returned home, exhausted and dispirited. Upon seeing her condition, Jiang Shuo hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy?" "Let's discuss it during dinner," Su Qingyu replied, not even glancing at Jiang Shuo as she dropped her bag on the table and sank onto the sofa, lost in thought. During dinner, she recounted the day's events to her family, including old lady Su's decision to bar them from attending the banquet. Wei Shufan slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "They are truly going too far. Is this how they treat people? Just because Su Jieli has caught the eye of a wealthy man. What is so impressive about that?" Jiang Shuo quickly reassured her, "Even if Grandma doesn't give tickets, I will. We will all attend that banquet together." Wei Shufan immediately shot a glare at Jiang Shuo and scolded, "Get out of here. If it weren't for you, how could Qingyu be targeted like this? How could our family be so despised by the old lady? Our family has become this way all because of you, the good-for-nothing." Su Qingxue also looked angrily at Jiang Shuo. When she heard Su Qingyu mention that someone from Time Garden was coming to deliver tickets to the Su family, she thought she might also have the chance to attend the banquet. But to her dismay, the old lady forbade them from going. She felt that all of this was because of Jiang Shuo, and she wished she could tear him apart. "You should just hurry up and divorce my sister. With you around, good fortune will never come to our family. Please, don't drag us down any further." Seeing their reactions, Jiang Shuo felt a bit helpless and said, "I'm not joking with you. I really can get the tickets to Time Garden, and our family must be present that day. Who do you think you are? Are you the wealthy person who booked Time Garden? How could you say our family must be there? Wouldn't we just be thrown out?" Wei Shufan retorted. Jiang Shuo almost revealed that he was indeed the one who had booked Time Garden, but to preserve the surprise for the anniversary, he held back. Su Qingyu was already quite irritated, and hearing Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue constantly berate Jiang Shuo only made her more frustrated. She stood up and walked toward her room. Jiang Shuo, noticing her distress, felt a pang of pain in his heart and quickly followed her into the room. Su Qingyu sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, her expression a clear indication of her suffering. Jiang Shuo contemplated how to comfort her, but was at a loss for words. At that moment, Su Qingyu glanced at him and said, "Jiang Shuo, can you hug me?" Chapter 64. "I will give you a surprise." Jiang Shuo was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded earnestly and approached her. Su Qingyu extended her arms, embracing Jiang Shuo and resting her head against his abdomen. In the past, Su Qingyu had always been cold towards Jiang Shuo and had never shown any weakness in front of others. This was the first time Jiang Shuo encountered her desire for comfort. It was then that he truly realized the hardships his wife had endured over the past 3 years. Ultimately, Su Qingyu was just a woman. No matter how strong she was, she also sought solace in times of helplessness. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, Jiang Shuo's affection for Su Qingyu deepened, and he silently vowed to ensure she would live a happy and fulfilling life free from any bullying. After a while, Su Qingyu's emotions calmed, and she released Jiang Shua. She wiped her eyes and said, "I'm fine now, thank you." Jiang Shua looked at her with indulgence and said, "Wife, have you considered that the mysterious wealthy person hosting this banquet might be doing it for you?" Su Qingyu shot him a peculiar glance and replied, "Impossible. I'm already married." Jiang Shua chuckled and said, "And so what?" "The person who mentioned the tickets said Su family girl, not specifically Su Jelly. Why couldn't it be you? Besides, you are so beautiful. Among all the girls in the Su family, you have the highest chance." Su Qingyu's expression grew even more peculiar as she stared at Jiang Shua and asked, "Jiang Shua, what do you mean?" Jiang Shua was taken aback by her sudden inquiry and stammered, I mean nothing. Are you suggesting that the mysterious wealthy person is throwing this banquet for me, implying that I'm having an affair outside?" "Jiang Shua, is that really how you see me?" Su Qingyu responded, clearly annoyed. Jiang Shua quickly realized that Su Qingyu believed he was doubting her fidelity. Although he knew that the mysterious wealthy person was himself, Su Qingyu was unaware of this, so her reaction was understandable. He awkwardly explained, No, wife. That is not what I meant. I just wanted to comfort you. How do I explain this? Actually, I'm the... All right, I know you're trying to comfort me. No need to say more. I understand. Su Qingyu interjected, sensing his flustered demeanor and knowing he meant no harm. Jiang Shua breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding revealing his identity as the mysterious wealthy person. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Su Qingyu seriously and said, "Wife, on our anniversary, I will give you a surprise." A smile spread across Su Qingyu's face as she replied, "Great, I'll be waiting. If you don't surprise me, just wait and see how I deal with you." Jiang Shua chuckled, thinking that if he couldn't manage to surprise her with his plans, perhaps he should reconsider his career. "Rest assured, I will keep my promise," he said, patting his chest. Given how the Su family mistreated his wife, Jiang Shua was determined not to let this matter rest. On the day of their anniversary, he intended not only to surprise Su Qingyu, but also to astonish everyone in the Su family. Seeing Jiang Shua's serious expression, Su Qingyu felt a sense of comfort. In her moments of helplessness, perhaps this was the only person who could truly console her. With that thought, her mood lightened, and she ceased to dwell on the unpleasant events of the day. Soon, the anniversary day arrived. Early that morning, Jiang Shua left the house, specifically reminding Su Qingyu to tell Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue not to go out today, as someone would come to pick them up later. At that time, they would discover the surprise Jiang Shua had prepared for them. Though she found Jiang Shua's mysteriousness somewhat untrustworthy, Su Qingyu agreed. As Jiang Shua was about to leave the neighborhood for Time Garden, he noticed that the fruit store at the entrance had closed. For several days, he had seen the store shuttered, which made him suspect that something might have happened to the owner. Jiang Shua knew the fruit store owner had an unusual identity. He was likely hiding for a reason. Jiang Shua believed the owner was someone of potential use, so he had been keeping an eye on him. However, since it was his wedding anniversary with Su Qingyu, he didn't have time to investigate the situation and merely called Qin Hu to have someone look into it. After arranging for the investigation, Jiang Shua headed to Time Garden, focusing on the final preparations for the banquet. Back at home, Su Qingyu waited all morning, her anticipation for Jiang Shua's surprise growing. However, as noon approached with no word from him, she began to feel that perhaps he was merely teasing her. She called Jiang Shua to ask if he would return for lunch, but he replied that he was still busy and told her not to worry about him before hanging up. Su Qingyu felt a pang of disappointment, suspecting she might not receive the surprise after all. Just then, she received a call from Su Jelly, who mockingly informed her that she was wearing a beautiful dress and lovely jewelry, and that she would surely be the center of attention at the evening banquet. She also urged Su Qingyu to keep a close watch on Jiang Shua, warning her not to let him sneak into the Time Garden, for if he were discovered, it would surely result in serious consequences. Moreover, she commanded Su Qingyu's family to remain at home today and refrain from going anywhere else, threatening to report them to their grandmother if they did not comply. Frustrated, Su Qingyu abruptly hung up the phone. The thought of Jiang Shua's whereabouts only fueled her irritation. That scoundrel Jiang Shua, I knew he was unreliable. Had I known better, I wouldn't have believed he would prepare a surprise for me. She fumed. Time passed swiftly, and before long, evening had arrived. The grand banquet that had captivated the entire city was about to commence at the Time Garden. This time, Jiang Shua intended to showcase his brand of romance to all. Chapter 65. The director personally comes to collect below Su Qingyu's residence, Wei Shufan. In an effort to save money, dragged both Su Qingyu and Su Qingxue to sit outside and enjoy the evening breeze. Su Qingyu frequently glanced at her watch, seemingly awaiting something, though her eyes betrayed a noticeable sense of disappointment. Observing her sister's demeanor, Su Qingxue asked, "Sister, Are you still holding out hope for some surprise from that good-for-nothing Jiang Shua? It's already evening, and he hasn't shown up. He must be hiding to avoid disappointing you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, he might have something important to attend to. He has changed significantly lately, and I believe he wouldn't deceive me. Wei Shufan scoffed. You truly are a naive girl, believing the words of that spineless fool. After all these years of ineptitude, how could he possibly change? I can't fathom why you continue to defend him. Besides, just thinking about that good-for-nothing irritates me. By now, the banquet at the Time Garden should be underway, and had it not been for him, we would likely be there already. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's all Jiang Shua's fault. Our family has become the target of ridicule, and we've missed out on what is surely the highest profile event in Yin City. Su Qingyu felt helpless. There was no denying that Jiang Shua had indeed been disappointing today. Meanwhile, not far off, Aunt Zhang was chatting with a group of elderly neighbors, who occasionally cast glances at Su Qingyu's family, their expressions filled with malicious glee. Have you all heard? The banquet at the Time Garden is supposedly in honor of a girl from the Su family, yet the matriarch of the Su family has forbidden them from attending. How ironic. Aunt Zhang exclaimed, reveling in the moment. The previous incident involving a car purchase had caused her to lose face in front of everyone, and she had held a grudge against Su Qingyu's family ever since. This opportunity to vent her frustrations was too good to pass up. Furthermore, regardless of how much Su Qingyu's family spent on a luxury vehicle, they were still ostracized by the Su family, which brought Aunt Zhang a sense of satisfaction. She believed it was all due to Jiang Shua's incompetence. Once the pride of the Su family, Su Qingyu was now tied to a worthless man. The banquet was surely not intended for her. It was only natural that they were barred from attending. Look at their forlorn expressions. It's utterly hilarious, especially Wei Shufan, who believes owning a luxury car elevates her status. She flaunts it before us, yet here they are, just like us, without the privilege to attend the banquet. Wei Shufan, noticing Aunt Zhang's mocking glances, felt a surge of annoyance. That Zhang woman was undoubtedly gossiping about them again. It infuriated her to think they were likely discussing the banquet. That wretched Jiang Shua has once again made me feel ashamed in front of them. At that moment, Aunt Zhang stood up and approached Wei Shufan's family. Qingyu's mother, I heard the banquet at the Time Garden is hosted for your Su family. Why didn't you all attend? Aunt Zhang feigned ignorance. Wei Shufan's expression darkened instantly as she retorted, what is so great about that banquet? We simply chose not to attend. Really? With your penchant for socializing, you would willingly miss such an event? Aunt Zhang smirked. Wei Shufan, seething with indignation, replied, only if they send someone to collect me would I consider attending. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. You wouldn't understand. Aunt Zhang burst into laughter, turning to the nearby elderly neighbors, exclaiming, did you hear that? She insists on being personally collected before she'll go. Such grandiosity. With that, she turned back to Wei Shufan. You might want to wait and see if anyone comes to collect you. Grinding her teeth, Wei Shufan longed to confront Aunt Zhang. This insufferable woman was deliberately humiliating her. However, not long after Aunt Zhang mocked them, a black Mercedes-Benz van arrived before them. A neatly dressed middle-aged man stepped out, glancing at Su Qingyu's family with a smile. Excuse me, are you the Su Qingyu family? The family exchanged confused looks, unsure of the man's purpose. Su Qingyu stood up, nodding. Yes, that's us. How may we help you? I am here to escort you to the Time Garden. The banquet is about to commence, and we must arrive before it begins. The middle-aged man said respectfully as he opened the car door. Su Qingyu and her family were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that someone would actually come to collect them. Aunt Zhang, meanwhile, was left speechless, having just mocked Wei Shufan for expecting such treatment, only to see it materialize. It was a resounding slap in the face. Is there some misunderstanding? Did you make a mistake? I thought it was said they weren't allowed to attend. Aunt Zhang questioned, still in disbelief. The middle-aged man looked at her. How could there be a mistake? Miss Su's family is an important guest at tonight's banquet. If they do not attend, what would be the significance of the event? Aunt Zhang felt as though she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. To think that Su Qingyu's family was deemed an essential guest at the Time Garden banquet, and their absence would render the evening meaningless. How prestigious could they be? Feeling a wave of regret for her previous animosity towards Wei Shufan, Aunt Zhang wished she could apologize for her ignorance. Though Wei Shufan was still perplexed by the turn of events, she shot a triumphant glance at Aunt Zhang before urging Su Qingyu and Su Qingxue, what are you two waiting for? Hurry and get in the car. Didn't you hear? If we don't attend, the banquet will lack significance. Su Qingyu and Su Qingxue climbed into the vehicle, still bewildered. As they watched the van drive away, Aunt Zhang felt a pang of discomfort. Perhaps this was merely a fade put on by Su Qingyu's family. Just then, an elderly man from the group called out, Wasn't he that the director of the Time Garden who just came to collect them? The director personally came to escort them. How impressive. Upon hearing this, Aunt Jang's body stiffened once more, as though petrified. Chapter 66. The arrival of the banquet. On the way to the Time Garden, Su Qingyu cast a perplexed glance at the director, asking, "Sir, may I inquire as to what is happening? Why did you come specifically to collect us?" The director smiled and said, "I am only responsible for bringing you here. I cannot answer other questions. Once you arrive, everything will become clear." At that moment, Wei Shufan muttered, "Could it be that the old lady has had a change of heart and arranged for someone to pick us up? I found this unlikely. Someone like Grandma could never have a change of heart." Su Qingxue spoke up, while Su Qingyu fell silent, her mind racing with a possibility she dared not confirm, as it seemed too far-fetched. "I know. It must be that despicable woman, Su Jilly. She likely feels that without us to oversee her, she cannot boast about herself, which is why she sent someone to fetch us." At this, Su Qingxue smacked her thigh. Both Su Qingyu and Wei Shufan were momentarily taken aback, but soon agreed that this theory was indeed plausible. In the Time Garden, the Su family had already arrived, and others who had received tickets were steadily making their way in. As the banquet had yet to commence, everyone was gathered in the plaza at the entrance, surrounded by blooming flowers and illuminated by lights that reflected the floral hues, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to a paradise on earth. Observing the splendid scenery, the crowd expressed their admiration. It seemed that the individual who had purchased all the flowers in the city must be the same enigmatic millionaire who had reserved the Time Garden. Such a lavish display of flowers could only be achieved by acquiring the entire city's supply, Su Jiming remarked. Su Jilly, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "The one who secured the heart of the ocean must surely be him. I am so looking forward to the moment he presents it to me in front of everyone. My heart races just thinking about it." Su Jiming chuckled, saying, "Look at you, calm down. Once you marry into a wealthy family, such moments will seem trivial." Su Jilly nodded eagerly, anticipating the arrival of the mysterious millionaire who would whisk her away from the crowd. She regretted not inviting Su Qingyu and her family. If they witnessed such a romantic setup and the millionaire gifting her the heart of the ocean, they would undoubtedly be envious. "What right do they have to be in a place like this? You can just flaunt it to them later," Su Jiming said with a smile. "You're right. Their presence would ruin the ambience." "Thank goodness they weren't invited," Su Jilly agreed. At that moment, Su Jilly's gaze fell upon the entrance, where she spotted Su Qingyu and her family entering. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How did they get in? Weren't tickets not given to them? Su Jiming followed her gaze and frowned. He hurried to Grandma Su and asked, "Grandma, did you give tickets to Su Qingyu's family? How did they manage to come here?" Grandma Su appeared puzzled, replying, "I didn't give them any. Didn't we agree not to let them in? Could they have sneaked in?" Su Jiming speculated. He quickly approached Su Qingyu's trio, blocking their path. The rest of the Su family gathered around, their expressions unfriendly. "Su Qingyu, what brings you here? Are you here to cause trouble?" Su Jiming demanded. Wei Shufan immediately retorted, "We were going to ask you the same. You sent someone to pick us up, didn't you? Wasn't it to humiliate us? Sent someone to fetch you? What a deluded thought. You must be out of your minds to think you could come here," Su Jilly scoffed. As the Su family glared at Su Qingyu's family, "We should get them out of here quickly. Their presence could disrupt the event," someone suggested. "Indeed. They shouldn't be here at such an important occasion. Call for security. How did they even get in?" Grandma Su approached, her expression icy, glaring at Su Qingyu's family. "Do you think my words mean nothing? I expressly stated you were not to come, and yet you still showed up." Wei Shufan quickly replied, "Grandma, we didn't come on our own. Someone brought us here. Who do you think you are? Who would come to fetch you? You should have come up with a better excuse," Su Jilly's mother coldly huffed. At that moment, Su Jilly, with a cunning glint in her eye, suggested to Grandma Su, "Grandma, since they are here, let them stay and watch. I doubt they would dare to cause a scene in this setting, especially if that good-for-nothing Jiang Shua isn't around." She wasn't acting out of kindness. Rather, she wanted them to witness her shining moment, feeding her vanity. Grandma Su shot a disapproving glare at Su Qingyu's family, saying, "You should thank Jilly for allowing you to stay. Otherwise, I would have already had you thrown out." Su Qingyu's family lowered their heads in silence, pondering how they had not even wanted to come and were uncertain who had brought them here. As the banquet was about to commence, the crowd shifted their focus away from Su Qingyu's family and toward a flower-adorned corridor, where it was rumored the mysterious millionaire would make an appearance. Meanwhile, the prominent figures of Yun City's elite had already arrived. "Look, that's the general manager of the Tinglong Group. Who would have thought such a big shot would attend?" Su Jilly exclaimed, her excitement mounting as she realized the millionaire's impressive connections. Then, she cast a glance at the sullen-faced Su Qingyu and remarked, "I almost forgot that today marks your wedding anniversary with that good-for-nothing Jiang Shua. Has he not prepared a gift for you? How could you dare show up at a banquet like this without feeling miserable? Su Qingyu retorted coldly. We have made it clear that we were brought here by someone, not of our own accord. Su Jilly sneered, still trying to save face. That mysterious millionaire might present me with the heart of the ocean. Make sure you don't envy me when you see it. Su Qingyu gritted her teeth, wishing she could leave immediately. At that moment, melodious music filled the air, silencing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet is about to begin. Let us welcome the host of this event. The director of the Time Garden announced passionately, microphone in hand. Just then, Jiang Shua elegantly emerged from the flower-laden corridor, dressed in formal attire, drawing everyone's attention. The Su family nearly gasped in disbelief upon recognizing Jiang Shua, their eyes wide with astonishment. As Su Jilly beheld Jiang Shua, her smile abruptly faded, and her expression turned to one of astonishment. How could it be that useless Jiang Shua? Why is he standing there? She murmured to herself. Su Jiaming was equally bewildered, exclaiming, could it be that Jiang Shua is that mysterious wealthy man? This is impossible. The trio, who had been keeping their heads down, looked up upon hearing Su Jilly and Su Jiaming's words. Upon seeing Jiang Shua, their faces reflected sheer astonishment. What could this mean? How did Jiang Shua come to be here? Wei Shufan, her gaze filled with suspicion, turned to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu, too, was perplexed and wore a look of confusion. At that moment, Jiang Shua took the microphone from the host and smiled at the crowd. I am delighted that everyone could attend this gathering. The reason for this celebration is to commemorate my wedding anniversary with my wife. We have journeyed together for 3 years, during which she has endured much hardship, faced countless cold stares, and borne immense pressure. Yet she has never complained, silently shouldering everything. To compensate for her sacrifices over these 3 years, I organized this event to show those who once looked down upon us, mocked us, and belittled us that marrying me was not a misfortune. I want everyone to know that I can bring happiness to my wife. Tonight, I aim to make her the happiest woman in all of Yun City. Applause erupted from the crowd, and the 1,000 online ticket holders gazed at Jiang Shua with envy. In stark contrast, the Su family found themselves enveloped in an eerie gloom. Jiang Shua approached Su Qingyu, extending his hand with a smile. Qingyu, come with me. Su Qingyu felt as though she were in a dream, yet instinctively reached out to Jiang Shua. He led her down the floral corridor, and at that moment, all the lights lining the path illuminated, revealing stunning floral arrangements depicting moments shared between Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu. These floral creations expressed her myriad emotions, while Jiang Shua stood steadfastly by her side like a loyal guardian. At the corridor's end, another floral arrangement showcased their wedding photo. When Su Qingyu married Jiang Shua, they had simply registered at the Civil Affairs Office without a wedding or photo shoot. This floral portrait represented Jiang Shua's imagined vision of their nuptials. The girls present gasped in delight upon witnessing the breathtaking floral displays. How romantic! These images are all made of flowers. I wish someone would do this for me. My goodness, how many flowers must this have taken? And the variety of colors. It seems he truly bought every flower in the city. I am so envious. This is what a true anniversary should be. Tears streamed down Su Qingyu's face as she beheld the floral corridor and the wedding photo at its end. She never expected that Jiang Shua was not merely deceiving her. He had genuinely prepared an immense surprise, coupled with the emotions she felt before arriving. Su Qingyu truly felt like the happiest person on earth. Despite the disdain she faced from the Su family over the past 3 years, she had always believed in standing by Jiang Shua. She simply wished he would not squander his potential. Now, Jiang Shua was indeed changing for her, demonstrating his worth through the one-long group contract, the class reunion, and every incident where he stood up for himself. This filled her with comfort. She did not seek his fame or fortune, only a shoulder to rely on in times of need. Now he had fulfilled that promise and bestowed upon her a grand surprise, leaving her exhilarated. She grasped Jiang Shua's hand tightly, wiping away her tears with the other. Yet her face bore a radiant smile. You scoundrel, I thought you wouldn't show up today. She reproached him playfully. Jiang Shua led Su Qingyu to the wedding photo, where a cabinet displayed the heart of the ocean, valued at 30 million. Jiang Shua wiped her tears with a gentle hand and said with a smile, Did I not promise you a surprise? How could I deceive you? At that moment, Su Qingyu resembled a bashful girl, instinctively leaping into his embrace, then teasingly declaring, I don't care, you made me feel gloomy all day. You must comfort me. Jiang Shua chuckled and produced the heart of the ocean necklace, waving it before her. How about I use this to console you? Su Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, The heart of the ocean. Am I dreaming? Jiang Shua smiled as he fastened the necklace around her neck. Of course, this is not a dream. It is a commemorative gift I specially prepared for you. Do you like it? Su Qingyu tenderly touched the necklace on her neck and nodded earnestly at Jiang Shua. He extended his hands once more, smiling. I will guard your future. Is that agreeable? Su Qingyu embraced Jiang Shua and planted a kiss on his cheek before whispering in his ear. Yes. Chapter 68. Is Jiang Shua the mysterious tycoon? Everyone present gazed at Jiang Shua and Su Qingyu with envy. In that moment, Su Qingyu was the happiest woman in the world. Oh my, that necklace is the heart of the ocean, which was auctioned for 30 million not long ago. Someone recognized the necklace around Su Qingyu's neck, exclaiming in astonishment. The crowd erupted once more, and the girls could not contain their excitement, overwhelmed by envy. Although there had been speculation that the person who purchased the heart of the ocean, rented the Time Garden, and bought every flower in the city was the same individual, it had remained mere conjecture. Now, these events coalesced into undeniable truth, creating an extraordinary impact. The same person was responsible for acquiring the heart of the ocean, reserving the Time Garden, and purchasing all the city's flowers, all for the purpose of celebrating Su Qingyu's anniversary, leaving no room for anyone present to feel anything but envy towards her. Su Jieli stared in disbelief at the heart of the ocean necklace adorning Su Qingyu's neck, her face a canvas of incredulity. She had assumed that the necklace would grace her own neck, and that this event was orchestrated for her benefit. Yet, to her shock, it became clear that this gathering was, in fact, Jiang Shua's tribute to Su Qingyu. Previously, upon learning that this celebration coincided with Su Qingyu's anniversary, Su Jieli had mercilessly mocked her. Now, her jibes transformed into slaps against her own face. For the past few days, she had believed herself to be the protagonist of this gathering, flaunting her status before the Su family, as she anticipated marrying into wealth. Now everyone knew that the Su family girl they spoke of was not her, and she would undoubtedly face the cold shoulder from them in the future. Now, she stands amidst the Su family, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Today is undoubtedly the most humiliating day of her life. Su Jiaming gazes in bewilderment at the sweethearts, Su Qingyu and Jiang Shua, unable to comprehend how the seemingly inept Jiang Shua could orchestrate such a grand banquet. Grandmother Su is equally taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, realizing that Su Qingyu is the true protagonist of today. While she had been persuaded by Su Jieli not to invite Su Qingyu's family to the celebration, regret washes over her. Had she known, she would never have treated Su Qingyu with such disdain. At this moment, Grandmother Su glances at Wei Shufan beside her and inquires, what on earth is happening? Did Jiang Shua truly organize this banquet? Wei Shufan, equally perplexed, replies, I was unaware as well, until today. I had no idea Jiang Shua was hosting this event for Qingyu's anniversary. Grandmother Su ponders deeply and muses, could it be that Jiang Shua is indeed a concealed magnate? Have we, the Su family, misjudged him? Su Jiaming quickly interjects, Grandmother, that cannot be. If he were a hidden tycoon, how could he have endured 3 years of humiliation in our household? I have never heard of a hidden rich man who would allow himself to be regarded as a spineless wretch like Jiang Shua. The others in the Su family nod in agreement, deeming the notion that Jiang Shua is a hidden magnate exceedingly improbable. If they were in his position, they certainly would not tolerate being labeled as ineffectual. Suddenly, Su Jieli suggests, what if this inept Jiang Shua simply got lucky and assisted the general manager of Tinglong Group? Perhaps this entire affair was orchestrated by the manager on his behalf. The family contemplates this possibility, recognizing its plausibility. After all, a banquet of such scale is beyond Jiang Shua's capability. It could very well be the work of Tinglong Group's chairman. Wei Shufan recalls Jiang Shua claiming to know someone from Tinglong Group and remembers Su Qingyu mentioning that Jiang Shua had secured a project for them through that connection, which she had initially dismissed. In hindsight, it seems Jiang Shua's assertion might hold water, and that friend could very well be the general manager of Tinglong Group. Wei Shufan articulates her thoughts, prompting Su Jiaming and Su Jieli to conclude that indeed, it was the general manager who facilitated the banquet. It appears this ineffectual fellow merely found himself in fortunate circumstances. I wonder what stroke of luck allowed him to garner the assistance of the general manager for such a grand event. Su Jieli muses, feeling a sense of relief. Su Jiaming, however, remains skeptical and questions, but surely the heart of the ocean necklace wasn't also procured by the general manager? That piece is worth 30 million. Su Jieli responds quickly, that's easily explained. There are 2 possibilities. 1, the general manager bought the necklace to lend it to Jiang Shua for show, or 2, it could merely be a counterfeit. After all, nobody knows who actually purchased the heart of the ocean. Even if Jiang Shua uses a fake to impress Su Qingyu, she would likely be none the wiser. Everyone nods in agreement, recognizing Su Jieli's reasoning. It turns out Jiang Shua has merely been flaunting borrowed prestige. His audacity is astonishing, as they almost believed him to be a mysterious magnate. The extravagance of the occasion now seems merely a fade, constructed with the aid of Tunglong Group's resources, while Jiang Shuo pretends as if it were all his doing, a true embarrassment. Initially, she had intended to enjoy the banquet, but now that the truth is revealed, she yearns to leave immediately. The Su family resumes their ridicule of Jiang Shuo. Wei Shufan reflects that perhaps she should have refrained from her earlier comment, which sparked this line of thought among the others. However, she believes it's better for them to discover the truth sooner rather than later, as she has no faith in Jiang Shuo's ability to sustain such a deceit. A worthless individual is, after all, simply that. Grandmother Su scoffs, her expression darkening as she declares, such valuable connections as the Tunglong Group's general manager being exploited by this waste is truly disgraceful. With that, she turns and strides toward the exit, clearly feeling no longer inclined to partake in the festivities. The rest of the Su family casts disdainful glances at Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu before following grandmother Su out. Outside the Timeless Garden, Su Jelly calls out to Su Jiaming, "Brother, please contact Boss Zhao for me. I'll be accompanying him for drinks tonight." Su Jiaming's eyes light up. "Have you come to a decision?" Su Jelly nods. Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu's actions not only humiliated her but shattered her dreams of grandeur. She cannot simply let this pass. "Just wait. Once I align myself with Boss Zhao, you will see," Su Jelly declares with a menacing gleam in her eyes. Chapter 69. As long as you are happy, the banquet at Timeless Garden concludes amidst the envious gazes of the attendees, with Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu appearing as a perfect couple, leaving a lasting impression on everyone present, except the Su family. During the festivities, Jiang Shuo glances around, hoping to gauge the Su family's reactions, only to find they have already departed. Yet this is inconsequential. As long as Su Qingyu is joyful, all his preparations have been worthwhile. On their way home, Su Qingyu remains in a state of exhilaration, feeling as though the day's events are a dream, occasionally pinching Jiang Shuo's arm to reaffirm the reality of it all. Seeing Jiang Shuo wince in pain brings her joy. It is only at this moment that she realizes the necklace adorning her neck is the heart of the ocean, valued at 30 million. She halts, gazing at Jiang Shuo in disbelief, then touches the necklace, her voice trembling as she asks, "Jiang Shuo, is this really the heart of the ocean?" Jiang Shuo nods earnestly, a smile gracing his lips. "But this necklace is worth 30 million. How could you afford it? And what about the cost of renting Timeless Garden? And the flowers?" Su Qingyu stares at him, astonished. Jiang Shuo chuckles. "Did I not mention before? My father provided me with a significant sum of money." Su Qingyu takes a deep breath, suddenly realizing that Jiang Shuo's definition of a large sum likely differs vastly from her own. The heart of the ocean alone costs 30 million. Acquiring flowers for an entire city cannot be cheap. And renting Timeless Garden for 3 days would surely amount to an astronomical figure. Could it be that Jiang Shuo's father truly endowed him with an inexhaustible fortune? "So, how much do you have left now?" Su Qingyu gathers her courage to inquire. Jiang Shuo ponders for a moment, then replies, "The remaining funds should suffice to ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your life." Su Qingyu reflects that sustaining herself wouldn't require much, so Jiang Shuo likely has little left. This realization allows her to breathe a sigh of relief. If Jiang Shuo's father truly provided him with limitless wealth, she wouldn't know how to handle it. However, what Su Qingyu fails to grasp is that her understanding of a lifetime of comfort merely entails not worrying about basic needs, which could be achieved with a mere couple of million. What Jiang Shuo referred to as a lifetime free from worries about food and clothing signifies a life of opulence and indulgence, where one can purchase anything desired and travel wherever one wishes, living extravagantly without restraint. Su Qingyu initially contemplated educating Jiang Shuo on the virtues of frugality. Yet upon reflecting on the joyous occasion, she chose to remain silent. Moreover, the majority of Jiang Shuo's expenditures were invested in the heart of the ocean, a necklace that is a work of art with intrinsic value, thus not entirely wasteful. She resolved to consider Jiang Shuo's money as temporarily entrusted to her care. Upon returning home, they discovered Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue seated on the sofa. "Mom, why are you back so early? There were still plenty of delicious foods and enjoyable activities that you missed," Su Qingyu remarked. Wei Shufan immediately scoffed, retorting, "This good-for-nothing relies on others for assistance at his own banquet. I felt uncomfortable lingering any longer. What use is there in fine food and entertainment?" Both Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu were taken aback. Su Qingyu inquired, "What do you mean?" Su Qingxue shot a glance at Jiang Shuo and explained, "Sister, it seems this good-for-nothing has yet to come clean with you. Tonight's banquet was entirely orchestrated by the general manager of Tunglong Group. Everything was arranged by him. And that heart of the ocean around your neck is likely a counterfeit." The elderly lady, upon learning this, was incensed and left immediately. leaving them no choice but to follow suit. Su Qingyu's expression turned peculiar, perplexed by how they had concluded that the banquet was organized by the Tunglong Group's manager. On their way home, Jiang Shua had handed her the certificate and documentation regarding the heart of the ocean, sufficient to prove its authenticity. Mom, Xiao Xue, you must be mistaken. This banquet was organized by Jiang Shua himself, and the heart of the ocean is genuine, Su Qingyu asserted. Wei Shufan looked at her with exasperation, saying, Daughter, at this juncture, how can you still believe this inept fool? Have you forgotten how he has lived these past 3 years? How could he possibly afford such a grand banquet? And to think you still trust his blatant lies, has he truly brainwashed you? Su Qingyu hurriedly countered, Mom, that's not it. Jiang Shua can afford this banquet because… Wei Shufan interrupted her, Enough? Stop defending this good-for-nothing. Today, you certainly shone. But you have offended everyone in the Su family, making our future here all the more difficult. Moreover, promptly dispose of that fake necklace around your neck. It vexes me to see it. Su Qingyu instinctively covered her neck. After all, it was worth 30 million. How could she simply discard it? Wei Shufan shot her a glare and retreated to her room. Su Qingxue glanced at Su Qingyu and remarked, Sister, that does not look nearly as exquisite as the one on television. It must be fake. You should avoid wearing it publicly to spare yourself embarrassment. After that, she too returned to her room. Observing her mother and sister's attitudes, Su Qingyu felt a deep sense of injustice for Jiang Shua. She had hoped that the banquet would alter their perceptions of him, yet it had taken a turn for the worse. It seemed that prejudice could truly cloud one's rationality. She cast a helpless glance at Jiang Shua and said, I never anticipated they would think this way. Jiang Shua smiled and replied, It's all right. As long as you are happy today, that is what matters. As for others' opinions, they are of no consequence. Seeing Jiang Shua maintain such a perspective, Su Qingyu felt a sense of relief and earnestly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. The following morning, Su Qingyu, beaming with joy, enjoyed breakfast and drove to her company in the car Jiang Shua had purchased for her. She had come to realize that others' opinions were insignificant. What mattered was their mutual happiness. Meanwhile, Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue grew increasingly discontented with Jiang Shua. Once he tidied up the house, they expelled him, instructing him not to return until after nightfall. Jiang Shua, not wishing to endure Wei Shufan's disapproving presence, was pleased to leave. As he pondered where to spend his time, Qin Hu called him. Boss, I've located the owner of that fruit shop you asked me to investigate. Meet me at the Scarlet Bar. In a private room at the Scarlet Bar, Jiang Shua and Qin Hu sat on the sofa, facing a bruised thug kneeling before them. Boss, this man is affiliated with Black Dragon. I reviewed the surveillance footage near the fruit shop and discovered he visited it before closing. After questioning him, I learned that Black Dragon had captured the owner of that fruit shop, Qin Hu informed. Like Qin Hu, Black Dragon was one of the 3 kings of the underground world in Yunqing, known for his ruthless nature and penchant for violence. He operated an underground fighting arena and had many skilled subordinates, instilling fear even in Qin Hu. Jiang Shua scrutinized the thug and asked, Why did your boss capture the fruit shop owner? The thug quickly shook his head, pleading, I don't know anything. Please, let me go. Seeing the thug's reaction, Jiang Shua seized his arm and gripped one of his pinky fingers. The thug, bewildered by Jiang Shua's intentions, soon saw a mocking smile cross Jiang Shua's face. And with a swift motion, Jiang Shua snapped his pinky finger. The thug emitted a blood-curdling scream, his face draining of color. Qin Hu, observing this, felt a chill. Although he had been harsh with the thug, he had not anticipated Jiang Shua would go so far as to break a finger immediately. Truly, action spoke louder than words. Now do you understand? Jiang Shua gazed at the thug, already grasping another of his fingers. The thug nodded rapidly. Yes, yes. I remember now. He continued. The owner of that fruit shop is a notable figure in Pinghai City, known as Master Shun. Our boss once worked under him. But Master Shun deemed our boss unscrupulous and expelled him. Consequently, our boss was forced to come to Yunqing. Not long ago, Master Shun fell into some trouble and vanished. Then, a few days ago, our boss discovered he had opened a fruit shop in Yunqing, so he captured him. Jiang Shua frowned, realizing his suspicions were correct. The fruit shop owner was indeed not an ordinary person. What does your boss intend to do with him? Jiang Shua pressed on. The thug replied, Our boss said he had done so much for Master Shun in the past, only to be cast aside. Now that Master Shun is down on his luck, our boss intends to take him back for some proper torment. Jiang Shua pondered this for a moment before standing up and saying to Qin Hu, Let us go meet this Black Dragon. Qin Hu quickly interjected, Boss, this Master Shun has no connection to us. Are we really willing to offend Black Dragon over a stranger? Jiang Shua chuckled. This Master Shun is no ordinary person. If he were to perish at Black Dragon's hands, it would be a grave loss. Besides, Haven't you always sought someone to manage your subordinates? Master Shin would be the perfect candidate. But Black Dragon? Qin, who clearly harbored some trepidation regarding Black Dragon. Jiang Shua frowned and asked, "What? Are you disregarding my words now?" Qin, who, taken aback, hastily replied, No, boss. I'll heed your instructions. I'll gather the brothers right away. Please wait here." Jiang Shou replied, "In that case, I'll head over first. You can assemble the others and join me later." After speaking, Jiang Shua rose and exited the private room. Qin, who suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, wait for me. That Black Dragon is not to be trifled with. If you go alone, you will be at a disadvantage." He rushed out of the room, only to find that Jiang Shua had already vanished without a trace. Panic set in for Qin, who, as he thought to himself how reckless his boss was to seek trouble with Black Dragon alone. This was indeed a predicament. Without wasting any time, he quickly took out his phone to gather his subordinates. Outside a gaming hall in Yun City, Jiang Shua appeared alone. This was the domain of Black Dragon. Although it appeared to be a gaming hall, beneath it lay a bustling underground boxing arena. Jiang Shua strode directly into the hall and shortly found the entrance to the underground arena. Qin, who was wary of Black Dragon because they were evenly matched, both being among the three great kings. If one were powerful enough to eliminate the other, there would no longer be three kings in Yun City. However, Jiang Shua viewed the underground forces of Yun City as inconsequential. To him, both Black Dragon and White Dragon were merely jesters. At the entrance of the underground boxing arena stood a towering brute. Jiang Shua approached the man and coldly demanded, "Take me to see Black Dragon." The giant glanced at Jiang Shua and retorted, "Who do you think you are? Our boss is someone you can just waltz in to see. Get lost." Seeing the brutish man's rude demeanor, Jiang Shua decided against being polite and delivered a swift kick to the man's groin. The brute let out a cry akin to that of a woman, his legs clamping together as he toppled backward. "You should learn how to treat others with respect. Perhaps then you wouldn't get beaten," Jiang Shua remarked before striding into the underground arena. Though it was daytime, the underground arena was still bustling with activity. The space was vast, with a large fighting ring at its center, surrounded by spectators watching a muscular giant pummel a frail middle-aged man. Jiang Shua's eyes narrowed as he recognized the man being beaten, Mr. Shin, the owner of the fruit shop. The muscular fighter landed a punch on Mr. Shin's face, knocking him to the ground. Mr. Shin, bloodied and dazed, struggled to rise, utterly drained of strength. The giant roared at him, "Get up, you coward. Weren't you so arrogant before? You dare claim to be a king? Black Dragon is your little brother. You are nothing but a joke. Get up and fight me, and I'll make sure you don't even recognize your own mother." Despite being on the verge of unconsciousness, Mr. Shun's innate pride prevented him from surrendering. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet. The giant, seeing Mr. Shun still standing, smirked and said, "I didn't expect you to be so resilient. Since you can still stand, let me show you what it feels like to be on the brink of death." Just then, a hand landed on the giant's shoulder, followed by a calm voice. "Why continue to bully him when he's already like this? Allow me to fight you instead." The giant turned to see a young man in his 20s standing behind him. He looked the young man up and down, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Who are you? Do you dare meddle in my affairs? Do you know who I am?" Jiang Shua smiled and replied, "Just someone who is about to defeat you." The giant burst into laughter, saying, "Kid, do you not even know my identity before stepping into the ring? Let me tell you. I am the king of this underground boxing arena, Talon. If you have any sense, you'll get out of my way." The onlookers in the underground arena regarded Jiang Shua with scornful glances, clearly finding his challenge against the boxing king amusing. This kid really has no fear. He dares to confront Talon, who is invincible in their eyes. He clearly hasn't faced the harsh realities of life. I relish watching such naive youths get beaten up. I hope Talon goes easy on him. At that moment, Mr. Shun recognized Jiang Shua and was taken aback, realizing it was the boy from his fruit shop who had come to save him. However, he quickly became concerned for Jiang Shua's safety. "Kid, you need to leave. This is not a place for you. This man is incredibly formidable, and you can't defeat him." Jiang Shua smiled at Mr. Shun and said, "I came here specifically to save you. If I leave now, it would be in vain." Mr. Shun cursed under his breath, "Even if you want to save me, you need a plan. What do you think running in here alone accomplishes? You're just courting death." Jiang Shua chuckled, realizing that his attempt to rescue had drawn criticism. "Don't worry, I can handle these lackeys on my own," he assured. Talon scoffed, then shoved Mr. Shin into a corner, declaring, "Stay out of this. Once I'm done with this kid, I'll deal with you." He then turned to Jiang Shua, cracking his knuckles with a series of loud pops. "Kid, since you've chosen to seek your own demise, don't blame me for being merciless." Jiang Shua locked eyes with him and replied, "Be careful, you might develop arthritis." Talon's face contorted with rage. It seemed he would have to teach this insolent boy a lesson today. Mr. Shin, lying on the ground, shook his head in disbelief, thinking that while he appreciated Jiang Shua's courage, it was naive to think he could single-handedly rescue him. Now, both of them would likely face punishment. Talon wasted no more words, stepping forward and swinging a massive fist toward Jiang Shua's face. Unable to bear watching Jiang Shua this, how is this possible? That Talon was so formidable, and in such a short span of time. How could he have fallen? Murmured Master Shun. Jiang Shua cast a glance at him with a smile and said, "Let us exit the ring. The black dragon should arrive shortly." Master Shin nodded hurriedly and descended from the ring. Jiang Shua followed suit, then peered into the underground boxing arena, having noticed someone rushing inside, presumably to deliver news. "We must leave quickly, otherwise, when the black dragon arrives, it will be troublesome to escape," Master Shin advised Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua chuckled, saying, "Since we are here, let's wait for the black dragon to emerge." Master Shin's expression turned anxious, exclaiming, "This is the black dragon's territory. Waiting here is tantamount to courting death." Jiang Shua smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, he is merely a minor nuisance, insignificant in my eyes. Besides, he is already here. Let us deal with him in passing." Master Shin gasped, astonished at Jiang Shua's audacity, as if the black dragon were merely a rat to be easily dispatched. Such bravado could only be mustered at the pinnacle of one's glory, leaving Master Shin perplexed by Jiang Shua's depth. During his time running a fruit shop, he had heard tales of Jiang Shua's infamous reputation as a waste, yet his instincts told him this young man was not as simple as he appeared. Given Jiang Shua's confidence, Master Shin decided to trust him once, curious to see what surprises this youth might unveil. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a throng approached the ring, led by a dark-skinned man with a fierce countenance, the Black Dragon. "Boss, this is the one who defeated Talon and aimed to rescue Shun Lao-san." One of his underlings pointed at Jiang Shua. The Black Dragon squinted at Jiang Shua, then burst into laughter. "If I'm not mistaken, this must be the notorious coward of Yin City? Shun Lao-san, have you lost your mind or simply become waterlogged, seeking aid from such a dimwit? Surely you jest." Chapter 72. A mere clown. Upon hearing the Black Dragon's taunts, Master Shun's expression darkened. "If he were truly a fool, how could your champion fall to him?" Master Shun retorted, "Black Dragon, you still act without thought, just as you always have. I foresee your downfall because of it." The Black Dragon scoffed, "Shun Lao-san, times have changed. My methods are no concern of yours. This arena is mine. I decide who becomes champion. Talon was merely the weakest among my fighters, and any of those behind me exceeds him in strength. What is this coward to me?" Master Shun's complexion shifted as he glanced uneasily at the formidable fighters behind the Black Dragon. He had anticipated that the Black Dragon had amassed such strength over the years, while Jiang Shua had indeed dispatched Talon. Overcoming the Black Dragon's entourage would be no simple task. Turning to Jiang Shua, he suggested, "Perhaps you should flee. Their numbers are overwhelming, and you could be in peril." Jiang Shua laughed. "They are all mere clowns. There is no need for concern." The Black Dragon scrutinized Jiang Shua, saying, "I never expected a coward like you to have such bravado. What? Has your dependence turned into arrogance?" His subordinates erupted in laughter. Jiang Shua glanced at them and replied, "Is it envy I see in your eyes?" The Black Dragon snorted derisively. "Who would envy a waste like you? You dare to come to my territory to rescue someone? You must have a death wish. Here is your chance. I've heard your wife is exceptionally beautiful. Call her over, let me indulge, and I might spare you. What do you say?" Jiang Shua's eyes turned icy, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. A dragon has its vulnerabilities, and Su Qingyu was Jiang Shua's. Anyone who dared to threaten her would meet his ruthless retribution. The Black Dragon remained oblivious, having unwittingly placed himself on Jiang Shua's death list. "You seek death," Jiang Shua coldly declared. The Black Dragon dismissed him, mockingly stating, "I'm only looking out for you. A coward like you could never satisfy her. Send her to me, and I assure you she'll be treated like royalty. My brothers will ensure she lacks for nothing." His men lewdly laughed in agreement. Jiang Shua snorted, unwilling to waste further words on them. In a flash, he surged forward, reaching the Black Dragon in an instant, delivering a resounding slap that left a vivid mark upon his face. The Black Dragon was momentarily stunned. He hadn't even seen Jiang Shua's strike coming before feeling the sting of pain. Recovering quickly, he bellowed, "You dare strike me? You truly wish for death. Everyone attack. Beat him until he begs for mercy." His subordinates surged forward, surrounding Jiang Shua. Yet, Jiang Shua regarded them with disdain, swiftly maneuvering among them, executing a flurry of precise strikes that sent them crying in agony, leaving bystanders in awe. Is this truly remarkable? Could this man be a martial arts master? One wondered aloud. Martial arts master? What era do you live in? That's advanced combat technique, another replied. My heavens, the Black Dragon has over a dozen fighters, all surpassing Talon, yet they fall like children learning to walk. Master Shun, too, stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom Jiang Shua's prowess. It became evident why Jiang Shua deemed them mere jesters. His strength was unparalleled. In mere moments, the Black Dragon's minions lay defeated, groaning on the ground, unable to rise again. Jiang Shua seized the Black Dragon by his collar, unleashing a barrage of punches that transformed his face into a swollen mess. In desperation, the Black Dragon brandished a dagger, attempting to strike Jiang Shua, only to have it snatched away and plunged into his thigh. Overwhelmed by pain, the Black Dragon fell to his knees before Jiang Shua. Brother, I realize my mistake. I see the error of my ways. Please spare me. Shun Lao-san, take him away. I promise I won't obstruct you. I beg you for mercy. Understanding he had bitten off more than he could chew, the Black Dragon pleaded for his life, fearing for his very existence. Jiang Shua smiled coldly. Is it too late to beg for mercy now? A chill coursed through the Black Dragon's heart as dread enveloped him. Had he known Jiang Shua's true power, he would never have dared provoke him. Now, escape was impossible. He was merely prey, waiting to be slaughtered. At that moment, a throng burst into the underground arena, led by Qin Hu. He rushed toward the ring, calling out, "Boss, I've brought the brothers to assist. They didn't trouble you, did they?" Qin Hu, brimming with eagerness, appeared ready for a confrontation. Jiang Shua rolled his eyes. "You arrived just in time. I've already taken care of it." Qin Hu was momentarily taken aback, then he glanced around, observing the formidable henchman of the Black Dragon sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. A look of astonishment spread across his face. "Boss, did you do all this by yourself?" Qin Hu's voice trembled slightly, disbelief etched across his features. Jiang Shua nodded in affirmation. Qin Hu swallowed hard and inquired, "What about the Black Dragon? Did he escape?" Jiang Shua cast a glance at the Black Dragon, who was kneeling beside Qin Hu, and replied, "Isn't that evident?" Turning his head, Qin Hu beheld the Black Dragon's face, now resembling a swollen mass, and after some effort, he confirmed that it was indeed the Black Dragon. The shock that surged within Qin Hu was beyond words. The Black Dragon was one of the 3 kings of Yun City, with whom he had been locked in conflict for ages. Their powers were evenly matched, as the Black Dragon commanded numerous skilled fighters, which had always instilled a sense of wariness in Qin Hu. Yet, this once formidable adversary had been thoroughly vanquished by Jiang Shua alone. Chapter 73. Set a small goal first, boss. You are my idol. You are the deity in my heart, irreplaceable by anyone else. Qin Hu gazed at Jiang Shua with utter admiration. Initially, he had been concerned that Jiang Shua might be bullied by the Black Dragon's men, but it appeared that his worries were unfounded. Moreover, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that one of the 3 kings of Yun City was about to be eliminated. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us have the brothers deal with the Black Dragon's men, Jiang Shua commanded. Yes, Qin Hu readily complied, leading his subordinates to handle the remnants of the Black Dragon's crew. Recognizing the golden opportunity, Qin Hu was acutely aware that he must not afford the Black Dragon any chance of resurgence. Jiang Shua cast a glance at the kneeling Black Dragon, then bent down to extract the dagger from the Black Dragon's leg. The Black Dragon howled in agony, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Shua approached Master Shun, saying, "As for the grievances between you and him, I shall not interfere. You may decide how to deal with him." He then handed the dagger to Master Shun. Master Shun regarded the dagger with a grave expression. He took it and advanced toward the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon, upon seeing Master Shun, was filled with dread and pleaded, "Master Shun, I was wrong. Please spare my life. If you do not kill me, I will remain your loyal lackey, willing to brave fire and water for you. Just let me go." A playful smile crept across Master Shun's face as he replied, "If it weren't for Jiang Shua today, I would have likely been killed by your men. Do you think I would still dare to employ a lackey like you?" With that, Master Shun seized the Black Dragon by the collar and dragged him toward a secluded area. Jiang Shua observed this scene silently, taking no action. Qin Hu, understanding the situation, ushered away the onlookers. Before long, Master Shun emerged from the shadows, his hair disheveled and his chest heaving. He smiled at Jiang Shua and said, "Thank you." Jiang Shua smiled back and remarked, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, why not follow me from now on?" Master Shun chuckled helplessly. "I am but a fugitive, pursued by many who wish to kill me. Following you would only cause you trouble." Jiang Shua replied with a grin, "Trouble is the least of my concerns. It would be a pity for someone as capable as you to merely sell fruits. Join me to manage the underground world of Yun City, and I will help you rise again, eliminating your enemies. What do you say?" A flicker of excitement ignited within Master Shun. It was a feeling he had not experienced in years. Since being betrayed and forced to flee for his life, he had never glimpsed a shred of hope. Yet now, he saw a glimmer of possibility with Jiang Shua, a young man labeled a waste by the people of Yun City, who harbored unimaginable strength. If he were to follow Jiang Shua, perhaps one day he could regroup and return to Pinghai City, personally avenging those who had betrayed him. He studied Jiang Shua intently and asked, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Jiang Shua replied calmly. Master Shen's gaze hardened with resolve as he solemnly nodded at Jiang Shua, declaring, "Very well, from this day forth, I, Shen San, shall be your right-hand man. I entrust my life to you, and I am willing to face any peril for you." Jiang Shua's face lit up with joy. Having observed Master Shen for an extended period, he was convinced of his capabilities. And it was indeed a moment of celebration to have him on board. At that moment, Qin Hu returned, having dealt with the Black Dragon's subordinates, and approached Jiang Shua and Master Shen. Jiang Shua glanced at Qin Hu and said, "Haven't you always wanted me to find you a leader to guide you in your endeavors? From now on, Master Shen will be your boss. You will follow his orders without question, understood?" Qin Hu immediately scrutinized Master Shen, exclaiming, "Boss, are you serious? I can't help but feel this guy is somewhat unreliable." Master Shen burst into laughter and replied, "When I was navigating the underworld, you were probably still in diapers. Since I have agreed to work for Jiang Shua, it won't be long before you see my true worth." Once a formidable figure in Pinghai City, Master Shen's reputation was unmatched, and Yun City, being a smaller locale, could hardly compare. The underground forces there were far more complex, yet Master Shen had always stood at the pinnacle. Now, achieving success in Yun City would be mere child's play for him. "All right, as long as it's the boss's orders, I'll follow them. Just as long as I don't have to worry about any leadership or development issues, I'll stick to fighting." Qin Hu chuckled. Seeing that matters had been settled, Jiang Shua decided against lingering any longer. "You two should discuss your plans. I'll leave the rest to you. It's getting late, and I need to return home to cook for my wife." With that, Jiang Shua turned and departed. Master Shen stared in astonishment at Jiang Shua's retreating figure, initially intending to share a drink with him, but surprised to learn he was heading home to prepare dinner for his wife. Such a life-oriented boss was a first for him. Is he always like this? Master Shen turned to Qin Hu. Qin Hu smiled knowingly. "You don't understand. The boss is simply devoted. You'll gradually come to realize that, in his world, his wife always comes first." Master Shen nodded, finally grasping the reason why so many claimed Jiang Shua was living off his wife, yet Jiang Shua bore no resentment. Putting such thoughts aside, Master Shen had already formulated a developmental plan in his mind when he agreed to Jiang Shua's proposal. He looked at Qin Hu and said, "You're not particularly adept at leadership. If I'm not mistaken, despite your position among the three kings, you've been facing significant issues with cash flow. Haven't you? Thus, my first step will be to resolve the funding problem." Qin Hu laughed heartily. "No need. I have money." Master Shen was momentarily taken aback, asking, "How much could you possibly have?" Qin Hu promptly pulled out his phone, showing Master Shen the balance in his account. Master Shen stared in disbelief at the string of numbers before him, finally exclaiming, "5 billion? Qin Hu beamed with pride, seemingly having anticipated Master Shen's reaction. "What do you think? This is what the boss provided me. You are indeed impressive. Before the boss gave me this money, cash flow had been my greatest dilemma, and I never expected you to see right through it." Master Shen took a considerable time to recover from the shock of the 5 billion, realizing that he had underestimated Jiang Shua. However, given the ample financial resources at hand, his plans became considerably more straightforward. He cast a playful glance at Qin Hu and proclaimed, "In that case, let us set a modest objective." "What objective?" Qin Hu inquired. With a teasing smile, Master Shen replied, "To unify the underground world of Yun City. From this moment forth, the notion of the three great kings shall be a relic of the past." Chapter 74. Slander. The news of the Black Dragon's demise swiftly circulated throughout the underground realm of Yun City. No one anticipated that the trio of rival kings would suddenly be reduced by one. Many began to realize that the balance of power in Yun City was on the verge of transformation. Among the most concerned was Sun Bao, another of the three kings. Sun Bao, a seasoned leader within the underground world, had long been vying for territory against Qin Hu and the Black Dragon. The mutual checks among the three had provided him with a sense of security. However, upon hearing the shocking news of the Black Dragon's fall, he was filled with trepidation. He was utterly unaware of the actions Qin Hu had undertaken that led to such an alarming outcome. Master Shen, through decisive action, demonstrated to Jiang Shua that he was indeed a person of considerable capability. A week after the Black Dragon's defeat, Master Shen directed Qin Hu to initiate a campaign against Sun Bao. During the week-long preparation prior to the operation, Master Shin employed some method to amass all of the former Black Dragon's elite enforcers under his command. With this formidable support, coupled with Qin Hu's own strength, Sun Bao was rendered powerless. Moreover, throughout the operation, Qin Hu experienced firsthand the immense potency of a meticulously planned endeavor. Master Shin's strategy was nearly infallible, utilizing various tactics of diversion and undermining to confound Sun Bao's forces. Ultimately, without the loss of a single soldier, Master Shin succeeded in compelling Sun Bao to submit. Rather than annihilating him outright, he opted to have Sun Bao and his followers join his ranks. Sun Bao, being a perceptive individual, recognized that the orchestrator behind the operation was Master Shin, not Qin Hu. He understood that the underground world of Yun City was indeed undergoing a significant metamorphosis. Rather than face obliteration, it was wiser to align with Master Shin, as this would at least afford him a share of the spoils. Thus, the era of the Three Kings truly became a thing of the past, and the underground realm of Yun City would henceforth be ruled by Master Shin, the new emperor of this domain. The name Master Shin rapidly became the talk of the town, with nearly everyone in Yun City recognizing him as the most formidable figure in the underworld, one to be approached with caution. Upon learning of Master Shin's unification of the underground world alongside Qin Hu, Jiang Shua could not suppress a smile, affirming the accuracy of his judgment. At home, in the living room, Jiang Shua was sweeping when Su Qingxue stormed in, forcefully slamming the door behind her with a loud bang that startled him. She plopped down on the sofa, radiating an air of grievance. Jiang Shua glanced at her and asked, "What is the matter? Why the foul mood?" Su Qingxue shot him a glare and retorted, "Why do you care? Just go away. Your presence irritates me." Jiang Shua chose to ignore her and continued sweeping. At that moment, Wei Shufan emerged from her bedroom, looking puzzled and muttering to herself, "This is strange. I distinctly placed the money right there. How could it have vanished?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's demeanor shifted to one of nervousness, and she straightened her posture. Wei Shufan then turned to Su Qingxue and asked, "Xiaoxue, have you seen the 10,000 yuan I kept in my cabinet? It's gone." Su Qingxue quickly shook her head, saying no. "I haven't seen it." "Could it have been stolen?" "Surely not. Can thieves even enter our home?" Wei Shufan frowned. She then shifted her gaze to Jiang Shua. Su Qingxue also glanced at Jiang Shua, rolling her eyes before saying, "Mom, could it be that Jiang Shua, this good-for-nothing, stole it?" Wei Shufan looked at Jiang Shua with suspicion. If any money had indeed gone missing, Jiang Shua was the first to be scrutinized. Jiang Shua, feeling exasperated, quickly explained, "Mom, you know I would never enter your room. How could I possibly steal money?" "Mom, it was definitely Jiang Shua who stole it. I remember seeing him sneak out of your room that day. When I asked him what he was doing, he nervously claimed he was cleaning," Su Qingxue added. Jiang Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never mentioned anything of the sort to Su Qingxue. Her skill in deceit was truly becoming quite refined. Moreover, her sudden accusation made Jiang Shua suspect that she might be the actual thief, afraid of being reprimanded and thus projecting the blame onto him. Without hesitation, Wei Shufan seized a feather duster and chased Jiang Shua around the room, shouting, "You worthless scoundrel. So now you dare to steal money, huh? Your audacity knows no bounds. If I don't break your hands today, you'll never understand who holds authority in this household." Jiang Shua protested, "Mom, I didn't steal your money. It's Su Qingxue who is framing me. I have never even been in your room. Shouldn't you question her instead?" Wei Shufan was relentless, retorting, "You're just slandering Xiaoxue. It seems she has become your shield." She demanded, "Hand over the stolen money now, or I swear I will break your hands." Su Qingxue stood by, smirking, and said, "Jiang Shua, stop pretending. Return the stolen money, and maybe she'll let you off the hook this time. Otherwise, you're in for it." Jiang Shua shot a glare at Su Qingxue, grinding his teeth in frustration, realizing that no matter how he defended himself, Wei Shufan would never believe him. To calm her down, he finally said, "All right, Mom, let us take a breath. I'll give you the 10,000 yuan. Wei Shufan paused, glaring at Jiang Shua. "So it seems you really did steal the money. Hand it over immediately." Jiang Shua replied, "I didn't steal it. But I know you won't believe me. I'll cover the amount for now, but I will find out who the real thief is. And I hope you'll apologize when the truth comes to light." Su Qingxue interjected, "Stop with the theatrics. You're making excuses after stealing money. Don't try to weasel your way out of this." Jiang Shua smirked at Su Qingxue and challenged, "Are you willing to bet? If I discover who stole the money, you must unconditionally grant me one request. What say you?" Chapter 75. A moment of relaxation upon hearing Jiang Shua propose a wager. Su Qingxue's confidence faltered, and she shot him an uneasy glare, saying, "Who wants to bet with you? You're the thief. Why would I gamble with you?" Wei Shufan, growing impatient, glared at Jiang Shua and said, "Stop deflecting. Just hand over the money, or I'll break your hands. Seeing Su Qingxue refuse to bet, Jiang Shuo felt increasingly convinced that she was indeed the one who had taken the 10,000 yuan. Su Qingxue, currently in university, had been acting unusually during the summer break, often leaving early and returning late, which raised suspicions. Initially, Jiang Shuo thought she was simply enjoying her vacation, but her recent agitation, coupled with the possibility of her being the thief, made him question what she had been up to lately. Mother, I assure you that the 10,000 yuan is not in my possession. It is indeed Su Qingxue, who has been acting rather strangely lately. Shouldn't you be concerned about what she has been up to? Jiang Shuo spoke up. Su Qingxue immediately panicked and hurriedly addressed Wei Shufan. Mother, look at this good-for-nothing. He is slandering me. Is it unusual for me to go out and have some fun? At that moment, Wei Shufan was preoccupied with thoughts of the missing 10,000 yuan and never paid heed to Jiang Shuo's words. She promptly struck Jiang Shuo with a feather duster, exclaiming, "So you still have the nerve? Do you want me to break your hand?" Wei Shufan's demeanor was fierce, akin to a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Recognizing the futility of further explanation, Jiang Shuo sighed in resignation. "Please wait a moment. I will withdraw some money from the bank." He then turned to leave. Just then, the front door swung open, and Su Qingyu entered, appearing somewhat displeased. "Where are you going?" she inquired upon seeing Jiang Shuo about to step outside. Jiang Shuo quickly recounted the series of events, and upon hearing his account, Su Qingyu's brow furrowed. She clearly did not believe that Jiang Shuo would steal money. After all, he had purchased the Ocean Heart, worth 30 million, so how could he possibly steal Wei Shufan's 10,000 yuan? Based on Jiang Shuo's description, she suspected that Su Qingxue might indeed be guilty. However, with troubles at the company weighing heavily on her, she did not wish to expend any more energy on this matter, so she stated, "Mother, I took the 10,000 yuan. I needed it temporarily and will return it to you shortly." Both Jiang Shuo and Su Qingxue were taken aback, clearly not anticipating Su Qingyu's admission. Upon hearing that Su Qingyu was the one who had taken the money, Wei Shufan let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Oh, so it was you. That puts my mind at ease." However, this incident served as a reminder. Valuables should never be left unattended at home. Who knows when this good-for-nothing Jiang Shuo might make off with them. With that, she shot Jiang Shuo a fierce glare. Su Qingyu remained speechless but chose not to dwell on it, heading straight to her room. Noticing her discontent, Jiang Shuo followed her inside. After closing the door, he turned to her and asked, "Darling, what seems to be troubling you? You appear rather unhappy." Su Qingyu glanced at him and replied, "Several suppliers for the project suddenly ceased their deliveries today, halting the project." Jiang Shuo found this rather odd. Logically, the Lishui Bay project was highly sought after, and the suppliers should be eager to fulfill orders. "Would you like me to investigate?" he offered. Su Qingyu shook her head. "No need. I will find a way to resolve this. After all, I am the project manager and cannot rely on you for every little issue." Seeing her resolve, Jiang Shuo refrained from pressing further, thinking that if she was unable to handle it, he would step in later. "I have noticed that Su Qingxue's behavior has been rather abnormal lately. She has been coming home late, and that 10,000 yuan very well may have been taken by her." Jiang Shuo shifted the topic back to the money. Su Qingyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Qingxue has been acting strangely lately. We cannot allow this to continue. I will handle her affairs. You have been working so hard at the company and cannot spare the time. Tomorrow, I will discreetly follow her to see what she is up to." Jiang Shuo smiled, and Su Qingyu acquiesced, recognizing that she had been too preoccupied to monitor Su Qingxue. After a long sigh, Su Qingyu lay down on the bed, finally able to rest after a chaotic day at work. Observing her fatigue, Jiang Shuo felt a pang of sympathy and decided to offer her a massage to help her relax. He placed his hands on her back, but Su Qingyu immediately turned around, glaring at him. "What are you doing? Remove your hands." Jiang Shuo chuckled in resignation. "I noticed how tired you are and wanted to give you a massage to help you unwind." "You can massage?" Su Qingyu eyed him suspiciously. "You aren't trying to take advantage of me, are you? I genuinely just want to help. You can give it a try, and if you feel uncomfortable, just push me away," Jiang Shuo replied. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qingyu agreed. "All right, but if you dare to touch anywhere inappropriate, you will be sleeping in the supply room from now on." With that, she lay back down. Jiang Shuo chuckled softly and began to massage Su Qingyu earnestly. His technique was undoubtedly world-class. Initially, Su Qingyu was somewhat guarded, but as he continued, she gradually relaxed, enveloped in a wave of comfort. "I never expected this guy to be so skilled at massages," Su Qingyu thought to herself. Before long, she succumbed to the soothing sensation and fell asleep. Jiang Shuo carefully positioned her on the bed, adoringly gazing at her before covering her with a blanket. After a moment's hesitation, He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. The following morning, Su Qingyu awoke feeling refreshed and at ease, unable to help but admire Jiang Shua's massage skills. She pondered how many more hidden talents he possessed. Had he revealed them earlier, he would not have been dismissed as a good-for-nothing. After breakfast, she set off for the company to resolve the supplier issue. Meanwhile, Jiang Shua tidied up the house before keeping a watchful eye on Su Qingxue. Once she left, he stealthily followed her. Before long, Su Qingxue arrived in an alley where several young men were smoking. Upon spotting her, they exchanged knowing smirks. Su Qingxue approached the group and offered a compliant smile to the young man in the center, saying, "Brother Quan, I have already given you the 10,000 yuan you requested. Can we consider our matter settled?" The man known as Quan smiled back at Su Qingxue. "Rest assured, I, Sun Quan, am a man of my word. Since you have provided the money, I will not pursue the incident at the bar any further. However, I do need you to agree to one last request. Once that is fulfilled, I promise I will never trouble you again." Su Qingxue's expression shifted to one of unease. "Brother Quan, we had an agreement. I would apologize with the 10,000 yuan, and you would let me go. Why is there another request now?" Sun Quan glared at her. "What? Do you think you can negotiate with me? You seem to have forgotten that my uncle is associated with Master Shen. Master Shen is the emperor of the underground world in Yunqing. If you do not comply, I will have my uncle ask Master Shen, and your family will have a hard time." Upon hearing Sun Quan's words, Su Qingxue's confidence faltered. She had heard of Master Shen's reputation and knew he was not someone to be trifled with. "Fine, but I must know what this last request is," Su Qingxue replied. Filled with regret, she recalled the night she went to the bar with friends, had too much to drink, and ended up insulting Sun Quan after he accidentally stepped on her foot. Little did she know that the bar belonged to Sun Quan's uncle, who was associated with Master Shen. After realizing his identity, she quickly apologized, but Sun Quan took advantage of the situation and demanded compensation of 10,000 yuan. Terrified of potential repercussions, she resorted to stealing Wei Shufin's money to pay him off. Sun Quan smiled at Su Qingxue and said, "Rest assured, it's merely a matter of accompanying my uncle for a drink. I assure you, nothing untoward will occur. Once we finish this drink, our matters will be settled." Su Qingxue thought that if it was only about drinking, it wasn't much of a concern. After considering it, she nodded in agreement. Jiang Shua, hiding nearby, overheard their conversation and began to piece together the predicament Su Qingxue found herself in. Understanding the situation, Jiang Shua shook his head helplessly, realizing that not only did Su Qingxue fail to exercise caution, leading to this trouble, but she was also quite easily deceived. Sun Quan clearly intended to ensure that Su Qingxue would not be let off after just a single drink. It was evident what could occur if a young girl were to be intoxicated by a group of men. Su Qingxue was truly naive. However, Jiang Shua did not plan to intervene just yet. If Su Qingxue did not learn to recognize the dangers, she would inevitably encounter similar situations in the future. Jiang Shua could not always be there to assist her. Thus, it was better for Su Qingxue to come to this realization herself before he acted. Moreover, Sun Quan's uncle was under the command of Master Shen, so Jiang Shua need not worry about any complications arising. After Su Qingxue agreed to Sun Quan, he and his companions took her to a nearby shopping mall. Throughout their time there, Sun Quan consistently made inappropriate advances towards Su Qingxue, who continuously evaded him, indicating that she still possessed some instinct for self-preservation. As night fell, Sun Quan and his friends led Su Qingxue to a bar near the mall. Jiang Shua followed them inside, observing their every move from a distance. Sun Quan guided Su Qingxue to a booth, and shortly after they sat down, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a bald head took a seat next to Su Qingxue. This man was none other than Sun Quan's uncle, Sun Ping. Sun Quan promptly introduced him with a smile. "This is my uncle." Upon seeing the bald, greasy man, Su Qingxue felt a wave of disgust, but did not dare voice her thoughts. She greeted him politely. "Hello, uncle." Sun Ping's gaze roamed over Su Qingxue, his smile broadening as he remarked, "This girl is quite lovely, so charming. If only her figure were to develop a bit more, she would be a true gem." "Sun Quan, you've done well today. From now on, you can drink whatever you like at my bar." Sun Quan responded with a grin. "Uncle, you underestimate me. I have never let you down." Sun Ping ignored Sun Quan and instead focused his attention on Su Qingxue, reaching out to grasp her hand. "My dear, you are truly captivating. We must have a few drinks tonight." Su Qingxue quickly withdrew her hand, saying, "Uncle, you jest. I actually cannot hold my liquor well." Sun Ping showed no sign of anger, instead wearing a teasing expression. "If you don't drink, how can you learn? Come now." He poured a large glass of alcohol for her. "Drink this. Consider it a favor to your uncle." Su Qingxue stared at the sizable glass, her eyes wide. If she were to down it, She feared she would collapse right there. Noticing her hesitation, Sun Quan shot her a warning glance. Remembering that Sun Ping was a subordinate of Master Shun, she understood the peril of defiance. Thus, she gritted her teeth and lifted the glass, swallowing its contents. The drink quickly left her feeling dazed and unstable. Sun Ping and Sun Quan exchanged lewd glances. At that moment, Jiang Shua, who had been observing from a distance, took out his phone and called Master Shen. Upon receiving Jiang Shua's call, Master Shen sounded excited, saying, "You finally decided to call me. Are you satisfied with my recent conduct?" Jiang Shua smiled and replied, "Quite satisfied. However, I must inquire about someone. The owner of Kiki Bar, surnamed Sun. Is he under your command?" After a moment of contemplation, Master Shen responded, "There is indeed a person named Sun Ping. He is related to Sun Bao. After Sun Bao submitted to me, he became mine as well. Why do you ask? Has this Sun Ping caused you trouble?" Jiang Shua chuckled. "I am currently at Kiki Bar, and it seems he intends to make advances on my sister-in-law. Could you bring some people over?" Master Shen's tone grew serious. "He truly has gone too far, daring to target your sister-in-law. Wait a moment. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 77. He was not wrong in roughly half an hour. Su Qingxue found herself intoxicated to the point of near unconsciousness, relying on instinct to fend off the drink Sun Ping was offering. With a cold smirk, Sun Ping began pouring alcohol directly into her mouth. "I can't take any more. I need to go home," Su Qingxue mumbled hazily. Sun Ping chuckled. "You're in no position to go home looking like that. I've prepared a room for you with a grand bed. Tonight, we shall indulge ourselves." With that, he reached for Su Qingxue's arm. Though she resisted, her strength had waned, leaving her unable to fight back. Sun Quan stood up, grinning at Su Qingxue. "If you take good care of my uncle tonight, we can consider our matters settled. You must obey him, preferably even be proactive." As Sun Ping attempted to lead Su Qingxue away, a hand landed firmly on his shoulder. "Release her." Sun Ping turned to see a young man standing behind him. "Who are you? Get your hands off me. Don't interfere with my business." Sun Ping barked at Jiang Shua. "I am her brother-in-law. Is it appropriate for you to be forcing drinks on a young girl?" Jiang Shua replied coldly. Sun Ping was taken aback, not expecting this person to be her brother-in-law, and released Su Qingxue's arm, turning to face him. Sun Quan was equally surprised by this unexpected interruption, particularly learning that this was Su Qingxue's brother-in-law. Having previously investigated Su Qingxue's family background, he knew this brother-in-law to be the notorious good-for-nothing from Yun City. "You are Jiang Shua?" Sun Quan inquired. Jiang Shua nodded. Sun Quan scoffed. "A spineless wretch dares to meddle in my uncle's affairs. You should take your leave and pretend you didn't see anything today. Su Qingxue is already drunk and won't remember you were here." Jiang Shua smirked. "She is my sister-in-law. How can I stand by and watch her suffer?" Sun Quan, growing impatient, retorted, "What is it to you? You are just a useless person. Do you think you can just take her from my uncle? I'll tell you this. If you know what is good for you, you'll leave. My uncle is Master Shen's man. If you provoke him, you won't have a pleasant outcome." Jiang Shua shrugged, saying, "And what of Master Shen? I would give him 10 times the courage. And he still wouldn't dare to act against me." Sun Ping glared at Jiang Shua, anger boiling over. "What are you? How dare you speak of Master Shen in such a manner? In his presence, you are nothing." Jiang Shua turned his attention to Sun Ping, stating, "I have already called Master Shen, and he will be here shortly. You can ask him how I am regarded in his eyes." Sun Quan, realizing Jiang Shua was not backing down, sighed in exasperation and said to Sun Ping, "Uncle, this guy is just a good-for-nothing, living off others. We need not be polite. Let us just deal with him." Sun Ping's gaze revealed a hint of ruthlessness as he addressed Jiang Shua. "Kneel before me now and vow not to disclose today's events, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivilized." Jiang Shua chuckled softly, retorting, "Are you not afraid of the repercussions from Master Shen?" Infuriated, Sun Ping snapped, "How dare you mention Master Shen? You truly ask for a beating." He immediately shouted, "Bring him to me and give him a good thrashing." Several men advanced towards Jiang Shua, ready to strike. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the bar as a path cleared, and a large group of people approached Jiang Shua with an intimidating presence. The crowd gasped upon recognizing the newcomers. "Heavens, it's Master Shen. He actually came here. Is that really Master Shen? How imposing he is. What brings him here?" Master Shen was now the underground emperor of Yun City. Who would dare provoke him? Sun Ping and Sun Quan turned towards the source of the disturbance, and to their astonishment, it was indeed Master Shen accompanied by a throng of followers. Sun Ping's expression shifted drastically as he glanced at Jiang Shua, wondering if Master Shen had come at his behest. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Jiang Shua was merely a worthless individual who could not possibly have Master Shen's contact information. It must be a coincidence. Master Shun was likely just passing through. Regaining his composure, Sun Ping hurried towards Master Shun, plastering a smile on his face. Sun Quan, sensing the shift, followed suit and shot a glance at Jiang Shuo, sneering. You're finished. Master Shin is really here. If I tell him what you just said, he won't let you off. Master Shin, why didn't you announce your arrival? I would have been honored to welcome you. It is truly a privilege for my bar to host you. Sun Ping flattered Master Shun with a sycophantic smile. Master Shin regarded him with a cold glance and snorted, remaining silent. An unsettling premonition surged within Sun Ping. Eager to impress Master Shun, Sun Quan quickly interjected, Master, there's a person here who disrespects you, claiming that even with 10 lives, you wouldn't dare to act against him. We were just about to deal with this scoundrel on your behalf. The crowd was taken aback by his words. Who would dare speak such insolence to Master Shun? Oh, who is this person? Master Shin inquired, casting a look at Sun Quan. Realizing Master Shin's irritation, Sun Quan felt exhilarated, certain that Jiang Shuo, the worthless one, would have no chance of escape. With childlike eagerness, he pointed towards Jiang Shuo, exclaiming, It's him. This fellow is despised by all, yet he dares to speak against you. Master, how audacious. Master Shin looked in the direction Sun Quan indicated, spotting Jiang Shuo's mocking expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. You are correct. Not only would I not dare to act against him with 10 lives, but with 100, I would still not dare. Master Shin's tone was dismissive. And you dare call him worthless? Bring him here. Slap him. The crowd fell silent, stunned by Master Shin's command. Several individuals following him swiftly approached Sun Quan. Seizing his arms, one of them stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap across his face. The resounding sound echoed throughout the bar, causing everyone to wince in sympathy. Sun Quan never anticipated such a reaction from Master Shin. He thought he was currying favor, but instead had stepped into a trap. Sun Ping stood frozen, aghast at the sight of Sun Quan being slapped, unsure of how to respond, merely watching helplessly. In mere moments, Sun Quan's face swelled from the blows, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, leaving him dazed. Unable to bear it any longer, Sun Ping mustered the courage to approach Master Shun, stammering, Master, there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps you have mistaken this boy. He is indeed the infamous worthless one of Yun City. Even the vegetable vendors know of him. Why fear such a person? Master Shun turned to Sun Ping, then raised his hand to deliver a sharp slap to his face, coldly stating, What? Must I seek your counsel on how to conduct my affairs? Sun Ping was instantly alarmed, hastily responding, I wouldn't dare, Master. I was wrong. I shall not speak out of turn again. Master Shin ignored him and turned his attention back to Jiang Shuo, inquiring with a smile, Are you all right, boss? Since Qin, who frequently referred to Jiang Shuo as boss, he followed suit. The crowd was left in shock. The newly emerged underground emperor of Yun City was addressing a worthless individual as boss, completely shattering their previous perceptions. This could only imply one thing. Jiang Shuo was not the ineffectual person they had been led to believe. The notorious figure in Yun City likely held significant influence. It was at this moment that Sun Ping realized Jiang Shuo was far more complex than he had assumed, but it was too late for him to act. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. I am indeed fine, but had I not come today, my sister-in-law would have fallen victim to his treachery. Jiang Shuo replied indifferently. An embarrassed expression crossed Master Shin's face as he remarked, This individual was previously under Sun Bao's command, and I was unaware of his character. Had I known, I would have dealt with him earlier. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. With that, his expression darkened as he turned his gaze towards Sun Ping, delivering a swift kick to his side. You have truly overstepped. How dare you covet my elder sister-in-law? Do you seek to hasten your demise? Sun Ping collapsed to the ground, pleading, Master, I truly knew nothing of this. It was my nephew's doing. He told me there was a beautiful girl for me to enjoy, and in my moment of folly, I followed his advice. At this point, he could no longer afford to consider his familial relationship with Sun Quan. Sun Quan, having regained some composure, was furious to hear Sun Ping betray him. Uncle, I informed you of her situation. You insisted I bring her here. How did this suddenly become my doing? Sun Ping glared at him, chastising. Had you not insisted on causing trouble for that girl, none of this would have transpired. I am your uncle. When did it become your place to lecture me? With that, he slapped Sun Quan across the face. Sun Quan, enraged, retaliated without regard for their relationship, kicking back in anger. I do not need an uncle like you. You expect me to take the blame for your mistakes. Do you have any shame? Master Shin interjected with a cold snort. Enough. Both men fell silent immediately. Neither of you can evade responsibility in this matter. My elder sister-in-law is not someone you may covet without consequence. Master Shin declared coldly. Today, I shall sever one hand from each of you to teach you a lesson. Should this happen again, It will not merely be a matter of severing hands. Sun Ping and Sun Quan gasped in horror, shocked that Master Shen would go so far as to threaten them with amputation. Their eyes met in mutual dread, and they both instinctively knelt before him. Master, I truly understand my mistake. Please spare me. I do not wish to be crippled. Sun Ping's face was filled with desperation. Third Master, I swear I won't dare again. I bow to you. I'm only in my 20s and don't want to end up disabled. My life will be ruined. Sun Quan broke down in tears. Shen San, a man known for his decisiveness, was not swayed by their pleas. He commanded his subordinates, do it. Without hesitation. His men restrained Sun Ping and Sun Quan, swiftly breaking one of each of their arms. Their anguished screams echoed throughout the bar, showcasing Shen San's formidable nature. Simultaneously, a sense of reverence began to grow in the hearts of the onlookers towards Jiang Shua. The fact that such a powerful figure as Shen San showed deference to Jiang Shua spoke volumes about Jiang Shua's terrifying reputation. After the punishment was meted out, Shen San turned to Jiang Shua and inquired, Boss, are you satisfied with this outcome? Jiang Shua nodded, gesturing towards Sun Quan, stating, he took 10,000 yuan from my sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan, gritting through the pain, hurriedly retrieved the money and handed it to Jiang Shua. Brother, I promise I won't dare again. Here is the money back. If you seek further compensation, I can go to the bank right now. Please, don't break my hand again. At this moment, genuine fear washed over Sun Quan, who no longer dared to act defiantly in front of Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua accepted the 10,000 yuan and glanced at Su Qingxue, who was seated in a booth, dazed and oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. He said to Shen San, get her some hangover medicine. Shen San nodded and sent his men out to procure the remedy. After administering the medicine to Su Qingxue, she gradually regained her senses. Rubbing her head, she looked around and was startled to see Sun Quan and Sun Ping kneeling on the floor. Their faces contorted in pain as if their arms were broken. Upon spotting Jiang Shua across from her, her eyes widened in shock. Jiang Shua, did you do this? Are you out of your mind? They are Shen San's subordinates. Do you really think Shen San will let us off the hook for this? Jiang Shua smiled at her and replied, Shen San is right here. Why not ask him? Chapter 79. Because I am truly his boss, Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Then furrowed her brows and exclaimed, do you think this is a time for jokes? Jiang Shua shrugged and said, I'm not joking. Her frustration mounted, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. At that moment, Shen San chuckled and remarked, he's not joking. I am responsible for their current state. They had inappropriate thoughts about you and naturally had to face consequences. Su Qingxue turned to Shen San, her expression one of confusion. Who are you? Shen San paused, then smiled and replied, I am the Shen San you speak of. Su Qingxue's eyes widened as memories of a photograph her classmate had shared of Shen San flooded her mind. He looked exactly like the man before her. A wave of unease washed over her. How could Shen San be here? Her heart raced with fear. With Shen San present, she was certain her fate was sealed. This was undoubtedly Jiang Shua's doing. Swallowing hard, she stammered at Shen San, I was drunk earlier and don't know what happened. This was all Jiang Shua's idea. It has nothing to do with me. I apologize to you and your subordinates. Please, spare me. Let Jiang Shua bear the consequences alone. Jiang Shua felt a twinge of resignation at Su Qingxue's immediate betrayal as she regained her composure. Shen San stared at Su Qingxue, bewildered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Sun Quan and Sun Ping crawled towards Su Qingxue, bowing deeply. Su Qingxue, this is all my fault. I should be the one apologizing. I shouldn't have troubled you for stepping on my foot, nor should I have involved my uncle. I had no idea your brother-in-law was such a formidable person. Please, have mercy and let him spare us, Sun Quan pleaded. Sun Ping chimed in. Yes, little girl, I bow to you. From now on, you are my revered ancestor. I promise I will never have inappropriate thoughts about you again. Please, let your brother-in-law forgive us. Su Qingxue was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Shen San chuckled. You misunderstand your brother-in-law. If it weren't for him, you might have been taken advantage of by these two scoundrels. Staring blankly at Jiang Shua, she couldn't fathom how he had managed to teach a lesson to Sun Ping and Sun Quan while earning Shen San's respect. Was she still drunk? Was this all a dream? In disbelief, she pinched her cheek, feeling the pain confirm her reality. Seeing Sun Quan and Sun Ping apologize to her, Shen San deemed his task complete. He flashed a smile at Jiang Shua and said, Boss, the issue has been resolved. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Jiang Shua nodded, and Shen San departed with his entourage. Su Qingxue felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her. She could hardly believe her ears. Did she just hear Shen San refer to this so-called waste as boss? Coupled with Sun Quan and Sun Ping's words, she began to suspect that Jiang Shua was not as simple as she had thought. Jiang Shua glanced at the kneeling Sun Quan and Sun Ping, commanding, "You two should leave as well. Remember this lesson." "Yes, we will certainly remember," they both quickly replied, scrambling to their feet and rushing out to seek medical attention. Jiang Shua then stood up, looked at Su Qingxue, and smiled. "Stop dawdling. Let us go home." Still reeling from Shun Sen's address of Jiang Shua, Su Qingxue asked, "Why did Shen Sen call you boss?" Jiang Shua shot her a teasing smile. "What do you think?" Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. "Stop playing games and tell me." Jiang Shua chose not to answer and walked toward the bar exit. "Hurry up. If we return late, Mom will be furious." "Oh, and don't forget to take the 10,000 yuan on the table. It's what Sun Quan returned." Seeing the money, Su Qingxue felt a surge of embarrassment. It seemed Jiang Shua was aware that she had stolen it. She picked up the money and quickly followed him out of the bar. On the way home, Jiang Shua glanced at Su Qingxue and said, "Once we're back, confess to Mom about the stolen money. I want to tell her what you intended to do with the 10,000. Su Qingxue instinctively retorted, "Why should I listen to you? If you don't, I will reveal everything that happened today." "How do you think she will react when she finds out?" Jiang Shua countered. Su Qingxue immediately felt intimidated. After all, she had narrowly escaped being drunkenly assaulted today. If Wei Shufan found out, she would surely break her legs. She realized that without Jiang Shua, she would have been doomed. Though she often detested him and looked down upon him, this incident had significantly altered her perception, even if she didn't express it verbally. Her attitude toward Jiang Shua had begun to shift subtly. "If you wish for me to be candid with Mother, then you must first enlighten me as to why Shen San refers to you as boss," Su Qingxue began. Jiang Shua cast her a glance before replying, "Because I truly am his boss." In the past, had he made such a claim, she would have dismissed it as mere bravado. Yet, under the current circumstances, his words carried a weight that compelled her to believe. The reality she had witnessed rendered any skepticism futile. She recalled the previous encounter at the KTV, where Jiang Shua had come to her rescue, and the man had bowed and scraped before him. Jiang Shua had claimed it was a matter of conscience, but upon reflection, that seemed somewhat far-fetched. However, if Jiang Shua indeed possessed significant influence, everything would suddenly make sense. With a complex expression, she scrutinized Jiang Shua, pondering whether he was indeed more than he appeared. At that moment, Jiang Shua halted, turned to Su Qingxue, and warned, "Furthermore, the matters between Shen San and me are not to be disclosed to Mother or your sister. Otherwise, I shall have Shen San come to find you personally. Do you understand?" For reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Qingxue felt a flicker of trepidation in Jiang Shua's presence. Instinctively, she nodded, refraining from any hint of dissent. "Understood." Chapter 80. Acquiring them upon returning home, Su Qingxue indeed followed Jiang Shua's counsel and approached Wei Shufan. Before revealing the truth, she shot a resentful glance at Jiang Shua, her expression one of utmost grievance. "Mother, here is the 10,000 yuan you lost, returned to you," Su Qingxue stated. Wei Shufan was taken aback and replied, "Wasn't this money taken by your sister?" In truth, her sister had lied, fearing it would distress you. "I took the money," Su Qingxue confessed, lowering her head. "I was momentarily blinded by greed, wishing to purchase some cosmetics. I even wrongfully accused my brother-in-law, attempting to shift the blame onto him. Now, I want to clarify that this money has nothing to do with him. It is because of him that I have come to my senses. Mother, you must forgive me." Su Qingxue crafted an earnest rationale. Unbeknownst to her, her address for Jiang Shua had shifted from waist to brother-in-law. Wei Shufan regarded Su Qingxue intently before her gaze shifted to Jiang Shua. "Did this good-for-nothing threaten you? Did he steal this money and coerce you into taking the blame?" She demanded. "Daughter, speak the truth. I will advocate for you. This scoundrel would not dare to harm you." Both Su Qingxue and Jiang Shua were taken aback by Wei Shufan's unexpected reaction. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shua, feeling an inexplicable urge to laugh. Jiang Shua, on the other hand, wore a look of resignation. Wei Shufan's bias against him was indeed outrageous, considering that Su Qingxue's admission was interpreted as coercion. "No, Mother. It was truly I who took it. I was afraid you would scold me, so I claimed it was my brother-in-law's doing," Su Qingxue explained again. Wei Shufan, her face marked with skepticism, scrutinized Jiang Shua once more before stating, "As long as there was no coercion, it is merely a matter of wanting to buy cosmetics. Next time, just inform me, and given your admission, I shall not punish you this time." A radiant smile spread across Su Qingxue's face as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mother. Furthermore, do not refer to this good-for-nothing as brother-in-law. He is unworthy. If the opportunity arises, I shall still seek a suitable match for your sister. Once your sister remarries, you may call him brother-in-law then," Wei Shufan added. Su Qingxue was momentarily stunned, having failed to realize she had called Jiang Shuo brother-in-law. She glanced at Jiang Shuo, an indescribable emotion swelling within her, and then, with a haughty huff directed at him, retreated to her room. The following day, Su Shuiyu awoke with a heavy heart. After returning home the previous night, she had gone straight to bed without exchanging many words with Jiang Shuo. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Shuo inquired, "Is the issue at the company insurmountable?" Su Shuiyu nodded, saying, "I have uncovered the reason behind the supplier shortages. It is Boss Zhao of Qianku Real Estate who is meddling. He has monopolized the entire material supply in Yun City, effectively stalling our Lishui Bay project." Boss Zhao? The name struck a familiar chord with Jiang Shuo, as he seemed to recall having heard it from Su Jieli. "Is it the mischief of Su Jieli and Su Jiaming?" he asked. Su Shuiyu sighed. "It remains uncertain, but apart from them, it could only be them. Yet, I lack concrete evidence. Thus, even reporting to grandmother would bear no fruit, and they might even retaliate. Today, grandmother has summoned me for a meeting, so she is likely already aware of the matter. I wonder how Su Jieli and Su Jiaming plan to complicate things for me." Upon hearing Su Shuiyu's words, Jiang Shuo smiled and reassured her, "Do not fret. No matter what demands grandmother makes, simply acquiesce. As for the supplier issue, I shall assist you." Su Shuiyu's eyes widened in surprise. Though Qianku Real Estate may not rival Tunglong Group in scale, it stands as one of the most formidable enterprises in Yun City. They have been in competition with Tunglong Group for years. While you may know individuals within Tunglong Group, how do you intend to intervene in Qianku Real Estate's affairs? Jiang Shuo chuckled. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Simply follow my instructions." Given Jiang Shuo's previous performance, Su Shuiyu held a deep-seated trust in him. Since he had made such a claim, she believed he must have a solution. Thus, she nodded in agreement, tidied herself, and after breakfast, set off for the Su family villa. After completing his household chores, Jiang Shuo promptly dialed Fang Hong's number. "Do you have any information on Qianku Real Estate? What sort of person is their boss, Zhao Cheng?" "Please hold, Chairman. I will investigate immediately," Fang Hong replied. Shortly thereafter, Fang Hong gathered the relevant information regarding Qianku Real Estate. "Chairman, this company is a local enterprise in Yun City, ranking among the top in the real estate sector. We have had some competition with them, but since real estate is merely a branch of our holdings, we have not engaged in serious conflict, leading to their disdain for us. Moreover, being a local business, they are somewhat of a local tyrant, and we have not deemed it necessary to expend too much effort on them. As for their boss, Zhao Cheng, he is quite the opportunist. The growth of Qianku Real Estate over the years is partly due to his unscrupulous tactics. If we were to investigate, we could indeed uncover some unsavory dealings of his. Chairman, may I inquire why you suddenly take an interest in Qianku Real Estate? Are you planning to confront them?" Jiang Shuo chuckled. "Their boss has recently meddled in the Lishui Bay project, causing supply shortages and halting the project temporarily." Fang Hong appeared somewhat astonished. "This Zhao Cheng truly does not regard us highly, daring to interfere with the Lishui Bay project. Rest assured, I shall notify the team responsible for Lishui Bay to teach Qianku Real Estate a lesson. If we do not take some measures, Zhao Cheng might genuinely believe Tunglong Group cannot handle him." Jiang Shuo smiled. "There is no need for that. I have a favorable outlook on the real estate industry." Fang Hong paused, inquiring, "Then how does the chairman intend to handle this situation?" Jiang Shuo hesitated for a moment, his smile gradually adopting a sardonic edge. "Qianku Real Estate has been acquired." Chapter 81. Acquiring a company for amusement. Fang Hong, upon hearing Jiang Shuo's words, displayed a hint of astonishment, but he quickly responded, "The chairman's idea is quite commendable. Although Qianku Real Estate is our competitor, their growth prospects are promising. Acquiring them would indeed be the most prudent course of action. However, the group has already allocated most of its funds to ongoing projects, so it may take some time to gather the necessary capital for the acquisition." Jiang Shuo inquired directly, "What is Qianku Real Estate's current market value?" "Approximately 1 billion, Fang Hong explained. "Zhao Cheng holds 60% of the company's shares, but liquidating such a large stake is quite challenging. No matter how high the market valuation, if it does not reach our hands, it remains merely theoretical. Therefore, if someone were to offer 600 million for Zhao Cheng's shares, he would undoubtedly agree without hesitation." Jiang Shuo chuckled. "I will handle the financial aspects. You should negotiate with Zhao Cheng directly. If he consents, give me a call, and I will arrange the funds." Fang Hong was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom Jiang Shuo's nonchalance regarding the 600 million cash flow. Even for Tunglong Group, it would be somewhat challenging to procure such an amount in a short span. It seemed that Jiang Shuo was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. "Very well, Chairman. I will contact Zhao Cheng immediately and inform you as soon as I have news." Without further ado, Fang Hong set off to discuss the acquisition with Zhao Cheng. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shua smiled, contemplating the remaining funds in his account, which exceeded 90 billion. He had been pondering how to allocate them, and now with this opportunity at hand, he decided to acquire a company for amusement. He was curious to see what means Su Jiaming and Su Jili would employ against Su Qingyu once Qianku Real Estate became his asset. Su Family Villa. At this moment, Su Qingyu stood with her head bowed before the matriarch, while Su Jiaming and Su Jili gazed at her with mocking expressions, surrounded by other relatives of the Su family who were eager to witness the spectacle. The matriarch's countenance darkened as she forcefully struck the ground with her cane. I entrusted you with the critically important Lishui Bay project to provide you with an opportunity to prove your capabilities, as it is also vital for our family's rise. And how have you repaid me? The project has barely commenced, yet you have already halted it. Do you realize the magnitude of the loss this incurs for our family? Su Qingyu hastily replied, Grandmother, I admit to my oversight in this matter, but I will swiftly ascertain the reasons and strive to minimize the losses. Su Jili interjected with a derisive laugh. Su Qingyu, spare us your feeble attempts to deceive Grandmother. If you were truly capable of uncovering the reasons, this situation would not have arisen in the first place. This is fundamentally a reflection of your inadequacy. Su Jiaming chimed in, Indeed, Grandmother. I previously asserted that Su Qingyu is utterly unfit for the role of project leader for Lishui Bay. Look at the irony. She has only been in charge for a few days, and the project is already halted. Fury flashed across Su Qingyu's face as she glared at Su Jiaming. You two should refrain from reveling in my misfortune. Can you honestly distance yourselves from this project halt? Upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, Su Jili immediately turned to the matriarch. Grandmother, see how swiftly Su Qingyu attempts to shift the blame onto us. She is the project leader. How can she implicate us in this? It seems she is desperate and will accuse anyone she can. Su Jiaming smirked. Exactly. We have had no involvement in the project. How can it be our responsibility? Su Qingyu gritted her teeth in frustration, knowing full well that Su Jiaming and Su Jili were behind the turmoil, yet lacking any evidence to confront them directly. The matriarch's gaze towards Su Qingyu grew increasingly stern as she coldly remarked, in times of trouble, reflect upon your own shortcomings instead of blaming others. You have truly disappointed me this time. Su Qingyu sighed and replied, Grandmother, I understand. But rest assured, I will resolve this matter promptly. Su Jiaming scoffed, by the time you resolve this issue, the Su family may very well be in ruins. He then turned to the matriarch, stating, Grandmother, I have already begun my investigation into this incident. The project was halted due to suppliers ceasing their material deliveries, and most of these suppliers have strong ties with Qianku Real Estate. I have inquired, and it appears that Boss Zhao's actions stem from Su Qingyu having offended him. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered this so-called Boss Zhao. How could she have possibly offended him? The extent of Su Jiaming's fabrications was astonishing. The matriarch shot a sharp glare at Su Qingyu, evidently convinced by Su Jiaming's claims. However, you need not worry, Grandmother. I am acquainted with this Boss Zhao. I will seek him out and plead for leniency, asking him to refrain from making things difficult for our family. The project can then proceed as planned, Su Jiaming continued. The matriarch nodded. Indeed, you are the most reassuring presence. I should never have entrusted Su Qingyu with this project. The Su family members unanimously praised Su Jiaming, asserting that he was the one truly fit for leadership. Indeed, this project has been stalled for nearly 3 days, and Su Qingyu has yet to identify the issue, while Jiaming has pinpointed the cause and proposed a solution. Clearly, he should be the one in charge. I believe Su Qingyu's position should be revoked. She is unworthy of even the general manager role, as she only brings disgrace to the Su family. Upon hearing these words, the matriarch cleared her throat and declared, Jiaming, proceed with this matter. If you successfully resolve the issue, you shall assume the role of project leader for Lishui Bay. I will communicate with Tung Long Group to ensure they do not appoint someone lacking in capability. Su Jiaming beamed with joy, responding to the matriarch, Grandmother, rest assured. I will see this through. He then cast a triumphant glance at Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu wished to retort, but the matriarch had already stood up, clearly disinterested in hearing more from her. Su Jiaming approached Su Qingyu with a smirk. Su Qingyu, you are no match for me. Just wait for your dismissal. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo received a phone call from Feng Hong at home. Chairman, Zhao Cheng has agreed to the acquisition and wishes to meet with you. Chapter 82. From now on, I am your dog at the Chunfeng restaurant. In a private room, Feng Hong sat across from a rotund man with a jovial demeanor, Zhao Cheng, the owner of Qianku Real Estate. Zhao Cheng was grinning as he admired the lavish decor of the exclusive room, and with a playful tone, he remarked, Manager Feng, your chairman is truly remarkable. He has managed to secure a private room at Chunfeng restaurant. I've dined here for years, yet I've never received such treatment. Fang Hong shot him a glance, replying coolly, "Our chairman is not someone of your caliber. His esteemed status naturally garners the best of accommodations wherever he goes." Zhao Cheng smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. After all, Fang Hong's words were not mere boasting. The Tunglong Group's enterprises spanned the entire Jiangbei region, while their Qianku real estate was merely one of Yun Cheng's property developers, making any comparison between the two utterly futile. Indeed, the comparison was laughable. Your chairman is from a grand lineage, requiring a 10 million membership just to dine, a standard I may never achieve in my lifetime. Zhao Cheng remarked with a hint of envy. Fang Hong merely curled his lips, saying nothing, patiently awaiting Jiang Shua's arrival. After he had called Jiang Shua, the latter instructed him to bring Zhao Cheng to the Chunfeng restaurant, where Fang Hong discovered that Jiang Shua had actually purchased a 10 million membership. When the waiter mentioned this, he was taken aback, but upon reflection, considering that Jiang Shua could readily produce 600 million in cash to acquire Qianku real estate, 10 million was indeed insignificant to him. He couldn't help but marvel at his chairman's understated nature. Despite often dressing in humble attire, eschewing cars, and sometimes opting for shared bicycles, to the casual observer, he appeared to be an unremarkable young man. Yet, who would have thought he could casually spend 10 million on a meal? Such feats could only be accomplished by a truly low-key mogul like Jiang Shua. Fang Hong increasingly felt that his chairman was an enigma, and he was more convinced than ever that as long as he followed Jiang Shua faithfully, he would inevitably reap unimaginable rewards. Zhao Cheng was also curious about the chairman of Tunglong Group. He had heard rumors of a new chairman, but had yet to discern who it was. With the opportunity to meet him today, he was naturally filled with anticipation. Before long, the door to the private room opened, and an ordinary figure stepped inside. Zhao Cheng immediately rose to show respect. However, upon seeing the newcomer, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Wasn't this the useless son-in-law of the Su family? Recently, Su Jilly had been trying to curry favor with him, complying with his every whim, all to deal with this ineffectual son-in-law. What was he doing here? Just as Zhao Cheng was filled with confusion, Fang Hong stood up and respectfully greeted Jiang Shua, saying, "Chairman, you have arrived." Jiang Shua nodded in acknowledgement and took a seat at the table, smiling at Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng, his face a mask of surprise, exclaimed, "Did you just call him chairman? Are you joking? This guy is the useless son-in-law of the Su family. Surely you must be mistaken?" Fang Hong shot him a cold glance and replied, "You would do well to watch your tongue. This gentleman is indeed our chairman. The negative reputation surrounding him is merely a misunderstanding from the outside world." Though Zhao Cheng still found it hard to believe. With the general manager of Tunglong Group confirming it, the matter seemed settled, for Fang Hong had no reason to deceive him. Jiang Shua smiled at Zhao Cheng and said, "Boss Zhao, it is an honor to finally meet you." Zhao Cheng swallowed hard and asked, "You are really the chairman of Tunglong Group?" "Without a doubt." Jiang Shua replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Zhao Cheng inquired, "Do you truly wish to acquire my shares? They are worth 600 million. Can you actually afford it?" Without hesitation, Jiang Shua clapped his hands, and a man in a suit entered the private room. None other than the bank manager Jiang Shua had previously met. As the owner of Qianku Real Estate, Zhao Cheng recognized this manager and exclaimed in surprise, "Manager Zhang, what brings you here?" Manager Zhang smiled and replied, "Mr. Zhang is likely to finalize a significant deal today, and I am here to assist with the transfer." Hearing this, Zhao Cheng was thoroughly convinced of Jiang Shua's capabilities, realizing he could indeed produce 600 million. Otherwise, Manager Zhang would not have accompanied him. With a serious expression, Zhao Cheng turned to Jiang Shua, having completely forgotten the latter's previous reputation as a useless son-in-law. The man before him was the chairman of Tunglong Group, a top figure in Yuncheng. As for why he had been labeled a useless son-in-law, Zhao Cheng began to suspect that it was merely a ploy by influential figures. There must be a reason behind it. Although Qianku Real Estate had previously competed with Tunglong Group, it was all in the name of profit. Now that Jiang Shua sought to acquire his shares, Zhao Cheng treated him as a benefactor. "Chairman Jiang, you are truly a young talent. It is enviable that you have reached such heights at such a young age." Zhao Cheng flattered. Jiang Shua waved his hand, saying, "I won't waste time with pleasantries. You must understand the difficulty of liquidating shares. Although your shares are valued at 600 million, unloading them all at once is nearly impossible. However, I am offering you this opportunity. If you sign this share transfer agreement, I will transfer 600 million to you immediately." Manager Zhang placed a share transfer agreement before Zhao Cheng. After glancing at the document, Zhao Cheng asked, "Chairman Jiang, may I inquire why you are so eager to acquire my shares?" Jiang Shua did not conceal his intentions, stating, "Due to the recent situation with Li Shui Bei, I initially considered eliminating you. However, that would be wasteful, Acquiring your shares is a more advantageous approach. Zhao Cheng was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Shua's intent to purchase his shares stemmed solely from the Lishui Bay matter. Before signing the agreement, I need you to clarify, was the Lishui Bay project initiated by Su Jiaying and Su Jieli? Jiang Shua fixed his gaze on Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng understood well where his loyalties should lie at this moment, now that he comprehended Jiang Shua's true identity. Su Jiaying and Su Jieli appeared to him as nothing more than nuisances. He smiled at Jiang Shua and replied, Chairman Jiang, you are indeed insightful. They were the ones who approached me. Jiang Shua maintained a calm demeanor and stated, I have but one condition for acquiring your shares, after the contract is signed. You may continue as the president of Qianku Real Estate, but all decisions must align with my directives. If you agree to this, you may sign the contract now. Zhao Cheng contemplated the pros and cons for a moment. Supporting Su Jieli would yield him only her physical affection, whereas aiding Jiang Shua would grant him 600 million in cash. The choice was glaringly obvious. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Cheng picked up the pen on the table and declared, Very well, I agree. From this day forth, I, Zhao Cheng, shall be a loyal subordinate of Jiang Shua. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall bite. Chapter 83. The first villa that evening, at home, Jiang Shua was filled with joy as he set the dinner table, eagerly awaiting Su Qingyu's return. Having successfully acquired Qianku Real Estate, with Zhao Cheng pledging his unwavering loyalty to work for Jiang Shua, the troubles concerning Lishui Bay seemed resolved. Now, he simply awaited Su Qingyu's return to share this delightful news. Of course, this matter was far from concluded. Su Jiaying and Su Jieli had yet to face their due consequences, and Jiang Shua would not allow the situation to end without resolution. He had already instructed Zhao Cheng on the necessary actions, and now he could only wait to witness the unfolding of Su Jiaying and Su Jieli's downfall. At that moment, Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue sat on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. The show was showcasing a newly constructed luxury villa in the heart of Yuncheng. Today, the prestigious Qianku Real Estate, a leader in the local property market, completed the development of the Yunhu Villa community, which emphasizes a high-quality living environment. Wei Shufan watched the introduction of the Yunhu Villa community with sparkling eyes, her face filled with envy. At this moment, the television screen displayed Villa No. 1 of the Yunhu Villa community, the pinnacle of luxury within the entire complex, boasting the highest specifications, the finest environment, and the most comprehensive amenities. It undeniably qualifies as the foremost mansion in Yun City. When will I ever get to reside in that Villa number 1? Even if it's just for a day or two, I would feel that my life has been worthwhile, Wei Shufan murmured to herself. Immediately, Su Qingxue chuckled and replied, Mom, you should stop dreaming. Villa number 1 was constructed to the utmost standards of Yun City. I estimate it would take at least 100 million to acquire it. Such a residence is beyond our reach. A hint of disappointment crossed Wei Shufan's face as she responded, You're right, for a family like ours. All we can do is dream. She then turned to glare at Jiang Shua, scolding, But our current hardships stem from this useless man. If your sister hadn't married him, perhaps we would have had a chance to live in Villa number 1. Su Qingxue glanced at Jiang Shua, initially wanting to agree but hesitating due to recent events, ultimately choosing silence. Jiang Shua felt helpless, realizing that even watching the news could lead to him being blamed, a testament to how much Wei Shufan despised him. Just then, Jiang Shua received a text message from Zhao Cheng. Boss, the Yunhu Villa community has been completed. I've transferred ownership of the best Villa number 1 to your name. The final touches on the interior are underway, and once they are finished, you can move in. Upon reading the message, Jiang Shua smiled. Thinking how adept Zhao Cheng was at flattery, he had only agreed to follow Jiang Shua that day. And now a villa was being gifted to him. He glanced over at Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue, grinning, Mom, I can actually arrange for you both to live in Villa number 1. Wei Shufan immediately scoffed. Look at you, bragging again. What has gotten into you lately? If you keep this up, you might just float away. Jiang Shua maintained a serious demeanor, stating, Mom, I'm speaking the truth. Wei Shufan shot him a disbelieving look, retorting, What truth? Did you not hear what Qingxue said? Villa number 1 costs at least 100 million. As someone who lives off others, where would you find such money? Are you planning to take it from Qingxue? Feeling resigned, Jiang Shua decided it was pointless to argue further. Although Su Qingxue's attitude towards him had softened, she too doubted his ability to afford a villa worth 100 million. Just because he had a good relationship with Master Shun did not equate to wealth, especially since Jiang Shua had been relying on Su Qingxue's finances for the past 3 years. Before long, Su Qingxue returned home from work. Her expression dark and her demeanor subdued, a hint of weariness etched on her brow. Noticing her distress, Jiang Shua inquired, how did things go with Li Shuai-bei? Su Qingxue sat at the dining table without answering. Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue quickly joined her, eager to uncover the cause of her gloom. Dear daughter, what's wrong? You seem so downcast, Wei Shufan asked with concern. Su Qingxue looked up at the three of them and confessed, I might be dismissed from my position. Both Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue were taken aback, visibly startled by her revelation. Qingxue, please don't jest with us. You've only just started. How could you be dismissed so soon? Wei Shufan exclaimed anxiously. The entire family relied on Su Qingxue, and her career had just begun to flourish. If she were to be dismissed so quickly, they would revert to a life of hardship. Su Qingxue rubbed her forehead and explained, I'm not joking. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli's scheme has succeeded. Grandma no longer trusts me. She then recounted the events that transpired at the Su family villa that day. Wei Shufan, upon hearing this, became furious, exclaiming, those two little rascals. They resorted to such underhanded tactics against us. They simply cannot stand to see our family thrive. Su Qingxue was equally incensed, defending her sister. Jiang Shua looked at Su Qingxue and reassured her, you need not worry about this matter. They will not succeed, trust me. Wei Shufan, picking up a feather duster, aimed it at Jiang Shua, scolding, you should get out of here. If it weren't for you, Qingxue wouldn't be targeted like this. Our family's plight is all your fault. Jiang Shua dodged. Feeling helpless and realizing he shouldn't have spoken in front of Wei Shufan, Su Qingxue, feeling frustrated, stood up and retreated to her room. I'm not eating anymore. You all go ahead, she declared. Jiang Shua hastily followed her inside, closing the door behind him. With a serious expression, he said to Su Qingxue, wife, I have resolved the issue with Boss Zhao. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli won't stir up any trouble. Su Qingxue looked at him with skepticism, asking, really? Absolutely. Just watch, Jiang Shua replied. Though still harboring some doubt, Su Qingxue considered Jiang Shua's previous actions and recognized the possibility of his claims. However, she was too exhausted to ponder further. She simply wanted to relax after a long day. With a hint of hesitation and shyness, she finally voiced her request, Jiang Shua. Could you give me another massage? Chapter 84. I believe in you. Jiang Shua was momentarily taken aback before a smile spread across his face. All right, just lie down on the bed. Su Qingxue obediently lay down, fully relaxing. She hadn't anticipated asking Jiang Shua for such a favor. The last massage had been so soothing that she still savored the experience, prompting her to muster the courage to make her request. Jiang Shua approached the bed, beginning to massage Su Qingxue. She reveled in the sensation, but after a while, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to ask, how come your massage technique is so superb? Have you often massaged others before? Jiang Shua chuckled, I self-taught during my free time. I swear. I've only ever massaged you, and I will continue to do so. Hearing his words, Su Qingxue couldn't help but smile, closing her eyes to enjoy the moment. Meanwhile, in a massage parlor in Yun City, Zhao Cheng lay on a massage table, being attended to by a technician. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli stood by, their expressions filled with respect, careful not to disturb him. After a short while, Zhao Cheng finished his massage and glanced at Su Jiaming and Su Jieli. They immediately greeted him with beaming smiles, their expressions exceedingly obsequious. Thanks to you, Boss Zhao, the old lady is now considering dismissing Su Qingxue. We came to inform you that the Li Shuai-bei project can resume, and I'll take this opportunity to gain her favor, Su Jiaming said with a grin. Zhao Cheng looked at him, chuckling, your old lady is quite biased. Without investigating the matter, she readily believes you too. She seems rather muddled. Both Su Jiaming and Su Jieli exchanged awkward smiles, with Su Jieli sitting beside Zhao Cheng, linking her arm with his, saying, this is all due to your brilliance. Boss Zhao, even if the old lady wanted to investigate, she wouldn't uncover the truth. Zhao Cheng showed no courtesy towards her, directly pulling her into his embrace and beginning to explore Su Jieli's body. How about I let you experience my other side of brilliance tonight? Zhao Cheng said with a smile. Su Jieli immediately blushed, lowering her head. Beside them, Su Jiaming quickly remarked, as long as we have the boss fulfill what he promised us before, not only tonight, but every night from now on, Jieli will ensure you are well taken care of. Su Jieli dared not object. After all, they needed Zhao Cheng's assistance. If she rejected him now, he might refuse to allow Li Shuai-bei to resume operations, rendering all their previous efforts futile. Zhao Cheng glanced at Su Jiaming and said, you needn't worry about Li Shuai-bei. Return and inform your grandmother that I shall personally visit tomorrow, and you all should be present. Su Jiaming was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Cheng to visit the Su family personally. However, he soon considered a possibility. Zhao Cheng intended to humiliate Su Qingyu before the entire Su family, ensuring she would never recover from it. An expectant smile spread across his face as he said, I understand what you mean, Boss Zhao. I will inform the matriarch that we must make Su Qingyu lose face in front of everyone. Zhao Qing chuckled, realizing he hadn't even mentioned why he wanted Su Jiaming to notify the matriarch, and yet this fellow had pieced it together himself. This worked in his favor, as it spared him further manipulation. As long as Su Jiaming informed the matriarch, the next day's events would unfold favorably. Being a subordinate of Jiang Shua, Zhao Qing's intentions were not to humiliate Su Qingyu. Little did Su Jiaming know that the ones truly in trouble tomorrow would be him and Su Jili. Su Jili, unsure of Zhao Qing's motives, believed he was helping her, so she playfully remarked, it's best to seek the boss. He will surely listen to you and do as you ask. Seeing this, Su Jiaming quickly took the cue, saying, in that case, I will return to inform the matriarch. Jili, you must serve Boss Zhao well and not disappoint him, understood? Don't worry, brother. I know what to do, Su Jili said, wrapping her arms around Zhao Qing's neck. Su Jiaming then turned to leave. Zhao Qing did not dismiss Su Jili. After all, why refuse a pleasant opportunity? As for the events of tomorrow, he would address them then, even if he intended to deal with Su Jili and Su Jiaming. It did not hinder him from enjoying Su Jili tonight. Moreover, neither Su Jiaming nor Su Jili realized that their earlier conversation with Zhao Qing had been secretly recorded. Zhao Qing rose and, with Su Jili in his arms, headed towards the room he had reserved. The following morning, Su Qingyu received a message from the matriarch, summoning her family to the Su villa. She relayed this to Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue. Upon hearing the news, Wei Shufan immediately expressed her concern. This is bad. The matriarch intends to leave us no room for negotiation. She aims to corner us in front of the entire Su family. Su Qingyu's expression darkened, suspecting that Su Jiaming and Su Jili had resolved the Lishui Bei issue, and the matriarch intended to publicly reprimand her. Jiang Shua, however, smiled and reassured her. There's no need for such pessimism. What if the misfortune falls upon Su Jiaming and Su Jili instead? Wei Shufan shot him a glare, saying, this situation arose because of you, and yet you speak so lightly. Dear, perhaps we should refrain from attending. It will surely be humiliating for us. Let's think of a plan at home. If necessary, we can approach the matriarch privately. We cannot risk going there now, otherwise, we may truly find ourselves ousted from the Su family. Wei Shufan turned to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu, however, ignored Wei Shufan's words and looked seriously at Jiang Shua, asking, will nothing truly go awry today? Jiang Shua nodded earnestly, absolutely not. Trust me. Su Qingyu took a deep breath, nodded, and said, all right, I believe you. Let us proceed to the Su villa. Chapter 85. Miss Su has never wronged me. At the Su villa, the family had gathered in the living room. Matriarch Su sat in the main seat of the sofa, appearing somewhat pleased. Su Jiaming had informed her that the Lishui Bei project issues had been resolved, and today, the CEO of Qianku Real Estate, Boss Zhao, would be personally visiting. Naturally, she was elated. Previously, she had wished to establish a connection with Qianku Real Estate, but they had ignored her. Now, with the CEO visiting in person, it was evident that the Su family had gained prominence and recognition. The matriarch delighted in seeing the Su family acknowledged, as it brought her a sense of pride. Her affection for her grandson grew. Knowing that any issue could be effortlessly resolved with Su Jiaming's intervention, garnering the attention of significant figures. She even began to contemplate passing the family leadership to Su Jiaming. At this moment, Su Jiaming and Su Jili stood proudly beside the matriarch, having already briefed the others on the day's events. Upon learning that the two had resolved the serious matter of the Lishui Bei project and that Boss Zhao would visit, the family praised them. It was clear that the future of the Su family relied on Jiaming and Jili, who had swiftly resolved such a critical issue in a day, while Su Qingyu had struggled for days. This illustrated the disparity in their abilities. Indeed, the matriarch should never have appointed Su Qingyu as the project lead, nor should she have made her the general manager. After today, it was likely that Su Qingyu would lose both positions, and I suggest we expel her family from the Su clan. Su Qingyu is incompetent, and Jiang Shua is a good-for-nothing. Their presence only hinders the Su family. Not long after, Su Qingyu and her family arrived at the Su villa. The family regarded them with disdain, their expressions filled with contempt. Wei Shufan, noticing the glares, muttered, I said we shouldn't have come. You insisted on trusting that useless Jiang Shua. After today, we might be kicked out of the Su family. Su Qingyu ignored Wei Shufan's remarks and found a spot to stand. Su Jiaming and Su Jili approached with mocking smiles, eager to disparage Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu, while you have struggled to resolve this issue for so long, we have done so swiftly. Don't you feel even a hint of guilt? Su Jiaming jeered. Exactly. What qualifications do you have to lead the Lishui Bei project? If you had any sense, you would resign from that position and relinquish your role as general manager. Stop taking the company's money while contributing nothing, Su Jili added with contempt. Su Qingyu coldly regarded them, stating, "You both know exactly how you resolved the issue so quickly. Unclean hands will eventually be exposed." Su Jili immediately shot her a glare and retorted, "Su Qingyu, what do you mean by that? You lack the ability and resort to slandering us. Do you think everyone is a fool?" The rest of the Su family turned their scornful gazes toward them, clearly agreeing with Su Jili's assertion. This has nothing to do with ability. If sleeping with others is considered a skill, then everything is turned upside down. Jiang Shua smiled and said something to Su Jili, which startled her, causing her expression to visibly shift to one of panic. She shouted at Jiang Shua, "How dare a good-for-nothing like you speak so recklessly? Shut your mouth immediately. If you utter another word, I will have you thrown out." Jiang Shua merely chuckled, choosing not to engage further. For the true spectacle would commence only when Zhao Cheng arrived. Wei Shufan, anxious, interjected, "Don't stoop to the level of someone so pathetic. For the sake of our family, let us not escalate this situation." Su Jili rolled her eyes and retorted, "Who considers you family? I wish you would all leave the Su family." Believing that Su Qingyu had no chance of turning the situation around today, Su Jili dismissed Wei Shufan, viewing her as an irrelevant elder. Wei Shufan's expression darkened, and though she seethed inwardly, she could only swallow her resentment. She cast a glance at Jiang Shua, vowing to vent her frustrations on him later. Grandma Su glanced coldly towards Su Qingyu's family and stated, "Soon, Boss Zhao will arrive." This incident with the Lishui Bay project was instigated by Su Qingyu, and that is why he reacted so harshly. Thankfully, Jiamei managed to salvage the situation. When Boss Zhao arrives, Su Qingyu must apologize sincerely, otherwise, you shall no longer be acknowledged as part of the Su family. Su Qingyu felt a surge of anger as she listened. She had never provoked Boss Zhao. This was merely a fabrication by Su Jiamei and Su Jili. Jiang Shua placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm until Zhao Cheng arrived. Thus, Su Qingyu refrained from arguing with Grandma Su. Su Jili glared at Su Qingyu, exclaiming, "Are you deaf? Or do you simply not care about Grandma's words? You show no reaction at all." Su Qingyu, through gritted teeth, glared back at Su Jili, feeling an urge to confront her physically. At that moment, the villa door swung open, and Zhao Cheng stepped inside. Upon seeing him, everyone stood straighter, with Su Jiamei and Su Jili hastily moving forward to greet him. Grandma Su also rose quickly, her expression serious as she looked at Zhao Cheng. "It is a privilege for our Su family to host you, Boss Zhao. Please allow us to arrange a seat for you," Grandma Su exclaimed. Zhao Cheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for formalities. I'm here primarily to clarify this matter, to prevent any misunderstandings within the Su family." Grandma Su, eager to please, replied with a smile, "Boss Zhao, you are far too courteous. Jiamei has already explained everything to us. It is all due to Su Qingyu's foolishness in offending you. I have already decided on her punishment, and I will have her apologize to you." Zhao Cheng quickly interjected, "Miss Su has never offended me. There is no need for an apology. I came here to ensure you do not wrongly accuse anyone. You should direct your blame towards Su Jiamei and Su Jili." The room fell silent. Everyone was taken aback. Su Jiamei and Su Jili exchanged incredulous looks with Zhao Cheng, as this was entirely contrary to their expectations. Shouldn't Boss Zhao have come to aid them against Su Qingyu? Why was he suddenly shifting blame onto them? Su Qingyu's family, too, found it hard to believe, especially Wei Shufan and Su Qingxue, who had thought they were doomed today. They were bewildered by the fact that Zhao Cheng had come to defend them. Su Qingyu inhaled deeply and glanced at Jiang Shua, who wore a beaming smile, evoking a bittersweet feeling in her heart. She realized that he had become someone she could genuinely rely on, one who had never gone back on his word. Now, Jiang Shua seemed exceptionally dependable, and she felt a growing attachment to him. Grandma Su, surprised by Zhao Cheng's words, after a moment of astonishment, responded with a laugh. "Boss Zhao, surely you jest? Jiamei and Jili have worked diligently for the company. Why would I blame them?" Su Jili quickly chimed in, "Boss Zhao, please don't tease us. Do enlighten everyone about how Su Qingyu provoked you." She even shot Zhao Cheng a flirtatious look, hinting that there might be rewards for him if he obliged. Zhao Cheng scoffed, "You shameless little minx, what else can you do but slander and seduce?" Everyone in the Su family gasped, astonished by Zhao Cheng's frank assessment of Su Jili. She stood frozen, unable to comprehend how Zhao Cheng could say such things after she had tried so hard to please him the previous night, hoping he would reprimand Su Qingyu today. Grandma Su, confused, asked, "Boss Zhao, is there some misunderstanding here? Our Su family girls are known for their virtue. How could Jili be what you described?" Zhao Cheng replied, "You are quite naive. If she claims to be virtuous, you believe her? And Jiamei, if he says the project was halted due to Su Qingyu, you take him at his word? Why not investigate for yourself? The suspension of the Lishui Bay project was orchestrated by Su Jiamei and Su Jieli, who approached me, asking me to halt supplies from the vendors so they could frame Su Qingyu. After the deed was done, they intended to restore the supply and take credit for the work, all while undermining Su Qingyu. Now, do you comprehend the true nature of the situation? Grandma Su stared in disbelief at Su Jiamei and Su Jieli, unable to fathom that her beloved grandchildren were behind this scheme. Realizing that Zhao Cheng had unveiled the truth, Su Jiamei grew anxious. He now understood that Zhao Cheng was not there to assist them. He quickly tried to counter. Boss Zhao, you are spouting baseless accusations. This is clearly a fabrication. Su Jieli, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly retorted, Boss Zhao, it must be that Su Qingyu, that wretched woman, has been secretly seducing you, prompting such remarks. We truly misjudged your character. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Grandma Su. Grandma, as a married woman, Su Qingyu's actions are scandalous and warrant expulsion from the family. What are you waiting for? Cast this shameless woman out. Zhao Cheng, amused by their remarks, said, I didn't expect you to be so adept at improvisation. Thankfully, I had a backup plan. Otherwise, today's events would have been impossible to clarify. With that, he produced several photographs from his clothing, displaying them before Grandma Su and the Su family. The images captured Su Jieli sitting in Zhao Cheng's lap, exuding seduction, while Su Jiamei stood beside them, grinning without a hint of disapproval. The Su family gasped in shock, realizing the extent of Su Jieli's shamelessness. Grandma Su trembled with rage upon seeing the photographs, which served as evidence of their attempt to ensnare Su Qingyu. Now, I believe there is no longer any need for explanation, Zhao Cheng remarked with a smile. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli stared in astonishment at the photographs, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Zhao Cheng had captured their encounter from the previous night. Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, Su Jieli rushed forward, attempting to snatch the photos from Zhao Cheng's grasp. Zhao Cheng, you scoundrel! You did exactly what I asked you to do last night in bed. And now you come to harm me? Are you even human? Zhao Cheng simply tossed the photographs onto the ground, retorting, You mustn't say that. You were the one who initiated everything yesterday. I merely followed your lead. The gazes of the onlookers shifted towards Su Jieli, now laden with judgment. It was as if he had just confessed to seducing Zhao Cheng. Who could have imagined that Jieli would stoop to such depths? How foolish of me to have regarded her as a refined lady. What a disgrace to the Su family. Indeed, she has no sense of propriety, shamelessly enticing others and falsely accusing Qingyu. We have misjudged her character. It's unbelievable that these two would risk the entire Su family's future to scheme against Qingyu. If this goes awry, the Lishui Bay project could fall through, leading to the ruin of the Su family. We have wronged Qingyu. She is the one truly dedicated to the family's well-being. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli seemed to wish for the family's downfall. Listening to the murmurs, old Madame Su lost her balance and sank into the sofa, taking a deep breath as her body trembled uncontrollably. She had never anticipated that her beloved grandchildren would act in such a disgraceful manner. They not only toyed with the family's future, but also sullied the family's reputation. Even her favoritism could not overlook the wrongdoing of these two. Su Jiaming and Su Jieli exchanged anxious glances, feeling a sense of dread at their grandmother's reaction. Su Jiaming hastily approached her, exclaiming, Grandmother, this is all a scheme by Su Qingyu and Boss Zhao. You must not believe them. Su Jieli, wearing an expression of grievance, added, Grandmother, Su Qingyu has slandered me. I have never engaged in such shameless acts. Old Madame Su struck Su Jieli with her cane, exclaiming, Enough! Do you truly believe I am senile? At this point, you still dare to argue. Do you think you are worthy of the Su family's ancestors? Kneel before me. Grandmother. Su Jieli attempted to defend herself further. Is it that my words hold no sway over you two? Are you intent on rebellion? Old Madame Su glared at Su Jieli and Su Jiaming. With gritted teeth, they ultimately knelt before her. Upon seeing them bow, Zhao Cheng smiled at old Madame Su and said, Madam, these two would risk the cessation of the Lishui Bay project to slander others. Such individuals are nothing but parasites to your family. If you continue to shield them, the Su family will inevitably face ruin. Taking a deep breath, old Madame Su replied, Thank you for your warning, Boss Zhao. I will reflect deeply on this matter. However, one thing perplexes me. If you despise Su Jiaming and Su Jieli so much, why did you initially assist them in halting the Lishui Bay project? Zhao Qing chuckled. That was simply because Su Jieli was exceedingly persuasive. You wouldn't believe how. Ahem, I shall refrain from elaborating, as she is your granddaughter. Initially, I was enticed by her, But later I became aware of your family's situation and Su Qingyu's diligent efforts. The Su family's progress relies on her hard work. It weighed heavily on my conscience to harm her. Thus, I felt compelled to reveal the truth. Old Madame Su inhaled sharply, utterly disillusioned with Su Jiaming and Su Jelly. Realizing there was no salvaging the situation, Su Jelly glared at Zhao Cheng with rage, biting out, "Zhao Cheng, you scoundrel! Since you intend to assist Su Qingyu, why did you deceive me last night?" Zhao Cheng shrugged, stating, "I didn't deceive you. I merely mentioned that I would visit the Su family today, nothing more. As for the subsequent events, you initiated them. My self-control faltered, and given your allure, I couldn't resist. Moreover, I hope to teach you a lesson, otherwise. How will you handle future encounters?" Su Jelly, seething at Zhao Cheng's nonchalance, felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. He had taken advantage of her and now turned against her. The most vexing part was that she felt utterly powerless. Zhao Cheng was the CEO of Qianku Real Estate, while she was merely a daughter of the Su family. With her grievances swallowed, she redirected all her fury towards Su Qingyu and Jiang Shua. It was their fault. Well, I have said all that needs to be said. The rest is your family matter, and I shall not interfere further, so I will be taking my leave now, Zhao Cheng remarked with a smile. Glancing respectfully at Jiang Shua, who nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction with Zhao Cheng's conduct. Su Qingyu observed this exchange, astonished that the CEO of Qianku Real Estate would regard Jiang Shua with such respect. It only deepened her curiosity about how Jiang Shua had resolved this situation. Once Zhao Cheng departed, old Madame Su glared at Su Jiaming and Su Jelly, scolding, "You two have truly disgraced the Su family. From this day forth, you are both barred from participating in any company affairs. All salaries and bonuses are suspended, and you are prohibited from stepping foot in the company again." At her decree, panic seized both siblings. Without their salaries, they would lose their means of support. "Grandmother, I realize my mistakes. I was momentarily foolish. I promise I will never err again." Su Jiaming pleaded desperately. Su Jelly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Grandmother, this is all Su Qingyu's fault. If she hadn't targeted us at every turn, we would never have resorted to such measures. She bears a share of the blame. You should punish her as well." Old Madame Su's face hardened, her voice booming. "I cannot believe you remain unrepentant and continue to blame Qingyu. It is a mercy I have not driven you from the Su family. Should you continue to argue, you may leave at once." Su Jelly trembled with fear, taken aback by her grandmother's resolute demeanor. It was clear she was genuinely enraged. Su Jiaming looked at his sister in disbelief, unable to comprehend her foolishness in attempting to drag Su Qingyu down with them. "We have wronged Qingyu in this matter. To express our remorse, I have decided to award her 100,000 in bonuses. She will continue to oversee the Lishui Bay project and the position of general manager, and you will support her wholeheartedly. The future of the Su family relies on her. Enough. I am weary. Let us conclude today's affairs here." Old Madame Su stated before retreating to her room. The rest of the Su family hurried to Su Qingyu's side, suddenly eager to curry favor. Their attitudes drastically reversed from before. Wei Shufan felt a sense of vindication, finally able to stand tall before the Su family. Although she was unclear about why Zhao Cheng had aided them, it no longer mattered. What was important was that their family was now receiving the attention they deserved from old Madame Su. "My dear daughter, do you see the advantages of marrying a capable person? Look at Mr. Zhao. With just a few words, he managed to extricate our family from trouble. In contrast, Jiang Shua, that good-for-nothing, couldn't even muster a response," Wei Shufan remarked, casting a glance at Su Qingyu. With an expression of exasperation, Su Qingyu chose to ignore her mother's comments and turned to Jiang Shua, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Jiang Shua smiled, indicating it was no trouble at all. Wei Shufan, however, was visibly displeased and retorted, "What are you thanking him for? Does this situation have anything to do with him? You're thanking a useless person," which is utterly absurd. Not wanting to engage with Wei Shufan any further, Su Qingyu grabbed Jiang Shua's hand and led him out of the Su family villa. Observing this scene, Wei Shufan murmured to herself, "My daughter's prospects are improving. I cannot allow her future to be tarnished by Jiang Shua's inadequacies. It seems time to find her a suitable match." Meanwhile, Su Jiaming and Su Jelly were kneeling on the ground, faces filled with disappointment. After a prolonged silence, they regained their composure, and Su Jiaming cast a venomous glare in the direction Su Qingyu had departed. "Su Qingyu, you are the cause of all this. Just wait. I will make you understand the meaning of regret." Chapter 88. A night of singing outside the Su family villa, Su Qingyu gazed at Jiang Shua with curiosity and inquired, "How did you manage to persuade Mr. Zhao to come and clarify this matter?" Jiang Shua chuckled and replied, "He said it himself. It was his conscience that prompted him to come." Su Qingyu rolled her eyes in disbelief. Do you take me for a fool? I noticed the way Mr. Zhao looked at you before he left. He definitely came because of you. Jiang Shua laughed heartily. It seems my secret is out. I might as well confess. I acquired Qianke real estate, so Zhao Cheng had no choice but to listen to me. Su Qingyu was even more speechless. Can you not be so ridiculous? You never take anything seriously. Fine. If you don't want to share, I won't press you further. Jiang Shua chuckled, thinking it was ironic that she didn't believe him when he spoke the truth, yet labeled him as unserious. At that moment, Su Qingyu received a call from her friend Qin Kiki. After a brief conversation, she hung up and announced, Kiki invited me to go singing tonight. And since I'm in a good mood, I'm rewarding you with an invitation to join me. With a playful glint in her eyes, Su Qingyu looked at Jiang Shua. He hesitated, asking, is that the same Qin Kiki who keeps urging you to divorce me? Su Qingyu nodded. Jiang Shua sighed. Perhaps I should skip it. She'll surely make my life miserable. Su Qingyu shot him a disapproving look. What are you afraid of? That's just her personality. If she doubts you, prove her wrong. I don't think you have anything to be ashamed of. If you back down, that would only reinforce her opinion. Seeing her determination, Jiang Shua smiled. All right. I'll accompany you tonight. Su Qingyu beamed with joy. The issues surrounding the Lishui Bay project were resolved, and Su Jiming and Su Jelly received their just desserts. Despite the grievances she faced recently, today's clarification made it worthwhile. Thus, she was determined to let loose that evening. Soon, night fell, and Su Qingyu drove Jiang Shua to the KTV where she had arranged to meet Qin Kiki. There, Qin Kiki stood at the entrance, dressed in a short skirt, awaiting Su Qingyu's arrival. Tall and striking, she drew the attention of countless admirers. Friends since childhood, the two maintained a close bond. And Qin Kiki was currently working on the Yuhu Villa project at Qianke Real Estate. After a brief wait, Su Qingyu arrived in her luxurious Maybach and honked twice upon spotting Qin Kiki. Confused by the sight of the opulent vehicle, Qin Kiki initially assumed a wealthy patron was seeking her contact information. However, upon seeing who emerged from the car, she was taken aback. Qingyu, my goodness, is this car yours? With a smile, Su Qingyu confirmed, yes, Jiang Shua bought it for me. Qin Kiki glanced at Jiang Shua, incredulous. Stop joking. A good-for-nothing like him could never afford such an expensive car. It's a Maybach. Didn't we agree you'd come alone? Why bring this loser along? It's such a downer. Su Qingyu sighed in exasperation. Kiki, please don't speak of him that way. If it weren't for Jiang Shua, I would have lost my position as general manager and project leader today. He is actually quite capable. Qin Kiki's eyes widened in surprise as she wrapped her arms around Su Qingyu's. Oh my, you're the general manager now? That's incredible. No wonder you can drive such a fine car. I'm envious. Amused, Su Qingyu realized Qin Kiki had completely missed her point. Not wishing to delve deeper, she opted for silence, as further explanation would only exacerbate the misunderstanding. Qin Kiki then shot Jiang Shua a warning glance, stating, now that our Qingyu is a general manager, you better recognize your place and stop trailing her like a shadow. Your presence could jeopardize her romantic prospects, understand? With that, she led Su Qingyu into the KTV, while Jiang Shua shook his head and followed. Inside a private room, many of Qin Kiki's friends and colleagues had already gathered, several of whom recognized Su Qingyu and greeted her warmly. However, upon noticing Jiang Shua trailing behind, their faces displayed disdain. Qingyu, is this your useless husband? One heavily made-up woman inquired mockingly. Su Qingyu nodded, asserting, he is my husband, but he is not useless. The woman scoffed, Qingyu, don't be naive. I advise you to divorce someone like him sooner rather than later. Being with him will only hinder your future. Others joined in, echoing similar sentiments. Indeed. What good is such a spineless man? It's better to kick him to the curb. You owe it to yourself to pursue happiness. Su Qingyu's expression darkened. She had brought Jiang Shua here for a fun evening, only to have her friends immediately criticize him, which was extremely disheartening. Seeing Jiang Shua remain unfazed only added to her frustration. However, since these were Qin Kiki's friends, she felt compelled to remain silent and endure. Finding a corner, she sat down with Jiang Shua, trying to distance themselves from the mocking woman. Although the group initially found Jiang Shua's presence unwelcome, they soon became engrossed in singing and drinking, effectively forgetting about him. Jiang Shua sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat bored as he listened to Qin Kiki and the others sing, an urge to laugh bubbling within him. While he hadn't sung often in recent years, he had once possessed considerable talent for it during his time in Kyoto, though he had rarely showcased this skill in the presence of others lately. It was evident that, in this environment, he would not have an opportunity to sing. After a while, he excused himself to the restroom and took a moment to breathe. Upon exiting, he noticed a crowd gathered in the KTV lobby, so he approached. There, he discovered a singing competition underway, where patrons could participate and be ranked based on their performances, with prizes for the top scorers. Jiang Shua noticed that the prize for the first place in the competition was a set of Chanel skincare products. He recalled that Su Qingyu had not indulged in expensive skincare for quite some time, and this presented a splendid opportunity. Moreover, he was curious to ascertain whether his singing abilities had diminished. In the private room, singing was prohibited. Here, however, no one would hinder him. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Shua made his way to the registration desk for the competition. Chapter 89. Jiang Shua's voice. Jiang Shua was fortunate when he arrived to sign up. He was the last contestant before the final deadline. In the hall, there was a set of equipment specifically designed for singing, and at that moment, a competitor was performing in front of a large screen. Since this was a karaoke contest, the participants were ordinary individuals, and those who sang slightly better could elicit cheers from the audience. Listening to the performances of the contestants ahead of him, Jiang Shua felt that securing first place would be quite effortless. Before long, it was Jiang Shua's turn. As the final participant, the audience had grown somewhat impatient. Additionally, Jiang Shua did not present himself as someone who could sing well, leading many to contemplate leaving. The consensus among them was that the last contestant would surely be a disappointment. Unperturbed by the audience's demeanor, Jiang Shua took the stage, selected the accompaniment for The Wind Rises, and patiently awaited the music to begin. Upon seeing him choose such a challenging song, many spectators wore expressions of disdain. How audacious to attempt such a high-pitched piece. Surely he would falter at the first note. It was amusing. Very few dared to sing this song at karaoke. Was he merely here to entertain? Soon, the accompaniment began, and Jiang Shua immersed himself in the music's ambience. Those who had intended to leave now stayed, eager to witness his impending failure, sneering as they discussed how he would surely struggle with this song. However, the moment Jiang Shua began to sing, the entire hall fell silent. His voice was clear and crisp, imbued with a tinge of worldly experience. From the very first note, he transported everyone into the song's emotional landscape. The audience gazed at him in disbelief, utterly taken aback by the beauty of his voice. As he sang, they found themselves completely captivated, and not a single soul dared to interrupt, fearing they might disturb the enchanting atmosphere. His score displayed on the screen remained a perfect 10 throughout, as he flawlessly navigated each note with an evocative voice that enveloped everyone in the song's essence. Many listeners, lost in the emotions conveyed through his singing, closed their eyes to savor the experience. In the climactic high notes, Jiang Shua revealed a level of brilliance that left the audience in awe. He masterfully encapsulated the song's essence, moving many young girls to tears. Meanwhile, Qin Kiki, who had stepped out of the private room to use the restroom, was instantly drawn to Jiang Shua's voice. She stood transfixed, reveling in the performance, completely forgetting her original purpose for leaving. Surely, such a captivating voice belonged to an exceptionally handsome man, she mused. After a while, as Jiang Shua concluded his song, he placed the microphone down with satisfaction. The hall erupted into thunderous applause, with every face radiating admiration. Many already regarded him as the prince of love songs, eager to approach him for an autograph. His score remained perfect throughout, propelling him directly to the top position. Seeing his victory, Jiang Shua smiled, contemplating how much better he could have performed with more professional equipment. A staff member approached to collect his contact information, assuring him that the prize would be delivered within 3 days. After providing his details, he headed towards the private room where Su Qingyu was, aware that if he delayed, the girls might swarm him. Upon hearing the enthusiastic applause, Qin Kiki realized that someone was singing live. Captivated by the voice, she hurried towards the source of the applause, eager to discover the identity of the performer. Just as she neared the hall, she spotted Jiang Shua and immediately wore a look of disdain. Ignoring him, she rushed into the main area. Jiang Shua paid her no mind and continued towards the private room. Once in the hall, Qin Kiki quickly approached a staff member to inquire about the singer. When informed that the performer had already left, she felt a pang of disappointment and asked if there was any way to contact him. The staff member mentioned that the singer had left his number but could not disclose it to others. Employing her best charm, Qin Kiki eventually persuaded the staff member to share Jiang Shua's number, although her request for his address was met with refusal. With the number in hand, Qin Kiki beamed with joy as she returned to the restroom, and after emerging, she hurried back to the private room. Sitting on the sofa, she excitedly told Su Qingyu, "Qingyu, I just heard the most beautiful singing outside. I was completely enchanted by that voice. I'm sure the singer must be a handsome prince. And I got his number. I feel like my springtime is finally arriving." Su Qingyu laughed at her enthusiasm, replying, "You think just hearing someone sing means your springtime has come? I've heard that those who sing beautifully often aren't good looking." What if he turns out to be a troll? Chin Kiki immediately countered, that won't be the case. My instincts tell me he is incredibly handsome. And even if he isn't, his voice alone is more than enough. Su Qingyu chuckled, intrigued by how serious Chin Kiki seemed. It was clear she was genuinely captivated by that voice, and it piqued her curiosity to hear it herself. At that moment, a notification appeared on the screen, revealing the very song Jiang Shua had just performed. The staff had recorded it and shared it with all the private rooms. Upon seeing this, Chin Kiki exclaimed, "That's the song. Quickly, I want to hear it again." She rushed over to play the recording. Soon, everyone in the room was immersed in Jiang Shua's melodious voice. Jiang Shua found himself bemused, never expecting that Chin Kiki would be so enchanted by his singing. After the performance concluded, Chin Kiki, still in a daze, turned to Su Qingyu and asked, "What do you think? Wasn't it astonishing? I must find the person who sang that song. He is my destined Prince Charming, and I am ready to give him everything." Su Qingyu, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Don't you think that voice sounds a lot like Jiang Shua?" Chapter 90. It was he who manipulated me to do this. Chin Kiki glanced towards Jiang Shua and scoffed, "Qingyu, don't joke around. That loser could never sing like that. If he could, he would have been showing off in front of you long ago. Moreover, that voice belongs to my idol. Why would you dare to compare him to that useless person? My idol possesses a celestial voice, while that individual merely has a croaky crow's caw." Although Su Qingyu felt a twinge of doubt, she recalled that Jiang Shua had indeed never sung in her presence, and her resemblance was merely coincidental. She might have truly mistaken him. All right, your idol's singing is the best. You don't even know what he looks like, yet you exalt him as your idol. Just ensure you don't regret it when you finally meet him," Su Qingyu teased. Chin Kiki immediately pouted and replied, "That won't happen, regardless of his appearance. As long as he sings for me every day, I would be utterly content." At that moment, Jiang Shua was engrossed in his phone, oblivious to the conversation between Su Qingyu and Chin Kiki due to the noise in the room. The others in the box were also entranced by the previous singing, evidently captivated by Jiang Shua's voice. The heavily made-up woman snapped back to reality and cast a glance at Jiang Shua, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she said, "This song is sung beautifully, Jiang Shua. You seem utterly indifferent to it. Do you believe your singing surpasses theirs? Why don't you give it a try? Let us hear it." Everyone turned their eyes toward Jiang Shua, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Jiang Shua waved his hand dismissively and said, "I won't sing. You all go ahead." The heavily made-up woman burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I think you're simply afraid to sing. Do you genuinely believe you can compare to their level? You speak as if you're quite impressive, which is utterly laughable. If he dared to sing, it would be unbearable for us. You should stop urging him." The woman's boyfriend chuckled. The crowd erupted in laughter. Chin Kiki glared at Jiang Shua and said, "This useless person could never compare to my idol. You all should stop making a fuss." Jiang Shua appeared unfazed, too disinterested to clarify that he was, in fact, the one who sang that song. Engaging in a debate with such people would undoubtedly be a waste of time. Su Qingyu's displeasure was evident. She clearly disapproved of their ridicule toward Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua glanced at Su Qingyu and smiled, saying, "Arguing over such trivial matters is pointless. We are here to relax and enjoy ourselves." Su Qingyu nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Jiang Shua's words, and chose to ignore those who mocked him. Not long after, the heavily made-up woman excused herself to the restroom, leaving the box. After a while, the door was forcefully pushed open, startling everyone. A group of intimidating, burly men stormed into the room, their hostile gazes fixed on everyone present. A bald man and a fierce-looking middle-aged man entered, surveying the crowd. "Brother Liang, this woman was flirting with me in front of everyone. Unable to resist, I touched her, but she slapped me and boasted about her boyfriend's prowess. Warning me to behave or face consequences." Bald Lu pointed at the heavily made-up woman. Upon hearing this, her boyfriend's expression shifted dramatically. He had assumed Bald Lu was the one instigating trouble, only to discover it was his girlfriend who had provoked him. The woman lowered her head, embarrassed. When she first saw Bald Lu, she dismissed him due to his baldness and attempted to tease him. She had never anticipated he would respond so aggressively, resulting in her slap. In truth, this mess was of her own making, yet she would never admit it in front of everyone. Brother Liang fixed his cold gaze on the heavily made-up woman and sneered, "I never expected someone would dare to act so brazenly in my establishment. Who's your boyfriend? Let him step forward. I wish to see how he plans to deal with my subordinate." The woman, visibly anxious, stammered, "Brother Liang, I was coerced into this. I didn't intend to provoke this bald man." She pointed toward Jiang Shua, claiming, "It was all his doing. He instructed me to flirt with this bald brother, intending to make a move. Had I known he was your man, I wouldn't have dared approach him." Chapter 91. Resolving matters externally. The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to believe she would shift the blame onto Jiang Shua. Her boyfriend quickly interjected, "Indeed, Brother Liang, it was entirely his doing. We had no involvement in this. Please, just deal with him and spare us from the fallout. We are innocent." Brother Liang and Bald Lu turned their attention to Jiang Shua. Upon noticing the two beautiful women beside him, their eyes brightened. Jiang Shua was taken aback by the woman's audacity to frame him. It was no wonder they had been glancing at him earlier. Su Qingyu, anxious, quickly defended, "What nonsense are you spouting? When has Jiang Shua ever instructed you to do such a thing? You clearly brought this upon yourself." The heavily made-up woman hastily retorted, "Stop defending him. Now that Brother Liang is here, you deny it? Why didn't you speak up when he was instructing me?" Knowing that offending Brother Liang would lead to dire consequences, she no longer cared about maintaining appearances with Su Qingyu. All that mattered was escaping this predicament, and everything would be worth it. Su Qingyu's face was filled with indignation as she realized their intent to shift the blame. She could hardly fathom the depths of character displayed by these two individuals who, having caused a mess themselves, sought to implicate others. The rest of the people in the private room soon grasped the situation. Pinning the blame on Jiang Shua was far more advantageous than incurring trouble themselves. They quickly began to side with the heavily made-up woman, asserting, "Indeed, it was Jiang Shua who orchestrated this behind the scenes. We can attest to that, Brother Liang. Please don't mistake us. Jiang Shua coerced her into this action, and we were powerless to intervene. Brother Liang, you must discern the truth. We are entirely innocent. Brother Liang, please take him away. We assure you we mean no trouble." At that moment, Qin Kiki felt a twinge of fear. However, her bond with Su Qingyu was genuine. Even amidst chaos, she could never betray her friend. Regardless of her disdain for Jiang Shua, she would not revel in his misfortune at such a time. Jiang Shua observed the reactions around him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "This is our first meeting, and I have not exchanged a single word with you. How could I possibly manipulate you? The flaws in your argument are glaring." The woman rolled her eyes and retorted, "Stop pretending. Don't deny it just because Brother Liang is here. You forced me into this." "Enough." Brother Liang shot a glare at the group, causing an immediate hush. His gaze shifted between Su Qingyu and Qin Kiki, recognizing the woman's ploy to deflect blame onto Jiang Shua. Yet, the identity of the instigator mattered little now. His focus was solely on Su Qingyu and Qin Kiki, who seemed to defend Jiang Shua. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to exploit it. "I care not for the intricacies of this matter. You are on my turf, attacking my subordinate, and speaking so arrogantly. This will not be resolved easily. Since they claim it was you who orchestrated this, I will hold you accountable." He addressed Jiang Shua coldly. "You may inquire about my reputation. It's well known that I don't let such incidents slide." Su Qingyu gasped at his words. "However, I offer you a chance. If you allow those two lovely ladies to accompany me for a night of entertainment, I shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, I will not only break your hands but also your legs, and cast you into the streets to beg. Choose wisely." Silence enveloped the room as the gravity of Brother Liang's proposition sank in. Su Qingyu and Qin Kiki were taken aback, panic evident on their faces. "Brother Liang, this was not Jiang Shua's doing. Please, spare us." Su Qingyu pleaded. "Spare you? What would that mean for my standing in this world?" Brother Liang shot her a fierce look. At that moment, the heavily made-up woman chimed in. "Qingyu, Kiki, why not acquiesce to Brother Liang? It's merely for fun. It won't be anything serious." Qin Kiki's anger flared at the woman's suggestion. "Have you no shame? You instigated this and now expect us to take the fall. I cannot believe you would stoop so low." The woman quickly retorted, "Don't twist my words. This mess was caused by that useless Jiang Shua, not me. Besides, being chosen by Brother Liang is a stroke of fortune for you both. Don't be so ungrateful." Qin Kiki's fists clenched in fury, ready to confront the woman. In that moment, Jiang Shua stood up, directing his gaze at Brother Liang. "She is my wife. Are you suggesting I should let her entertain you for a night?" He pointed at Su Qingyu. Brother Liang licked his lips. "If she is your wife, it makes this even more thrilling. Opportunities like this don't come easily. Allowing your wife to accompany me is quite generous." Jiang Shua's eyes narrowed, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. "Let us step outside. We will resolve this matter there." Brother Liang paused, surprised by Jiang Shua's boldness. Yet, this was his domain, and he felt no fear. "Very well, but do understand. Resolving this outside entails more than just letting your wife accompany me." Jiang Shua smirked, saying nothing further as he moved toward the exit. Su Qingyu urgently intercepted him. "You're alone against so many. You'll be at a disadvantage. Let us devise another plan." Jiang Shua smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, my wife. I will handle this. I shall not allow anyone who dares to lay a hand on you to escape unscathed. With that, he turned and walked out. Brother Liang snorted derisively, leading his entourage out of the private room and shutting the door behind him. The heavily made-up woman sighed in relief. That Jiang Shua is truly a fool, daring to confront Brother Liang alone. He must be tired of living. Better him than us, her boyfriend chimed in. Su Qingyu and Qin Kiki exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with rage. They knew that after this night, they must distance themselves from such individuals. Chapter 92. He is not useless, he is my husband. In the corridor outside the private room, Brother Liang and his crew encircled Jiang Shua, their expressions menacing, as if they intended to devour him whole. Jiang Shua, however, remained calm, regarding them with indifference. Brother Liang studied Jiang Shua closely and asked, I just recall the notorious loser's son-in-law from Yin City, also named Jiang Shua. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Jiang Shua nodded. Indeed, that is me. Brother Liang was taken aback. He had only intended to mock Jiang Shua, not expecting him to confirm it outright. Once he realized this, Brother Liang burst into laughter, joined by Bald Lu and his henchmen. Oh, I never imagined you were the infamous loser. I thought you were someone significant to dare confront me alone. Turns out you're just a worthless fool. What gives you the audacity to speak so boldly? Bald Lu sneered. A loser like you dares to orchestrate trouble for me? Brother Liang, let us stop wasting time and deal with him. Once we've handled him, we can take his wife and enjoy ourselves. The other thugs echoed their agreement. Jiang Shua shrugged. I have never instructed anyone to trouble you, but if you target my wife, you are courting death. I will ensure you learn the meaning of regret. Bald Lu scoffed, still pretending? You, a mere loser, think you can take us on? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on humility. With that, Bald Lu raised his hand to strike Jiang Shua. Yet, before his hand could reach Jiang Shua's face, Jiang Shua acted swiftly. Grasping Bald Lu's, Jiang Shua swiftly raised his knee, directly colliding with the nose of Bald Lu, causing him to stagger backward, blood gushing from his nostrils as he lost consciousness. Liang Gu and the others were utterly unprepared for Jiang Shua's formidable prowess. In merely a blink, Bald Lu was felled. Once they regained their wits, Liang Gu shouted, Everyone, attack together. Hold him down. I refuse to believe I cannot handle a mere coward. Immediately, the group lunged at Jiang Shua, who remained composed, deftly evading their assaults. The disparity in speed between the two sides was stark. Liang Gu and his cohorts could scarcely graze Jiang Shua's garments. He flowed through the throng, delivering punch after punch, each one met with anguished cries echoing down the corridor. In less than 5 minutes, everyone, including Liang Gu, lay groaning on the ground. Regret filled Liang Ji's heart. He had never anticipated Jiang Shua would be so formidable. It was only then he understood why Jiang Shua dared to confront them alone. The strength of his fists was akin to reinforced steel, causing excruciating pain upon impact. Jiang Shua approached the battered Liang Gu, seizing his collar and inquiring, Do you still wish for my wife to entertain you? Liang Gu hastily shook his head, pleading, Brother, I was wrong. I should not have uttered such words. I failed to recognize your might. Please, show mercy. Jiang Shua scoffed. This is merely a lesson. Should there be a next time, it will not be so easily resolved. Liang Gu nodded fervently. Yes, yes. I assure you, I will not err again. Inside the private room, everyone anxiously awaited the outcome, hearing the cries from outside. They envisioned Jiang Shua being brutally beaten. Su Qingyu's heart clenched at the sound of the wails. She attempted to rise and rush to his aid, but was restrained by Qin Kiki. If this continues, Jiang Shua may be killed. I must help him, Su Qingyu insisted, her gaze fixed on Qin Kiki. With a grave expression, Qin Kiki replied, Don't be foolish. Going out now will only worsen the situation. He is but a useless man. Why are you so concerned? Do you truly intend to spend your life with him? Su Qingyu, serious and resolute, nodded. He is not useless, he is my husband. I cannot bear to see him harmed. Qin Kiki was left speechless, unable to comprehend Su Qingyu's fervor. A heavily made-up woman and her boyfriend sneered at the pair. The woman mockingly exclaimed, Oh, how touching. Who would have thought someone would be so distraught over a worthless man? How rare. Qin Kiki shot her a glare, retorting, Silence. You have no place to speak here. You ungrateful wretch. How have I treated you at work? And now you wish to throw me under the bus? Your downfall is inevitable. The woman shrugged dismissively. But that's Liang Gu. Angering him is true misfortune. I merely seek self-preservation. I intended for Jiang Shua to take the fall. But who knew Liang Gu would take an interest in you too? That's not my fault. Both Qin Kiki and Su Qingyu were incensed, astonished that she could act so shamelessly. I advise you both to behave. If that useless man is beaten, we can remain safe today. If you go out now, there will be no escape, the woman's boyfriend interjected. Su Qingyu, anxious, turned to Qin Kiki, suggesting, "What if we call the police?" The woman scoffed. "Do you think Liang Gu has survived this long without connections? If you call the police, you might escape today, but your fate will be far worse afterward." Qin Kiki shared the sentiment, stating, "Let us wait a little longer. We cannot compete with someone like Liang Gu." As Su Qingyu anxiously awaited, the cries suddenly ceased, causing her heart to race with dread. What if Jiang Shua was killed? She stood, intent on discovering the truth outside. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. Everyone braced for Liang Ji's entrance, but their expressions shifted to disbelief upon seeing Jiang Shua. With an unperturbed demeanor, Jiang Shua approached Su Qingyu, extending his hand. "The trouble has been resolved. Shall we return home?" Chapter 93. I am sorry for these 3 years. Su Qingyu stared at Jiang Shua, astonished to find him unscathed. "Are you all right?" she asked hesitantly. Jiang Shua chuckled. "They were merely small fry. How could I possibly be harmed?" Instinctively, Su Qingyu grasped his hand, revealing her most vulnerable side. No matter what Jiang Shua said, she would comply without question. The others watched in disbelief at this scene, one person finally asking, "Is everything truly fine? Can we leave?" The woman interjected, "Do not be deceived by him. He bears no injuries, yet Liang Gu would never let him off so easily. He must have negotiated something with Liang Gu. That's why he was spared. Perhaps he has sold Su Qingyu out, merely luring her to follow him. Let us wait before we go outside. We might be walking into a trap." Several who had initially intended to leave sank back into their seats, convinced by the woman's rationale. How could someone as powerful as Liang Gu allow Jiang Shua to return unscathed? Jiang Shua observed them in bemusement, marveling at their capacity for imagination. Qin Kiki shot him a glance, demanding, "What truly transpired outside? Tell me honestly." Jiang Shua met her gaze, saying, "The trouble has been resolved. If you believe me, come along. If not, remain here with them." With that, he took Su Qingyu's hand, leading her toward the exit. Qin Kiki hesitated, but ultimately followed. Her distrust of Jiang Shua outweighed her concern for the woman. As they stepped into the corridor, Su Qingyu and Qin Kiki gasped at the sight of numerous bodies strewn across the floor. "What happened? Why are they all down?" Su Qingyu exclaimed in shock. Jiang Shua chuckled. "It seems the floor was too slippery. They must have slipped." Qin Kiki rolled her eyes at Jiang Shua. "Do you expect me to believe they slipped hard enough to end up bruised?" Just then, the down Liang Gu piped up, "It's true. We slipped. It has nothing to do with him." Qin Kiki was taken aback, struggling to recognize Liang Gu, who appeared so battered. It was no wonder the corridor had echoed with such anguished cries. And now, he was echoing Jiang Shua's words, seeming genuinely terrified of him. Had Jiang Shua truly been responsible for their condition? Yet at that moment, she had no inclination to ponder the matter further. The only fortune lay in the resolution of their troubles. Jiang Shua, accompanied by Su Qingyu, walked forward for a while before stopping again. He turned to Liang Gu and said, "Those people inside have nothing to do with us. What you do to them is beyond my concern." After speaking, he continued on his way with Su Qingyu. Liang Gu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Shua's words. It took him a while to react, after which a sinister smile crept onto his face. If he couldn't defeat Jiang Shua, could he not handle the people inside? Moreover, today's incident was instigated by that wretched woman inside. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have suffered such a brutal beating. His pent-up rage had to be released somewhere, so he decided to take it out on those inside. He glanced at his subordinates and shouted, "Get up! Leave no one from this private room unscathed. Beat the men mercilessly and keep the women for later. We need to blow off some steam. Did you hear me?" Upon hearing this, his subordinates immediately perked up and stood up from the ground. Soon, they charged into the private room. The group waiting inside the room had no inkling of the torment that awaited them. The woman among them was still confidently assuring everyone, "Don't worry. Now that those 3 have left, we are safe. I believe we will be fine in a bit." As soon as she finished speaking, the door to the private room was kicked open. Liang Gu stormed in with his men and, without a word, pinned down the woman's boyfriend and began to beat him brutally. Everyone was stunned, utterly bewildered by the situation. "Please, have mercy. Shouldn't you be looking for Jiang Shua and his friends? Why are you attacking us?" One person exclaimed. "Those 3 have already run off. What do you expect us to do? If we don't beat you, who should we beat?" Liang Gu retorted. All eyes turned incredulously toward the woman, their gazes filled with resentment. If they had followed Jiang Shua, they wouldn't be in this predicament. "It's all your fault, you wretched woman. If it weren't for you, how could we have ended up in this situation?" A man seated next to her slapped her across the face. The woman was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Little did she know, even worse was yet to come. About an hour later, Liang Gu emerged from the private room, satisfied, accompanied by his lackeys. The room was left in disarray, clothes strewn about, and the heavily made-up woman was using a garment to cover herself while sobbing uncontrollably. None in attendance felt any sympathy for her. After all, they had all been beaten, and her fate was simply the result of her own actions. Liang Ge took a deep breath and cursed. I never expected to be beaten like this by a notorious coward today. If I get the chance, I will surely make him pay. At that moment, a man in his 20s approached Liang Ge. If Su Qingyu had been present, she would have been astonished to see that the man was Su Jiaming. He quickly greeted Liang Ge and, noticing the injuries on their faces, asked with a look of confusion, "What happened, Liang Ge? Did someone come to stir up trouble?" The two glanced at Su Jiaming and replied, "Don't mention it. We were beaten by a well-known good-for-nothing today. It's truly disappointing." Su Jiaming's eyes gleamed with interest as he asked, "A well-known good-for-nothing? Could it be Jiang Shuo?" Liang Ji's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know it's him?" Su Jiaming chuckled and replied, "In Yun City, there is likely no other well-known good-for-nothing besides him. Moreover, I came to discuss dealing with Jiang Shuo with you." Liang Ji's eyes lit up, and he asked, "So, you know about Jiang Shuo?" Su Jiaming grinned. "Not only do I know, but no one understands him better than I do. I have also devised a plan to deal with him. If you have ideas, let us sit down and discuss." Liang Ge nodded eagerly and instructed his men, "Go get some drinks. Tonight, I wish to have a long discussion with Brother Jiaming." Outside the KTV, Jiang Shuo held on to Su Qingyu's hand without letting go. Su Qingyu made no attempt to resist, allowing him to grasp her hand while displaying a hint of shyness. After leaving the KTV, Qin Kiki expressed her relief that the day had passed without incident before taking a taxi home. Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu approached the car, and Jiang Shuo said, "You've been drinking today, let me drive." Su Qingyu nodded in agreement. Jiang Shuo stood still, gazing at Su Qingyu. Finding it odd, she asked, "Why aren't you getting in?" Jiang Shuo raised his hand, and Su Qingyu, still holding his hand tightly, had no intention of releasing it. "If you don't let go of my hand, how can I get in?" Jiang Shuo asked with a smile. Su Qingyu finally realized and quickly released his hand, her face flushing with embarrassment. Once they were both seated in the car, Su Qingyu inquired, "How did you manage to resolve today's situation? There were so many of them. You didn't take them all down by yourself, did you?" Jiang Shuo chuckled. They were merely paper tigers, appearing fierce but unable to fight. "But it's still absurd for one person to take on so many. How did you do it?" Su Qingyu pressed. "Perhaps it's because I've done a lot of household chores, which has built my strength," Jiang Shuo replied. Just as Su Qingyu was about to refute him, she suddenly remembered the odd sensation she felt while holding Jiang Shuo's hand earlier. She took his hand and noticed the calluses on his palm, tears welling up in her eyes. She had never imagined that doing household chores could leave his hands in such a state. Now she genuinely believed that Jiang Shuo's strength came from his extensive experience in household chores. "Jiang Shuo, I'm sorry for the past 3 years," Su Qingyu said, her face filled with remorse. Jiang Shuo was bewildered, unsure of what had come over her. After glancing at the calluses on his hand, he began to understand. However, Su Qingyu was unaware that those calluses were not a result of household chores, but rather from rigorous training years ago with his master. His current fighting prowess was not self-taught, but rather a product of fortunate circumstances and a great mentor. Naturally, he couldn't disclose his master's story, so he accepted Su Qingyu's sentiment with a grin. He reached out and gently touched her cheek, smiling as he said, "They are merely calluses. For you, I would endure any hardship." Tears streamed down Su Qingyu's face as she embraced Jiang Shuo tightly. Chapter 94. Blind Date 2 days later. Jiang Shuo was cleaning at home when his phone chimed. He glanced at the screen and saw a text message from Qin Kiki. "Darling, have you eaten? Today is another day I miss you. It's all right if you don't reply. I will win you over with my persistence. I won't give up until I win your heart." Attached was a rather alluring selfie of Qin Kiki. Jiang Shuo looked at the message with a helpless expression. After returning from the KTV that day, he had received a call from Qin Kiki, who clearly did not know who he was, professing her admiration for his singing. This left Jiang Shuo feeling quite awkward. To avoid further complications, he firmly rejected her and hung up the phone without giving her a chance. Who would have thought that Qin Kiki would not give up? Sending him messages every day? Jiang Shuo could not be bothered to respond, thinking that after a while, Qin Kiki would lose her novelty and give up. He glanced at the clock, which was nearing 7 in the evening, yet Su Qingyu had not returned home, which puzzled him. If Su Qingyu were working late, it would be understandable, but the fact that Wei Shufan had not come back at this hour raised his suspicions. He called Wei Shufan, inquiring about her return, only to be told that she would not be home for dinner. He then attempted to reach Su Qingyu, but her phone was consistently unreachable. Initially, he assumed she was simply too busy to answer, but now he sensed something was amiss. At that moment, Su Qingxue returned home, carrying an assortment of snacks, and plopped down on the sofa to munch away. Jiang Shua stared at her for a moment before asking, "Why did you buy so many snacks? Are you not having dinner?" "My mother and sister aren't home for dinner," Su Qingxue replied. "I can manage with some snacks." Upon finishing her sentence, she quickly shut her mouth, as though she had misspoken, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua detected the peculiarity in her words and approached her, demanding, "How do you know they aren't coming home for dinner? Where have they gone?" Su Qingxue shook her head hurriedly, saying, "I don't know anything. I'm going to my room now." With that, she grabbed her snacks and headed toward her room. Jiang Shua seized her arm, pulling her back with a cold voice. "Speak quickly, where did your sister go?" In the past, if Jiang Shua had treated her this way, she would have scolded him, but after recent events, she no longer dared to adopt such an attitude. With Jiang Shua gripping her wrist and his piercing gaze fixed on her, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Brother-in-law, let go of me." Su Qingxue struggled, but her efforts were futile. "Tell me what your sister is up to, and I will let you go. If you don't, just guess what I might do." Jiang Shua's tone was icy, fearful. Su Qingxue recalled how even Shun Sanni showed deference to Jiang Shua. If he truly became angry, she would undoubtedly be in trouble. Thus, she quickly confessed, "My mom took my sister on a blind date. Brother-in-law, please let me go. Don't say I told you, or my mom will never give me pocket money again." Jiang Shua was taken aback and immediately asked, "Where are they having the date?" Su Qingxue mentioned a restaurant, and Jiang Shua promptly released her, darting out of the house like an arrow. Su Qingxue rubbed her wrist, her face filled with grievance, muttering, "Really, no consideration for delicate women. Pulling my wrist until it hurts." Meanwhile, at a high-end restaurant in Yun City, Wei Shufan and Su Qingyu were seated at a table. Su Qingyu wore a gloomy expression as she urged her mother, "Mom, please give me my phone back. Otherwise, Jiang Shua will start to worry." Wei Shufan shot her a glare, saying, "What are you thinking about that good-for-nothing at this hour? Let me tell you, the young man coming over, young Master Zhang, has 2 factories. You must perform well. If this works out, our family will no longer have to live in hardship." Su Qingyu sighed, "Mom, stop wasting your energy. I will not divorce Jiang Shua, no matter who it is." After work today, she received a call from Wei Shufan, insisting that she come for a meal with a friend, only to discover it was a blind date arranged by her mother. Her phone had been taken away right upon her arrival to prevent her from contacting Jiang Shua. "My silly daughter, stop being naive. What good is that good-for-nothing Jiang Shua? Why do you keep defending him? I want a better life too," Wei Shufan lamented, exasperated. Just as Su Qingyu was about to retort, a young man in his 20s approached, smiling at Wei Shufan. "Aunt Wei, sorry for being late." Wei Shufan turned, instantly smiling. "Zhang Wei, you're here. Please sit down. We just arrived." If Jiang Shua were present, he would recognize this Zhang Wei as the young man he had encountered at the auction and KTV, who had even asked for Jiang Shua's number to invite him for a meal later. Zhang Wei took a seat opposite Su Qingyu, immediately captivated by her beauty. He had not expected his blind date to be so stunning and felt a flicker of anticipation. However, Su Qingyu appeared somewhat displeased, perhaps reluctant to participate in this blind date. To avoid any further delay, she directly addressed Zhang Wei, "I apologize, but my mother insisted on this blind date. I don't wish to be here, and I am already married. To express my regret, I will treat you to this meal." Zhang Wei was taken aback, having never heard of someone who was married attending a blind date. Wei Shufan's expression shifted, and she hastily clarified, "Zhang Wei, don't listen to her nonsense. Yes, she is married, but she married a good-for-nothing who has never touched her, so my daughter is still quite pure. I only brought her here to prevent her from suffering further." At that moment, Jiang Shua rushed into the restaurant, spotting Su Qingyu and quickly approaching. "Mom, what is going on? Qingyu is my wife. Why have you brought her on a blind date?" Jiang Shua glared at Wei Shufan, exasperated. Wei Shufan, taken aback by Jiang Shua's sudden appearance, retorted angrily, "Who told you, good-for-nothing, to come here? Get lost. If you ruin Qingyu and young Master Zhang's date, I'll break your legs." Zhang Wei glanced at Jiang Shua, his expression shifting dramatically as he stood up and stuttered, "Mr. Jiang, is that you?" Jiang Shua turned to Zhang Wei, momentarily stunned to find that the young man interested in his wife was indeed him. "So, you have an interest in my wife?" Jiang Shua narrowed his eyes at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei hurriedly explained, "I wouldn't dare. If I had known she was Mr. Jiang's wife, even with 100 times the courage, I wouldn't have come for this blind date. This was organized by Aunt Wei. I'm just as confused as you are." Seeing his earnestness, Jiang Shua deduced that it was likely a mere coincidence. Wei Shufan and Su Qingyu exchanged astonished glances, both surprised by Zhang Wei's deference toward Jiang Shua. Once they regained their composure, Wei Shufan jabbed Jiang Shua, instructing, How dare you speak to young Master Zhang like that? Apologize to him at once. Zhang Wei quickly added, It's all right, Aunt Wei. This is my mistake. Had I known this was Mr. Jiang's wife, I would never have approached for a blind date. I should be the one apologizing to Mr. Jiang. Wei Shufan looked perplexed, asking Zhang Wei, Young Master Zhang, why are you so polite to him? P.S. Just a good-for-nothing. Zhang Wei widened his eyes, thinking that if Jiang Shuo were truly a good-for-nothing, he would have no face to live in this world. Aunt Wei, please don't joke with me, Mr. Jiang is. Before he could finish, Jiang Shuo lightly coughed, giving him a pointed look. Zhang Wei suddenly understood the situation and quickly corrected himself, stating, Mr. Jiang is my friend. How could he possibly be a good-for-nothing? We have known each other for quite some time, and this incident is truly a misunderstanding. Although he was unaware of why Jiang Shuo had chosen to conceal his circumstances, he sensed from Wei Shufan's demeanor that she seemed oblivious to Jiang Shuo's formidable nature. Nevertheless, he dared not inquire further, for individuals of such stature invariably possessed their own justifications for their actions. Wei Shufan regarded Jiang Shuo with suspicion and muttered, I truly cannot fathom what stroke of luck this fellow has encountered to befriend young Master Zhang. Jiang Shuo promptly seated himself beside Zhang Wei and remarked, Since this is a misunderstanding, let us put it aside and enjoy a meal together. Wei Shufan, upon witnessing Jiang Shuo's demeanor, immediately scoffed. What a lack of self-respect. Who are you to utter such words? Su Qingyu cast a glance at Wei Shufan and interjected, Mother, could you speak a bit more courteously? In front of Mr. Jiang. Can't you show him some respect? Wei Shufan snorted dismissively, retorting, A good-for-nothing has no right to demand respect. Zhang Wei, feeling embarrassed, found himself utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation, yet he remained obedient to Jiang Shuo's wishes and took a seat. Recognizing that opportunities to dine with such influential figures were rare, Wei Shufan, undeterred, looked at Zhang Wei and stated, Zhang Wei, Jiang Shuo is nothing more than a complete failure. Such a person is unworthy of your friendship. Even if you offend him, it matters not. Look at my daughter, so beautiful. It would be a grave misfortune for her to marry someone like Jiang Shuo. Why not reconsider? If you agree, I shall arrange for their divorce tomorrow. Just as Zhang Wei took a sip of water to steady his nerves, he was taken aback by Wei Shufan's words and sputtered, spraying water across her face. Aunt Wei, I sincerely apologize, it was unintentional. Zhang Wei hastily grabbed some napkins to wipe her down. Jiang Shuo and Su Qingyu could not suppress their laughter at the scene. Wei Shufan, however, became visibly annoyed, taken aback by Zhang Wei's exaggerated reaction, feeling that her good intentions had been wasted. Aunt Wei, please do not broach this matter again. I hold no romantic interest in your sister. Your words are driving me to an impasse. Let us change the subject before it overwhelms me, Zhang Wei said earnestly, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Shuo beside him. Recognizing that her hopes were dashed, Wei Shufan merely pouted in disappointment. The four of them dined in an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. After a lengthy hesitation, Zhang Wei turned to Jiang Shuo and said, Mr. Jiang, I mentioned inviting you to dinner last time. Coincidentally, I have a gathering tomorrow, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. Would that be convenient for you? Jiang Shuo glanced at him and replied, I shall pass. Enjoy yourselves. Wei Shufan immediately interjected. Of course he should go. How could he refuse an invitation from young Master Zhang? Rest assured, he will certainly attend your gathering tomorrow. She shot an accusatory glare at Jiang Shuo, muttering, Such a splendid opportunity for making friends, and you fail to appreciate it. How foolish. She concluded that since Su Qingyu and Zhang Wei were clearly not a match, allowing Jiang Shuo to meet wealthy individuals would not be a detriment. Thus she consented on his behalf. Jiang Shuo cast a resigned glance at Wei Shufan, realizing that refusing today would only earn him a verbal lashing. So he acquiesced to Zhang Wei. Very well, I will attend your gathering tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's face lit up with joy, declaring, Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I will ensure you are treated well. Jiang Shuo nodded, saying nothing further, and resumed his meal. After dining, Zhang Wei bid farewell to the three and exited the restaurant, while Su Qingyu and the others drove home. Once at home, Wei Shufan dragged Su Qingxue from her room, her demeanor fierce, and demanded, Did you tell that good-for-nothing Jiang Shuo about your sister's matchmaking? Su Qingxue feigned confusion, replying, Mother, what are you talking about? How could I divulge such an important matter to him? Considering that Su Qingxue had always sided with her, Wei Shufan muttered, This is perplexing. If you did not inform him, then who did? Did that good-for-nothing happen to see it by chance? Su Qingxue shrugged, indicating her ignorance. Wei Shufan, having exhausted the topic, retreated to her room, while Su Qingyu also went to prepare for bed. Su Qingxue approached Jiang Shuo, a playful expression gracing her face, and said, Brother-in-law, I have been quite loyal, haven't I? I didn't sell you out. Otherwise, my mother would have surely given you a severe tongue lashing. Shouldn't you reward me? As she spoke, Su Qingxue licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Chapter 96. Attending the gathering, Jiang Shuo regarded Su Qingxue with a smile and inquired, "What kind of reward do you desire?" Su Qingxue edged closer to him, almost pressing against his side. Jiang Shuo immediately frowned, uncertain of her intentions. "Brother-in-law?" Su Qingxue called out playfully. Jiang Shuo firmly pushed her away, stating coldly, "Speak plainly. No need for such antics. It is unbecoming for a young lady." Annoyed by Jiang Shuo's rejection, Su Qingxue retorted, "Who is being playful? I'm merely trying to lighten the mood. This is how it's portrayed on television." Jiang Shuo rolled his eyes at her, insisting, "Just tell me what reward you want. If you don't, I'll go to bed. I want to know who you truly are and why Master Shin treats you with such respect." Su Qingxue blurted out. Jiang Shuo chuckled and replied, "Master Shun has achieved his current status largely due to my assistance. Do you believe that?" With that, he turned and retreated to his room. Su Qingxue pondered his words for some time before muttering, "Just boasting again. You spend all day doing household chores. How could you possibly help Master Shin reach such heights? Regardless, this does not count as a reward. I will surely extract some benefits from you eventually." The following day, after Su Qingyu arrived at the office, Wei Shufan began urging Jiang Shuo to prepare for Zhang Wei's gathering. Jiang Shuo, feeling exasperated, hastily tidied himself and inquired about the gathering's location before heading out. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the office, Su Qingyu was approached by her assistant, who appeared flustered and said, "General Manager, we have a situation. There has been another problem with the Lishui Bay project." Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and asked, "What now?" "Today, during construction, a group of thugs invaded the site and assaulted several workers. They have threatened to return daily for trouble. Just now, I received a call from an unknown number. The caller claimed to have sent those thugs and insisted that if we wish to resolve this matter, the general manager must meet him tonight to discuss it." The assistant relayed the details to Su Qingyu, who, perplexed, queried, "Did that person identify himself? Why is he causing us trouble?" The assistant replied, "He referred to himself as Brother Liang, claiming that once you hear his name, you will understand why he is causing us trouble." Su Qingyu's expression suddenly changed. She hadn't anticipated that the troublemaker would be Liang Gu. Although she was aware that Liang Gu must be seething after being beaten up that day, she never expected him to come looking for trouble at the Lishui Bay project. The project had only just resumed work, and if anything were to go awry again, it would truly be catastrophic for her. She was puzzled as to how he knew she was in charge of the Lishui Bay project, instantly seizing upon her vulnerability. Liang Gu was using the project as leverage to coerce her into a meeting, surely not for anything benign. "By the way, the general manager," her assistant added, "that person mentioned you must not let your partner know about this meeting, or else the matter would no longer be negotiable." Su Qingyu fell into deep contemplation, uncertain about her next course of action. "Where did he say to meet?" she inquired. "At Wanlong Restaurant," the assistant replied. After a long period of reflection, Su Qingyu glanced at her assistant and said, "Reply to him, stating that I will be there tonight for the appointment, and hope he refrains from any tricks." The assistant nodded and turned to send the message. Su Qingyu took out her phone, intending to discuss the matter with Jiang Shuo, but hesitated and ultimately set the phone aside. Since the other party insisted that this matter must remain undisclosed to Jiang Shuo, he must have already considered a plan of action. Moreover, if Jiang Shuo were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly accompany her. And if Liang Gu insisted on causing trouble then, it would be disastrous. Thus, she resolved to assess the situation first. If it truly became untenable, she could inform Jiang Shuo later. Wanlong Restaurant was situated in the most bustling area of Yunqing, and it was unlikely that Liang Gu would dare to act against her there. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo arrived at the entrance of a private villa. Zhang Wei had suggested that they hang out in his villa during the day and then head to Wanlong Restaurant for dinner later. That day, Zhang Wei sent Jiang Shuo a message, stating he had a sudden matter to attend to and could not personally greet him, urging Jiang Shuo to enter the villa as several of his friends had already arrived. The villa's gate was secured with a password lock, and Zhang Wei had provided Jiang Shuo with the code, allowing him entry once it was input correctly. As Jiang Shuo approached the gate, he searched for the place to enter the password but found none. At that moment, two elegantly dressed young women approached the villa, chatting animatedly. "Have you heard? This time, young Master Zhang has invited a heavyweight guest to join us, supposedly an incredibly wealthy tycoon," one exclaimed. "Really? Oh my, I need to touch up my makeup quickly. If this big shot takes a liking to me, my dream of marrying into a wealthy family might just come true." As the two girls reached the villa entrance and spotted Jiang Shuo, who was still searching for the password input, Their expressions turned wary. Hey, what are you doing? Sneaking around? You aren't trying to steal something, are you? Asked Zhou Wenli. Jiang Shua turned to glance at them and replied, I'm here for the gathering. But I can't find the password lock. Are you two also here for the gathering? Zhou Wenli and her companion exchanged glances, their faces betraying disdain. Who are you trying to fool? This gathering is hosted by young Master Zhang. You, a poor loser, think you have the right to attend? You must be trying to steal something and came up with this excuse after being caught. Zhou Wenli glared at Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua, feeling somewhat speechless, insisted, I am genuinely here for the gathering. Zhou Wenli scoffed and replied, spare me your act. Do you really think I can't tell whether you belong here? Get out of the way, or I'll call security. Her friend also looked at Jiang Shua with contempt, muttering, what kind of trash would dare show up at young Master Zhang's villa? If he finds out, you won't be able to escape his wrath. Seeing their disbelief, Jiang Shua proposed, you both should know the password for this villa, right? If I can input it correctly, wouldn't that prove I am also here for the gathering? Zhou Wenli shot him a glance and said, you don't even know where the password lock is, yet you think you can input the password? Stop dreaming. At that moment, the other girl looked at Jiang Shua with a mischievous smile, saying, all right, if you can input the correct password, we'll let you in for the gathering. However, if you fail, you must kneel and bow to us right here. If you agree, we'll let you try the password now. Zhou Wenli's eyes lit up at her friend's words. They enjoyed toying with penniless boys, and this was a perfect opportunity to mock Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua shrugged and replied, fine. With cold smiles on their faces, Zhou Wenli and her friend revealed the location of the password lock for Jiang Shua to input the code. Jiang Shua entered the password Zhang Wei had given him, and with a resounding click, the gate swung open. Zhou Wenli and the other girl stared at Jiang Shua in disbelief, astonished that he had actually entered the correct password. Where did you eavesdrop on young Master Zhang's villa password? Spill it, or we'll call security right now. Zhou Wenli demanded. Jiang Shua replied, exasperated, Zhang Wei told me himself. Had I known he invited such low-quality people, I certainly wouldn't have come. With that, he walked into the villa, thinking that if not for Zhang Wei's sake, he would never attend such a gathering. Zhou Wenli and her companion were infuriated, seemingly angered at their failure to make Jiang Shua kneel. How dare he act so arrogantly? Does he really think he has any standing here? Zhou Wenli fumed. The other girl pondered for a moment and said, forget it. It's not worth getting upset over someone like him. Besides, if he was truly invited by young Master Zhang, we can find out once we go inside. I suspect young Master Zhang invited such a loser just for our amusement, so let's not dwell on it. Zhou Wenli nodded, recognizing the validity of her friend's reasoning, and together they walked into the villa. Inside, a considerable number of young men and women had already gathered, chatting animatedly. These were all Zhang Wei's friends, and those who could enter his circle were certainly not from humble backgrounds. They were all wealthy second-generation elites. As Jiang Shua entered the villa's main hall, everyone immediately turned to look at him. Compared to the ostentatious brands worn by the rich kids, Jiang Shua's attire appeared rather outdated, marking him as an outsider. The wealthy youths, unfamiliar with Jiang Shua and put off by his cheap clothing, regarded him with a hint of suspicion. What are you doing here? Are you the cleaner invited by young Master Zhang? A tall young man inquired, scrutinizing Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua rolled his eyes and said, I'm here for the gathering. Everyone stared in disbelief, taken aback that someone like him would be allowed to attend their event. Was this a joke? Dressed like that, he thought he could join their gathering? This was certainly not a gathering for losers. Who invited him? Did he sneak in? Young Master Zhang had invited a heavyweight guest today, and now this oddball appeared. What if he disrupted the big shot's presence? At that moment, Zhou Wenli and her friend walked in. Zhou Wenli mockingly remarked, he managed to input the password himself, and he's even criticizing our manners. Don't provoke him. What if he goes to young Master Zhang and complains about us? Laughter erupted among the crowd, clearly treating Jiang Shua as a source of amusement. The young man who had just questioned Jiang Shua let out a cold laugh. He then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhang Wei, inquiring whether he had invited anyone else besides that prominent figure. Zhang Wei quickly replied that he had not. The young man immediately deduced that Jiang Shua must have sneaked in unnoticed. The possibility that Jiang Shua was the very figure they were speaking of was promptly dismissed. After all, how could someone whom even Zhang Wei respectfully referred to as a big shot be clad in mere street vendor attire? Such gatherings always attracted those who would go to great lengths to secure an invitation for personal gain, and they had long since grown accustomed to uninvited guests like Jiang Shua, who somehow learned of the gathering and slipped in to mingle. With a cold smirk, the young man said, guests are always welcome. Regardless of how you discovered the password to this villa, since you've entered, we shall entertain you. Please, make yourself comfortable. Jiang Shua had no intention of engaging with these people. He found a corner to sit, fulfilling his obligation to Wei Shufan. Zhou Wenli, visibly displeased, approached the young man, Lu Yang, and exclaimed, "Why on earth are you allowing him to join us? He clearly looks like a poor nobody, and his origins are dubious. What gives him the right to mingle with us?" Lu Yang chuckled and beckoned to the others, who quickly gathered around him. He whispered, "I already checked with Zhang Xiao. He didn't invite this loser. However, since this guy has the audacity to sit down, we might as well have some fun with him while we wait for Zhang Xiao to arrive. Idle time is wasted time." The group perked up at Lu Yang's words, surprised at the prospect of using Jiang Shuo for their amusement. Zhou Wenli nodded enthusiastically. She relished such antics, especially since Jiang Shuo had previously insulted her manners, which had left her quite irked. "How shall we toy with him? We must ensure this arrogant nobody learns a lesson," she inquired. Lu Yang glanced toward Jiang Shuo and shared his thoughts, to which everyone nodded in agreement. Zhou Wenli then retrieved the drinks they had purchased, pouring a glass for each. With drinks in hand, they approached Jiang Shuo. Lu Yang stood before him, grinning, "Buddy, as this is your first time at our gathering, you may be unfamiliar with our customs. We have a welcoming ritual for newcomers. Therefore, to show our hospitality, we shall commence this ceremony now." Jiang Shuo noticed that everyone held a glass, assuming they intended to toast him, and nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Lu Yang smirked mischievously and, without further ado, splashed the contents of his glass onto Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the spill. Turning to Lu Yang, his tone turned icy. "What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 98. A broken leg. Everyone was taken aback by Jiang Shuo's quick reflexes. They had anticipated seeing him drenched in wine. Lu Yang stared at Jiang Shuo, saying, "Did I not mention that this is our welcoming ceremony? Why are you dodging? Do you not wish to join us?" Zhou Wenli also sneered at Jiang Shuo, asserting, "If you want to be part of our group, you must undergo this welcoming ritual. Stop pretending. We are drinking top-shelf liquor here, and you should be grateful." As she spoke, she attempted to douse Jiang Shuo with her drink. However, Jiang Shuo seized her wrist, forcefully pushing her hand back, causing her to spill the drink on herself. Zhou Wenli shrieked, hastily wiping her face. The atmosphere in the villa turned frigid. No one had expected Jiang Shuo, the so-called nobody, to dare retaliate. With a cold gaze sweeping over the group, Jiang Shuo stated, "Do you take me for a fool?" Lu Yang's expression darkened significantly as he glared at Jiang Shuo, rebuking, "Stop pretending. We are willing to entertain you out of courtesy. You, a penniless nobody trying to infiltrate our circle, dare act high and mighty here. Clean up the spilled drink from the floor, and we might forgive you this once. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unkind." Zhou Wenli's face twisted with malice. She had intended to mock Jiang Shuo, only to find herself drenched. She could not let this humiliation pass. "Not only must you clean up the mess, but you must also kneel and apologize, or I will not let you off lightly." Jiang Shuo's expression turned mocking. He had not anticipated such treatment at a gathering he was invited to. He replied coldly, "The ones who should be apologizing are you. I have no desire to waste words with you. If you wish for this gathering to proceed smoothly, apologize now." The group scoffed, clearly not taking his words seriously. They found his audacity absurd. How could this intruder, who had sneaked into their gathering, dare demand an apology? Did he think he was some esteemed guest invited by Zhang Xiao? "Get on your knees and clean up the drink. Lu Yang here is from the provincial sparring team. If you do not comply, do you think he won't break your legs?" Lu Yang flaunted his muscles, laughing. "Kid, you seem to have lost your mind. Do you want to feel the weight of my fist?" Zhou Wenli taunted. With his stature, I bet 2 punches would take him down. I wonder where he found the audacity to act out in Zhang Xiao's villa. Jiang Shuo shot a glance at Lu Yang, retorting, "If you do not apologize, you will miss your chance." Lu Yang, seeing Jiang Shuo's persistent defiance, decided not to waste any more time. He swung a punch toward Jiang Shuo's face, thinking, "If you refuse to recognize the situation, I will make you understand my strength." Jiang Shuo fixed his gaze on Lu Yang, and, just before the punch connected, delivered a swift kick to Lu Yang's knee. It was evident that Lu Yang had received some training, as his body displayed remarkable coordination. However, focusing solely on his upper body left him vulnerable below. Lu Yang stumbled back 2 steps, instinctively retracting his punch, staring at Jiang Shuo in disbelief as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The group looked on in confusion. Logically, as a member of the provincial sparring team, Lu Yang, with his muscular build, should have easily dealt with someone like Jiang Shuo. How could he not land a blow on Jiang Shuo and instead be forced to retreat? "Lu Yang, do not show him mercy. Did you not say he was not invited by Zhang Xiao? Go ahead and teach him a lesson." "Yes, Lu Yang, let him see your prowess. Why bother being polite?" The crowd's encouragement only fueled Lu Yang's frustration. Did they not see Jiang Shuo kick his knee? He felt as if he could no longer feel the leg that was struck. It was as if it had gone numb. Noticing Liu Yang's lack of reaction, the group began to sense something was amiss. Zhou Wenli scrutinized Liu Yang, asking, Liu Yang, what is wrong? Why are you standing there, unmoving? Gritting his teeth. Liu Yang stammered, my leg. It may be broken. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they gazed at Liu Yang. Who would have thought he would claim his leg was broken? Just moments ago, he had been full of vigor, intent on reprimanding Jiang Shua. How could he so swiftly declare such a misfortune? All eyes turned cautiously towards Jiang Shua, a hint of apprehension flickering in their gazes. Zhou Wenli furrowed her brow, fixating on Jiang Shua, and questioned, what have you done to Liu Yang? Why does he believe his leg is broken? Jiang Shua chuckled lightly, replying, there's no need for speculation. His leg is indeed broken. He attempted to strike me, and I merely exercised reasonable self-defense. Is that not acceptable? Liu Yang's complexion turned pale as the realization sank in. He had not anticipated that a mere kick from Jiang Shua could result in such an injury. The sheer force must have been tremendous. Furthermore, he could now feel a dull ache emanating from his leg, and he feared that if he did not reach a hospital soon, the pain would become unbearable. Zhou Wenli glared fiercely at Jiang Shua, exclaiming, what right do you have to retaliate? You brought this upon yourself. How can someone like you exist in this world, utterly lacking in self-awareness? Jiang Shua, taken aback by her words, felt that she was the one lacking awareness. Had it not been for her gender, she would have already found herself in a similar predicament. You should be calling for an ambulance right now. Get me to the hospital. If this drags on, my leg will be irreparably damaged, Liu Yang urged anxiously. Zhou Wenli finally snapped to attention and prepared to call for help. In a swift motion, Jiang Shua seized her phone and coldly stated, you haven't apologized to me yet. Until you do, not only will he remain hospital-bound, but I shall also ensure his other leg meets the same fate. Zhou Wenli was immediately incensed, ready to unleash her fury upon Jiang Shua. At that moment, someone outside the villa alerted the group, Zhang Xiao is here. A collective jolt of energy surged through everyone as they turned towards the window, confirming that Zhang Wei had indeed arrived at the villa's entrance. Among them, Zhang Wei's family was the wealthiest and most influential, making him the de facto leader. They all looked to him for guidance, especially now that Jiang Shua had infiltrated their gathering and injured Liu Yang. They desperately needed someone to stand up for them, and Zhang Wei was their lifeline. Kid, Zhang Xiao is here. How dare you break Liu Yang's leg on his territory? He will not let this slide. They warned, Zhang Xiao's power is beyond your comprehension. You should prepare for your demise. Upon hearing of Zhang Wei's arrival, Liu Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Zhang Wei present, this interloper would surely not dare to pull any tricks. Zhou Wenli looked at Jiang Shua triumphantly, believing that Zhang Wei possessed formidable prowess and would swiftly deal with this insolent fool, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Before long, Zhang Wei entered the villa, taken aback to see everyone gathered together. Upon noticing Jiang Shua's presence, he exhaled in relief, having been concerned that his delay would cause Jiang Shua to leave without meeting him. Zhou Wenli immediately approached Zhang Wei, her face a mask of distress. Zhang Xiao, you've finally arrived. If you hadn't come, we would have been bullied to death by that shameless guy. Zhang Wei's brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, what happened? Zhou Wenli pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Shua, adopting the demeanor of a victim. It's that foul interloper who snuck into our gathering. He somehow learned the password to your villa and insists you invited him. We initially felt pity for him and intended to include him, but he not only refused our kindness, but also broke Liu Yang's leg. He even threatened us, demanding we kneel and apologize. You must stand up for us. She then turned to Jiang Shua, her voice filled with indignation. You impertinent fool, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and apologize to Zhang Xiao. Do you think you're the big shot he invited? Zhang Wei's expression shifted dramatically, a profound fear emanating from his core as he processed Zhou Wenli's words. He could hardly fathom that she would dare to insult Jiang Shua, especially with such a hostile attitude. He had not summoned Jiang Shua to subject him to ridicule. This woman was recklessly pushing herself, and Zhang Wei repeatedly bowed, then turned to face the crowd, exclaiming, when did we establish a rule that involves splashing wine to welcome guests? Whose foolish idea was this? Everyone's gaze shifted in unison toward Liu Yang. Zhang Xiao, it's all Liu Yang's fault. He claimed that Mr. Jiang was not the esteemed guest you invited, which led us to heed his suggestion to douse Mr. Jiang with wine. Indeed, Zhang Xiao, it was both Liu Yang and Zhou Wenli who instigated this. Had it not been for their provocations, we would never have treated Mr. Jiang in such a manner. Zhang Wei's gaze fixed on Liu Yang and Zhou Wenli, a glimmer of malice evident in his eyes. Realizing the enormity of his blunder, Liu Yang, suppressing the pain in his legs, approached Jiang Shuo and knelt before him. Mr. Jiang, I acknowledge my mistake. I implore you to forgive me.